Chapter 1. Mo Fan, a mere 6 points. With the mathematics teacher, Deng Yongchuan, announcing this, the entire class erupted in laughter. Almost everyone turned to gaze at the boy with short black hair seated at the back of the classroom. Mo Fan, the one who had achieved a bizarrely low single-digit score. Mo Fan, you ought to learn diligently from Mu Bai. Others have managed to score 96 on such a challenging exam. Yet you have come away with a mere fraction of that. Do not let your name go to waste, sighed Deng Yongchuan. How could such a problematic student emerge from his class? He had entered school with the highest score, yet had plummeted to dismal results upon reaching high school, dragging the class average down with him. Teacher, he has indeed lived up to his name. Mo Fan extraordinarily unremarkable. He has sunk even lower than ordinary. Soon he will be nothing but dross, remarked a student named Mu Bai. Huh, how true. Indeed, Mu Bai excels, even in insults he can criticize without any foul language. Truly extraordinary, having become dross. Laughter filled the classroom until Deng Yongchuan commenced the lesson, prompting a hush. That Mu Bai is so insufferable. Acting as if being handsome, academically gifted, and musically inclined makes him exceptional, said a boy named Guanggu, who sat next to Mo Fan. Just a childish fool, Mo Fan retorted dismissively. Shall we duo Q after school? I have something to do. I won't be going. Are you off to assist that old manning again? Only you would dare venture to that dilapidated hut on the back mountain. By the way, I've acquired a few fantasy and magical novels. Want to borrow one? Just toss it in my backpack. But you ought to read fewer of those novels. You're becoming obsessed, Mo Fan replied. For students, the most delightful sound is the bell signaling the end of class. After a long day of monotonous lessons, Mo Fan yawned and slung his backpack over his shoulder, heading toward the back mountain. The back mountain lay behind the school's gate, mostly deserted. Guanggus old man Ing referred to the guard station at the back mountain. The school had placed him there to ensure student safety and prevent boarding students from sneaking out to internet cafes for all-nighters. The old man had no family, and when he passed away recently, no one had cared enough to mourn him. The school hastily buried him. Mo Fan was somewhat familiar with old man Ing. Before his passing, the man had mentioned leaving something for Mo Fan. Today, Mo Fan finally recalled the old man's kindness and decided to visit the hut. Old Manning often claimed to be the heir of a historically significant figure, boasting of possessing a 5,000-year-old antique ring. Mo Fan had seen the ring. It was a dull black, hardly resembling an antique. Most importantly, Mo Fan had taken it to be appraised long ago, only to be unceremoniously dismissed by the shop owner, who scoffed at the copper ring, suggesting it was merely a product of a coal furnace. Thus, Mo Fan ceased to believe the old man's tall tales. He accepted the old man's gesture as a memento of goodwill. Old man Ing was a broad-minded gatekeeper, viewing life and death with indifference. Mo Fan hoped he found peace, perhaps starting anew in another realm. Do you believe that in this science-worshipping dimension, there exists a parallel realm of magic, where what is studied is not science, but sorcery? This was a phrase old Manning often uttered to Mo Fan. Thus, after witnessing his departure, Mo Fan convinced himself the old man had simply moved on to a different server, thriving in his new existence. The ring was easily located, tucked away in a wooden box beneath the bamboo bed. Upon opening the box, Mo Fan sensed a murky energy emanating from within, a feeling both eerie and intriguing. However, as a 15 or 16-year-old, he was too mature to believe in the existence of mystical arts, let alone old man Ying's claims that donning the ring would empower him to save the universe. The unremarkable black ring was just an ordinary band, with 8 minuscule holes inside, something any common craftsman could produce. The ring felt cold against his skin as Mo Fan slipped it on. A chill coursed through him, causing him to shiver unexpectedly in the summer heat. Quite peculiar. What nonsense, he thought, dismissing the absurd notion after a moment's reflection. With work awaiting him that evening, fatigue soon overtook him. Mo Fan arranged the bamboo mat and lay down in the hut, intending to catch a quick nap before his shift as a clerk at the 24-hour supermarket, which would last until 6 in the morning. The weariness enveloped him, and he quickly fell asleep. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow through the mountain crevices, staining the grove behind the mountain and the small hut crimson. It seemed as if a colossal door in the darkness was gradually closing, the light trickling into the abyss. As the sun fully sank below the horizon and darkness reigned, the back mountain appeared shrouded in an otherworldly hue. From a distance, this area resembled an ethereal mirage, a shimmering illusion beneath the blood-red sun. The boy, deep in slumber within the hut, snored loudly, oblivious to the fact that the ring on his finger was emitting a piercing hum, as if responding to the call of the real world reflected in that mirage. Buzz! It vibrated, causing the entire space to tremble. Shuanan High School was nestled on the southern hills of the city, which towered over the summer town. The city was ablaze with light streets, shops, skyscrapers, and the summer itself sparkled with vibrant colors. Elderly folks strolled after dinner, mothers danced joyously in the square, children chased one another in the alleys, and couples cavorted in the parks. Nightfall did not bring unease or fear. Rather, it provided a sense of leisure and tranquility after school, work, and meals. However, if one were to gaze upon the southern hills where Shuanan High School resided, they would notice that the campus, which should have glimmered with lights, was shrouded in an inexplicable veil of chaos. The calmness of the space was shattered by the sudden emergence of a time-space void, swirling and escalating silently. On one side lay the serene, illuminated city. On the other, a black vortex consuming half the mountain. In this newly darkened southern city during summer, an extraordinarily terrifying tableau unfolded. This temporal anomaly originated from an inexplicable void. At the heart of this void was the hut on the back mountain. The enormous vortex suddenly expanded, only to dissipate moments later, as if nothing had ever transpired. Somewhere, a youth remained sound asleep, caught in delightful dreams, entirely unaware that a monumental transformation had occurred, plunging him into a parallel realm. The fresh rain on the empty mountain delivered a cooling punch to the sweltering summer heat, suppressing its arrogance. On that fine morning, the air was particularly refreshing, and the steamy bun shop at the school gate wafted enticing aromas, with golden fried dough sticks beckoning appetites. "Uncle Chi, soy milk and fried dough sticks," said a somewhat disheveled boy as he plopped onto a stool, addressing the elderly vendor. "Coming right up." The vendor quickly prepared the soy milk, filling it to the brim, his face beaming with a greasy smile. "Mo fan, you're about to take the magic assessment, right? You must study hard and strive for a place in a prestigious magic academy, to bring honor to our family." Mo fan stared blankly at his uncle, who was selling breakfast at the school gate. After pondering for a moment, he suspected he had misheard, so he merely nodded while munching. Awakening from a dream that felt as if it spanned centuries, he felt as though he had emerged from a different world, lost as to the cardinal directions, and unaware of whether it was morning or noon. Mo fan devoured his breakfast, holding half a fried dough stick, when he suddenly felt a weight beside him. A balding man in his 30s settled next to him, exuding a strong scent of smoke. "Mo fan, having breakfast?" The bald man greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Director Who." Mo fan quickly responded with a grin. This was none other than the well-known Director Who donned ill-fitting suits and sported a shiny bald head. "I forgot my watch. What time is it?" Director Who asked, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Mo fan pulled out his old Nokia and checked. 15 minutes until the bell rings. "Oh no, I'm running out of time. I still have a magic theory presentation to finish, and I won't have time for breakfast." Director Who abruptly stood up, nearly causing Mo fan to lose his balance. "Boss, cancel the soy milk. It'll take too long to walk to the office. It's fine wasting this little magic power, doesn't matter." Director Who muttered to himself. Mo fan felt utterly bewildered, as if Director Who were speaking in a foreign language. Just as he was about to convince himself he had misheard, the awning of the soy milk stall began to undulate in an exceedingly strange manner, as though something with immense pressure surged forth from the center of the stall. A sinister wind gusted, tousling Mo fan's hair and making his clothes flap noisily. "Wind track, swift movement." Hu Duanzhong suddenly began to chant softly, and to his astonishment his ill-fitting suit inexplicably billowed as though a tempest had surged within it. The tie danced, and the pant leg swayed, leaving Mo fan utterly bewildered. Why on earth is it so windy this early in the morning? And why is it blowing so dramatically towards Hu Duanzhong? Whoosh! A streak of azure light flashed past, and Mo fan vaguely discerned a resplendent trail of starlight appearing around Hu Duanzhong, a luminescent path that vanished almost as swiftly as it had appeared. "Mo fan, my dear student, I shall take my leave now. Do remember to study diligently." Hu Duanzhong turned his head, revealing a grin adorned with yellow teeth. Mo fan stood there, momentarily dazed, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a whoosh. The slightly overweight, balding Hu Duanzhong seemed to have activated some kind of external enhancement, sprinting towards the school along the whirlwind's swirling dust trail with incredible speed. His rapid dash was so swift that the other students in their uniforms appeared as though they were standing still, as Hu Duanzhong wove through them, leaving behind a trail of astonished dust. In mere seconds, Mo fan felt as though Hu Duanzhang's yellow-toothed visage was still imprinted before him, yet he had vanished deep within the school gates, no longer visible. The echo of "do remember to study diligently" lingered in his ears, yet the man himself had completely disappeared. Half-chewed bits of fried dough remained in his mouth. The motion of chewing abruptly halted, while the other half of the dough slipped from Mo fan's grasp. "Hu Duanzhong, could you possibly be a descendant of Duan Yu, exhibiting the elusive skills of the Lingbo Weibo? This must be an illusion. It surely is an illusion." After a considerable time, Mo fan rubbed his eyes. It must have been the result of a poor night's sleep, perhaps pressing upon his neural senses, for how else could he have witnessed such a spectacle? Hastily finishing his breakfast, he resolved to catch up on sleep in class. Good heavens, what on earth was happening? A balding teacher, capable of performing the Lingbo Weibo? Upon arriving in class, in order to dispel the remnants of his earlier hallucination, he propped his head on the desk and fell asleep without a second thought. From nearby, he could hear two typical academic overachievers whispering. One said, "There's less than a month left. What if we can't get into a good high school? You're so remarkable you'll definitely make it into Tianlan Magic School." "Not at all. You're the impressive one, with such high scores in theoretical classes. You can recognize almost every monster and know their weaknesses." Mo fan furrowed his brow. This was not the first time he had encountered the concept of magic. What was going on? Was he hallucinating both visually and audibly? "I haven't taken any drugs, nor do I even smoke." "Never mind. It must just be due to my lack of sleep." Filtering out the nonsensical chatter of those two individuals, M.O. Fan quickly succumbed to slumber. Years of academic experience had taught M.O. Fan the advanced skill of falling asleep instantly at his desk. Students, please open your textbooks. Today, we will continue learning the basics of magic release. Do you remember what I have told you? To perform a fundamental magic spell, you must first connect the stars in your magic stardust. Only then can a starlight trajectory be formed for the magic power to be conducted. I have reiterated this principle many times, and it is also a key point for your upcoming examination. The mathematics teacher, Su Qingji, maintained a rhythmic tone in his teaching. In the past, M.O. Fan would typically drift into deeper dreams accompanied by the teacher's voice. However, upon hearing the phrases magic release and stars again, he jolted awake. M.O. Fan, pay attention in class. There's less than a month left. Do not squander your time. Su Qingji immediately spotted M.O. Fan and scolded him sternly. The classmates turned to snicker, as mocking the underachiever had become their favorite pastime. Open your textbooks. Su Qingji continued. M.O. Fan, feeling exasperated, reluctantly flipped open his textbook. What the hell is this? M.O. Fan nearly exclaimed. All the familiar shapes, functions, and formulas from his mathematics textbook had vanished, replaced by incomprehensible star trajectories, star maps, and lines resembling shooting stars, forming what looked like a magical array. Suppressing his inner astonishment, M.O. Fan soon realized something. When a mathematics teacher was no longer focused on him, M.O. Fan surreptitiously kicked his deskmate, Guanggu, beneath the table and said, "Are you out of your mind? What have you done with my book? Hurry up and return my math book." "Bro, what math book are you talking about?" Guanggu, with a face like burnt charcoal, protested, feeling unjustly accused. "Just look at what this is. Quickly, give me back my book." M.O. Fan pointed at the strange star trajectories, magical symbols, and bizarre incantations in his book. "M.O. Fan, this is the magic class textbook. What math are you talking about? Did you stay up all night reading science fiction again? You're the one who's getting lost in it." Guanggu replied with a scowl. As M.O. Fan listened to Guanggu's rebuttal, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "What on earth is this nonsense? Don't spout such absurdities," he retorted angrily. "This guy is putting on quite the act. But do you really think I would be insane enough to believe you? Boss, you've truly gone mad from reading novels. We are in a world of magic, for goodness sake. Where on earth does this mystifying concept of mathematics come from? If I had the option, I'd rather spend my days studying something interesting like mathematics or language rather than this dreary theory of magic, elemental studies, and demonology," Guanggu said with a tone of righteousness and earnestness. M.O. Fan gazed at Guanggu's expression, realizing that this rascal, while uttering such subversive words, managed to maintain a facade of sincerity, as if it were indeed the truth. His desk mate has lost his marbles. Not only has he gone mad, but he also wishes to drag me down with him. Every day, immersed in this tedious theory of magic, elemental studies, and demonology. How absurd. The audacity of you to say that. If you don't believe it, then listen to what the teacher has to say, Guanggu remarked, noticing the peculiar look on M.O. Fan's face. That M.O. Fan then paid close attention to what the mathematics teacher, Su Qingji, was saying. However, a barrage of incomprehensible jargon and terms flooded in, rendering M.O. Fan utterly bewildered, as Su Qingji had not uttered a single word about the familiar concepts of functions or formulas. Instead, repeatedly mentioning stellar orbits, star maps, and even referencing elemental powers like fire, ice, and water. This is madness, pure madness. M.O. Fan's conviction remained steadfast. He would not give credence to such statements. The next class would be with his favorite language teacher, Teacher Qin, who is beautiful, alluring, mature, gentle, with an enchanting figure, and surely would never resort to such nonsense. After enduring the incomprehensible mathematics class, it wasn't long before a slender figure clad in a black professional skirt suit entered the classroom. As always, she greeted the class with a gentle smile, instantly illuminating the entire room. The male students transformed into eager children, cheerfully calling out, "Good morning, teacher. Good morning, class. Today we will discuss the pros and cons of dark magic." As you should know, dark magic is divided into 3 branches: the necromancy branch, the curse branch, and the shadow branch. Now, what are the different levels of magic within these branches? Teacher Qin spoke with a smooth cadence, her voice graceful and melodious. Normally, M.O. Fan would be entranced by her words, but after hearing this, his expression mirrored that of someone who had just swallowed a dead fly to make matters worse. His eccentric deskmate had the audacity to give him a look that said, "See, I told you so. Damn it, you're not wrong. It's me who has gone mad. Impossible." M.O. Fan could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood up from his seat. Teacher Qin, Aren't we supposed to have language class? He questioned. Guangu, realizing Mo Fan was about to voice his protest, tried to restrain him but failed, and after hearing his words, he could only slap his forehead in disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than the once quiet classroom erupted into laughter. Over 40 students were doubled over in amusement, especially Mu Bai, who was laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Teacher Qin remained composed, merely adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, and with a serene smile, she looked at Mo Fan with her clear, expressive eyes, saying earnestly, Mo Fan, what you refer to as language is science, which does not exist here. You should not be enamored with such unreal concepts, but rather dedicate yourself to studying magic diligently, to become a wizard of value to society. Understand? Can you imagine the expression on a young man's face when a language teacher speaks such sincere and serious words? He might as well have felt the heavens collapsing around him. Oh heavens, take me now, wait. Why do Teacher China's words sound so much like those of the late Eldering? Could it be that there truly exists a magical realm, and I have unwittingly fallen into it? Mo Fan had initially thought this was all a dream, but alas, it continued for several days. Moreover, his awakened consciousness assured him that this was no mere dream. On the fourth morning, he found himself once more hazily eating fried dough sticks at Uncle Chi's stall. Two male students nearby were discussing magical artifacts, something Mo Fan couldn't quite grasp, but their tone suggested it was a formidable and expensive item. Comparable to Mo Fan. Why do you look so lethargic? Perhaps I should buy you something to perk you up. The major exam is approaching, and whether you can awaken as a wizard hinges on this test. Uncle Chi said with concern. Mo Fan filtered Uncle Chi's words to simply inquire about his academic performance. Suddenly, a strange gust of demonic wind swept through the stall, stirring up dust that threatened to taint his soybean milk. Mo Fan hastily gulped it down, appearing utterly listless. The wind intensified, and he felt an unusual pressure spiraling downwards. Grass tufts danced wildly. Sand and stones flew across the road, and the girls shrieked, clutching their skirts in embarrassment. Mo Fan had grown somewhat accustomed to this. It was merely another teacher utilizing the wind track magic to hurry along, albeit this time it was rather dramatic. My heavens, what is that? Oh my, how magnificent! There were wings. Someone had wings behind them. It was astonishingly cool, just like what one would see in a video. Wind wings, my dear parents. I am witnessing the high-level wind magic wind wings with my own eyes. The commotion around him made it impossible for Mo Fan to enjoy his breakfast. Feigning indifference, he glanced up. Yet, in the next moment, he stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his drowsy eyes widening to an unimaginable extent. Unable to tear away his gaze, against the backdrop of the azure sky, on the edge of a rooftop, amidst swaying treetops and fluttering school flags, a man donned in a silvery wind robe glided through the air like an ethereal sprite, tracing a breathtaking arc across the sky. Mo Fan, who often sat in the back of the classroom board, would stare at the clouds, the sky, the treetops, and the birds soaring freely between them. Yet he had never imagined that someone could actually soar through the air with such visually stunning wings. This scene seemed to belong only to the realm of cinema, yet it was so vividly etched in his memory. Wind, wind, wind wings. Mo Fan gazed at the silver figure soaring high above, instinctively murmuring the name of the magic. Unlike the previous wind track, Mo Fan could feel something stirring violently within him amidst his astonishment. It was a desire breaking free from its shell, yearning to emerge. Yes, for days he had been in a daze, unable to accept everything that had changed. But in this moment, he realized that this transformation was exhilarating, akin to an encounter with a soulmate, as the shock faded with the flight of that mysterious figure. Mo Fan silently vowed to himself, even if this is a dream, I shall wake only after I have learned to soar freely with wind wings. Time was fleeting for Mo Fan. Based on the timeline of his previous world, the graduation exam for 9 years of compulsory education would occur in just 20 days. In the remaining 20 days, Mo Fan grasped a few key points. The courses included basic theory of magic, essentially language, magic star tracks, likely geometry, demonology, presumably biology, magical artifacts, akin to physics, material studies, similar to chemistry, and a history of magic and magical geography, which required no further explanation. Of course, Mo Fan also gleaned a crucial piece of information. Among the students, nearly no one had yet been able to cast magic. After 9 years of magical compulsory education, they had only learned broad, theoretical concepts and knowledge. This was akin to middle school graduates in the original world lacking practical life skills. This was undoubtedly good news for Mo Fan, as he knew nothing about this magical world and would need to learn everything from scratch. The pivotal transition from a magic student to a true wizard hinged on magical awakening. Magical awakening resembled a developmental ritual. At the opening ceremony of the magical high school, all magic students would undergo a magical baptism, which was indeed the awakening of their magical potential. Different individuals will awaken various attributes. An Mo Fan learned from his deskmate, Guangu, that most awakenings are elemental in nature, which are indeed the subjects covered in regular classes: wind, fire, water, light, thunder, ice, and earth. For instance, the Wind Blade and Wind Wing spells that Mo Fan had previously encountered are both primary and advanced magic of the atmospheric element. If someone awakens their wind attribute at the age of 16, with diligent training, they might master such spells. Thus, to become a wizard capable of flight, the foremost step is to gain admission to a magic high school and obtain the magical awakening that every student there will experience. Mo Fan, you wouldn't seriously want to apply to a magic high school and awaken to become a wizard, would you? Guangu inquired earnestly. In Guangu's mind, Mo Fan was someone who had little interest in studying. It was utterly shocking to see him so fervently committed to magic. Mo Fan, however, was too weary to explain himself to this classmate. Regardless, he had made up his mind to strive for admission to the magic high school and seize that precious opportunity for awakening. It's pointless for you to study now. You've already fallen behind by so many years. You should avoid wasting your time, Guangu advised. He was acutely aware that in the last magic simulation exam, Mo Fan scored a mere 6 points, the lowest in his grade. With such results, how could he possibly gain entry to a magic high school? A mediocre student is simply a mediocre student. No amount of effort would change that. Accept your fate. Guangu, you should really focus on your studies, Mo Fan retorted, feeling a bit impatient with Guangu's incessant chatter. Why? Guangu asked. You realize how unattractive you are? Mo Fan remarked that, I know, Guangu candidly admitted. Well, there's a saying you should be aware of. The less attractive one is, the harder one should work. The less attractive one should learn magic. Mo Fan said earnestly. Get lost, Guangu replied, that he was right. In just over 20 days, it was impossible for any genius to catch up on years of coursework, especially since the examination content was entirely different. Mo Fan understood his slim chances. He was not cramming to pass, but because he was genuinely captivated by magic and yearned to learn fervently. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Mo Fan had not awakened from this so-called dream of magic. On the contrary, he had begun to believe in the reality of this world and was now facing the magical entrance examination that was originally meant to be. On the day of the exam, the area outside the school was bustling with people, regardless of whether they were there for magic or science. Parents were arriving in cars or on three-wheeled vehicles to pick up their children. Every parent was acutely aware that this examination would determine whether they would be driving their next generation home or picking them up on a tricycle. Exiting the examination hall, Mo Fan gazed at the busy streets, pondering why the magical world still had cars and electric scooters, but soon his thoughts returned to the examination content. After 20 days of diligent study, Mo Fan had finally reached a level where he could understand the exam questions. As for whether his answers were correct, well, as long as he was happy, it sufficed. Mo Fan. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion waved at him from the crowd. Mo Fan, recognizing the familiar face, exclaimed in surprise, Dad, what are you doing here? I came to pick you up. Now that you've finished the exam, you can consider yourself graduated. I've found you a job in the neighboring district, working in business. Uncle Guangfeng will take you along. After a few years of experience, you can start your own venture. With a bit of luck, you can earn 4,000 to 5,000 a month without much trouble. It's better to start working early, Mo Jiaxing said with a warm smile. The world had changed, yet he remained a mediocre student, while his father was still the same father. Mo Fan could feel the unchanging familiarity of it all. Mo Jiaxing had previously mentioned the business job to Mo Fan that a month ago, Mo Fan would have, without hesitation, chosen the path his father had laid out for him, as he too needed to enter society. However, now he felt unwilling that in this society, where cars, phones, computers, and refrigerators existed, technological advancements had not diminished in the face of magic. If he could not become a wizard, he would merely be a worker producing these items. Damn it, what difference was there from the world he originally came from? He wanted to learn magic. Dad, I want to continue my studies, Mo Fan said after a long silence, finally voicing his thoughts. But you've never liked studying magic, Mo Jiaxing raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Mo Fan felt at a loss for words. How could he explain this? It was truly a pitiful situation. Mo Jiaxing looked at his soon-to-be 16-year-old son and, with a sincere smile, reassured him, "It's all right. I won't blame you for not putting in the effort to study magic. Everyone has their own aspirations to know. I genuinely want to learn. Can you pass the exam?" Mo Jiaxing inquired. No. Mo Fan answered with certainty. Regardless of whether it was Chinese, math, English, or magic, he simply couldn't pass. That was indisputable. Then there you have it. It's no big deal. Although the ancients often said, all paths are inferior. Only magic is supreme. There is also the saying that every profession can produce a master, Mo Jiaxing continued. After hearing this, Mo Fan unconsciously smacked his lips. Many pieces of information required Mo Fan to automatically adapt. Yet the process left him speechless. For instance, he recalled one day when the history teacher told the class that the progenitor of light magic was Edison. That moment, Mo Fan felt an overwhelming urge to scream. As Mo Jiaxing patted Mo Fan's shoulder, offering comfort, he suddenly noticed that his son had fallen silent and appeared somewhat off. Knowing his child well, Mo Jiaxing gradually reined in his smile and, with a more somber tone, asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes. I want to seize that opportunity for awakening. Although I know it's too late to have regrets now, I truly wish to study hard and become a wizard." Mo Fan replied earnestly. Mo Jiaxing remained silent for a moment, and Mo Fan did not speak again. "You really want to learn?" Mo Jiaxing confirmed once more. "Absolutely." Mo Fan nodded without hesitation. Initially, he thought it was just a fleeting impulse. But nearly a month had passed, and the excitement and restlessness stirred by the Wind-Wing's spell had yet to subside. He was not joking. He genuinely wanted to learn. "All right then, I'll think of a way," Mo Jiaxing said, choosing not to elaborate further. "Dad, I found a temporary job at Tianlan Magic High School, overseeing the library. I start the day after tomorrow," Mo Fan announced. Having decided to pursue magic, Mo Fan had no intention of giving up simply because he was a mediocre student. Whether he could secure admission to the Magic High School and gain that chance for awakening as a wizard depended on his father's efforts. His lack of knowledge was something he needed to compensate for through his own diligence. Hence, despite knowing he had little hope of passing the entrance exam for the Magic High School, Mo Fan had sought out this job in advance. The pay was minimal, merely covering meals and accommodation. But for Mo Fan, it was incredibly significant. The library would provide him with a wealth of knowledge he needed to catch up on. Mo Jiaxing was taken aback, as he had no idea what had prompted this change in his son's perspective. However, if his son was wholeheartedly pursuing magic, then what was there not to be happy about? After all, in this society, it was wizards who held true status. A lifetime spent in business, no matter how prosperous, could never compare to the value and respect commanded by a graduate of a magic school. "Let us head home. We can discuss it there." Mo Jiaxing nodded, choosing not to say anything further. To him, there was nothing to worry about. His son was not yet 16, but in his heart he had long since matured. Mo Fan inquired, "The little princess has returned. I spotted her at the entrance of the villa today." "Wow, you wouldn't believe how beautiful she has become. She is truly like a little angel," Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed somewhat excitedly. Mo Fan cast a glance at the villa facing this street. The estate was adorned with exquisite greenery, enviable by the entire city, where every inch of land was meticulously sculpted, achieving the true level of a garden. However, this picturesque estate was now enclosed by high-speed rail barriers. He remembered that in his childhood. There were no iron fences, and he often played with the children from this street within the villa's grounds. The highest point of the estate, stood several elegantly designed European-style villas, which in the eyes of these mischievous children resembled castles from fairy tales. And indeed, within those castle walls resided a princess of breathtaking beauty, one who was of a similar age to them. Fan frequently led a group of children to sneak her out for playful adventures. Yet, at some point, iron fences were erected around the estate, and the adults on the street forbade the children from venturing inside. The princess, who had once mingled freely with them, had truly become the princess of the castle, growing more distant with age, and their encounters dwindled. Did you know? I've heard that the little princess is now a top student at a prestigious magic school in the capital, possessing an innate ability in ice magic that is unparalleled. At just 15 years old, she can already cast ice spells, Zhang Ho said mysteriously. Fan paused. If Zhang Ho had mentioned the princess winning some national competition, he would have felt indifferent, but being an ice magician was indeed remarkable. The majority of individuals only awaken their powers at 16, during their first year of high school, and merely gaining such abilities does not make one a magician. One must endure a lengthy period of training and acquire spellbooks, honing their skills diligently to unleash even a single spell. This little princess was truly extraordinary, already a genuine magician at the age of 15. Was this what they called a prodigy? A prodigy in the realm of magic. Fan, I feel a sense of regret for you. Had you exerted yourself a bit more back then, you might have captured the innocent little princess's heart. Talented and beautiful, it's truly enviable. Zhang Xiao raised his eyebrows and remarked. Those trivial matters from childhood are nothing to dwell upon. Fan dismissed him. Jiaxing, overhearing the boys' conversation, cleared his throat and took Fan back home. Upon their return, Jiaxing said, I'll be out for a while. Xia is at her aunt's place and probably won't return. All right, I understand. Jiaxing hurriedly departed, and Fan wandered around the house, noticing that there had been no changes. It was still as bare as before. The world had transformed, yet the family's poverty remained unchanged. Why couldn't their family have exchanged places with that affluent household in the villa? It seemed that the heavens had gone to great lengths to turn science into magic. Yet couldn't they have facilitated this small matter? The only consolation was that he had not changed in appearance, still maintaining his charming demeanor. Finding himself bored at home, with nothing to occupy his time, Fan ventured out to see if anything else had changed. Following a seldom-trodden mossy path, just as he was about to turn onto the main street, he caught sight of his father's old pickup truck. His father was a driver, previously employed to chauffeur the lord of the villa, but he had since been reassigned to logistics for reasons unknown, primarily helping procure goods for the estate. Since then, their family's circumstances had plummeted. Jiaxing, your demands are somewhat presumptuous. You should know I have treated you well in the past. Your son's actions have been questionable, yet I still left a procurement opportunity for you. If it were anyone else, I would have simply dismissed him. A middle-aged man's slow, measured tone emerged. Consider this my last plea for assistance. The tuition for Tianlan Magic High School is exorbitant. And you are aware of my family situation. We simply cannot bear this cost. Jiaxing's voice sounded somewhat subservient. Why should you demean yourself for your unambitious son, if he lacks the capability to gain admission to a magic high school? Let him fend for himself. He is nearly 16, after all. Moreover, even if I assist you in getting him into the magic high school, given his nature, he will likely remain idle and fail to become a true magician. Aspiring to be a magician is not a simple endeavor. It requires innate talent, diligent effort, and aside from that, can your family afford the spell books, magical tools, and equipment? Without these aids, he won't even be able to become a novice magician. The man named he spoke with a tone filled with earnest concern. However, all Fan could perceive was an air of arrogance in his words. This time, he genuinely wants to learn. If you agree to help me this time, we will move out of family villa as the old lord requested. This would also ease his concerns, and I assure you my son will not seek out Miss Mu Ning Shui again. Jiaxing's voice rang out. Oh, that is indeed worth considering. Upon hearing their willingness to vacate the premises, the man named he seemed intrigued enough to continue the discussion, leaning against the wall. A youth's heart grew increasingly complicated as he listened to the conversation that he had thought the world had changed, that many dreadful relationships would also shift, but it appeared nothing had altered. The wealthy of Mu Villa remained high and mighty, while his father continued to struggle at the bottom, needing to solicit help from others. This Mu, he was the chairman of the board behind Tenlon Magic High School. With a mere word, he could grant Mo fan entry into the prestigious institution. Yet upon hearing his father express a willingness to leave Mu family villa, Mu he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and promptly agreed. Ultimately, the conversation concluded with Mo joshing profusely thanking Mu he, who then drove off in his luxurious car, leaving behind the old pickup truck that appeared lonely and worn, much like Mo joshing himself. Was this truly a dream? It was as harsh as reality itself. Leaning against the wall, Mo fan felt the weight of his circumstances pressing upon him, acutely aware that his family situation had not improved in the slightest, and their lowly status remained unchanged. The archaic titles of Lord and Miss still persisted in this modern age, revealing that the true end of such hierarchies had yet to occur. Certain historically grounded families still held positions of power. Their servants, now merely referred to as workers, no longer required to bow or kneel. Yet, the destinies of these lower-class individuals remained tightly bound and manipulated by the wealthy and influential. He found himself born into this lower echelon. Governed by a family named Mood, a tumultuous surge of emotion welled up within him, and he clenched his fists tightly, striking the greenish wall with force. I must remember to cast a recommendation vote. I must add this to my bookshelf. The new book, Full-Time Magician, is opening a splendid chapter. Let your enthusiasm surge even more fiercely, so I may know how much you love the competition, how much you adore the chaotic uncle, and how fervently you will continue to support Full-Time Magician. Mo fan returned home, his mind filled with Mu He's words, which, though seemingly casual and earnest, revealed an underlying disdain for Mo Jiaxing's family and for himself. He won't even be able to become a novice magician. Ha! How absurd! Mo fan acknowledged that at one point he had been quite close to the little Princess Mu Ning, but in his youthful innocence. He had no idea this would lead to calamity for his impoverished family. From that day forward, Mo fan understood that social hierarchies still existed in this world. Mo fan, your problems have been resolved. I contacted an old friend of mine. Turns out he is now quite impressive, serving as the director of Tianlong High School. He said if you train diligently, he can help you gain admission to Tianlong Magic High School, allowing you to awaken your destined magic. Such an opportunity comes but once in a lifetime. You must seize it this time. Do you understand? Mo Jiaxing entered with a beaming smile, his face pale. He patted Mo fan on the shoulder, and Mo fan gazed at his father's joyful expression. Ordinarily, he would have been elated to celebrate with his father over a few drinks. But now, with the truth in mind, he could hardly believe his father's jovial demeanor, realizing that his respected father had never truly been respected in this society. Really? That's wonderful. You truly are my father. You can solve anything. Mo fan finally donned a smile, wrapping his arm around his father's shoulder. Of course. Don't you know who your dad is? Mo Jiaxing believed that this young man was quite adept at flattery, which only served to amplify the smile upon his face. The father and son shared a few drinks that evening, during which Mo Jiaxing delicately suggested, Mofan, why don't you simply reside at school? I plan to rent out the house to provide us with a bit more financial support. Mofan was well aware that this home had essentially been sold to Mu He. The dilapidated structure held little value, but the land in the urban area was highly prized. All right, go ahead and rent it out. After all, I seldom return home, Mofan replied, feigning ignorance about Xinxia's situation. Xinxia is staying with your aunt. To be honest, it's not easy for us two grown men to take care of her. She is quite sensible and doesn't require much of our concern. Mo Jiaxing remarked. Well then, remember to visit me at school often, Mofan said. Understood that I'm feeling tired now, so I'll turn in. You should head to school tomorrow, Mo Jiaxing said, finishing the last sip of his liquor and somewhat unsteadily rising to his feet. As Mofan watched his father turn away, he was suddenly reminded of Zhu Ziqing's poignant prose. With both children settled, himself at school and Xinxia at his aunt's, one could not help but ponder where this middle-aged man would find his own place. Ultimately, Mofan chose not to voice this sentiment. In truth, Jiaxing viewed such a sacrifice as both a duty and an honor of fatherhood, wishing to convey to his son that he could pursue his studies without worry, as he would handle the matters that Mofin could not. Mofin understood that bringing this issue to light would only evoke feelings of sorrow and shame in his father. After all, what man does not aspire to be a formidable father capable of resolving any predicament for his son? Mofin could not expose the truth. While others might disrespect his father, he could not. This shabby house could be abandoned without regret. In no more than 3 years, once he mastered his magic, he would possess everything he desired. In this society, magic reigned supreme. He, too, would undoubtedly become a towering figure among mages. The 2-month summer vacation passed swiftly, and Mofin felt as though he had plunged headfirst into a sea of books. The library at Tianlan Magic High School boasted an extensive collection of literature. The tomes on magic were as intricate and vast as those in scientific discourse, representing a true ocean of knowledge. However, Mofin had already made significant progress. He was no longer illiterate in magic. He had grasped the essentials taught during the 9 years of compulsory magical education, developing a momentum akin to Zhang Wuji mastering the Qianke. The 1st of September marked the beginning of the school year, a day of immense significance for all magical students. This day not only represented a pivotal step toward becoming a mage, but also determined the magical affinity each student would awaken. Awakening, as the term implies, signifies the emergence of latent powers within one's body. Little imp, I wish you the best of luck. That it would be advantageous for you to awaken a fire affinity, as this would offer you a considerable edge among your peers. Other affinities are acceptable, but in terms of combat prowess for novice mages, fire is the most formidable. The earth affinity is also commendable, and wind has its merits, said the library's overseer, the elderly Gu. Mofin merely acknowledged him with a nod, uninterested in the old man's incessant chatter. In truth, Mofin had been awake all night, and today this awakening was not merely a turning point in his destiny, but an unprecedented experience. In his former world, magic was a mere fantasy. Today, he would grasp it with sincerity. His heart raced with excitement. Mofin was in Class 8 of the first year, holding the last student number, 48. There was no escaping the fact that he had gained admission through dubious means. A lower student number typically indicated higher scores on the magical entrance exams. That it was said that such students, once they awakened a particular affinity, would progress at an accelerated rate due to their comprehensive understanding of magical knowledge. Unluckily, the top student in Class 8 was none other than his former classmate, Mu by belonged to the prestigious Mu family, seemingly a distant branch residing in the mansion. His disdain for Mofin stemmed from his position as a young master among the Mu clan, while Mofin was merely the son of a servant. Unfortunately, this fellow was of a lesser branch and could not compete with someone of Mu Ningxiu's stature, the little princess of the family. Mu Bai had long sought to curry favor with Mu Ningxiu, who paid him no heed. Mu Bai excelled in magic and was regarded as a key candidate for cultivation within the Mu family. It was rumored that if he awakened the Mu family's ice affinity, his training speed would increase exponentially, as the Mu family possessed an abundance of resources far superior to those available to ordinary individuals. Students, welcome to school. I am sure many of you have been eagerly anticipating this thrilling moment. Before we commence, I have numerous words to share with you. On the Grand Magic Playground, the 1,500 new students were neatly arranged into 20 classes, forming a breathtaking spectacle. Do you know why one becomes a mage? No matter your position among mages, never forget that our paramount mission is to explore human development and safeguard humanity. Do not forget that beyond your comfortable cities lies a world teeming with countless lurking dangers. The principal delivered a lengthy address, finally arriving at the part everyone awaited. Now, the awakening begins. I hope each of you can become the shining stars of magic in the future. As the principal's words faded, the students could scarcely contain their excitement. Who would not desire to wield the destructive power of flames, to freeze malevolence with ice, to command the winds across the skies, or to summon the earth to defend against intruders? Countless heroes from stories, videos, and films inspired their admiration and aspirations to become such mages. Today marked their inaugural step on the path to becoming mages, whether in the wilds beyond the city or wielding supreme authority in the magical metropolis. The awakening process unfolded simultaneously across all 20 classes. Mofin, designated as number 48, would be the last in his class to receive the blessing of awakening. The homeroom teacher, who also served as their magical mentor, Shui Musheng, stood at the front of the class. The awakening would occur before an audience, and when students were called, they would step forward, placing their hands upon the awakening stone before the mentor, and quietly attune to its energy. I say, having gained admission through questionable means, you won't fail your awakening, will you? I've heard that some truly incapable individuals can experience awakening failure. It would be a shame for someone like you to waste the precious energy of the awakening stone, remarked Zhao Kunsen, one of Mofin's former classmates. Zhao Kunsen was a sycophant of Mu Bai, who believed that confronting Mofin would lower his status, so he often sent Zhao Kunsen to do his bidding. The possibility of awakening failure was real, and Mofin harbored concerns about it. Strictly speaking, he was an outsider to this world. If his constitution differed from that of the inhabitants here, it would spell disaster. Mofin, don't mind that fool. Just wait until you awaken a fire affinity and show him what it means to underestimate someone, chimed in Zhang Hozi, a classmate seated beside Mofin. Mofin remained silent. In the past, he would have unleashed a torrent of insults upon Zhao Kunsen, but today he was not in the mood, partly due to genuine nerves, and partly because the black pendant around his neck had been vibrating strangely. This black pendant was a relic from the old gatekeeper, Ying, at his middle school's back entrance. Mofin suspected that this trinket was the source of the upheaval in his life, for he had worn it while napping on a mountainside behind the school. This morning, the cursed pendant had trembled incessantly, causing his hand to quiver uncontrollably. Damn it, why are you shaking? You're just a pendant. Can't you behave yourself? Mu Bai. The homeroom teacher, Shui Musheng, called out "Ah, so he is Mu Bai. Quite handsome and ranked first in his class. Indeed, indeed. I saw him earlier today. He is so charming. I wonder what affinity he will awaken. Hopefully not the water or light affinities, which are rather underwhelming in the early stages. As Mu Bai stepped forward, whispers erupted among the girls in the class, and even students from other classes cast admiring glances his way. Unfazed, Mu Bai appeared to relish the attention as he approached the teacher. Donning a humble yet confident smile, that Mu Bai, you hail from the renowned Ice Affinity family. The Mu clan, correct? The teacher inquired with a grin. Indeed, Mu Bai replied. Excellent. Should you awaken the Ice Affinity, you will undoubtedly enjoy significant advantages over your peers. But do remember, hard work is paramount. Talent alone does not dictate everything. The homeroom teacher, Shui Musheng, spoke. Mu Bai nodded slightly, but inwardly he thought, yes, talent does not determine everything, yet without talent and a solid family background, one will forever remain at the bottom of society. With the teacher's permission, Mu Bai slowly placed his hands upon the levitating awakening stone. The stone resembled a thick star compass, marked distinctly with a palm print. Despite appearing calm, Mu Bai's heart raced with anxiety as he laid his hands upon the stone. Given his lineage, the likelihood of awakening the ice element was the highest. However, there remained the possibility of some extraordinary outcome. Should he awaken the water or holy light elements, the Mu family would likely cease to regard him with the same importance. After all, they would not squander resources to cater to his needs. As he placed his right hand upon it, the awakening stone suddenly radiated with stellar brilliance, the light resembling peculiar veins that crawled up Mu Bai's right It was the first time for all the students to witness an awakening. And they all stood on tiptoe, gazing at Mu Bai. He stood there motionless, as if enlightened, his head slightly raised. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped the awakening stone, intensifying as it gradually froze the edges of the stone, forming a patch of frost. Ice element. Indeed, it is the ice element. Abruptly, someone shouted from behind, accompanied by the shrill screams of several girls. Mu Bai, upon hearing the commotion, opened his eyes in delight, just as he had hoped. It was the ice element. Having awakened the Mu family's foundational element, his acceptance by the family was assured, and the day of his rise was not far off. Dealing with someone like Mo Fan would be as effortless as squashing an ant. No, now that he had awakened the ice element, he was a legitimate disciple of the Mu family. There was no need to lower himself to the level of this insignificant fool. He would aim high. Yes, he would aim high, and who knows, perhaps there would be opportunities to cultivate alongside Mu Ningxue. Splendid, such a pure ice element. I envision that within your spiritual realm, a realm of ice stardust has already begun to manifest. Cultivate diligently, and let it flourish. The homeroom teacher, Schwem Mushing, regarded him with great approval. The ability to freeze the awakening stone at the moment of awakening indicated that this ice element power transcended the ordinary, marking him as a gifted apprentice of the ice element. This young man should achieve great things in the future. Next, Chiu Yueying. As soon as the teacher's voice faded, a girl with a hint of heroism in her demeanor stepped forward. Good, Earth Element, your stardust is off to a promising start. It seems your previous efforts are indeed paying off. Next, Su Qinglin, also an ice element, AT this moment. Mo Fan tiptoed to get a better view and noticed that during Su Qinglin's awakening, only a faint mist of frost appeared, failing to freeze the awakening stone. This clearly indicated that, despite both being ice elements, Su Qinglin's talent and cultivation were vastly inferior to Mu Bai's. Next, Lu Xiaobin. Ah, water element, exclaimed Lu Xiaobin. Oh my heavens, how could I be a water element? I should be a fire element. Instantly, the student named Lu Xiaobin began to wail, his voice carrying over 100 meters. Do not despair. It matters not which element you awaken to. As long as you reach the level of an intermediate mage, you will gain significant advantages, Schwem Mushing said, sympathy tinged in his tone, yet offering words of comfort that Lu Xiaobin had no choice but to return to his seat, dejected. In truth, the initial awakening was crucial. Had he awakened as a fire element, he would have possessed combat capabilities at the entry-level mage rank, thus gaining considerable advantages in his future training. For the water element, the initial water skill, water manipulation, offers less defensive strength than the earth element and lacks significant impact without further refinement, at least not at the entry-level mage rank. Next, Zhang Ho, standing not too far from Mo Fan. The lanky Zhang Ho turned to Mo Fan, signaling Mo Fan, I'm up, good luck. Mo Fan replied. I hope you're also a water element, Zhao Kuan sneered. Zhang Ho, resembling a slender monkey, placed his hand upon the stone, and shortly thereafter, a peculiar vortex of wind manifested above the awakening stone, causing the teacher's robe to flutter. Excellent. Wind element. Good talent. Train diligently, and do not slack off. Schwem Mushing's face revealed satisfaction as well. The homeroom teacher, Schwem Mushing, felt elated. With only a few students awakened, 2 gifted talents had already emerged in his class. If they applied themselves diligently, they could surely gain admission to prestigious universities. Of course, the greatest treasure was student number 1, Mu Bai, with his exceptional ice element talent, coupled with the backing of an ice element family. He was destined to become a pillar of society. It seemed that Class 8 this year had a chance to rank among the best. Puff! A sudden flicker of orange flame erupted from the awakening stone. This spectacle caused the entire class to widen their eyes in astonishment. Fire element! What? It's a girl, exclaimed someone. What's her name? The awakened girl became the center of attention, as the fire element was one of the most coveted among elemental types, often the first choice for all aspiring mages. Unfortunately, the fire element was rather proud, with a low likelihood of awakening. Typically, there would be no more than 3 in a class, with a probability of less than 10%. Her name is Zhou Min. I believe she is the daughter of one of our teachers. Someone murmured, she's quite pretty. I must go introduce myself. But be cautious. Zhou Min may appear gentle and obedient, yet she is quite the fierce one. After all, how else could a girl awaken the fire element? That makes sense that it seems she follows in her mother's footsteps. If Teacher Wenhua finds out, she should be quite pleased, Schwem Mushing remarked. Thank you. Teacher. Next, wind element. Next, light element. Teacher, I'm heading to the rooftop. Please don't pull me back, said the student of the light element. Next, water element. Light element student, wait for me. I'll join you on the rooftop. Next, finally, almost all the students had awakened their elements. And Mo Fan, clutching his student number 48, felt his heart racing like never before. Perhaps no one was as anxious as he was on one hand. He had only recently begun to engage with magic over the past 3 months. On the other, he was genuinely worried about the possibility of a failed awakening. Number 48, Mo Fan. It's your turn. Zhang Ho turned to encourage him. Having scraped by to get in, don't hold out too much hope. If luck favors you, perhaps you'll get a water or light element. But if you don't reach the intermediate mage level, you'll be worthless. If luck runs out, a failed awakening could leave you with nothing. Zhao Kuan sneered. Can you shut your mouth? Zhang Ho retorted angrily in Zhang Ho's heart. Mo Fan was his older brother. Although Mo Fan struggled with magic, he had found another way in the magical high school. Yet, he could not bear to see Mo Fan awaken inferiorly compared to others. The 9-year compulsory magic education served as a foundation for awakening and laid the groundwork for future cultivation, preventing students from feeling lost in their training. Without a solid foundation, one risked awakening failure and stagnation in their cultivation. Mo Fan stepped forward, traversing the crowd. That's him. He seems to have gotten in through the back door. Who is that? He looks quite handsome, a young girl asked innocently. Just a mediocre student. I used to be in the class next to his, replied another girl with a mushroom hairstyle. That I see. That means his awakening might be quite poor. Whether he succeeds in awakening is still uncertain. I say, those in the light and water elements, don't lose heart. Just wait until you see Mo Fan's awakening, and you will feel much better. This guy scored in the single digits on the exam. His foundation is utterly dreadful. His awakening is likely to fail. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Ho began to mock him loudly. I could see his words. Those from the light and water elements indeed perked up, hoping for a bizarre awakening failure that would bring them some comfort. Silence. Xuan Mushing cast a sharp glare at the provocateur Zhao Kuan-san. Meanwhile, Mu Bai's lips curled into a faint smile. What he truly desired was for Mo Fan to embarrass himself in public. That scoundrel had no right to approach the esteemed Mu Ningxue. With his own striking looks, exceptional magical talent, and relentless dedication, Mu Ningxue should naturally gravitate towards him instead. Scum. I've heard your family sold their house to support your awakening, that if you fail, perhaps you should just jump into a river and end it all. Saving your family from disgrace, Mu Bai whispered as Mo Fan passed by. Mo Fan shot a glance at Mu Bai, suppressing the urge to curse the fool, and stepped up to his teacher. Xuan Musheng. Mo Fan. Place your hand here, Xuan Musheng said in a calm tone. As the homeroom teacher, Xuan Musheng was well aware of the student's circumstances. In the magical entrance examination, Mo Fan had ranked near the bottom. It was only due to directives from above that he had been admitted to Tianlan Magic High School. According to Xuan Musheng's understanding, Mo Fan came from an ordinary family. No background, no talent, and dismal grades. Having such a student in his class was a headache, as it could easily lower the overall evaluation of the entire class. Alas, it seemed he was simply unlucky. He hoped fervently that this boy would not truly fail his awakening, or he would become the laughingstock of the entire year. Mo Fan's hand trembled incessantly, a testament to his nervousness. Steady now. Don't shake, Xuan Musheng reminded him, clutching his right hand with his left. Mo Fan finally managed to place his palm on the awakening stone. It felt icy, perhaps due to the last person's awakening being ice-related, as a chill enveloped the entire process. Wait, something feels off. Why is it starting to tingle and heat up? Close your eyes and attune to your mental world, instructed Xuan Musheng. What a troublesome student. He didn't even know the basic procedure. Mo Fan hurriedly complied. Shutting his eyes, the so-called mental world should present a void when one's eyes are closed that a typical person would find themselves imagining various scenes, like fragmented scenes from a film. Yet, when one empties their mind completely, it resembles a starless night sky, a vast emptiness. Though Mo Fan perceived nothing in this mental realm, as he placed his hand on the awakening stone, he felt a surge of electric energy. This power coursed from his palm throughout his body, and suddenly, a magnificent purple arc streaked across his void mental world, breathtaking and soul-stirring. The once empty mental landscape now shimmered faintly, and Mo Fan focused intently, soon discovering a minuscule speck of stardust amidst the void. Joy surged within him. This stardust was of paramount significance to a magician, serving as a crucial measure of a magician's prowess. Its presence in the mental realm indicated that the magician's capabilities were substantial, the larger the stardust. The higher the level of mastery within this stardust, Mo Fan discerned something glowing, a tiny fragment of purple stardust. Though it was indeed small compared to the entirety of his mental world, it simultaneously signified that his awakening was not a failure. The text clearly stated that possessing stardust in the mental realm was indicative of a successful awakening. Even if it was faint, he had succeeded. Ha ha ha. Who said I would fail my awakening? Isn't this a success? He longed to see the twisted expressions on Zhao Kuan-san and Mu Bai's faces. Wait, what color is the stardust? Not red. What a pity. I didn't awaken the fire element. Red stardust represented fire, blue for water, brown for earth, cyan for wind, and gold for light. Purple stardust represented. Oh my goodness! Suddenly, Mo Fan froze in astonishment. Purple, he had awakened to purple stardust. My heavens, someone in the adjacent class has awakened to the lightning element. Suddenly, a student shouted in excitement from the playground. What? Lightning? Where? Wow, that purple looks so cool. The homeroom teacher of class 7 must be in shock. Wah, just kill me. Why am I water? Why didn't I get lightning? No one stop me. I'm going to the rooftop. Stop joking. You 1T die. Below is a whole pile of light element corpses. The emergence of the lightning element was bound to create a sensation. If fire was the first choice for most ordinary magicians, then lightning was a divine gift, far more formidable than fire. The power of lightning granted magicians terrifying combat prowess, allowing them to face multiple adversaries even at the novice level. Teachers had tallied that over 50% of students who awakened to the lightning element eventually advanced to intermediate mage status unless they neglected their studies. The magical entrance examination had eliminated roughly 60% of magic students, leaving only 40% as awakened students. Among these awakened students, it was likely that another 60% would be eliminated, as they might not be able to cast any spells throughout their 3 years at Magic High School. Among the 1,500 new students, only one had awakened to the lightning element, underscoring the rarity of such an occurrence. In an instant, the gaze of all faculty and students converged upon the boy from Class 7, who just so happened to be clad in purple, making the purple arcs of lightning he had awakened even more striking. This confident and aloof young man suddenly became the center of attention, igniting a fervor throughout the school. What's all this noise? Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes, his face radiating joy. However, upon opening his eyes, he found that the teacher who had been observing him was now gazing enthralled at the adjacent class. Turning around, he saw that all his classmates were also fixated on the neighboring class. What is going on? What are you all looking at? Soon he realized the issue. It turned out that a lightning element had awakened in the neighboring class. And at the very moment of his awakening, the eyes of the entire school had turned to the one who had awakened just before him. Mo Fan gazed in dismay at the purple arcs dancing atop the awakening stone, wishing he could slap his homeroom teacher and declare, "Why envy the neighboring class? I too am a dazzling lightning element." Just as Mo Fan was about to speak, the awakening stone, which should have concluded, emitted another burst of starlight, converging towards Mo Fan's palm like a flowing vein. Mo Fan was taken aback. Hadn't the awakening ended? Why was the awakening stone activating again? He attempted to withdraw his hand, but the surge of magical energy had already traveled from his palm throughout his body. It was a fiery heat, a blazing energy. Mo Fan was at a loss for what was happening. Yet a force compelled him to re-enter his mental world, sensing the intrusion of this second power. In the void of his mental realm, the purple stardust continued to shine faintly within its designated area, seemingly yearning for something to enhance its brilliance. This was Mo Fan's lightning element stardust, the power he had awakened moments ago, but another awakening force, like the previous lightning element, pierced through his mental world, tracing a breathtaking arc of flames that resembled a burning meteor, sending tremors through Mo Fan. This was a red stardust that had appeared in his mental realm. Initially puzzled, Mo Fan soon fell into a frenzy of joy. Fire element. He had awakened to the fire element as well. He had achieved dual element awakening. It was known that at the novice level, all students could only awaken to one element. It was exceedingly rare to be born with dual elements, far rarer than the 1 in 1,000 chance of lightning. My heavens! Mo Fan felt as though he had been struck senseless with happiness. The emergence of the lightning element had already sent him into a state of euphoria, and now with the fire element's appearance, forming a natural dual element status, he was on the verge of tears. Having studied magical knowledge, Mo Fan understood that possessing an additional element meant starting ahead of others. The cultivation of each element was independent. It was akin to an online game where everyone in the server could only create one character, grinding through struggles to level up, while he had the advantage of two characters, and to top it off, those two could merge into one, exponentially increasing his combat power. This was simply exhilarating. The illustrious Lousy was born with a dual affinity, one a breathtakingly powerful lightning element, the other a ferocious fire element. Let us see who dares to stand in my way. The humiliation of witnessing my father's cell houses dissipated in an instant, and Mo Fan was acutely aware that if he dedicated himself to diligent training and hard work, mastering both elements would elevate him above his peers in the realm of magic. What of the centuries-old Mu family, or the illustrious Ice Clan? Can they rival the prowess of a naturally gifted dual-element mage like myself? Alas, how unfortunate that this student was not placed in my class, but instead fell into the hands of Zhang Jingguo, who has now struck gold. The homeroom teacher, Xue Musheng, wore an expression brimming with envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, seated at the front, Mu Bai's initial surprise quickly morphed into a shadowy scorn. The lightning element is indeed impressive, but without proper cultivation, it is merely a sign of incompetence, given the vast population of China. The emergence of a few powerful elements is hardly astonishing. It is not as if he possesses the extraordinary talent of a dual-element mage. Just wait until I crush you beneath my heel for daring to steal my spotlight. Oh, I almost forgot to check what element this Mo Fan possesses. After awakening for so long, he must have failed, right? Wow. He is also a fire element. Incredible. Our class has gained yet another fire element mage. Who claimed he would fail his awakening? To think he awakened as a fire element, how enviable. As the commotion surrounding the emergence of the lightning element gradually subsided, everyone finally recognized Mo Fan's awakened element. A girl named Zhou Min, who had previously awakened the fire element, appeared somewhat surprised, casting a lingering glance at Mo Fan and noticing that flames indeed flickered from his awakening stone, even more vibrant than her own. Class 8 has produced yet another fire element mage. Although it is not as rare as the lightning element, the fire element is still formidable. Xue Musheng stared blankly at this student before him. The appearance of the lightning element had nearly made him forget about this problematic student, whom he initially thought would fail to awaken his astonishment. Not only did Mo Fan succeed, but he also awakened the exceptional fire element. This truly is a stroke of fortune. Moreover, judging by the intensity of these flames, it seems his talent surpasses Zhou Min's. Xue Musheng never anticipated that the student he thought would hinder the class would instead bring him pride. Excellent, very excellent. What is your name? Mo Fan, right? Xue Musheng's eyes crinkled with delight. Yes. Mo Fan nodded. He had assumed someone would notice his awakening of the lightning element. However, when he glanced around, he was surprised to find that no one seemed to have paid attention to his previous lightning awakening. It was likely that the revelation of the lightning element in the adjacent class was simply too shocking, or perhaps his lightning powers were too feeble. The initial strength of an awakening does have an impact, but it is not decisive. Even if one begins with a weaker element, it can be compensated for through dedicated training. Fire element students, yes, you must strive to improve. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your teacher. Xue Musheng said, patting Mo Fan's shoulder with a sense of gratification. Mo Fan was still reveling in his joy. Yet he did not allow himself to become overly conceited. A typical youth might have been eager to flaunt his newly awakened lightning element. Demonstrating his superiority over the lightning element individual, Mo Fan refrained from such displays. After all, fate can be cruel, and he knew that the Mu family harbored significant animosity towards him. Should he reveal his dual-element prowess, he would either be forced to submit or face elimination. While he possessed extraordinary talents, he remained too vulnerable. It would be wiser to bide his time until he grew more powerful before flaunting his abilities. Turning to observe Mu Bai and Zhao Kuan-san's reactions, it was evident that their faces were contorted with disbelief. What a stroke of luck this boy had, not only successfully awakening, but also as a fire element. Mu Bai appeared composed, but internally his thoughts were laced with curses. What the hell? How is this possible? Zhao Kuan-san, the sycophant of the wind element, was left dumbfounded. Haha, I told you Mo Fan is extraordinary. A fire element, fantastic. You, Zhao Kuan-san, are insignificant in comparison. Zhao Kuan-san's face was filled with rage. In a competition between the wind and fire elements, the wind element would certainly suffer. Imo Fan turned with an air of nonchalance. Bathed in sunlight, his steps as if a carpet unfurled beneath him, eliciting squeals from the girls on either side, an embodiment of triumph. As he passed by Mu Bai, he subtly raised his middle finger. The gesture executed so seamlessly that it appeared merely as a casual greeting that Mu Bai felt as though he had been struck by a barrage of mocking barbs, his chest tightening with frustration. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to maintain his composure. He must uphold his image. He could not stoop to the level of this insignificant boy. He was a half-scion of the Mu family. While this fellow was merely the son of a menial worker, the fact that this waste had successfully awakened, and even more so, as a fire element with significant early advantages, was infuriating. The rare lightning element in the adjacent class had completely overshadowed his ancestral ice element. Damn it! Returning to his seat, Imo Fan sensed the markedly different gazes of his classmates, a fire element. Indeed, it would be prudent to avoid provoking this individual. No. Instead, he should cultivate a good relationship as a light element mage. I will need the backing of the fire element leader to navigate school life. What was his name again? Imo Fan. Was it? Whispers circulated among his classmates, reaching Imo Fan's ears, invigorating him as he cast a glance at Mu Bai, who was visibly irritated. Imo Fan had long recognized Mu Bai's true nature, perpetually feigning innocence. The forced nonchalance on his face spoke volumes of his inner turmoil. Green tea boy, just how infuriated will you be when you discover that I, Imo Fan, also possess the lightning element? As summer transitioned into autumn, leaves swirled in the wind, drifting onto the campus playground. Beside the playground, a dense canopy of greenery provided shade as the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, creating a unique stage resembling an autumnal dance. For Imo Fan, time flew swiftly. It had already been 2 months since his awakening. During this time, he had engaged in a singular pursuit, meditative practice beneath this tree. On the first day of class, homeroom teacher Shui Mushing imparted a crucial lesson to all magic students. The release of magic. The process of releasing magic consisted of 3 straightforward steps. First, meditation. Second, control. Third, release. Meditation, as the name suggests, entails concentrating one's thoughts. While the eyes are closed, the mind continues to conjure various images. However, when one strives for a state of complete emptiness, free from distraction, the mind can achieve a void. Upon awakening, a mage's void will manifest corresponding stardust of their element. In other words, if Imo Fan closes his eyes and allows his mind to reach a state of emptiness akin to a dark universe, the stardust of both lightning and fire will materialize within that void. The stardust of the lightning element appears purple, resembling a swirl of cosmic dust suspended in the air, both beautiful and captivating. Within the lightning stardust, 7 stars dance about in a chaotic manner, akin to 7 unruly children bursting with energy. For any awakened magic student, simply achieving the appearance of stardust in the void and witnessing the lively, glowing stars within is a sign of successful meditation. Hence, this first step is truly simple. Throughout the past 2 months, the assigned homework for all magic students revolved solely around this practice. Meditation would commence after dinner and continue until exhaustion set in, leading to sleep. The next day, after attending classes, meditation would resume until fatigue overtook him once more. Imo Fan did not slack off. He adhered to this regimen for a full 2 months, even dedicating his weekends to meditation. Many times, he questioned why the teachers assigned such a seemingly simple task for an extended duration. Perhaps it was time for me to attempt control? Imo Fan felt that he had become quite adept at entering a state of meditation and thus wished to embark on the next step. The second phase of magic release was remarkably straightforward. Upon entering meditation, he would perceive stardust, within which danced 7 lively and exuberant stars, darting about in a seemingly chaotic manner. The act of control involved employing one's mental focus to command these stars, urging them to settle down obediently in designated positions, thereby forming a celestial trajectory. Once the trajectory was established, the magical energy would be transmitted through this arc into the magician's body, transforming it into genuine magic ready for release. Those stars moved with astonishing speed. Evading him with ease, Mo Fan began to attempt communication with the stars, concentrating his thoughts on controlling one particularly exuberant star, endeavoring to persuade it to remain still. Whoosh! That star, aloof and indifferent, ignored Mo Fan entirely, much like a little girl encountering a strange uncle, fleeing at lightning speed. How haughty! He sighed and decided to try another one. Mo Fan then initiated communication with a different lightning star. Come here, little one. Daddy's here, be good. Whoosh! The second star, as if encountering an escapee from a mental institution, bolted away at breakneck speed. Mo Fan tried several other stars, to no avail. None of them regarded him with any seriousness. A few even seemed to quicken their pace upon sensing his mental influence, as though they were fleeing from an unseen predator. As the stars spun and raced, the magical force could not be transmitted. It was akin to an electrical wire. The energy resided within the stardust, and to release it, one must align the stars in a sequence, allowing the energy to flow into the magician's body. Regrettably, none of these lightning stars were compliant. It was best not to engage them at all. The moment he attempted to communicate, they dashed away as if they had consumed an exorbitant amount of energy, making it impossible to halt their frenetic movement. How was he to manage this? When would he ever master the skill of Thunder Seal? Mo Fan felt a wave of frustration. The primary skill of the Thunder element was precisely the Thunder Seal. This ability was arguably the most practical among all introductory magical skills. Mastering it and wielding it with proficiency would essentially grant one exceptional combat prowess. Alas, acquiring such skills was no simple feat. The activity level of the lightning stars was exceedingly high, and persuading them to halt was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Presently, he struggled to control even one star. To simultaneously manage all seven was an arduous journey indeed. It became evident that studying and learning magic was not something that could be resolved within a day, as the weather grew cooler. Thick down jackets replaced the girls' short skirts and stockings, and before he knew it, the season had arrived when the southern region, devoid of heating, turned one into a shivering wreck. If only I had summoned a fire elemental princess first. Perhaps this winter would be a tad more bearable, Mo Fan muttered, vexed, while practicing control on the rooftop early in the morning. After more than a month of relentless practice, Mo Fan had managed to control 4 stars. This process of star control resembled an advanced version of a domino setup in essence, one had to carefully place 4 dominoes in a single breath, ensuring not a single tremor disturbed them for it to be considered a small victory. Should even one star go awry, the entire endeavor would have to start anew. The stars required one to first lock onto one star, commanding it to remain still, a process that demanded utmost concentration. Even if faced with mental resistance from the star that caused a throbbing pain in his head, one had to grit their teeth and maintain focus, never allowing their concentration to waver. Only through sheer determination and unwavering focus could one compel the more tempestuous lightning stars to comply and hover obediently in place. After commanding one star to obey, one must then allocate additional mental energy to perform the same task with a second unruly star, ensuring it too remained under control. Should one inadvertently divert excessive focus to the second star, neglecting the first, the previously compliant star would instantly flee, taking along the second star, rendering all previous efforts futile. The instructors had often warned that this phase of star control was exceedingly challenging. The difficulty lay not only in the complexity of manipulation, but also in the necessity for the magician to possess sufficient mental energy to sustain it. With Mo Fan's daily practice, a single failure in control would leave him feeling mentally drained, and after 2 hours of intensive practice, he would find himself teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Experiencing tinnitus, blurred vision, and a chaotic mind, at this juncture, he could no longer meditate or maintain control. Simply put, practicing control was incredibly taxing. A single session could deplete one's energy reserves in 2 hours. Controlling 4 stars was one challenge, but managing 5 simultaneously heightened the difficulty considerably. I wonder if I can master all 7 of these little rascals before the semester concludes, Mo Fan pondered. He recalled that the monkey had mentioned he could only practice control for 1 hour a week, and exceeding 5 minutes would lead to his breakdown. Could it be that my ability to practice for 2 hours stems from awakening dual elements? Fan mused aloud. If the energy expenditure for controlling one star was indeed uniform, did that imply that his mental capacity was double that of the monkey and his peers? Each magical student possessed a finite amount of mental energy, and with each attempt to control a star, they incurred a mental toll that it appeared that most students could only manage to practice control for 1 hour at their current mental capacity. With an extra hour of practice at his disposal, coupled with Fan's diligent efforts, his progress had significantly outstripped that of his classmates, even the most outstanding student in the class. Mage was said to have only managed to control 3 stars. With 7 stars needed for success, Fan had already controlled 4 and was poised to break through to 5 within the week. Clearly, awakening dual elements had bestowed upon him not only the ability to wield dual powers, but also an extended practice duration compared to others. This presented a splendid advantage. The prospect of ascending to the pinnacle of his life and marrying a wealthy beauty seemed just within reach. Classes commenced promptly at 8 o'clock, the first lesson being about demons, taught by the homeroom teacher from the adjacent class, Zhang Jingguo to Fan. Why are you late again? Can't you adopt a more serious attitude? Your innate talent is already inferior to that of most classmates, and your foundation is particularly lacking. Yet you study with such negligence. Look at our classmate Zhao Ting. He possesses innate talent in the lightning element, is exceptionally intelligent, and has a solid foundation. His approach to learning magic is commendable. He can already control for lightning stars. And what about you? I've heard that you still cannot control your fire element stars. Your awakening of the fire element has been a waste. Upon seeing Fan arrive late, Zhang Jingguo immediately launched into a scathing reprimand. Fan could not help but roll his eyes. Zhang Jingguo was relentless, bringing up that lightning student in nearly every class. That so-called Zhao Ting was the very boy who awakened the lightning element during the opening ceremony, a constant source of pride for Zhang Jingguo. Had that guy truly managed to control 4 stars? Fan scoffed inwardly. He had already controlled 6 and was just a step away from success. He said nothing, merely sauntering to his seat with a leisurely demeanor. All right, everyone, please open your books on demons. Today, I will continue discussing the more commonly encountered demons that is well known. Demons are predominantly found outside the cities inhabited by humans, exhibiting absolute aggression towards humanity. They wander about, engaging in fierce battles. So, what should a magician do when confronted by a one-eyed demon wolf in the wilderness? Zhang Jingguo began to regale the class with his vibrant lecture. The one-eyed demon wolf, a creature dwelling in the wilds closest to human cities. Fan had only glimpsed its ferocious appearance through bookmarks and videos. Ordinary people could not contend with such beings. Only magicians stood a chance and battled out of course. For this group of magical students who had yet to unleash any skills, encountering a one-eyed demon wolf would be nothing short of a bloody massacre. The one-eyed demon wolf was a focal point of the demon course, and Zhang Jingguo had dedicated an entire week to expounding on this creature, much to Fan's annoyance. Presently, thanks to his unique dual-time training, he had controlled 6 lightning stars and could easily align them into a celestial trajectory with absolute focus. The challenge lay in the 7th star, which proved particularly obstinate, akin to a chaste maiden, unresponsive to gentle coaxing and resistant to force. This was exceedingly vexing. Brother Fan, how is your progress with the fire element training? Zhang Ho inquired eagerly as Fan settled into his seat. Same as always, Fan casually responded, fire element, just as Zhang Jingguo had mentioned. Fan still could not control any fire-type star at IT was an unavoidable circumstance, as he had devoted all his energy this semester to mastering the thunder element. In a way, it seems your foundation truly affects your cultivation. I heard that Mage has already managed to control 4 ice-type stars. If he works hard over the winter break, he might even be able to release the ice-type beginner skill ice vine next semester. Zhang Ho remarked that I know, Fan replied. Brother, why are you so unconcerned? I must tell you, he and his sycophant Zhao Cohen have been plotting how to give you a hard time, but it's fine. Let them come. Fan thought, his mind solely preoccupied with how to control the seventh star, dismissing all other matters as mere background noise. Sigh, just be careful. This semester is almost over, and next semester, you must exert more effort. Fan good. If you fail to complete the magical release assessment at the end of next semester, the principal might find all sorts of excuses to expel you. The semester swiftly approached its conclusion, and Mo Fan vaguely sensed that the seventh star was beginning to respond to his sincerity. Damn it, cultivating is even harder than serving a goddess, he complained, walking out of the school. Throughout the entire semester, Mo Fan had hardly stepped outside the school gates, dedicating 2 hours daily to controlling practice, followed by 10 hours of meditation, and then attending classes, eating, and sleeping, never skipping a day. Nonetheless, the semester had indeed concluded. After receiving their winter holiday assignments, the students returned to their respective homes. As Mo Fan exited the school gates, he instinctively sought to board a bus home, but upon realizing the situation, he felt utterly lost. He had almost forgotten that his father had sold their house, leaving him essentially homeless. With his father, Mo Jiaxing, likely still driving, Mo Fan contemplated visiting his aunt to see Exencia. After all, it had been nearly half a year since he last saw her, and he was curious about how she had been faring with his aunt. I might as well go directly to her school and pick her up, he decided. Boarding the bus, Mo Fan idly began to practice controlling the seventh star, hoping it would yield to his will. Different elemental stars exhibited varying temperaments. Some were relatively easy to coax, requiring only a few nights of flattery, while others were exceedingly irritable and difficult to approach, potentially leading to a backlash that could inflict severe mental strain. The seventh star, which Mo Fan struggled to control, belonged to the volatile category, quick to unleash its fury, akin to an uncooperative diva. Fortunately, their relationship had recently shown significant improvement, with the tempestuous star gradually displaying a willingness to comply. Otherwise, Mo Fan would have been in tears, having spent nearly an entire month on this elusive star. Come on, line up and count off. Mo Fan calmed himself, fully concentrating on attempting to control all 7 stars simultaneously once more. The first star, accustomed to his daily attentions, obediently halted its movements at his command, positioning itself at the center of the stardust. The second star, somewhat obstinate, reluctantly followed suit, aligning alongside the first. Subsequently, the third, fourth, and fifth stars joined the formation, while the sixth star eagerly scampered into position. Yoshi, just one more to go. Mo Fan focused intently, directing all his mental energy toward the seventh star. The seventh star, racing through the stardust, gradually slowed upon hearing Mo Fan's call, returning to its orbit with a hint of impatience and displeasure. God boy, God boy! Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement as he perceived the seventh star's inclination to submit. If the first 6 stars were akin to obedient dogs, the seventh star resembled a cat, exuding an air of aloofness and annoyance that if you want me to remain still, I suppose I can begrudgingly comply. Slowly, the seventh star finally stilled, joining the formation of the other S-I-X-I in that instant. A stunningly beautiful star trail emerged within the radiant stardust, displaying a vibrant purple energy, as if the first star had drawn out a long, magnificent purple tail that soared past the others. The star trail is formed. The magic is manifest. Sitting at the back of the bus, clad in a black shirt, Mo Fan suddenly found himself enveloped in a swirling arc of energy. The purple star trail flashed by, bestowing upon him an indescribable power. Thundermark is indeed the Thundermark. Mo Fan's heart soared with joy, unable to restrain a jubilant laugh. Zizi, his right hand felt as though a serpent was coiling around his arm, as the purple power of the Thundermark charged into his palm. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash a torrent of lightning upon the center of the bus. My heavens! A mage, and a thunder mage at that. I feel electrified all over. Gasps erupted within the bus as passengers, including an elderly woman who had just finished shopping, a man returning home from exercising, a girl engrossed in her phone, and a lecherous man leering at her, stared in astonishment at Mo Fan in the back. Great mage, I want T dare again. I want T dare again. Please spare me. I was blind to your power. Suddenly, the lecherous middle-aged man, terrified, fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming as he pleaded for mercy. The middle-aged lecher assumed that Mo Fan, as a young mage, had been incensed by his inappropriate behavior, thus unleashing his thunderous powers. The sheer force of that power left everyone in the bus feeling electrified. Particularly, the lecher's hand had gone numb with almost no sensation left. "I'll spare your life this time. But if I see you again, I'll break your hand." Mo Fan rose suddenly, glaring down at the lecher with an imposing presence that, "Why yes, I absolutely won dare again." With that, the lecher scrambled off the bus as the driver halted the vehicle. The surrounding elderly passengers immediately expressed their approval, while several clearly younger students gazed at Mo Fan with admiration. "Mommy, my brother is so amazing. Can I be as powerful as him when I grow up?" A young child around 7 or 8 years old tugged at his mother's skirt, asking timidly. Becoming a mage is not something just anyone can achieve, especially not a thunder mage. That Mo Fan realized that his display of magic had stirred quite a commotion in the bus, and eager to avoid trouble, he hurriedly exited. Once on the roadside, Mo Fan's excitement remained unabated. "Wow, that was incredibly cool." Reflecting on the sensation of the thunder mark coiling around his arm, and the terrifying power he could unleash with a mere gesture, he felt exhilarated as if in a dream. Is this what magic is? This is magic. His heart raced with exhilaration, even though he hadn't actually released the thunder mark. Yet, he could feel the power of thunder surging within him, something he could wield at will, granting him strength he had never imagined. The respect from all the passengers, the sight of the lecher kneeling in fear, and the magical sensation of the thunder coiling around his arm. It was an unprecedented thrill and an astounding experience. "Haha, I've mastered the thunder mark in just 1 semester. Now let's see who can stand in my way. Mu Bai, Zhao Ting, all of you will have to grovel before me." In a mere semester, Mo Fan had gained mastery over the thunder mark. In reality, the school allotted students a full year for this achievement. From the beginning of the semester to its conclusion, Mo Fan had accomplished this in just 5 months, a speed that, if revealed, would undoubtedly leave his classmates and teachers utterly astounded. Not long ago, it seemed that the esteemed teacher Zhang Jingguo was boasting about his prodigious student Huang Mingkai, who has already mastered the control of 4 stars, and Mu Bai, who is likewise at 4 stars. "Haha, I've already unleashed the Thunder Seal. How can you, Mu Bai, this green tea boy, dare to challenge me? This Thunder Seal, merely resting on my arm, allows me to feel the surge of thunderous power yearning to be unleashed. I can only imagine the spectacle of its full release. Just the thought of it sends a thrill coursing through me. Taking a deep breath, I remind myself to remain composed. I cannot appear foolishly exuberant in public. I am now an extraordinary mage." Mo Fan truly wished to use the Thunder Seal once more, yet after its completion, he felt a disconcerting emptiness and dizziness within his body. This must be what the teacher referred to as mental energy depletion. He mused. Generally speaking, while practicing control, Mo Fan could maintain his focus for 2 hours before feeling fatigued. Earlier, he had only practiced for about 20 minutes on the bus, yet the moment he completed the Thunder Seal, it felt as though his abundant mental energy had been entirely drained. Mo Fan was able to rationalize this. During practice, as long as it did not form a complete star orbit, his mana consumption remained minimal. However, if he did complete the star orbit, channeling the celestial power into his body to achieve the true effects of magic would deplete nearly half of his mana reserves. Having never been a mage before, he had played games like Legend and League of Legends, which operated on a similar principle in high spirits. Humming Little Apple, Mo Fan made his way to the Rune Academy, an all-girls private school known for gathering the most vibrant and fashionable young ladies in the entire city of Xia. Unlike other schools, there was no dreary focus on magical theory or a horde of bookish students obsessed solely with examinations. These girls, often from families with magical legacies, possessed knowledge far beyond that of those emerging from the 9-year compulsory magical education. Frequently adorning themselves with magical accessories that enhance their mental prowess, in contrast to these second-generation magic users, Mo Fan, a mere novice, had to ascend step by step. The surrounding pathways were crowded with luxury vehicles. As it was peak dismissal time, Mo Fan was well aware of Xianxia's temperament. She would avoid the ostentatious cars flaunted by her peers and instead take the alleyway that belonged solely to her. Inhaling the delicate fragrance of the small bamboo plants grown by the residents along the windowsills, Fan sidestepped the main entrance, intending to ambush his neighbor, the delightful girl Xia. In the alleyway, few people traversed this narrow path, and Fan passed through someone else's yard, stepping into the familiar lane. The world had changed, yet this familiar city remained unchanged. The bamboo had survived the winter. Still placed by the windows of the residence, one could only assume that Xia had not changed either. Standing in the center of the alley, leaning against the wall like a mischievous child waiting to extort pocket change from passers-by, he occasionally glanced toward the entrance, contemplating the surprise he wished to spring upon the approaching girl. However, to his dismay, the enchanting figure did not appear. Why is she taking so long? Fan thought, feeling the pose he had struck becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Closing his eyes momentarily, he instinctively sought to enter a meditative state. Suddenly, he perceived a cacophony of sounds emanating from the direction leading to the small hill. Sounds that would typically be muffled by the high walls of the alley, yet inexplicably reached his ears. Could it be that the side effect of meditation enhanced his perception? Curiosity piqued. Fan walked toward the hill. Upon exiting the alley, he was met with a clear view of the hill, roughly a kilometer away. With the old house he had recently sold at its foot, at the hill's base lay a small lawn, arranged like a quaint park, featuring a wooden swing entwined with winter vines near the windward side. The swing hung motionless, devoid of any sway, that a girl with cascading black hair sat upon it. Her hair tousled by the winter breeze, revealing a delicate and fair profile, adorned with long eyelashes, a finely sculpted nose, and luscious, rosy lips. She gazed ahead, serene and tranquil, as if she had become one with the wintry tableau of the swing. Blooming like a solitary lotus, graceful yet poignant, exuding her unique aura and fragrance, Fan's steps halted abruptly. He found himself inexplicably drawn to observe her in silence. The sight of her sitting quietly in her own world filling him with warmth that flowed to the depths of his heart, causing an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Yet, after a moment, he sensed something was amiss. His brow furrowed in concern as he hurried toward the elegant girl on the swing. She, too, sensed his approach. Upon recognizing Fan's face, she displayed no surprise, merely offering a gentle smile, as though she had anticipated his arrival and was merely awaiting him. Fan Gidge, the girl sweetly called. Once again, that insufferable creature. Right? Fan approached, a hint of anger simmering beneath the surface. Xia remained silent. Today, I shall deal with them severely. Those scoundrels. Fan's ire surged as he cast his gaze toward the stairs on the hill. There were many of them. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Xia shook her head, hoping to dissuade Fan from acting rashly. It cannot end like this. I will not let these scoundrels off lightly. Fan chose not to elaborate further, resolutely ascending the steps. Xia, seated on the swing, reached out to stop him, but Fan had already stormed up the hill in a fury. Xia understood Fan's temperament. She had witnessed him engage in numerous brawls with local ruffians due to her own issues, returning each time with injuries from facing multiple opponents. This was something she dreaded. The troublemakers this time were not mere local thugs. They appeared to be dropouts who had been hanging around the area for some time, known as the Qingxiong Gang, who specialized in bullying the wealthy young ladies nearby, targeting anyone who caught their disdain. Currently, they had at least 5 members, 2 of whom were significantly larger than Fan, that if he confronted them, he would undoubtedly end up battered and bruised. The hilltop pavilion, one young man, cigarette in mouth, and holding playing cards, remarked, "Hey Su Bing, don't you think this is rather undignified?" Undignified. This is my 16th heartfelt confession to her, asking her to be my girlfriend. What is wrong with me playing cards here while giving her some time to think? Su Bing replied, sporting a prominent blue tattoo around his neck, accentuated by a short jacket, making him appear quite intimidating. Exactly. If she wants to reject me, she can just walk away. Another young man in ripped jeans chimed in. Damn, your luck is unbelievable. Let us play a few more rounds until dark. We'll see if that girl doesn't panic. Su Bing narrowed his eyes, reveling in the thrill of his domineering persona. When it comes to women, being a bit forceful is necessary. They're naturally shy if you don't assert yourself. nothing gets accomplished. That Xia is becoming more enchanting by the day. She's captivating. By the way, I remember the girl has a brother. He is quite bothersome, the young man in jeans stated. That weakling? He is nothing more than a human punching bag, easily dealt with, Su Bing scoffed. Indeed, I used to handle him alone. Now that I've built some muscle, I can take him down effortlessly. Speaking of which, Su Bing, don't you think you're aiming a bit high? She is pretty. But whether she is worth the trouble is another matter. Su Bing cast a fierce glare at the group of individuals before him, just as he was feeling displeased with their lack of taste. He looked up and spotted a youth clad in a black shirt, radiating an icy demeanor as he approached the pavilion. Huh, this fellow looks somewhat familiar. Goodness, just as I mention him, here he comes. Isn't this the brother of that girl next door? Well, I've longed to deal with you, the persistent hindrance in my pursuit of romance, that I never expected you to come to me willingly. Just perfect. My brothers are all here today. Let's give you a taste of what it feels like to be surrounded and beaten, so you think twice before trying to stand out again. Brothers, grab your weapons. Su Bing abruptly stood up, locking eyes with Mo Fan's cold gaze. The young man in denim, the cigarette-smoking youth, the cap-wearing guy, and the one in the down jacket instantly rose to their feet. Glancing around. Bro, we didn't bring anything, the cigarette-smoking youth whispered to Su Bing. Damn it, do we need weapons to deal with this little brat? Beat him to a pulp. Zhao Kuan and his brothers have already instructed us. If we leave him crippled, it's on him. Su Bing slapped the mouthy little brother on the forehead, his anger palpable. The cigarette-smoking youth looked aggrieved, realizing that Su Bing's earlier mention of weapons was merely a figure of speech. Since Zhao Kuan and his brothers have given the order, aha! The man in the down jacket swiftly removed his outerwear, revealing a white tank top, his exaggerated muscles bulging. Mo Fan regarded the 5 so-called members of the Green Bear Gang with disdain, akin to observing vermin. Let me put it this way. For someone like your sister, it's a blessing for her to catch my EYED. Oh, you think everyone is as tolerant as I am. Not minding that she is disabled. For such a person, what is the point of pretending to be a saint? If someone wants her, they better start burning money and praying. Su Bing pointed at Mo Fan, his true nature laid bare. Over the years, Su Bing's patience had long been exhausted. Just look at him. He has looks and power. In this vast district, he is a person of significance. Ever since Yi Xinxia followed him, she has been living the good life, with little brothers at her beck and call. Just don't be so ungrateful. Now, if you obediently call me brother-in-law, we'll let you off easy for the sake of family ties. Just give Zhao Kuan and Mu by a satisfactory explanation that if you continue to be stubborn, we'll break your legs, and you can accompany her in a wheelchair, the muscular man in the white tank top declared. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt his chest heaving violently. He glanced at the pavilion, where a solitary wheelchair sat in the center, surrounded by scattered playing cards. Originally, upon witnessing these scoundrels using Yi Xinxia's wheelchair as a makeshift table, he had been filled with rage. Now, hearing Su Bing's deeply insulting words, Mo Fan felt as if his chest might explode. A disabled person? A disabled person? I, Mo Fan, have sworn a deadly oath. Whoever dares to speak another word against Yi Xinxia will surely regret being born into this world. Stop wasting time with this brat. Just beat him up. I can handle this myself. My brothers can just watch. The muscular man in the white tank began to crack his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Mo Fan simply stared at them, his eyes frosty to the extreme. What these street thugs failed to notice was the flash of purple lightning reflected in his pupils, a starry trajectory infused with immense thunderous energy, transforming under Mo Fan's burgeoning fury into a volcano on the verge of eruption. Do you truly think I am still the Mo Fan you could trample upon at will? A restless power surged through the air around Mo Fan, resembling fully armed soldiers awaiting the command of their general. Just right. Let you beasts feel the taste of thunder, with a roar from his throat. In that moment, 7 stars aligned, transforming into a celestial trajectory, channeling the entirety of the thunderous essence from the starry dust into Mo Fan's right arm. Z. A stunning arc of lightning flickered around Mo Fan, akin to a serpent darting through the in the next moment. The agitated lightning elements coalesced violently around his right arm, emitting a piercing shriek. My heavens! What is this? Why does it sound like he being electrocuted? This kid, heavens, he a mage. Su Bing, being the most worldly wise among the group, immediately recognized the gravity of the term mage. They were indeed a notorious gang in this district, but even the toughest thugs were mere shadows in the presence of a true mage. How could he possibly be a mage? The five of them were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. For them, being able to strike a tree and leave an imprint was the pinnacle of toughness. They had never witnessed a living person enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity, creating an aura of a high-voltage zone, with invisible power causing their bodies to tingle. Thunderous power, Thunder Seal. With the completion of the ritual, Mo Fan had genuinely executed the primary level skill. Thunder Seal. He lifted his arm, palm facing upward. All the arcs of lightning dancing in the surrounding air emitted a sharp sound, reminiscent of a battalion of elementals clad in purple armor, drawing their weapons at the command. Annihilate them! With wrath surging within him, Mo Fan instinctively commanded the lightning energy that obeyed his will. He clenched his fist. The arcs of electricity erupted, surging wildly towards the area where Su Bing and the muscular man stood. The arcs fell from above, each strike slamming down like a colossal whip, battering Su Bing and the muscular man into the ground, leaving behind snake-like imprints. ZZZ. Su Bing and the muscular man were knocked flat on the ground. Their earlier bravado shattered as the Thunder Seal struck, leaving their backs lacerated and charred. They wanted to scream, but even a cry of agony escaped them as the power of the Thunder Seal coiled around them like serpents, each movement sending them into violent spasms. Thud! Overwhelmed by the devilish force, the cigarette-smoking youth collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The denim-clad thug stood frozen, rendered as motionless as a statue. The one wearing the cap, though he remained standing and had not been struck by the Thunder Seal, found his jeans soaked through, water dripping into his shoes. In the pavilion, the purple, incredible energy vanished in a flash of dazzling brilliance. The air was thick with the scent of burning. Surrounding plants bore charred marks. On the ground lay two individuals, still convulsing violently, their state a far cry from the earlier arrogance of the district's domineering bullies. The other three were petrified. Big Brother Mo Fan, for the sake of us growing up in the same district, please spare us our lives. We will never dare again. The cigarette-smoking youth was so terrified he could hardly think straight. Perceiving this 16-year-old youth as more fearsome than the devil in his nightmares. You are a distinguished mage, so please don't lower yourself to our level that I beg you. Do not strike us. The denim-clad man stammered. Looking at Su Bing and the muscular man's state was utterly terrifying. The fury that accompanied the complete release of the Thunder Seal gradually subsided within Mo Fan's heart. He glanced at the wretchedly pathetic Su Bing and the muscular man, then at the three others who were utterly stunned. Let us take them to the hospital. Mo Fan's anger had dissipated. In truth, even Mo Fan had not anticipated the sheer power of the primary level skill, Thunder Seal, to be so immense. This should have been his first true and complete release, had he mastered it more thoroughly. Maintained better control, and not hesitated in releasing his power, he could have easily killed all five of them standing together with that one Thunder Seal. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Otherwise, things would have escalated dramatically. Yes, we're leaving now. We're leaving. The denim-clad man felt as though he had been reborn upon witnessing the young mage's fury dissipate. The other two dared not linger, hurriedly helping the two incapacitated individuals on the ground. However, as soon as they touched them, the residual electricity jolted into their arms, causing them to tremble in fear. Call an ambulance. You can handle the medical bills yourselves, Mo Fan said coldly. This is what it means to. Mo Fan's anger had dissipated, yet an undeniable fervor still surged within his heart. However, he was now embodying the demeanor of a reaper. How could he allow himself to exhibit such unrestrained joy in front of these foolish individuals? As he stepped into the pavilion, Mo Fan swept the cards off the wheelchair cushion and hoisted the wheelchair, making his way down the steps. The three men continued to regard Mo Fan with lingering trepidation. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply. The trio hastily retreated in alarm. Right, if anyone inquires, just say it was their own clandestine power theft. As for my identity as a mage, should you dare to spread that word, I will ensure you remain silent for eternity. After all, I have heard that the police seldom trouble mages who accidentally kill, especially those societal scum who provoke them. Mo Fan recalled something and turned back to admonish the trio. They nodded vigorously, obedient to the core. Regarding Zhao Kun and Mu Bai, I trust your intellect is sufficient to navigate such conversations. Mo Fan strode away with an air of nonchalance that we didn't catch you. They stammered. Fine, consider yourself clever. This matter is resolved. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. You have witnessed my capabilities. Yes, Brother Mo Fan, take care. The three nodded and bowed, a mixture of respect and fear in their demeanor. Mo Fan acknowledged them with a nod and departed gracefully, believing that a firm reprimand coupled with a hint of leniency would instill a healthy fear in these individuals, ensuring they would dare not disclose a whisper of this incident. Over here, he was a mage capable of unleashing skills as a thunder mage, while over there was Mu Bai, still an apprentice in the ice element. Surely, any individual with a modicum of sense would comprehend the necessity of aligning themselves correctly. Nonetheless, Mo Fan was aware that these five were merely pawns for Mu Bai and Zhao Kun. Ultimately, it was those two who would face the consequences. Descending the stone steps, Mo Fan could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into joyous mirth. Just a few months prior, he had been an ordinary student, gazing out the window during tedious history lessons, occasionally fantasizing about soaring into the sky, lightly stepping off a flagpole and gliding toward the distant horizon where the school's back mountain met the azure sky. He had also daydreamed about confronting thugs who, emboldened by their vicious demeanor and numbers, could be toppled by a surge of extraordinary power from his palm. Who could have imagined that today he would experience such a sensation firsthand? Grasping the power of lightning, the five ruffians who had once been beyond his reach now resembled cornered dogs before him. It was an unprecedented and marvelous feeling, akin to a dream, the might of the thunder-based skill. Thunder Seal was extraordinary. He wondered what kind of power the fire-based skill, Fireburst, possessed. With half a year remaining until the annual magical assessment, he felt confident he could master Fireburst in time. Mo Fan was filled with exhilaration. If the initial skill of the thunder element was so formidable, he could only imagine the prowess of other elemental skills. Moreover, he knew that initial skills were merely the most rudimentary level of magic. Beyond that lay intermediate and advanced skills. All right, the wind element instructor had mentioned in the first class that the advanced skill, Wind Wings, would grant one the ability to fly. How spectacular it would be to learn Wind Wings. After a long while, Mo Fan still struggled to temper his elation, his mind racing to recall the magical knowledge he had acquired, eager to discover even more audaciously impressive skills beyond Thunder Seal. On the still swing, a girl with flowing hair gazed up slightly, fixated on the small pavilion obscured by trees. Moments ago, the violet light had been murmured by Yi Xinxia. She had seen it. A resplendent purple streak, akin to a comet's tail, shimmering beside the pavilion. Though it vanished swiftly, the astonishing image lingered in her mind. Was it a mage? Yi Xinxia pondered. It was difficult for her to fathom that a mage could appear in such a small town. Yet, why would a mage manifest in the vicinity of Mo Fan and those ruffians, employing genuine magic? Is Mo Fan all right? Yi Xinxia felt a flutter of anxiety, instinctively biting her lip last on the stone path. That familiar figure emerged, holding his wheelchair aloft, a somewhat foolish, intoxicated smile gracing his face. Thank goodness, Yi Xinxia's heart settled. Xinxia, those ruffians have been dealt with. They will no longer trouble you. And Mo Fan placed the wheelchair before Yi Xinxia. I just witnessed the lightning. It seemed to be the initial skill, Thunder Seal, Yi Xinxia remarked. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan felt a swell of pride, yet he merely smiled in silence, his mischievous eyes locked on Yi Xinxia. Yi Xinxia sensed something amiss. As she pondered, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. The one who unleashed Thunder Seal was Mo Fan, her brother. Mo Fan did not deny it, merely smiling. It truly is you. Brother Mo Fan, a mage now? Yi Xinxia questioned, disbelief lacing her tone. You are the first to witness my true power. Mo Fan impulsively planted a kiss on her delicate, fair cheek, Wai Xinxiao was taken aback by the sudden gesture. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, extending even to her neck. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Mo Fan quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I was just too excited. Wai Xinxiao's voice was barely a whisper. So, you truly are a mage now? Mo Fan nodded. Our instructor said that only 1 in 1,000 awakens the thunder element. At the initial level, the thunder element holds significant advantages, regarded as the pinnacle of initial elemental skills. Yi Xinxiao felt a surge of happiness for Mo Fan. She was aware of the challenges at home. Moreover, having become part of their family, she had unwittingly added to Uncle Mo Jiaxing's burdens. She had heard that he had sold their house, indicating their family faced considerable hardship. Both she and Mo Fan were young, and alleviating Uncle Mo's troubles was no easy task. The best they could do was to study diligently and become true mages to help mitigate their family's crisis. It appeared that Brother Mo Fan was indeed remarkable, mastering magic in such a short time. Suddenly, Yi Xinxiao realized something, her expressive eyes fixed on Mo Fan. With a serious expression, inquired, "What's wrong?" "You awakened in less than half a year. As far as I know, even the most talented individuals require nearly a year to master their initial skills," Yi Xinxia explained. Mo Fan was taken aback. Could it be that even those with high talent needed a year from awakening to release their skills? If he had completed the initial application in less than half a year, that pace seemed undeniably swift. The problem was, Mo Fan was completely unaware of this. To him, it seemed entirely normal to be able to unleash magic, especially given that Mu Bai, that fool, had already grasped 4 or 5 stars. But why did Yi Xinxiao appear so incredulous, as though she were gazing at a monster? Could it be that achieving initial skills in under half a year was truly extraordinary in this world? What you referred to as even the most talented needing a year. What level of talent are you speaking of? Mo Fan cautiously inquired. He did not wish to reveal his considerable ignorance of this world. Mu Ningxue is considered the most talented in our Bo City, rivaling many prodigious students from the imperial capital. Yet, she took 8 months to learn the ice element's initial skills after awakening. Yi Xinxiao elaborated. 8 months. Mo Fan was left speechless. Who was Mu Ningxue? The sole individual from Bo City directly admitted to an academy in the imperial capital, cherished by everyone in the Mu family. Having been steeped in a rich magical heritage from a young age, possessing resources unattainable by common mages throughout her life, her remarkable magical talent was closely tied to her status as a favored prodigy. If even someone of her caliber took 8 months to progress from awakening to the release of her initial magic, what did that say about Mo Fan, who accomplished it in just 5 months? My goodness, Mo Fan felt an intense turmoil within. If Mu Ningxue's 8-month journey was already regarded as astonishing, labeled a natural talent, then his own 5 months must be utterly defiant against the heavens. Brother Mo Fan, have you perhaps learned some undesirable practices? I heard from an elderly scholar that individuals with such rapid cultivation speed can only be affiliated with the Dark Church. Yi Xinxia said in a very soft voice. Certain dark sorceries from the Dark Church can significantly enhance a magician's training speed. Yi Xinxia could hardly fathom what could compel someone to master elementary magic in a mere 5 months. Despite knowing that her brother Mo Fan has always been exceptionally intelligent, she still felt bewildered. The Dark Church? How could that be? Well, it's like this. I actually did not awaken on the day of the school ceremony. I encountered an old man much earlier who told me, "Young man, your innate talent is remarkable. Why not learn magic from me?" I asked him, "Who are you, old man?" He revealed that he was a member of the Magic Association of Modu and could assist me in my awakening. In summary, I did not master my abilities in just 5 months. Mo Fan hastily clarified. Yi Xinxiao listened, her expression one of confusion. Yet she smiled and said, "So you awakened earlier, although an early awakening might have its drawbacks. It shouldn't matter much since he is from the Magic Association." Upon seeing that Yi Xinxia had ceased her inquiries, Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I truly am a peculiar being. It seems wise to refrain from revealing too much before fully understanding this world. Could it really be that only the Dark Church could achieve such rapid mastery in 5 months? Mo Fan weakly posed the question again. Why? Yixinsha nodded earnestly. Mo Fan was drenched in cold sweat. Being excessively extraordinary might not be a blessing. He had initially intended to surprise Yixinsha with his mastery of fire magic. Now, it appeared prudent to hold back until the situation was clearer. He resolved to return home to study some books and ensure he understood the circumstances better, lest he inadvertently be treated as if he were associated with the Dark Church. After escorting Yixinsha back to her aunt's house and sharing a dinner with them, Mo Fan intended to practice his lightning magic. However, as he attempted to refine his control in the usual manner, an immediate and excruciating headache assaulted him, akin to having played League of Legends for 3 consecutive nights in an internet CAF, leaving him utterly exhausted. What on earth is happening? He felt mentally drained. Could it be that my use of the lightning seal twice today has led to an excessive depletion of my lightning energy, resulting in this extreme fatigue? Surely not. Counting the bus ride, where I didn't fully release it, I only employed the lightning seal twice today. How could my mana be completely depleted? I believe that after 5 months of meditation, my stardust was sufficiently abundant, yet merely casting the lightning seal twice dimmed the entirety of my lightning stardust. Normally, the lightning stardust within my mental realm radiated vibrantly, its purple brilliance echoing beautifully among 7 stars, resembling a breathtaking celestial painting. Yet now, the stardust had lost its luster, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Initially startled, Mo Fan gradually relaxed, and he noticed that the stardust began to recover its brilliance, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. It seems that the stardust is not yet dazzling enough. Each time I cast a spell, its glow diminishes, and once it fades completely, it signifies that the energy within the stardust has been entirely expended. Stardust harbors magical power, and no wonder our homeroom teacher, Schwem Mushing, constantly emphasizes, even amidst monotony, one must persist in meditation. That a magician, regardless of their innate talent, will become utterly mediocre without diligent practice. This can essentially be understood as, regardless of how skilled you are, without mana, you are nothing. Enough of these thoughts. I need to get some sleep, or I might truly collapse. Cozying up in his room, he slept soundly until dawn. Wai Xinxia, being considerate, did not wake him even as the morning slipped into noon. Mo Fan rose from his bed. Feeling invigorated, he adeptly entered a meditative state and checked his stardust, discovering that it had brightened significantly and would soon fully regain its former brilliance. Oh, my lightning magic might not be wise to expose to outsiders. Although we live in a society governed by law, there is no telling when jealousy might arise, especially from powerful families like the Mu clan, who wield considerable influence in Bo City. That it seems I must focus on cultivating fire magic, as it would be more discreet. Mo Fan pondered this while brushing his teeth. However, with only a finite amount of energy each day, how could he satisfy both his lightning magic and keep his fire magic in check? Mo Fan had managed to develop his lightning skills in 5 months solely because he dedicated all his training time to it, and no matter how enchanting the fire magic may be, he remained steadfastly devoted to his lightning practice. With roughly 6 months until the annual magical assessment, if he did not wish to reveal his lightning abilities too soon, he would need to concentrate entirely on fire magic next semester and cultivate the foundational skills therein. Yet, this meant that the growth of his lightning stardust would stagnate for half a year. Without meditation, stardust would not simply become stronger. Mo Fan devised a small plan for his upcoming meditation time. Considering there are still over 6 months until the annual assessment, Mo Fan planned to allocate his daily 10 hours of meditation, 8 hours for fire magic, and 2 hours to nurture his lightning skills. While the growth of his lightning magic might be slow, this would help him maintain his proficiency. Dedicating 8 hours to fire magic was a considerable advantage compared to other students who only managed 5 hours of meditation. During lunch, his aunt, Mo Ching, returned from work. Mo Ching was an utterly ordinary woman, slender and pale, yet exceptionally kind. Mo Fan, I heard from your father that you are diligently practicing at Tianlong Magic High School. You must strive hard. If you can become an elementary magician, it will be a point of pride for our Mo family. Mo Ching remarked, an elementary magician would bring honor to the family. How many generations have we been impoverished? Sigh, I wonder if I can even be considered one. Where's Uncle? I don't see him around, Mo Fan inquired. He went to deliver supplies to the mountains for the hunters. I truly don't understand why he, an ordinary man, would have the courage to venture into the mountains. If he encounters a demon, he would be swallowed whole. Mo Ching complained, aren't demons typically found far from our urban areas? Mo Fan questioned. Unlike the familiar world he knew, in the magical realm, numerous demons pose a threat to human life beyond the cities. Not only ordinary people avoid such places, but even magicians often meet their demise there. No, didn't you see the warning issued by the Hunters Alliance? Recently, demons have been rampant, and there are frequent sightings outside of Bo City. We ordinary citizens have been explicitly cautioned to avoid venturing beyond the Anjie area. Mo Ching replied, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Mo Fan chuckled. Though newly arrived, he had read enough to know that demons generally kept their distance from human settlements and renowned organizations like the Magic Association. Hunters Alliance and major magical families routinely patrol and cleanse these areas to ensure the safety of urban dwellers. You, my dear, have read too much and become foolish. Think about it. Which mayor wouldn't desire peace and safety in their city? Even if demons were to invade, to prevent panic, they would likely claim that everything is under control. In fact, there have always been demons near our city, even within it. We just can't see them. Mo Ching whispered. Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, but managed to force a smile. Aunt, you're being overly alarmist. Fine, if you don't believe me, let me share a true story. It's a genuine incident, not some gossip I'll love to spread. I work in the logistics department of the hospital. Mo Fan nodded. Fortunately, Mo Ching didn't disclose that she worked in the Sacred Healing Hall, or else he would have been in for another headache. One night, I went to deliver some external injury medication to the attending physician. As it turned out, there was a healing magician in the operating room who berated her Dr. Wong, saying, even if you're merely a healing apprentice, you shouldn't be so foolish as to confuse swamp poison with water poison. Furthermore, these people have been bewitched, which is why they appear dazed. Hurry up and find someone from the Hunters Alliance to locate that cursed swamp demon. Otherwise, more people will be harmed in this area. Mo Ching leaned closer, speaking to Mo Fan in an exceedingly cautious tone. Observing Mo Ching's demeanor, Mo Fan felt that it was not mere fabrication. Could it be that there are indeed demons lurking near the city, or even within it? This is simply too terrifying. Demons are nothing short of man-eating monsters, and encountering one would surely mean certain death. What if something were to happen to Uncle, who ventured into the mountains? Mo Fan remarked. Who knows? There's already a light alert outside the city, advising citizens not to venture into the dense forests. He insisted on delivering supplies to a hunting team that had lost some provisions while tracking a one-eyed demon wolf, taking on such a perilous task as a mere logistics officer. And your father, too, no matter how I persuade him, he refuses to listen. Mo Ching said that why father went as well. Mo Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Yes, they say the offer price is very high. These two, undertaking tasks that even other magician apprentices would shy away from, are just ordinary people that if something were to happen, what would we do? Mo Ching expressed. Cousin, you need not worry. They have assessed the situation themselves and should be safe. They are merely delivering supplies to a designated outpost. The route from the city to the outpost is considered a secure area. Yi Xinxia interjected from the side. Still, I hope they both stay in the city to make purchases. I can't help but feel uneasy about them leaving. Mo Ching muttered again. After listening to Mo Ching's complaints, Mo Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. In the past 6 months, his father, Mo Jiaxing, had scarcely visited him at school. It turned out he had sought a different path, delivering supplies to magicians patrolling and hunting outside. This job certainly posed more danger compared to his previous logistics work for the wealthy. Throughout the winter break, Mo Fan did not remain idle. After staying at his aunt's house for a few days, he returned to the library of Tianlong Magic High School. The library was filled with an abundance of knowledge he needed to acquire, such as the information he had missed regarding the Black Church. After some exploration, Mo Fan finally understood what the Black Church was. These individuals resembled a terrorist organization, a malevolent cult, frequently engaging in activities that jeopardize public safety. To achieve their own nefarious ends, they would even utilize living beings as materials for their dark rituals. Such madness would undoubtedly be met with merciless retribution from the state for the past month. Mo Fan dedicated himself to meditation. Upon realizing that the thunder elemental stardust had dimmed after only releasing 2 thunder seals, he came to appreciate the significance of meditation even more. Thus, throughout the entire month, regardless of how tempting it was to unleash the fire elemental, fire burst skill, Mo Fan refrained from interacting with the fire elemental stardust, focusing instead on solidifying his foundational knowledge. As the new semester approached, Mo Fan brushed off the cobwebs from himself in the library, preparing to embrace another magical term. Brimming with enthusiasm, he walked into the classroom and took his usual seat in the last row. Something feels off today. Mo Fan glanced at Zhang Xiaoho beside him, noticing his unusual expression. Typically, this fellow's eyes sparkled with curiosity like a mischievous little monkey, and he would eagerly regale Mo Fan with tales of his recent exploits before class. However, today he sat there, dazed, mouth slightly ajar, wearing a look of bewildered ecstasy as he stared ahead. Looking around, he saw that Su Qinglin and Lu Xiaobin, both academically challenged, shared Zhang Xiaoho's dazed demeanor, as if they had all been bewitched. Could it truly be, as Mo Qing said, that a seductive-eyed demon was lurking in the city, and these guys had all fallen under its spell? Good morning, class. Your magic practice teacher is currently unwell and will be on leave. From today onward, I will be your instructor for magic practice. My name is Tang Yu. A voice, mature yet tinged with brightness, floated into the room. Accustomed to the hoarse, slow tones of the elderly instructor, Mo Fan was instantly awakened by the melodious and alluring timbre of this new teacher. Raising his gaze, he was captivated, his expression one of rapture. My goodness, the eyed demon that can bewitch hearts is clearly this new enchanting teacher, whose presence has ensnared the souls of all the hormone-driven boys in the class. Ms. Tang Yu was dressed in a perfectly tailored black professional skirt suit, the contrast between her black blazer and the white blouse accentuating her voluptuous figure, leaving Mo Fan questioning whether the small buttons on her blouse could withstand the impending pressure. It felt as if a small door attendant was desperately holding a door shut against a torrent of springtime exuberance. This was dangerous, truly dangerous. Mornings are typically the most intense time for young men, and such stimulation might lead to a rather embarrassing predicament for many, given that the students had only awakened their abilities for half a year. None had yet managed to cast any magic. However, Ms. Tang Yu emphasized the importance of understanding that possessing great power does not equate to wielding it skillfully. Failing to control one's strength might even lead to catastrophic consequences. Tang Yu quickly settled into her teaching mode. Her serious demeanor momentarily brought some of the top students back to attention. Yet as she turned to write important points on the blackboard, a wave of nosebleeds erupted throughout the classroom. What a calamity! The way she presented herself was undeniably alluring, and Mo Fan was certain that any normal male student at that moment was conjuring nearly identical fantasies in their minds. In such a sacred classroom, how can one entertain such thoughts? Regardless, Mo Fan was resolutely focused on his studies, distinctly separate from the crowd of boys whose thoughts were dominated by their baser instincts. In any case, he vowed never to wear such tight pants to magic practice again. Not all beings possess the resilience to navigate obstacles and continue to thrive like a climbing vine. The entire morning was dedicated to magic practice. Following theoretical lessons, Ms. Tang Yu would lead the students to the playground, personally demonstrating the essentials of magic release. Mo Fan listened intently during this session, particularly resonating with Ms. Tang Yu's explanations regarding the magic release process. However, he couldn't help but wonder how her buttons managed to remain intact for such an extended period. The school's playground was not meant for morning exercises. Rather, it served as a practice arena, divided into several independent sections by an invisible magical barrier that absorbed any excess energy, preventing harm to students who lacked defensive capabilities. Watch closely. Today, I will demonstrate the fire elemental's basic skill, Fire Burst. Tang stood in the center of the class. All the students formed a semicircle behind her. Whether they were all fixated on Ms. Tang's initial movements was uncertain. Fire element, Mo Fan. Wipe your drool. This is your elemental skill. Zhang Xiaoho nudged Mo Fan. Oh, right. I was just about to learn. Fan finally reacted. Today, I searched for myself on Baidu Encyclopedia and came across a lengthy series of comments, one of which described me as the #1 threat to readers in the online literature circle. I was momentarily taken aback. Haha, dear editor, how devoted you are to our rivalry. I can feel the resentment towards the conclusion of our conflict emanating from a screen. However, the editor is not entirely wrong. I often do threaten you all if you don't vote. I won't update. If you don't vote, I will delay my updates. If you don't vote, I won't write the ending, and the ever-repeated phrase. At this moment, Miss Tangyu maintained an impeccably straight posture, her graceful silhouette exquisitely outlined beneath her slightly fitted skirt. Perhaps a rushed choice of attire for her new teaching role, yet it provided a feast for the students' eyes. You must cultivate tranquility, maintain composure, and focus. Even as I speak to you now, my mind is entirely immersed in my fire elemental stardust. Tangyu instructed. Her voice resonated in every student's ear, and as they perceived her standing there like a statue, her curly hair suddenly began to undulate. The playground was devoid of any breeze. Yet her hair seemed to unfurl as if caught in a surge of heat. Control. At this moment, you are the summoner. Command your stardust to heed your call and unlock the portal to the fire elemental powers. Tangyu's voice shifted from gentle to commanding, imbued with an air of superiority, as if all would be consumed by flames before her. In that instant, all the male students, whose minds were filled with lewd thoughts, froze in astonishment. They widened their eyes, gazing in shock at this enchanting teacher. The aura. Indeed, they sensed the fiery aura emanating from Teacher Tangyu, striking against their faces like a gust of heat. There was astonishment, reverence, and an awe-inspiring presence that commanded respect without uttering a word. Initially, the class presumed that this newly arrived Teacher Tangyu was merely an ordinary instructor, capable of imparting nothing more than the jumbled theories akin to that old man, and perhaps even faltering when attempting to wield magic herself. However, the young Teacher Tangyu before them appeared to have mastered this power for an eternity, effortlessly guiding while simultaneously commanding the stars. Once she completed the incantation, the flame she conjured surpassed anything the old man could summon, resembling a mere flicker compared to a towering inferno. Remember, after arranging the stars, you must never let your focus wane. You must immediately lock onto your release position. The authoritative voice echoed once more. Fire blister. Ignite. The command resonated like a magical bell, reverberating in the minds of all present. Simultaneously, a striking crimson starry trail manifested around Teacher Tangyu. It flickered and then swiftly coalesced in her fair, delicate right hand as her palm half closed. A blazing sphere of red energy burgeoned forth, wild and tempestuous. With a vigorous sweep of her arm, the flame shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, igniting the air with its brilliant scarlet hue. And then, like a bullet, it accurately penetrated the wooden puppet's body. Is that it? Why was there no reaction? It had clearly hit its target. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. The puppet struck by the fire displayed no response, starkly contrasting with the imposing aura of Teacher Tangyu. Amidst a murmur of skepticism, Teacher Tangyu slowly turned to face the 48 youthful faces of her class, her lips curling into a confident and uplifting smile. Suddenly, a shocking wave of crimson flames erupted within the puppet's body, not igniting slowly, but instead dancing wildly, as if determined to consume everything flammable in one fell swoop. The once intact humanoid puppet was instantly engulfed in the searing red flames. Was it 1 second or 2? The flames, typically flickering, now resembled a ravenous beast devouring its prey, and within mere seconds, the entire puppet was obliterated. The blinding red light illuminated Teacher Tangyu's beautiful, wavy hair, casting a captivating crimson hue upon her fair visage. The smile gracing her lips was accentuated by the blazing inferno behind her, rendering this already radiant teacher indescribably breathtaking. All 48 students stood in a WMO. Fan could not ascertain the feelings of others, but he could feel his heart pounding with fervor. It was not merely the allure of this enchanting teacher. It was the confidence and nobility she exuded while wielding the power of flames that made his blood surge with admiration, infatuation, and reverence. If a woman is merely beautiful, she evokes fleeting thoughts. Yet this woman possessed an unapproachable power that ensnared men like a potent poison. Heaven knows how many boys would forever regard teacher Tang Yu as the goddess of their dreams. At the very least, Mo Fan felt utterly captivated by her aura. As a teacher of the magical practice course, the old man's magic was dreary, inducing drowsiness. In stark contrast, teacher Tang Yu's display left an indelible mark on their hearts. A profound shock that lingered long after. The disparity was palpable. All right, which of my students belong to the fire element? Let me take note. Teacher Tang Yu seemed to regard the adoration from her students as quite ordinary and continued imparting her lesson. I am of the fire element. A girl with a spirited demeanor stepped forward first. It was Zhou Min, who had caused quite a stir during the opening ceremony. Zhou Min's gaze remained fixated on teacher Tang Yu. Initially, she had held a disdainful view of her. How could a teacher dress so provocatively and possess such a melodious voice? However, witnessing teacher Tang Yu's mastery of the fire element sparked a complete turnaround in Zhou Min's sentiments, igniting a sense of admiration within her. Zhou Min's mother was also a teacher, yet she was certain her mother could never match the prowess displayed by teacher Tang Yu, be it in presence, skill, precision, or power. I am, and so am I. Teacher Tang Yu. I am of the fire element. My name is Huang Feifeng. Another boy who had awakened to the fire element jumped forward. Just look at the exhilaration on Huang Feifeng's face. Who would not know that having a magical practice teacher from the same element was akin to receiving special guidance, resembling a cherished apprentice? Huang Feifeng felt immensely fortunate to be recognized as a direct disciple of teacher Tang Yu. Who could say that she might not develop feelings for him in the future, making her his very own little dragon girl? Don't stop me. I want to go to the rooftop. Why am I not of the fire element? Why? Lu Xiaobin, who had awakened to the water element, wailed in despair. Old teacher, I am also of the fire element. My name is Zhao Daini. A boy with a slight stutter stepped forward. His face flushed as he locked eyes with teacher Tang Yu. Alas, it was evident he was a typically overlooked, unremarkable student. Teacher Tang Yu glanced at the boy and chuckled. You are quite slender. Why would your family name you Daini Yu? I am weak. My parents hope I can be as strong as a Daini Yu. Then you should be called Zhao Kuaizui. Zhao Kunsen quipped, mocking Zhao Dainiyu's stutter. Is there anyone else? Teacher Tang Yu scanned the room. There are only 3 fire element students in this class. That seems a bit scarce to be by the looks of it. Only the girl named Zhou Min seems to possess considerable talent and good progress. And I am. My name is Mo F. And Fan snapped back to reality and stepped out from the crowd. Teacher Tang Yu's lively eyes fell upon him. Yes, she sensed Mo Fan's aura. Her lips parted slightly. Mo Fan. How can you stand up? A whole semester has passed, and you have not mastered a single fire star. Your stardust is still barely visible. Do you think this is a joke? Zhao Kunsen immediately interjected. The end-of-term assessments revealed the student's progress, and unsurprisingly, Mo Fan's fire stardust remained virtually unchanged since his awakening, a fact known to the entire class, leaving Zhao Kunsen and Mu by laughing in disbelief. Foolishness is foolishness. Awakening the fire element is of no use. You will never become a mage. Your fire talent is quite good, yet your cultivation is so weak. Many yearn to become fire mages. And you possess advantages that others lack. Slacking off is not an option. Teacher Tang Yu gazed at Mo Fan, her tone tinged with regret. I understand. Teacher Tang Yu Fan nodded. Through meditation, a mage's mental strength becomes formidable, capable of perceiving details imperceptible to ordinary individuals, including sensing the auras of other mages. Based on the strength of the aura, one can roughly gauge a mage's level cultivation. One cannot hide their cultivation. This is something Mo Fan learned long ago. However, if Mo Fan concealed the power of the lightning element and only revealed the aura of the fire element, others would perceive only the fire aura and would be unable to detect any other element. Thus, Mo Fan could often use the fire element to mask his true abilities. Now, with a remarkable fire element teacher appearing just as he began to learn, it seemed promising that he could master the initial skill of fire blister before the grand assessment. Mo Fan felt a surge of confidence. Why is that girl staring at me with such a strange expression? I believe her name is Zhou Min. the top student in class, and also of the fire element. Mo Fan pondered, feeling perplexed. He thought he had not offended this girl named Zhou Min, so why did she regard him with such hostility? Meanwhile, Zhou Min furrowed her brow, upon noticing that the so-called Mo Fan was also looking at her. She shot him a fierce glare. Zhou Min felt displeased, very displeased. Why should this Mo Fan possess better fire talent than her? The homeroom teacher, Xue Musheng, had stated that Mo Fan was the best in the class for fire talent, showing a clear flame during his awakening. Now even the formidable teacher Tang Yu acknowledged his talent. Forget it, there is no need to be angry over a slacker who lacks ambition. Regardless, those who fail the annual assessment will be directly dismissed from school. And this fellow will only enjoy 6 months of freedom in the end. That I truly cannot comprehend how someone from such a disadvantaged family, who scraped together all their resources to enroll in Tianlan Magic High School, can remain so apathetic and indolent after awakening their fire affinity. They not hold any regard for their family. Has their conscience been devoured by a dog? Thanks to Zhao Kunsen and Mu Bai, the entire class is essentially aware that Mo Fan was merely inserted into their midst. I have already heard from your homeroom teacher, Mr. Xue, about the significance of the annual assessment. Firstly, students who do not meet the standards will be asked to leave the school. Secondly, there will be a reallocation of students based on their academic performance, where those placed in the elite classes will receive certain privileges that will significantly enhance their prospects for entering a magic university. Therefore, this semester, there is no excuse for anyone not to strive diligently. Teacher Tang Yu addressed the class. Teacher Tang Yu, will you be teaching us in the elite class? A male student inquired. Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will indeed be the practical course instructor for the elite class after teaching you. Tang Yu nodded slightly. Teacher, I am Yang Hua, and I, Huang Feifeng, will absolutely double my efforts. Teacher Tang Yu, I also wish to follow you in the future. Tang Yu maintained a gentle smile, evidently pleased with the success of her first lesson, as the student's enthusiasm for learning was visibly elevated. By the way, if any of you can fully master the 7 stars, feel free to approach me privately. I will set aside time to provide additional guidance. Tang Yu continued that a cacophony of howls erupted within the classroom. The 7 stars had suddenly become everyone's aspiration. I am close to mastering the 7 stars. Teacher Tang Yu, just wait for me. Is that true? How many have you mastered? 2. Get lost. I have 3, easily surpassing you all. Huang Feifeng declared with pride. 3, and you dare flaunt here? I am nearing 4. Don't you understand how increasingly difficult it becomes? Su Qinglin scoffed. How amusing. How amusing. You lot are worthless. Mu Bai has already mastered 5 stars. He could reach 7 stars with a casual effort next semester. And he will undoubtedly be the first to seek out teacher Tang Yu. Zhao Kunsen jeered immediately. Damn, Mu Bai, is that impressive? 5 stars, how on earth did he cultivate that? Incredible. I heard the most powerful student in the entire school. That lightning system genius from class 7 has only mastered 5 stars. Feeling the buzz of conversation around him, Mu Bai found himself floating with elation. However, in an effort to project an air of maturity and composure, Mu Bai refrained from displaying any signs of being intoxicated by the praise, as that would appear rather foolish. Zhao Kunsen may be somewhat dim-witted and unreliable, yet he possesses an uncanny knack for stepping in just when the master struggles to garner attention. It would be beneath Mu Bai's dignity to announce, I have 5 stars, whenever others discussed 3 stars or expressed shock over 4 stars. Zhao Kunsen was perfectly suited for such a role. It showcased Mu Bai's prowess while maintaining his noble demeanor. Life is akin to playing League of Legends. It is not only essential to be exceptional oneself, but having teammates who can cooperate is equally important. Warm air cascaded over the mountain ridges, sweeping through the southern spring, swiftly ushering in the coolness of summer. Soon after, an unexpected downpour began, beating down on the fallen leaves and flowers strewn about. Bo City is a city that experiences seasons, yet at times, it can be exceedingly capricious. Just that morning, the sun blazed brightly in a cloudless sky. Waking from a nap felt like being transported to another realm. As fierce winds arose, shrouding the sky in darkness by evening, the torrential rain fell coldly, accompanied by biting winds. Is a typhoon approaching? This wretched weather truly shifts randomly through the 4 seasons, as if it decides on a whim. Zhang Xiaoho complained in the dormitory. Zhang Xiao, aren't you a wind system practitioner? Come, let us head outside to the windy area and see if you can unleash your beginner wind skill. Wind trail. Suggested his dorm mate, Lu Xiaobin. You, the water system, how come you're not out there demonstrating a water domain? A proper water mage shouldn't even need an umbrella when going outside. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Mo Fan swiftly reprimanded Lu Xiaobin. Lu Xiaobin's face turned shade of green and white. Indeed, a water mage should don a windbreaker on rainy days, traversing the world with an air of pride, untouched by raindrops. The issue was with the annual assessment approaching, Lu Xiaobin had only mastered 4 stars, far from being able to unleash the water system skill. Water manipulation. Zhang Xiao, can you truly use wind trail? Why not show us? To be honest, aside from witnessing that violent girl, Zhou Min, unleash your fire magic. We haven't seen anyone in class fully utilize magic, the dorm leader remarked, filled with idle chatter about teacher Tang Yu. Is that appropriate? I'm not 100% certain, Zhang Xiaoho replied, somewhat bashfully. Come on, show us. I want to see what a wind system skill looks like. Mo Fan's eyes lit up as he set aside his theoretical book. The space is too small. The corridor is long enough. All right, I'll give it a try, but I'm really not very adept. Zhang Xiao nodded. As the semester neared its end, Zhang Xiaoho, a talented individual, had become one of the few in the class to master the 7 stars. Curiosity filled everyone regarding the skills of each element, naturally wanting to see how Zhang Xiaoho would perform. Zhang Xiaoho closed his eyes, entering a state of release. His initiation was very slow, evidently not yet skilled at controlling the stars. He maintained a rhythmic breath, each inhale audible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the books on the table began to stir. The old door of the dorm creaked ominously. Dust rose from the ground, swirling and lifting a dirty pair of underpants hidden beneath the bed. The dorm leader reached to grab them, but the underpants evaded, fluttering gracefully in the wind. Wind trail? Swift movement. Zhang Xiaoho's demeanor transformed entirely, his eyes turning azure, and his clothes danced wildly. With a single incantation, the dormitory was suddenly a flurry of toothbrushes, cups, and various objects clattering, all moving toward a designated trajectory. Mo Fan quickly focused, astonished to discover a unique airflow trajectory forming in the dormitory, originating from Zhang Xiaoho's position and extending all the way down the corridor to the communal restroom at the end. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhang Xiaoho's figure flickered. Who had just been stationary in the center of the dormitory, surged forth with the grace of a skillful dancer, racing down the corridor, following that faintly visible path of wind toward the restroom. Unbelievable! Lu Xiaobin cried out. The group in the dormitory surged out the door, chasing after Zhang Xiaoho. However, by the time they stepped out, Zhang Xiaoho had already reached the far end of the corridor at breakneck speed. So fast, what a 100-meter sprint could never compare to this speed. Mo Fan felt a surge of excitement. This beginner wind system skill was indeed impressive, and the sensation of racing along the wind's trajectory must be exhilarating. Help, help, bang! Suddenly, the corridor trembled inexplicably, as Mo Fan had just mused, when Zhang Xiaoho collided violently with the restroom door. The twisted faucet sprayed water wildly, and the restroom door burst, unleashing a pungent odor that quickly permeated the entire floor, resulting in an uproar of curses. As the wind trail dissipated, Zhang Xiaoho lay sprawled on the floor, blood streaming from his nose. The scene was already tragic enough, but the previously fluttering underpants, now bereft of the wind's support, landed squarely on his face. Lu Xiaobin and the dorm leader hurriedly dragged Zhang Xiaoho back to the dormitory. The dorm leader retrieved his underpants, only to discover a patch of bloodstains. Dorm leader, are you also on your period? Lu Xiaobin laughed uproariously. Get lost. Reluctantly, the dormitory supervisor cast aside her beloved pair of triangular undergarments into the trash. Mo Fan silently retracted his head and returned to his bed, pretending as if none of this had transpired after the dormitory supervisor's furious approach. The wind-related skills felt rather impressive. The speed of movement seemed to rival that of a car at a steady pace. Though Zhang Xiaoho's performance in the third driving test left much to be desired, particularly in understanding how to park by the curb. You bunch of rascals with the annual assessment looming. You dare to misbehave instead of focusing on your meditation. If I catch you again, I will flay you alive." The supervisor's roar echoed throughout the corridor amidst the wind and rain. The annual assessment had finally arrived. And for many, today was a nightmare. They faced the grim possibility of expulsion from the school, rendering them the most tragic of individuals, too embarrassed to return to their parents. However, the study of magic is no trivial matter. Every magical high school adheres to this system. Those deemed unsuitable for the pursuit of magic would be dismissed early, urged to seek alternative paths rather than squander their time in the boundless sea of magic. For those diligent students who tirelessly hone their skills, today is a day to prove their worth, especially for the few exceptional scholars who have already mastered some skills. The typhoon had passed, and the morning was bright and refreshing. A typical summer day at the Mu estate. Mubai had deliberately donned a white shirt adorned with winter plum blossoms and a pair of sharply tailored trousers, embodying an air of refined modesty and noble lineage. With his handsome appearance and understated yet elegant attire, he had already captured the hearts of many young ladies. Yet, as a legitimate member of the prestigious Mu family, how could he deign to be interested in these ordinary women? His aspirations extended to someone like Mu Ning Shui, a paragon of excellence that, of course, if Teacher Tang were to acquiesce, he would be quite agreeable as well. Mu Bai, today you must perform admirably. You should be aware that our Mu family allocates cultivation resources to the younger generation each year. This distribution is based on both the family's contributions and the cultivation achievements of the younger generation. You must strive to bring honor to our once-forgotten clan. Mu, he stated early in the morning, personally escorting Mu Bai to school in a black luxury Mu he, a member of the board at Tianlong High School, was presiding over the annual assessment. Mu Bai was his nephew. Mu he hoped that he could bring honor to the Mu family in the presence of the other board members. "Uncle, rest assured," Mu Bai replied with confidence. After uttering these words, a thought struck him, and he turned his eyes, softly inquiring, "Uncle, I heard that Mu Ning Shui will also be attending Tianlong High School today." Important information. Tomorrow, on the 8th, we will host a grand book launch for full-time Mage at the Shanghai Lanxin Grand Theater. There will be beautiful ladies performing waist dances, dazzling magical displays, and most importantly, I, Uncle Wan, will present a spectacular opening akin to a fantasy film, featuring the novel's protagonists, Mo Fan, Yi Xian Xia, and Mu Ning Shui, all of whom will appear live on stage. For those wishing to witness the performance and see Uncle Wan, hurry up. Friends in Shanghai can head directly to the venue. A 1T revealed that the staff there are all dressed in the short-skirt uniforms of Tianlong Magic High School. Location: Shanghai Luan Lanxin Grand Theater, 577 Maoming South Road, near Shangxi South Road Subway Station on Line 1. Shanghai friends, I await your presence. Indeed, today is a significant day for Tianlong High School, especially since Mu Ning Shui has returned early from her summer break at the prestigious academy in the capital. I discussed with the clan leader about inviting her, the banner of Boqing, to deliver a speech at Tianlong Magic High School and to observe this year's annual assessment, evaluating the caliber of this cohort of students. Mu, he explained, observing Mu Bai's spirited demeanor. Mu, he was well aware of his intentions and chuckled as he patted Mu Bai on the shoulder. Rest assured, during your assessment, I will ensure she is watching. She will attend, as will the clan leader. If the leader sees your diligence, perhaps he will allocate additional resources to your family. You must understand that our clan has many descendants, and there are countless prodigies among them. To be favored by the clan leader and receive a share of the Stardust magic artifact for a few months would be immensely beneficial for you. The Stardust magic artifact? Really? I might have a chance to receive the Stardust magic artifact? Mu Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Do you think we're the same as common mages? Is it our superior genes? Our family upbringing? None of these compare to the Stardust magic artifact. If you can become a core disciple of the family, you will gain access to the Stardust magic artifact, and your cultivation will undoubtedly surpass that of all the students in the school. Mu, he declared. Uncle, I will definitely perform well, Mu Bai exclaimed. His enthusiasm ignited. The thought of surpassing all students in cultivation sent waves of exhilaration through him, and oh wonder those from noble families trained like madmen. It was all for the coveted Stardust magic artifact. Every mage's time for cultivation is limited. For apprentices like them, 5 hours of meditation is typically the maximum, leaving little time for theoretical study. The Stardust magic artifact, however, is the most sought-after nurturing vessel for all mages. Immobile was unaware of the precise workings of the Stardust magic artifact, yet he knew it could expedite recovery after fatigue, significantly reducing downtime. Generally, after 5 hours of meditation, the remaining 19 hours could only be spent on other activities or sleep. For many students eager to advance, this 19-hour fatigue period felt interminable, yet there was no alternative. After intense concentration, a longer period is required to relax. Otherwise, one risks mental collapse. The Stardust magic artifact, however, serves as a miraculous tool to shorten the fatigue period. Reducing the meditation fatigue period essentially extends daily meditation time. In 1 or 2 days, the effect might not be substantial, but over a month or two, the gap between those with and without the Stardust magic artifact would widen significantly. If one were to possess it for 2 or 3 months, or even longer, they could easily outpace their peers. Meditation efficiency varies from person to person, but with the Stardust magic artifact, even those with the lowest efficiency could lead the pack, for those with both talent and diligence. The rewards would be exponentially multiplied. Uncle, you previously mentioned that students in the elite class have the opportunity to receive the Stardust magic artifact. Is that true? Mage asked, excitement palpable in his voice. Indeed, since it is a school, there are some cultivation resources available. However, these resources are severely limited. With so many students, providing each one with a day's worth essentially amounts to nothing. Hence, the annual assessment is crucial, and only students in the elite class qualify for the allocation of the Stardust magic artifact for a set period. Given your grades, gaining entry into the elite class should be no problem. When the time comes, I will subtly ensure you have access to the school's Stardust magic artifact for a bit longer. This will greatly benefit you. Schools, after all, are meant to be fair, and I cannot manipulate things too much. The true leap for you will come from our Mu family's Stardust magic artifact, a resource that common mages can only dream of. Therefore, you must cherish this opportunity. He imparted solemnly to Mage. Rest assured, Uncle, I will never let you down. It's not enough to simply say so. You must impress Mu Ning Shui and the clan leader. He added, giving Mu's shoulder a reassuring pat. Mage nodded earnestly, a sly smile creeping into his heart. Su Zhaoting, what can you do now, even with your equal cultivation level? What does your lightning affinity matter? Behind me stands the formidable Mu family. You could never hope to rival me. By the way, what has become of that fellow named Mo Fan? He casually recalled, akin to recalling a beggar he had reluctantly given money to. Merely asking out of idle curiosity, a useless one, destined to be expelled from the school. Mage scoffed, showing no need to conceal his disdain for Mo Fan. He held a profound loathing for him. Despite having grown up in the same neighborhood, Mo Fan always surrounded himself with a throng of admirers, much like a monkey king. What baffled Mage even more was that the immensely esteemed Mu Ning Shui also associated with them closely. What does he even amount to, running around like a wild monkey, exuding a rough demeanor that reveals his lowly status? Does he understand what true power, identity, and status entail? Does he comprehend the life of perpetual poverty and ridicule? The son of a servant is inherently lowly, lacking in vision and ambition, blissfully wallowing in the squalor of his slum, oblivious to the concept of foresight. I shall dismiss him. I've already provided an explanation to Mo Jiaxing. It is not that I have failed to assist him. Rather, his offspring is a fool, incapable of grasping the opportunity for enlightenment. Alas, many individuals are simply unappreciative, squandering their resources on futile endeavors. The unfortunate truth is that one's poverty and incompetence are often inherited. Muhi leisurely stated while drawing on a cigarette, tea that moment. With half-closed eyes resembling those of a noble and elegant old fox, he expressed disdain and mockery toward the lowly skunk. In the student dormitory, Zhang Xiaoho said to Mo Fan, "It's time to go. The annual assessment is upon us, and tardiness is ill-advised. Go ahead. I'll practice my control a bit longer," Mo Fan replied. "You're just making last-minute adjustments." The others in the dormitory chose not to wait for Mo Fan, dressing smartly as they made their way to the examination venue. The examination would not merely consist of sitting in a classroom. writing an exam paper. While magical theory would be assessed, it constituted a mere fraction of the evaluation. The crux of the matter lay in the annual practical assessment that, in essence, it served as a gauge of the students' cultivation progress following their awakening over the past year. Leading to a major reclassification. Mo was the last to arrive at the training ground, where practical classes were usually conducted. However, today, the setup was distinctly different. In addition to the semicircular table for the examiners, there was a hovering stellar resonant stone. This stone, resembling a black pebble the size of a watermelon, was currently being dragged to the front of the training field by a stone pedestal. The stellar resonant stone was the most crucial instrument for the students' assessment. The annual assessment was rather straightforward. Akin to the awakening ceremony, students merely needed to place their palms upon the enormous stellar resonant stone. The examiners could immediately ascertain the students' cultivation results based on the brightness of the stone. Much like the college entrance examination, a student's fate could hinge on this single evaluation. In this world, there existed similar hard metrics. Either continue studying for better opportunities or pack their bags and seek alternate paths. I've told you before, the intensity of the stardust glow represents the level of magical energy within you. Class 8, the moment to showcase the fruits of your labor over the past year has arrived. Let your stardust shine, exclaimed the homeroom teacher, Shue Mushung, with fervor. Teacher Shue, I'm afraid I may be expelled from the school. A seemingly fragile girl, Hiyu, said, her voice quivering with anxiety, evoking sympathy among her classmates. How could that be? You have worked hard. Don't be so pessimistic, but I am quite foolish, even though I practice diligently every day. My stardust appears so feeble, replied the girl named Hiyu. Do not fear. Even if you do not qualify, I am still here. As long as one of us becomes a mage, it is sufficient. Reassured Mo Fan's dormitory leader, Lu Jianhua, patting his chest. Just you wait. You might end up being eliminated too. What a joke. Once I place my hand on it, the brilliance will surely blind your titanium alloy eyes. Lu Jianhua declared confidently. Shortly thereafter, 3 school officials and examiners finally arrived. These examiners were primarily from the disciplinary department, figures whom students typically dreaded encountering. All right, quiet down. The board of directors will be observing today's annual assessment. I hope you all present the spirit of being mages. Shue Mushing reminded the students. The examiners took their positions, and the 30 new classes, comprising 1,500 students donned in the Tianlan Magic High School uniforms, stood in an impressive formation on the training field. Naturally, the principal would give a speech before the assessment, as was customary each year. Following that would be the board's address, when Muhi ascended the podium, passionately painting a bright future for the students. Mo Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. His speech was replete with expectations for the younger generation, yet Mo Fan knew Muhi's true character better than anyone. Today is a particularly special day. We are honored to have with us the most exceptional female mage from Bo City, who was admitted to the Imperial Capital's Magic Academy at the mere age of 15. I believe many of you have heard tales of her legendary exploits. She is none other than Mu Ningxue. Let us welcome this magical prodigy who should have been among you, yet has already ascended to university. Muhi proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the training ground erupted with excitement. Oh my, it's Mu Ningxue. I heard she froze the ground solid when she awakened her ice powers. Those are just rumors. I've heard she mastered the beginning ice skill, ice vines, in merely 8 months. 8 months? Good heavens, I've been in school for over a year and have barely grasped 5 stars. How can there be such a disparity between people? That's not even the main point. She is an absolute beauty, truly the epitome of talent and grace, the pride of Bo City. The students buzzed with discussion, clearly familiar with Mu Ningxue. They were astonished that they would witness this legendary magical genius during their annual assessment. Fangirl, it's the little princess. It really is her. She has come to our school. Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed, tugging excitedly at Mo Fan's sleeve. Mo Fan tilted his head to gaze at the podium, where he indeed saw a beautiful figure standing there like a snow lotus, her snow-white, high-waisted dress accentuating her magnificent form. What drew the most attention was not solely her alluring feminine charm, but also her stunning silvery hair that cascaded down her back. Despite the sweltering heat, She stood on the podium like a fairy who had descended from the snowy peaks, exuding an ethereal beauty that felt untouchable. As the students and faculty beheld her presence, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Having heard tales of Mu Ningxua's brilliance, but never witnessing her true form, they were taken aback by how she appeared as a goddess of ice. Still in her youthful prime, exuding an air of nobility and pride, that this truly Mu Ningxua. Mo Fan found himself captivated. It had been 3 years since he last saw her. Previously, this group of children affectionately referred to her as the little princess, and she embodied their ideal of royalty, residing in a castle atop a hill, adorned in garments and accessories that far surpassed those of ordinary girls, with a captivatingly lovely countenance. However, over the past 3 years, Mo Fan felt he could scarcely recognize her. She had undergone a tremendous transformation. Once approachable and cheerful, she now appeared increasingly distant as she blossomed into womanhood. Was it a change in her demeanor, or did the vast gulf in status create such an impression? Fangirl, you should have eloped with the little princess back then, Zhang Xiaoho sighed, gazing at Mu Ningxua, who stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Have you bumped your head? I merely spoke in jest. Mu Ningxua's responses were succinct, leaving Mo Fan puzzled as to why the boys were so exhilarated, as if they genuinely believed they could gain admission to the Imperial Capital Academy. The Imperial Capital Academy is undoubtedly the finest magical university in the country. For a city like Bo City, it is already remarkable to have a few students admitted each year. Such a low acceptance rate underscores how exceptionally outstanding Mu Ningxu must be to have been directly admitted without attending a magical high school. Fangirl, if you put in a bit more effort over the next 2 years, you could also gain admission to the Imperial Capital. Once you're there, even a Mu family might not have much influence over you. Then Zhang Xiaoho suggested. Just as he finished speaking, the ever-persistent Zhao Kuan-san reappeared. But don't make me laugh. After today, your Fangirl will likely be expelled, and you think he can get into the Imperial Capital Academy? Zhao Kuan-san mocked. Zhao Kuan-san, are you unwell? When has my Fangirl offended you? Must you always bark like a dog every time we say something? Zhang Xiaoho had endured Zhao Kunsan for quite some time. Now, Zhang Xiaoho was undeniably one of the most outstanding students in the class, one of the few capable of wielding magic. He could not fathom what right Zhao Kunsan, a mere wretch who could only control 6-star particles, had to make a fuss before him. Although he had not offended him, Zhang Xiaoho simply could not tolerate such brazen shamelessness that he truly could not comprehend how, back in the day, Zhao Kunsan had the audacity to try to ingratiate himself with the esteemed Miss Mu Ningxu. One ought to recognize one's own worth and avoid indulging in foolish fantasies. Were it not for you, the land of our Zhao family estate would not have been reclaimed. Zhao Kunsan pointed an accusing finger at Mo Fan. Zhao Kunsan was also from this district and could be regarded as a servant of the Mu family. The term servant might seem anachronistic in modern times. However, if the livelihood of your family depended entirely on the Mu family's matriarch's fondness for gardening, then how could the Zhao family, responsible for the estate's greenery and flowers, not be considered gardeners or servants? The Mu estate was vast, akin to the grand estates of old nobility, with perhaps only 100 noble individuals residing within its confines. Yet, surrounding them were thousands of recognized farmers and servants. According to the elders, this entire district once belonged to the Mu family, the true first aristocracy of Bo City, with countless families like Mo Fan's and Zhao Kunsan's surviving in their shadow. Zhao Kunsan bore a grudge against Mo Fan. Had it not been for his audacity in angering the old master, their lives as gardeners could have been quite comfortable. I say, Mo Fan, why do you lack any semblance of sense? I have long known that some individuals are simply beyond our reach in this lifetime. It is better to keep a respectful distance for the sake of oneself and one's family. Why must you court disaster, believing that a toad can feast upon swan meat? Do you think this is a novel or a television drama where a peasant boy marries a princess? Spare me. Zhao Kunsan disdainfully jabbed a finger at Mo Fan. The appearance of Mu Ningxua had thoroughly stirred the resentment that Zhao Kunsan had long concealed. The foolish actions of Mo Fan years ago had affected far too many people and families. A princess is a princess. One ought to maintain a respectful distance from her. This is not a fairy tale. Should you cross that line, The wrath of the king can raise taxes, causing untold suffering to the families toiling in the village and town. Today, the man standing somewhat behind the podium, with his hair turning gray yet exuding a commanding presence, is the king. His name is Mage, a man whose mere stamp of his foot could shake the very foundations of Bo City. Mo Fan has angered him. It could be said that Mujun's mercy in not allowing Mo Fan's family to fall into destitution is already a sign of his benevolence. Zhao Kunsen, could you not keep your mouth shut? What? Am I mistaken in what I say? Zhao Kunsen retorted. Mo Fan cast a glance at Zhao Kunsen. Truth be told, his words took Mo Fan by surprise. This fellow was far more perceptive than he had imagined. Some people only come to understand, much later in life, how foolish it was to mock those who struggled academically yet came from wealthy families. Upon entering society, those who were once considered foolish and wealthy would return from studying abroad with impressive credentials, easily finding jobs with monthly salaries in the tens of thousands, while those who diligently studied and gained admission to prestigious universities found themselves submerged in the workforce. Living a life of disparity compared to those they had once ridiculed, their dreams eroded, their zeal extinguished, exhausted yet still impoverished. Zhao Kunsen's remarks revealed a maturity beyond his peers. Indeed, recognizing one's own reality is far more advantageous than naively pursuing dreams. Otherwise, when dreams shatter, the harshness of reality may swiftly strip one of everything once held dear, akin to an unbearable nightmare. Of course, Mo Fan had no reason to admire Zhao Kunsen for his newfound clarity. Rather, he found it laughable. Zhao Kunsen, you possess a remarkable potential to be a dog, and a commendable awareness of it, something Mo Fan could never accomplish. That I am in awe, truly. Mo Fan shot back. And what are you? If I were a dog, I would be a noble one, feasting on the finest dog food, residing in a quaint little house, adorned in elegant garments. You, however, are but a stray, a wretched cur scavenging for scraps, exuding the stench of refuse. The most precious thing is that you remain blissfully unaware of your own foulness, insisting on dragging the last remnants of your family's estate to this magic academy. Only to be kicked out. I must ask your father, Mo Jiaxing, has he ever regretted bringing you into this world? You worthless. Zhao Kunsen continued his tirade. Mo Fan's previous insult had struck a nerve with Zhao Kunsen. However, Zhao Kunsen was not one to back down easily. He embraced the role of a dog and retaliated against Mo Fan glanced into the crowd. Indeed, he caught sight of a pair of eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude, those belonging to Mu Bai. This was the young master who had once been thoroughly beaten by Mo and I in their youth. They were all merely children. Revenge was akin to throwing stones at a neighbor's window, harmless enough. Yet now, destinies would undergo significant transformations amid the awakening of magic and magical assessments, and the rising Mu Bai finally had the chance to retaliate. For the moment, he would let Zhao Kunsen off the hook, biding his time to seize a more opportune moment for revenge. How delightful! How delightful! Those whom he had once bested are now adept at playing cunning games. It was not in vain that he had educated them like a father for so many years. Come, let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. That I, Mo Fan, have specialized in dealing with arrogant fools and overconfident dogs for a century, never having missed my mark, employing lowly means to humble the proud and repay every slight. Enough with the shouting. The assessment is about to commence. Any further disturbances will result in immediate disqualification. The bald-headed examiner's presence loomed, quelling all enmities. That I am eager to see the expression on Miss Mu Ningxue's face as she witnesses you being expelled from the academy in front of the entire faculty and student body. I believe she will surely regret ever wanting to elope with such a worthless individual. Mu Bai whispered insidiously into Mo Fan's ear. You reek. I cannot abide the stench of excrement. Do not come too close. Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively. Mu Bai's lips twitched. Let this little brat revel in his arrogance for a while. Back then, he had humiliated Mu Bai in front of Mu Ningxue, ensuring that Mu Bai could never hold his head high before her. A disgrace that lingered to this day. Today, Mu Bai would ensure that this fellow suffered an even harsher fate, being publicly expelled from the academy, especially before Mu Ningxue, in this society that reveres magic. How would Mo Fan endure the ridicule? And how would Mu Ningxue look down upon him? When he returned to his father, Imo Jiaxing, who had sold their home to fund his attendance at this magical high school, how would he explain himself? In the annual assessment, it is quite common for students to be asked to leave if they do not meet the standards. Such expulsions are not widely announced. The school is not so inhumane. However, there exists a circumstance where the school will declare an expulsion publicly, when a sorceress stardust shows virtually no growth. Normally, once students awaken their stardust, with daily practice, even the most inept will gradually shine. It is only the exceedingly lazy who would fail to show any progress. To punish such waste of resources and magical tomes, and to make all students aware that cultivation is not a game. The school will announce the expulsion of those with insufficient skills. Such public announcements are rare. The school exists to motivate those lagging behind. At the beginning of the semester, a preliminary assessment was conducted, during which Mo Fan's abilities were nearly non-existent. Xuemushing had nearly decided to reserve that position for Mo Fan out of frustration. Now, as the semester draws to a close, they enter the most solemn annual assessment. Unavoidably, Mo Fan's South abilities are perilously close to the threshold for public expulsion out of course. To ensure a contingency, Mu Bai and his uncle Mu, he had prepared a grand gift for Mo Fan. This gift would suffice to ensure Mo Fan's stability in the assessment, securing him the school's punishment that had not been activated for 3 years. Fortunately, Mu Ningxue and Mu Zhuiyun would be present, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Reflecting on this, Mu Bai felt a surge of elation. Today marks the day to showcase his talents and embark on a path of ascendance, while simultaneously subjecting Mo Fan to suffering and disgrace. How exhilarating. How exhilarating indeed. The annual assessment officially commences. The entire school, comprising 30 classes, conducted the assessment simultaneously. The testing process was rather straightforward. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the examiners, each participant placed their hand upon the star-scent stone, concentrating deeply as they entered a meditative state. That moment, the star-scent stone would emit a radiance corresponding to the strength of the individual star dust, thus allowing for the evaluation of their cultivation level. Each student was afforded 3 opportunities, with the strongest glow recorded as their final score. Naturally, the more focused the student, the more accurately the sensing stone could reflect their stardust intensity. The order of testing was randomized, and the first to step forward was the timid Hiyu, who appeared like a delicate flower caught in the rain. The young lady, still frail in demeanor, approached the star-scent stone with evident hesitation, as if fearing her name might be called to leave the examination. "Let us begin," announced the bald-headed examiner. "Tu, you can do it. Your teachers and classmates believe in you," encouraged her homeroom teacher. "Xuemusheng dat, Akati doesn't matter if you don't perform well. I'll support you," chimed in Jianhua, the slightly eccentric dorm leader. With a timid resolve, Hiyu closed her eyes and placed her small hand upon the vast star-scent stone. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixed on the girl who was the first to undergo the test, her anxiety palpable and more pronounced than that of the test-taker herself, for reasons unknown. Mo Fan sensed a shift in Hiyu's aura as she entered the testing phase. Her expression turned serious, her demeanor focused, devoid of any panic. Gradually, the black star-scent stone began to emit a glow, akin to the first light of dawn, which expanded outward as Hiyu furrowed her brow in concentration, nearly filling the stone with brilliance. At that moment, the 3 examiners almost simultaneously announced their results. "Student, you may stop. Your final score is an A," declared the bald-headed chief examiner. His face betraying no emotion, Hiyu opened her eyes, disbelief mingling with joy as she exclaimed, "Really? Really? I got an A? I got an A?" Despite the somewhat peculiar sight of a girl exuberantly declaring her A, it was undeniable that Hiyu's performance astonished everyone. Wow, an A, that's the standard for entering the elite class. Absolutely unbelievable. Before the exam, she was sobbing, and we all thought she was on the verge of being eliminated. Yet here she is, scoring an A. A magical girl, a quintessential example of magical academia. I can no longer trust her, thought Mo Fan, taken aback by the outcome. Jianhua, the dorm leader, was left speechless. What support can I offer? Just getting a B would be impressive for me. Why was I even worried about someone who got an A? Schwemmishing's expression froze momentarily, having been caught off guard by the unexpected achievement of a female student. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of pride at the sight of an A in the first assessment. All scores would be consolidated and compared across the 30 classes, and he believed his class had a strong chance of ranking in the top 3. The greatest competition lay with Class 7 next door, where Wei Zhaotian, the Thunder Element prodigy, resided. He wondered if they would outpace his class significantly. He hoped that Mu Bai, the most outstanding student in his class, would hold his own against Zhaotian. "Do you wish to take the next assessment?" inquired the bald-headed examiner, glancing at Hiyu. She hurriedly shook her head, saying, "I only have mastery over 6 stars. It's better to skip." "Very well. We will determine your class placement based on evaluations from your other subject teachers." The bald examiner replied. "Thank you, teacher." Hiyu beamed as she exited, eager to share her success with her friends, only to discover they were all keeping their distance, leaving her quite puzzled. Had she done something wrong? Her score was so commendable. "Next," Zhang Xiaohou called the examiner. Zhang Xiaohou was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his turn to come so swiftly. "Fango, I'm up," he said to Mo Fan. "All right, perform well and maintain your composure." Mo Fan replied, "You don't need to coach others. It's nauseating to listen to." Zhao Kunsen interjected. Predictably, Mo Fan found himself wondering if Zhao Kunsen had some automatic follow mode, as he seemed to shower cold water on everything he said. Zhang Xiaohou glanced at his homeroom teacher, Schwemmishing, and then at their practical class instructor, Tang Yu. "Your best. I believe in you," Tang Yu encouraged. Zhang Xiao nodded and approached the star-scent stone. Closing his eyes, he adjusted his breathing, gradually entering a meditative state. The stone flickered with a patchy glow, alternating with Zhang Xiaohou's breath, revealing his nervousness as the stone struggled to fully capture his star energy. However, he was steadily finding his rhythm. Finally, the glow stabilized with a vibrant azure wind element radiance surrounding the star-scent stone, brighter than Hiyu's, that except for a slight instability, it was nearly flawless. A+, declared the 3 examiners, who seemed to have differing opinions. "Teacher, I'd like to try again," Zhang Xiaohou insisted, clearly unsatisfied with his score, and entered the meditative state once more. This time, he was more composed. The light densely enveloped the star-scent stone, evidently surpassing Hiyu's performance. With no flickering instability, the 3 examiners exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Final score: a plus. As the results were announced, astonishment and envy spread across the classroom. "Wow, an A+. That's a guaranteed entry into the elite class." Zhang Xiaohou, who usually seems so average, turned out to be so exceptional. "What a surprise. That's incredible. If I could get an A+, my dad would buy me a car." Both Schwemmishing and Tang Yu smiled and nodded, their eyes filled with admiration. They'd always held Zhang Xiaohou in high regard. His achievement was well within expectations. "Student, you may stop. We will..." The bald examiner began to announce the final results. "Teacher, I want to take the next assessment," Zhang Xiaohou said, his gaze resolute yet bashful. "Are you certain?" The examiner responded, somewhat taken aback. "I understand that if I rank high in the annual assessment, I will have a longer opportunity to receive a star-dust magical artifact. So I want to take the release assessment," Zhang Xiaohou stated confidently. Both Schwemmishing and Tang Yu maintained their smiles, already aware that Zhang Xiaohou had indeed reached the level of release. The examination consisted of 2 parts, the first being the Stardust test. The vast majority of students could continue their magical studies at the high school level by passing this initial assessment. The second part was designed for the elite students, among over 1,000 candidates. Approximately 100 had touched upon the realm of release. If they could successfully demonstrate their elemental skills during the assessment, their annual scores would naturally increase. In the annual assessment, every student would showcase their best abilities, leaving no skill hidden. Zhang Xiaohou's release assessment, however, did not proceed particularly smoothly. His nerves prevented him from fully connecting the 7 wind element stars into a complete star trail. Nonetheless, the examiners recognized him as a student who had mastered the release technique but had faltered due to the pressure of the examination. They awarded him a few extra points based on his performance. With a hint of disappointment, Zhang Xiaohou exited the testing area, his head lowered. Tang Yu, embodying the role of a gentle older sister, patted Zhang Xiaohou on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be disheartened. With your score, you will certainly enter the elite class." Teacher, I thought I had mastered it well. I didn't expect that a bit of nervousness would cause my stars to scatter uncontrollably every time. How do you manage to release magic so effortlessly? Zhang Xiaoho inquired. Practice naturally. In addition, one's mindset is crucial that a competent magician must possess not only a solid foundation, but also a calm demeanor amidst chaos. Tang Yu explained. Zhang Xiaoho nodded, partially understanding. Next, Huang Feifeng Bi. Teacher, I got an A. I got an A. Quiet or the score will be voided. Next, Luo C.C. The student known as Luo C sprang up joyfully, his delight palpable for someone like him. Often deemed a lackluster scholar, achieving a grade of C felt akin to celebrating the new year. In Class 8, students were being assessed one after another. Most received grades of B and C, with A's appearing to be rather scarce. Look, the school leaders are swiftly approaching this way. The individual testing in Class 7 is that fellow from the lightning department, Su Zhaoding. He is undoubtedly the top student in the entire school. One student remarked. Not necessarily. I've heard that Mu Bai possesses considerable prowess as well. Mo Fan overheard his classmates' discussions and turned his gaze toward the examination area of Class 7. Indeed, a group of school officials, along with the notably striking Mu Ningxue, had arrived in the vicinity. Brother Mu Zhuiyun, this is our exemplary student from the lightning department, Su Zhaoding. Ever since he awakened his powers a year ago, I, as the principal, have paid special attention to him that he is currently undergoing the release segment of the assessment. Just watch, the principal of Tianlan High School remarked to Mu Zhuiyun. The principal's evident deference towards Mu Zhuiyun highlighted the latter's esteemed status in Bo City. Ningxue observed the performance of this junior. He added, Mage, Mu Ningxue nodded in acknowledgement. The lightning department, the pinnacle of elemental systems, possesses a destructive force so fierce that it compels other mages to retreat. Within the examination area, Su Zhaoding, clad in his school uniform, stood poised, adjusting his breath while managing the pressure of being under the watchful eyes of the faculty and students. Since his enrollment, he had become the focal point of attention, and these gazes incessantly spurred him to train diligently. Heed my command, element of supremacy, lightning. Mark of lightning. As the words fell, his hand shot upwards. Violet arcs of electricity surged forth like serpentine soldiers summoned by a serpent king, twisting their formidable forms and scorching the air around them. The release was furious. The arcs crashed violently against the humanoid wooden puppet. The puppet trembled violently, charred black by the relentless onslaught of the lightning marks. Crackling with energy as it was mercilessly obliterated, the training ground was marred with deep black gashes, a sight both terrifying and mesmerizing. The battered puppet lay in ruins, reduced to a heap of blackened debris. The overwhelming display of lightning skills captivated the entire examination area, causing even the top students, who could also unleash their skills, to gasp in astonishment. My goodness, what wind trails, what water domains, what fiery manifestations pale in comparison. The might of this lightning mark is unmatched by any other system, utterly decimating the humanoid puppet into nothingness. If there had been a person standing there, they would have been obliterated. Su Zhaoding's face lit up with satisfaction as he beheld the outcome. Turning around, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of luminous, snow-like orbs. It was Mu Ningxue. Su Zhaoding's expression radiated surprise. He had not anticipated that his examination would capture her attention. She must be astonished, considering the unrivaled power of the lightning department. Ningxue, what do you think? Mu He, a school board member, inquired with a beaming smile. Mediocre, Mu Ningxue replied, not sparing another glance, and choosing to continue her path. The principal and several other school leaders stiffened momentarily. Could it be such a formidable display of lightning, yet deemed merely average? The standards of this young woman must be extraordinarily high. Actually, it's quite impressive. Ningxue studies at the Imperial Capital Academy, home to the nation's most talented mages. The basic release of a lightning mark is merely foundational there. Her perception of it as average stems from her accustomed benchmarks. Mu Zhuiyun explained with a smile, offering an escape for the principal and Mu He. So, Su Zhaoding still stand a chance to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. The principal inquired, adept at navigating the conversation. The others quickly chimed in, basking in their self-congratulation. It is highly probable that Su Zhaoding will emerge as the top scorer in the school, remarked Shun Guangliang, the director of the teaching office. That remains to be seen. I am aware that Mu Bai from Class 8 is quite formidable as well. The vice principal interjected, this. Mu He's face brightened, and he promptly addressed Mu Zhuiyun and Mu Ningxue. Elder brother, Mu Bai is a member of our Mu clan, consistently excelling in his studies. I believe he is about to be assessed. Shall we proceed to observe? Mu Bai, which family does he belong to? He is the son of Mu Yang, who has unfortunately passed away. I noticed that the mother and son face some bullying elsewhere, so we brought them to reside in the estate. Mu Bai is a remarkably sensible and ambitious child, not inferior to others in our family, although he does fall short compared to Ningxue. Nonetheless, he remains a promising candidate for cultivation. Mu He spoke cautiously to Mu Zhuiyun, with the estate's authority firmly in Mu Zhuiyun's hands. Mu He, though considered a senior, ranked only 3rd or 4th in comparison to I have a vague recollection. Let's go take a look then. What say you, esteemed board members? Mu Zhuiyun suggested. The balding board member spoke up. Since he is a descendant of the Mu family, we are indeed quite interested. Thus, the group began to shift, making their way toward the examination area of Class 8. This entourage exuded a powerful aura, their presence ethereal in the eyes of the students. Yet for Mu Ningxue, a peer of remarkable talent, her mere presence was invigorating. That on the field, the boys found themselves electrified upon noticing a girl watching nearby, especially when the girl happened to be the school's coveted goddess. Good heavens, the leadership team has arrived. They really came. My hands are shaking. This is perfect timing for me to shine. Shine my foot. Your assessment is already over, and you barely scraped AC. The students of Class 8 could hardly maintain their composure. Each student's fate hinged on this annual assessment, and a single approving glance from the leaders could alter the course of their lives. At this moment, the leadership team approached, intensifying the atmosphere of tension surrounding the examination. Mu He led the way, and the bald examiner promptly glanced up at him, with a subtle signal from Mu He. The bald examiner understood immediately, feigning ignorance as he blandly announced. Next, Mu Bai. Mu Bai's gaze remained fixated on Mu Ningxue. Despite residing in the same castle, its vastness had afforded him few opportunities to stand so close to her. Mu Bai, it's your turn. Mu He coughed lightly, prompting Mu Bai to react. There was no denying it. He had harbored feelings for Mu Ningxue for many years, despite knowing the improbability of their union. Yet, he could not allow someone like Mo Fan to sweep her away. It was time to prove the worth of his years of effort. Nodding resolutely, Mu Bai stepped towards the examination area. He had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Drawing in a deep breath, he felt the weight of his family's expectations and Mu Ningxue's gaze, both dreams he had longed for, now converging on this day. Placing his hand on the sensing stone, he suppressed his excitement, striving to perform at his best. Mu Bai had indeed undergone extensive training in this regard, although his heart raced with anticipation and anxiety. His practiced skill enabled him to execute an impressive meditation. Brilliant white ice radiance swiftly emanated from the sensing stone, enveloping its surroundings. This luminous ice was so intense that it threatened to overflow from stone, casting a glow upon Mu Bai's face. The entire class of faculty and students watched in rapt attention. The radiant display was likely the only instance they had witnessed in all their assessments. Even the exceptional Zhou Min, who typically excelled, paled in comparison to Mu Bai's brilliance. The 3 examiners promptly rendered their scores, and astonishingly, each awarded an S. I recall Su Zhaoding received 2 S's and an A. Didn't he? This means Mu Bai has surpassed Su Zhaoding in terms of stellar performance. Mu He exclaimed. Xuan Musheng, observing intently, found himself momentarily stunned. Had Mu Bai concealed such strength? Truly, the scion of an esteemed family. He had expected Mu Bai to secure only 1 S, but was utterly astonished to see him achieve 3 S's. 3 S's culminated in an overall score of S. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of excellence within the school. Beyond dispute, wow, Mu Bai is incredible. 3 S's. This score decisively eclipses Su Zhaoding from Class 7, making him the rightful first. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Mu Bai, You are truly remarkable. At this moment, several girls were already swooning that Immobile was not only handsome, but also excelled academically, making him the quintessential prince charming in their eyes. Brother, what do you think? Muhi inquired with a smile towards Mu Zhuiyun, who simply offered a terse comment. Not Bad Mu Ning Shui remained silent. Observing her indifference, Mu Bai realized that in the presence of a genius like Mu Ning Shui, the three S's truly paled in comparison. It was time to unleash his true potential. With a swift turn, Mu Bai entered the examination room. Mu Bai commenced his release. Naturally, he had mastered the control of 7 ice stars. Anticipation buzzed through the air for his ice-type skills. Amidst the murmurs, Mu Bai's gaze fixated resolutely on the humanoid puppet. Indeed, the Stardust test was merely a preliminary. Anyone with a modicum of understanding knew that the release was the true measure of one's capabilities. I shall astonish the clan leader and Mu Ning Shui. Closing his eyes, he entered the magical incantation. With remarkable finesse, Mu Bai connected the 7 ice stars into a celestial trajectory. Ice vines, without a moment's pause. He executed his practiced skill in one fluid motion. His pupils shifted in hue, and at the moment he exhaled his magical breath, he suddenly noticed the humanoid puppet enveloped in a layer of white frost. The frost spread rapidly, coating the puppet as if it had been adorned with a layer of icy paint, resulting in a striking spectacle. The chill permeated the entire examination room. The ice vines did not cease upon covering the puppet. They began to extend across the ground of the examination room. Other classes had also seen a student adept in ice skills, yet their display paled in comparison to Mu Bai's grandeur. The students recoiled in fear, sensing the ice vines encroaching upon their space. However, the school leaders and examiners remained calm, a glimmer of approval flashing in their eyes. This was a relatively mature ice vine skill, sufficient to pass muster in the Mage Association. The Mage Association was meant for adults, making it quite remarkable for a student who had only awakened for a year to achieve such sophistication in ice magic. Not bad. Mu Zhuiyun reiterated his assessment. Mu Bai was uncertain whether he had captured Mu Zhuiyun's attention, his heart racing as he turned his gaze toward Mu Ning Xu in that instant. It felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. His beloved Mu Ning Shui was not even glancing in his direction, instead fixated on someone else in the class, following her gaze. Mu Bai's heart sank further. Mo Fan. She was looking at Mo Fan. How infuriating. Why was she gazing at him again? That scoundrel, who should have been buried beneath the weight of mediocrity, what could he possibly possess that was worthy of her attention? Why was she not focused on my impressive release? Mu Bai's expression contorted with frustration. In the most pivotal moment of his life, he yearned for Mu Ning Shui's gaze, yet she remained transfixed on that little rogue. A mere jester amusing the princess. What was there to behold in a jester? Once the laughter subsided, why waste such precious attention? I will ensure he suffers immensely. Mu Bai's countenance darkened as he descended from the examination room, burdened by a heavy resentment. His performance had indeed been outstanding, achieving an S in Stardust and a B in Release, as determined by the examiner's final score, in terms of release. Even the top students managed only C's and D's. With the sole exception of the lightning adept Su Zhaoting, who reached A.B. This achievement rightfully earned him the title of the best in the entire school. Next, Mo Fan, as the crowd marveled at Mu Bai's resplendent victory. It was finally Mo Fan's turn. In truth, Mo Fan felt quite perplexed. Why was it that the green tea boy went before him? This must be a deliberate setup. Mo Fan could hardly believe in such coincidences. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He would eat when it was time to eat and sleep when it was time to sleep. If trouble comes, he would meet it head on. If not, then it was a clear day. How was it? He whispered to Mu Bai as he approached. I did as you instructed, Mu Bai replied with a venomous tone, reminiscent of a scorned lover. I'm merely acting in the best interest of the Mo family, ensuring that their son is swept aside to spare his father unnecessary worry. He clearly isn't cut out for magic, yet insists on forcing his way into Mu, he remarked, and he and Mu Bai had devised a plan against a Mo fan. Prior to the exam, Mu had meticulously arranged matters through his position as a school board member. The balding examiner was in Muhi's pocket, and the order of student examinations had been orchestrated. Following Mu Bai's test, it would be Mo Fan's turn, after which there would be a break to announce partial results. Thus, a perfect opportunity arose to execute their scheme. For instance, when Mubai placed his hand on the Stardust Stone, he could discreetly place a dark stone beneath the Stardust Stone. This dark stone served a simple purpose. While the Stardust Stone emitted its brilliance, it would absorb a portion of the energy, causing the overall luminosity to dim significantly. Consequently, even if Fan barely scraped together a C, this diminutive dark stone could drag his score down to a D, or even lower. After all, he was a worthless individual. Why not let him remain utterly wretched? Such a person was hardly deserving of the school's resources, and removing him sooner rather than later would benefit both the school and his family. Mubai was already smiling with malevolent glee. This time, Fan would surely suffer a tremendous loss of face. Fan. That name sounds familiar. Mu Zhuiyun spoke slowly. Brother, he is the son of the Madam S. driver. Mu He timely pointed out to Mu Zhuiyun that moment. Mu Ning Shui, who had always been as cold as ice, shifted her gaze that in truth, she had recognized Fan long ago, but she was puzzled as to why their testing coincided. Mu Zhuiyun glanced at Mu Ning Shui, who quickly regained her composure, regarding Fan as she would any ordinary student, devoid of emotional fluctuation, but a hint of satisfaction appeared in Mu Zhuiyun's eyes. Children inevitably go through phases of ignorance and rebellion, but they will mature and outgrow such folly. Look, he was once part of the Mu clan, albeit briefly. Mu Zhuiyun spoke in a measured tone. Mu Zhuiyun understood well that the son of a driver could hardly stand out. It was beneficial for Mu Ning Shui to see this, as such commonplace individuals would soon fade from their world. However, he hoped this little rascal would not leave a lasting impression on his precious daughter. Meanwhile, Fan paid no heed to the idle chatter around him. He had approached the Stardust Stone and placed his hand upon it. Just like the others in fact, he was grateful for his presence, as it secured his position at the bottom of the ranks. Otherwise, he would be in dire straits. I'm AD2. It doesn't matter. We'll make a grand exit from the campus together, remarked a dormitory mate, Xiao Bin. Whether AD can even be attained remains uncertain. Indeed, there's been no progress in cultivation in the classroom. Zhou Min, a fellow fire adept, was also observing Fan. She was curious to see whether he had been studying. After all, a person with a fire aptitude supposedly superior to hers was on the verge of expulsion from the school. Even Zhou Min felt a twinge of regret. Yet she couldn't help but harbor a degree of disdain for someone so unambitious. There's light. There's light. The illumination seemed rather weak. It appeared even inferior to AD. Upon the Stardust Stone, the brilliance was exceedingly timid, unable to emanate from within. However, the internal glow seemed potent enough to break through, yet remained trapped within. Wait, this doesn't seem right. This light doesn't appear to be AD. Is it real? Is sea level? Xiao Bin, a roommate, stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Fan had managed to manifest sea-level fire brilliance on the Stardust Stone. What happened to their grand exit from campus? Achieving a C meant he had merely scraped by. Where was the trust that had been pledged among the underperformers? Is it a C? No, the light was still gradually expanding. Several examiners wore puzzled expressions. While other candidates swiftly completed their tests, this studentess light began weakly, only to strengthen progressively, transitioning from D to C, and then continuing to brighten B. This definitely qualifies as B. Is there some kind of mistake? I only received a C. How could this fellow possibly have a B? Huang Feifeng, also a fire-type student, is nearly in tears. Zhou Min has an A, and that weakling called Dainiu also has a B. Out of the 4 fire-type students, Huang Feifeng is the only one with a C. How can he possibly vie for attention in front of teacher Tang Yu? Xuan Muxing's eyes suddenly lit up. As the homeroom teacher, his greatest fear is having a student who drags the class down. Today, all Xuan Muxing hopes for is that Fan does not claim that long unopened spot. Let this enormous Buddha drag down as many as it can. What Xuan Muxing never anticipated was that this kid suddenly emerged with a B. The average score should roughly be AB-. This Buddha somehow exceeded the average score, something he could never have imagined. Xuan Muxing is now even more elated than if he had encountered an A student. The ensuing discussions were no less fervent than those surrounding Mu Bai earlier. After all, Mubai is recognized for his excellent performance, while Mo Fan is universally acknowledged as the worst of the worst. The sudden acquisition of a B by such a student caught far too many off guard. How could this be? Mubai was dumbfounded. His uncle Mu, he was equally bewildered. What is this? This kid got a B? Mubai, did you actually let the dark stone go? That dark stone absorbs a tremendous amount of light. Someone with a C could easily end up with a D. That Mu, he lowered his voice to speak to Mubai. I let it go. I absolutely did. Even if Mubai faltered in his exams. He couldn't afford to fail here. The dark stone must have been released. But why did this guy end up with a B? Wasn't he teetering between a C and a D? Could it be that he hid his true strength and suddenly unleashed a B in the end? A C is merely passing, while a B is considered good. Can you imagine a student who was supposed to face 3 years of punishment suddenly turning into an excellent student? Indeed, as expected, quite mundane, Mu Jiyun remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. His daughter nearly got swept away by such a kid? If such a thing were to happen, he would be the laughingstock of the world. All right, let's move on to the next class. And Yu Jiyun wished for his daughter not to pay too much attention to this boy and spoke to the group. Brother, Mubai and Mu He expressed their lingering thoughts. Mu He was far from satisfied with this outcome. Today's endeavor was twofold: to elevate Mubai's status within the family so that he would gain the patriarch's attention, and to ensure Mo Fan's utter disgrace. Now, with neither objective achieved, how could they simply leave? Oh, distribute a bit more to their family during the new year as a form of encouragement. Mu Jiyun replied. Upon hearing this, Mubai was left stunned. What does it mean to distribute a bit more during the new year? Who wants that kind of charity? What he seeks is recognition. The opportunity to be nurtured by the Mu family, the Stardust magic tool, and the cultivation resources allocated to the direct descendants of the Mu family. Just as Mubai felt he was about to voice his thoughts again, another voice interjected. No, something feels off about this radiance. Suddenly, someone raised a doubt that it was a woman's voice, soft and melodious, exuding a mature allure. Teacher Tang Yu, do you have any objections to this judgment? Normally, the exam results are determined by the examiners, and even if we have doubts, Shuem Mushing began to speak. In truth, Shuem Mushing was already 1,000 times satisfied with this result. He even suspected that the star sense stone had malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could it have given Mo Fan a B? Teacher Tang Yu, please let this matter pass. If any issues arise, my reputation as the homeroom teacher would be tarnished. Teachers do not have the authority to question the results, but they can raise concerns about unexpected occurrences during the assessment, and even inspect the testing equipment to ensure its accuracy. Teacher Tang Yu stated with righteous authority. At that moment, several school leaders were quietly shaking their heads at Teacher Tang Yu. Even the principal was consistently hinting at her. It wasn't that the school leaders knew of any hidden schemes. Rather, they simply did not wish for unnecessary complications to arise in front of so many board members. What issue could there be with this result? It's perfectly normal, merely reflecting the performance expected of an average student. Teacher, why do you have doubts about the results? Mu Jiyun inquired with newfound curiosity. Teacher Tang Yu had already entered the examination room, her brows furrowed. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, as if a magician was casting a spell. Those familiar with magic would understand that she was indeed sensing something. Teacher Tang Yu's actions caused Mu He and Mu Bai to panic. Normally, once Mo Fan completed his test, the assessment would conclude, allowing the students to rest while also announcing the list of outstanding students from the first half of the assessment. During this intermission, the bald examiner could discreetly remove the dark stone without anyone noticing, maintaining the examination's integrity. Everything was orderly until a teacher stepped forward, seemingly uncovering the underlying issues. Teacher Tang Yu, how can you disregard the discipline of the examination room? If I were you, I would immediately vacate the candidate's testing area. Mu He shouted loudly. Of course. Mu He needed to raise his voice to intimidate the teacher who had noticed the problem. However, Teacher Tang Yu showed no fear. It seemed she had discovered something and walked straight to the star sense stone. If the star sense stone is flawed, this examination must be redone. Teacher Tang Yu fixed her sharp gaze on the examiner. The bald examiner immediately appeared flustered, anxiously glancing at Mu. His composure was rapidly unraveling. Mu Bai looked increasingly anxious. What are you standing there for? Go check. We must provide the candidates with the most just and fair examination environment. Any issues should be addressed immediately. Principal Tianlan declared with righteous fervor. The three examiners hurried to investigate and soon discovered the hidden dark stone. How strange! We checked thoroughly beforehand. How did this get in? Another examiner exclaimed in astonishment. After every candidate completed their assessment, a thorough check was conducted, and it was the bald examiner who had overseen Mu by S-check. Now, the bald examiner was in a panic. Covering up for the exam is a serious offense. What now? The principal questioned the three examiners. Before the three examiners could report the emergence of the dark stone, Mu interjected. Oh, since there is an issue, let us retest. Director Wang, please fetch another star scent stone from the storage room. The star scent stone is indeed effective, but a bit delicate. It can malfunction under different energy disturbances that we truly appreciate Teacher Tang Yu for spotting this so promptly, as she has helped us rectify an oversight. Mu he, ever the sly fox, quickly deflected the situation, ensuring the three examiners did not reveal the truth. Although Tang Yu frowned, she suspected that Mu he was likely involved in this matter. Publicizing the incident would be challenging for the school leaders, considering the impact it might have on this student's assessment. Thus, it seemed best to leave it be. Very well, a retest. Let us proceed with the retest. Mo Fan, due to some minor issues with the star scent stone, your previous score is nullified, and we will grant you an opportunity for a retest, the bald examiner exclaimed, clutching at this lifeline. Mo Fan looked at the group as if they were a bunch of clowns. What a fuss, continuing to stir up trouble while his grandfather waits. Fantastic, a retest. You could only manage a D at best. How could it possibly be a B? Old San, we can once again saunter out of the school together, Lu Xiaobin exclaimed with excitement. The heavens do not forsake me, Lu Xiaobin. I truly must thank Teacher Tang Yu for identifying the issue in time. I said it, how could Mo Fan, who usually drags me down, possibly rise again? Teacher Tang Yu. What's the point of this? Offering a student another chance isn't a bad thing, Schwem Mushing said with a mix of laughter and tears. Indeed, there was a genuine issue with the star scent stone, and Schwem Mushing felt utterly defeated. What was inevitable had finally occurred. Something that had remained unopened for 3 years had now been revealed by a student from his own class. Haha, how could I, Huang Feifeng, possibly be at the bottom? Teacher Tang Yu is truly remarkable. I admire you immensely. Huang Feifeng, also a fire-type student, exclaimed with relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mubai's sycophant Zhao Kunsen was ecstatic. I was terrified. I thought this loser might really turn the tables. I, Zhao Kunsen, am only a B as well. Thank goodness, Mubai. Just as Mubai was about to speak further, another voice resonated. Zhao Kunsen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued. Oh, Mubai, why do you still wear such a grim expression? Didn't he only receive a B because of the issue with the star scent stone? Rest assured he will surely be expelled. Can you please be quiet? It's irritating, Mubai said, his mood exceedingly agitated. Zhao Kunsen shrank his head, unsure of what had provoked his master's ire. The assessment for the other classes had nearly concluded. But due to some minor issues in Class 8's evaluation, a crowd had gathered, including top students from other classes, at this moment, and Mo Fan unwittingly became the center of attention. All right, Mo Fan, you may retake the test. Teacher Tang Yu, you've also inspected it, and there shouldn't be any problems this time, correct? The bald examiner smiled obsequiously. None at all, Teacher Tang Yu replied. Once again, Mo Fan stood on the star scent stone. And this time, he did not feel the icy chill that had assaulted him before. It was indeed Mubai and the others who had tampered with it. Mo Fan snorted coldly, fortunate that his most enchanting and alluring teacher, Tang Yu, had detected it early. Otherwise, he would have had to argue vehemently in front of the authorities. Mo Fan closed his eyes and placed his hand on the star scent stone. The initial chill quickly softened under the influence of his stardust power. The light began to intensify, the crimson glow reminiscent of flames engulfing the star scent stone from within. This time, the radiance was unleashed without restraint, spreading around the stone and even overflowing beyond its confines. The first to express disbelief was Mu Zhuiyun. The principal, vice principal, director of the political education office, and the school board members all widened their eyes in astonishment. The light overflowed. Class instructor Schwem Mushing was utterly dumbfounded. After so many years of teaching, how could he not comprehend the significance of this overflowing light? It seemed that within the entire school, only Mubai had reached this realm of luminescence. Perhaps it was due to the naturally bright nature of fire. The overflow of fiery light was even more intense than Mubai's icy brilliance. I can't believe it. The students from surrounding classes, along with those from Class 8, were overwhelmed by shock. The notion that a student previously deemed a fool could achieve such an extraordinary feat was unfathomable. Assess? It must indeed be an est. Should we check again? The ball director Wang and the other two examiners were beside themselves with disbelief, as were Mo Fan's classmates who had long expected him to be expelled. This must be a mistake with the star-sent stone. How could this individual possibly possess such high cultivation? It must be an illusion. It simply cannot be true. Is this really happening? Xiao Bin from the water department wailed. We agreed to leave campus together. You, Mo Fan, were supposed to fulfill your promise as a slacker, yet now you've transformed into a genius. No one can stop me now. I might as well jump into the river. If Mo Fan can become a genius, why can't I drown in despair as a water mage? Moon Ningxue, who had remained expressionless, finally showed signs of emotion. Indeed, even she had not anticipated this outcome. For a student like Mo Fan, lacking in special talents and family background, achieving AB was entirely reasonable. Yet he had reached the realm of overflowing light, surpassing even Mubai, who had some resources and family support. For reasons unknown, Moon Ningxue felt a warmth in her heart akin to the spreading fiery glowed. It was truly astonishing. They had nearly overlooked a student of even greater potential. After expressing astonishment, one of the school board members remarked, "Indeed, we can hardly imagine the detrimental impact of only awarding him AB, and how much of a loss it would be for our school to lose such an exceptional mage." "Better late than never," Teacher Tang Yu said. "I must sincerely thank you for your keen insight." As the leaders praised her, Tang Yu simply smiled modestly. In truth, she was equally astonished. She had always believed that the most outstanding fire mage in the class was Zhou Min. Yet unexpectedly, Mo Fan proved to be even more remarkable. What was most important was his unwavering dedication to practice without comparing himself to others or seeking recognition. Such composure is the hallmark of a promising mage. Zhou Min, a strong-willed girl from the fire department, gazed in disbelief at the overflowing light. The student she had consistently looked down upon had surpassed even Mubai. Had she truly failed to see his potential all along? All of the shock, disbelief, and unexpected joy paled in comparison to the expression on Mubai's face, which resembled that of someone who had been mercilessly tortured. His countenance was no longer describable as merely an expression. It was a grotesque amalgamation of twisted features. What could be more devastating than witnessing a rival, whom he despised, achieve such a remarkable turnaround? Zhao Kunsen, the sycophant, rubbed his eyes countless times, yet the scene of overflowing light remained unchanged. The haughty demeanor he had previously displayed towards Mo Fan vanished entirely, leaving behind only a comical foolishness that stood out amidst the crowd. The final result was S. The highest level of assessment in the school is S. Yet everyone knew that Mo Fan's stardust magical energy likely surpassed even Mubai's. Mo Fan. "Do you wish to continue testing?" "Of course." Mo Fan replied with a slight smile. He had long awaited this day. Had it not been for the upheaval in the world, he would have achieved this rhythm upon entering high school. Thankfully, the final outcome was favorable. To unleash his magic was to shine brilliantly before others. Just like a dazzling star, fire burst. The atmosphere was incredibly fluid as Mo Fan chanted, his demeanor solemn and self-assured. An intense energy radiated from Mo Fan, spreading wildly and striking the faces of the hundreds present with a fiery sensation. The fire star's trajectory swiftly materialized around him after he completed the arrangement of the stars. The vivid red glow was breathtaking. A burst of flames erupted from Mo Fan's half-clenched hand, akin to a ferocious beast eager to pounce. Go. With a sweeping gesture, the fireball traced a brilliant red tail across the examination grounds, accurately striking the humanoid wooden puppet. "Rise." He raised his hand high, and after a brief moment of silence, the flames surged violently over the puppet. The crimson blaze intensified, engulfing the entire figure within seconds. The firelight illuminated Mo Fan's face, which bore a confident and triumphant smile. This was the essence of fire burst, mastering the power of fire, undeniably dazzling. After completing this display, Mo Fan turned around to find everyone frozen in astonishment. Teachers, students, and leaders alike were still grappling with the implications of Mo Fan's S-level assessment when they were met with the seamless execution of Fireburst. There was not a moment of hesitation, nor a hint of discord. In fact, the speed of his completion surpassed even Mubai's. Fire magic, inherently more volatile than ice magic, elicited a reaction tenfold stronger than Mubai's ice vine. Thus, when Mo Fan executed Fireburst, the collective response was amplified, not only due to his stunning reversal, but also because of the sheer grandeur of fire magic itself. "Let's score him," Mo Fan said casually. Glancing at the dazed examiners, A, B, A, the scores were instantaneously revealed. Indeed, Mo Fan's results were higher than Mubai's. Mubai was now so furious he was practically on the verge of cardiac arrest. This truly felt like the end for him. How could this be? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Both assessments surpassed Mubai's. Is this truly the Mo Fan we know? The most astonishing comeback in history, transforming into a genius in an instant. Dazzling everyone, Su Qinglin exclaimed. Class instructor Shui Mushing wore a grin that seemed to stretch beyond his face, but he cared little for the rivalry between Mubai and Mo Fan. A student from his class had suddenly emerged with an S grade, and likely the highest release score, making him the top student in the school. From the bottom to the top, nothing could be more shocking. It was like a dream. First place was now within his class, and Mubai should comfortably secure second place. Therefore, with both the first and second positions in his class, it seemed he was on the path to a promotion and a raise. Truly, the Mu family was extraordinary. Mujvian, you have indeed opened our eyes, fellow practitioners of the magical arts. If I'm not mistaken, this student, Mo Fan, is merely the son of a manor's driver in prestigious families. It is not surprising that they can cultivate such exceptional students in Bo City, said Deng Kai from the Hunter Alliance. Yuvian looked at Deng Kai, who held a high position within the Hunter Alliance and also served as a board member of Tianlan Magic High School, making him the most accomplished and powerful among all the board members. Deng Kai praised him. The other board members were equally astonished. One could hardly contest it. A driver's son was so remarkable, comparable to the talented magical students they had meticulously nurtured. Slowly recovering from his astonishment, Mujvian realized that he had indeed underestimated Mo Fan. Hearing the accolades from these insiders brought a newfound glow to his face. With his spirits lifted, Mujvian began to ponder. While the younger generation of the Mu family had Mu Ningxue holding the banner, other direct and collateral descendants needed cultivation to solidify their clan's strength. Coincidentally, they were greatly lacking in fire magic practitioners. Although this young man had previously done something that infuriated him, it was all in the past. There was no need to pursue it further after so many years. It might be time to offer him some incentives, allowing this lad to serve the Mu family. Certainly, he should not be allowed to approach Mu Ningxue, but sending him to his eldest son, Mu Jiangming, to cultivate him into an outstanding fire-type retainer wouldn't be a bad idea. Talent must be embraced. Mujvian stroked his beard, a hint of appreciation gleaming in his eyes, seeing Mo Fan emerge from the examination room. He called out, Mo Fan, come here. Mo Fan glanced at Mujvian, uncertain of what this old scoundrel wanted. With a mix of confusion, he approached the small group of leaders, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Mu Ningxue. Goodness, how has this girl grown into such a stunning beauty after a few years? Ahem. Mujvian cleared his throat. Mu Ningxue shifted her gaze away, and Mo Fan followed suit. Did you call for me? Mo Fan asked, lifting his head to meet the imposing Mu Zhuyan in front of others. Mu Zhiyun exuded a regal authority that left many juniors feeling hesitant to breathe. Mo Fan, however, was unfazed. Aside from having a beautiful daughter, this man radiated the aura of an old rogue. Recently, our Mu family just acquired some resources for fire magic cultivation, but it so happens that nearly everyone in the manor practices ice magic. Your fire magic aptitude is commendable, and your cultivation level has surprised us. Therefore, I intend to allocate these resources to you. Besides attending your regular classes, you may practice alongside Mu Jiangming and the others. Mu Zhiyun said, stroking his beard. This statement was naturally made in front of everyone. In Mu Zhiyun's eyes, this was also a gesture of respect towards Mo Fan. Among the younger members of the manor, those in the collateral lines sought desperately to impress him, yet he hardly regarded them. For someone like Mo Fan, who was not even considered a true member of the Mu family, to receive such an opportunity was akin to leaping over the dragon gate. In this world, there will always be exceptional cases of rising to prominence. And, as the head of the Mu family, one must not have a narrow perspective that only focuses on the clan's direct descendants. Big brother, this is simply unacceptable. Mu Bai actually has greater potential, but he may have been a bit nervous today and did not perform well. Besides, he is one of our own family members. Mu, he blurted out, flustered, but Mu Bai, already feeling devastated, felt as though he had been mercilessly kicked while down upon hearing these words. How tragic. Damn it. That was the opportunity Mu Bai had yearned for. He had painstakingly endeavored to shed his identity as a collateral descendant to enter the true core of the Mu family, which would grant him access to abundant cultivation resources, no longer relegated to a mere half-master. It was bad enough that he had not received it. Now, it was being handed to the person he despised the most. The sheer indignation could almost bring him back to life. I have made this decision. Mu He, you need not say more. Mu Zhiyun waved his hand, maintaining a smile as he gazed at Mo Fan. What is the matter? Are you so overjoyed that you've lost your wits? Shouldn't you express your gratitude for this generous favor? Mu Zhiyun felt quite pleased with his ability to overlook past grievances and welcome a student of no notable status into the core of the Mu family. It seemed he was indeed a magnanimous leader. Mo Fan, why are you still dazed? Quickly thank Lord Mu for his favor. The homeroom teacher, Xuan Musheng, urged Mo Fan. Zhang Xiaoho, Lu Xiaobin, and Su Qinglin looked on with envy. Just a moment ago, Mo Fan was a nobody lost in the crowd, and now he was on the verge of becoming a high-flying elite. Mo Fan stared at Mu Zhiyun's warm smile, his expression one of confusion. After a moment, he finally spoke. Have you lost your mind? What did you say? Mu Zhiyun's face was filled with bewilderment. He did not catch what the boy had said at first. I said, have you lost your mind? Mo Fan reiterated each word clearly. This statement resonated clearly with everyone, yet their expressions were filled with utter bewilderment. What? Lost his mind? This brat just said Mu Zhiyun had lost his mind. My heavens, has Mo Fan gone insane? Mu Zhiyun understood now. He puffed his beard in anger and said, you better have a perfect explanation for your next words, or else. Explanation? Of course, I have one. Mo Fan nodded and began. Don't pretend like you didn't suppress my family with righteous indignation 3 years ago, that I, Mo Fan, am not some fool who'll be loyal to you, just because you slapped me once and then offered me a treat. You spoke to my father and me as if we were mere lapdogs, and while your memory may be failing you, mine is quite clear. Let me be frank with you, old scoundrel. Don't think that just because you're inviting me into your family now, I'll be grateful. Even if you were to package Mu Ningxue and her dowry in front of me, begging me to join your family, I wouldn't care for it. Do you really think everyone in the world revolves around the Mu family? Do you expect me to be eternally grateful to you? Unless your mind is addled. I can't fathom what's wrong with you today. This outburst seemed to unleash all the pent-up resentment Mo Fan had harbored over the years. The entire process flowed seamlessly. The principal, the director of the teaching office, board member Deng Kai, Mu He, Mu Bai Zhao Kunsen, homeroom teacher Xuan Musheng, the students of Class 8, and even Mu Ningxue herself were all left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mu Zhiyun's expression darkened to an extreme. Crack, crack, crack. The fury solidified. Beneath Mu Zhiyun's feet, an incredibly solid sheet of crystallized formed, the chilling air spreading through the atmosphere like the anger swelling within him. Mu Zhiyun was furious, truly furious. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the local emperor of Bo City. Among his peers, high-ranking officials, heads of magic schools, and leaders of the Magic Association, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. The younger generation in the manor scarcely dared to breathe in his presence. Yet this wild boy, this insignificant brat, had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. The terrifying aura of ice centered around Mu Zhuiyun. The once sandy playground surface froze into solid crystalline ice within mere seconds. The chilling presence transformed the sweltering summer into a frigid winter, turning the training ground into a frozen expanse, immense and reflective like a mirror. The shocking scene caused a wave of screams among the students. The playground had instantaneously turned into an icy terrain, and Mu Zhuiyun had not even unleashed any magic. Just the sheer force of his presence was enough to freeze everything. What level of cultivation did that require? Compared to Mu Bai's paltry ice vine, Mu Zhuiyun was an utterly colossal being, incomparable in scale. Zhuiyun, control your emotions. This is a school, and there are many students here who lack even basic defenses. Deng Kai, the board member from the Hunter Alliance, suddenly stepped forward, placing himself between Mu Zhuiyun and Mo Fan. Deng Kai's intervention somewhat diminished Mu Zhuiyun's terrifying power, but the surrounding crowd still found it difficult to breathe. As Deng Kai stood forth, the few who could move freely, such as teacher Tang Yu, also halted their steps. Tang Yu could not allow Mu Zhuiyun to harm her student, even if she might not be a match for the patriarch of the Ice Magic Clan. However, I still wish to set an official update time. Mo Fan, what nonsense have you uttered? You must immediately apologize to Mu Zhuiyun. Mu bellowed in furious indignation. What on earth is wrong with this Mo Fan? How dare he act so brazenly before Mu Zhuiyun? It seems his entire family is living on borrowed time. An apology? Certainly, but he must also apologize to me for the events of 3 years ago. Do not presume to pressure me with your superior cultivation and power. With Mu Zhuiyun's level of skill, he can only bully someone like me, a mere student yet to reach 18 to T. Oh, put it bluntly. If you were my age, I could easily leave you searching for your lost teeth. At this moment, Mo Fan's audacious demeanor was on full display. Nonsense. Mu Zhuiyun was truly driven to madness by this impudent young man. Expletives escaping his lips. Despite not possessing the extraordinary talents of Mu Ningxue in his youth, Mu Zhuiyun was nonetheless a genius in his own right and would never regard a student from Tianlan Magic High School as a worthy opponent. Mo Fan, your audacity knows no bounds. Let alone Mu Zhuiyun in his prime, even a core disciple from the Mu family could easily subdue you with a single strike. Indeed, even without relying on the clan's disciples. I, Mu Bai, can challenge you to a magical duel. Should you lose, you must kneel and apologize to the elder Mu. At this juncture, Mu Bai, having regained his vigor, eagerly positioned himself to serve as Mu Zhuiyun's instrument of vengeance. He and Mo Fan are of the same generation. Let us engage in a fair duel and see what you have to say. With this title, Mu Bai would undoubtedly unleash a fierce beating upon Mo Fan, satisfying Mu Zhuiyun's wrath and own need for you. Just as Mu Bai was about to step forward, a proud yet somewhat icy voice rang out. All eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Mu Ningxue. At such a moment, who would have anticipated her intervention? She stepped between her father and Mo Fan. Her eyes, reminiscent of the icy peaks of Tian Shan, glimmered with a hint of anger. Her ire was directed solely at Mo Fan. Since you claim that my father only bullies the younger generation and that he suppresses self-made magicians like you with his power, then let us compare ourselves. We are of the same age. Mu Ningxue's tone was calm, yet carried the unmistakable strength of a glacial mountain. Ningxue? Upon witnessing his daughter stepping forth, Mu Zhuiyun's anger transformed into astonishment. Mo Fan, facing Mu Ningxue directly, wore a lazy grin that suggested he was unbothered. This is intriguing. Mu Ningxue has come forward. Frankly, there is little thrill in battling the insipid Mu Bai. I've already outmatched him today. However, facing Mu Ningxue, renowned as the finest genius of Boqing and a paragon of the imperial capital, promises to be far more engaging. Ningxue, I can handle this fellow. There is no need for you to intervene. Mu Bai quickly interjected with a forced smile. My father has been insulted, and while he may choose to rise above the petty provocations of such a slick-tongued rogue, I, as his daughter, will not let this affront to my father go unpunished. We shall settle this through the most equitable magical duel. Mu Ningxue stated each word with gravity, her conviction leaving no room for rebuttal. Excellent, well said. This icy, steadfast spirit fills us elders with great relief. Truly, she is the foremost prodigy of butching, possessing extraordinary talent at such a tender age, and is so resolute in matters of right and wrong. Director Deng Kai immediately praised her. After his commendation, Director Deng patted Mu Zhuiyun on the shoulder and continued, Brother Zhiyun, it is indeed unnecessary for you to personally deal with this insolent young man. He may believe himself to be superior enough to crush you as you were in your youth. However, you cannot return to 16 and engage him in battle. Let your daughter Mu Ningxue take care of this. Let us render this arrogant little brat speechless. Mu Zhuiyun remained silent, merely gazing at Deng Kai. Seeing that Mu Zhuiyun's temper was still under control, Deng Kai smiled slightly and approached Imo Fan, saying, So, Imo Fan, as the head of the Butching Hunters Alliance, I am uncertain whether to describe your behavior today as youthful ignorance or sheer folly. Nonetheless, you should sincerely apologize to Mu Zhuiyun. His contributions to butching far exceed your understanding. Apologize? No problem. I can bear thorns upon my back and bow in the most traditional manner until he is satisfied. However, it is only fair that the Mu family can indeed warrant my apology. They ought to inquire what was said to my family 3 years ago. Before I apologize, he must first apologize for the events of 3 years past, given that he is a prominent figure in butching. He should understand the importance of not provoking those of lesser stature. While we may be easily crushed underfoot, we will certainly voice our grievances before being silenced. Imo Fan retorted without reservation. This is a society governed by law. How could such actions be permissible? The most you could face is expulsion. The principal glared disapprovingly. All right, since we have reached this point, it may not be as difficult to handle as imagined. As Mu Ningxue suggested, she will engage in a magical duel with you. If you lose, you shall apologize to Mu Zhuiyun until he is satisfied. Should Mu Ningxue lose, Deng Kai's gaze shifted towards Mu Zhuiyun. Mu Zhuiyun scoffed. Ningxue could never lose. Then stop talking nonsense and simply state whether you dare or not. Imo Fan's words dripped with sharpness. Dignity does not become more exalted simply because one belongs to a great family. Nor should one's misfortunes render them subservient. Imo Fan is merely a small figure, a vengeful little man. To consider joining the Mu family, he would never forget Mu Zhuiyun's demeaning words from 3 years ago. Nor would he overlook Mu He's role in his family's downfall. If he were to return to Mu Zhuiyun for a mere bone, he would truly be a dog, no different from Zhao Kuan and Mu Bai. As for cursing him, that is entirely natural. 3 years ago, at a mere 13, he dared to point at Mu Zhuiyun and call him an old bastard. Now, at 16 or 17, would he still fear him? The adage, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope, holds no truth for Imo Fan. If a snake dares to bite him, he will treat it as a rope to be swung about. When one is already perceived as an ant in the eyes of others, escaping the crushing weight of a colossal foot is futile. It is far better to vent one's frustrations. Brother Jian, what say you? Deng Kai took on the role of mediator. This dispute and verbal altercation are unfolding before the entire faculty and student body. If this somewhat embarrassing situation could be redirected towards a fair magical duel, that would indeed be ideal. Otherwise, expelling this student named Imo Fan would serve no purpose and would result in the school losing a talented individual. After all, achieving the top rank at Tianlan Magic High School is no small feat. I shall not let this little miscreant go unpunished. Mu Zhuiyun cast a glance at Mu Ningxue and declared, Ningxue, you need not involve yourself in this matter. My adopted son Yuang is of similar age. Let him compete against you, Mu Zhuiyun stated. Still, Mu Ningxue attempted to protest. However, Mu Zhuiyun would not afford her the opportunity to speak further. Turning to Deng Kai, he said, Deng Kai, I understand your inclination to look after the younger generation. But you also witnessed how this boy disrespected me. I have already taken a step back by allowing him to compete with my adopted son Yuang. Should he lose, he must kneel and apologize to me until I am satisfied. If he wins, I shall offer my apologies. I truly have not held on to the grievances of 3 years ago. Hearing this, Mu Bai and Mu He suddenly wore smiles that Wai Yuang. Let him take the lead. Mu Zhuiyun, possessing great cunning, anticipated that Mu Ningxue would suddenly rise to defend this boy, likely seeking to absolve him. There was no chance Mu Zhiyun would let Mo Fan off the hook. Even if Mu Ningxue wished to assist him, he could not swallow this humiliation. The Wai Yuong, a fervent practitioner within the Mu family, sent chills down the spine of anyone who mentioned his name. If Yuong were to take action, one could guarantee that Mo Fan would meet a most disastrous fate. According to the regulations of the Magic Association, both parties in a magical duel must be at least 18 years of age. Therefore, I, Deng Kai, shall act as the adjudicator, and a magical duel between Mo Fan and Yu Ong shall take place on the latter's 18th birthday. Deng Kai stated with utmost seriousness. Mu Zhiyun let out a cold snort. Signifying his agreement, Mo Fan nodded and remarked, "Let me duel a girl. I find it hard to strike her that a male opponent would suffice. I shall leave him so battered that even his father would not recognize him." Upon hearing Mo Fan's flippant remarks, Mu Zhiyun's fury surged anew. "Just wait and see. In the magical duel at 18, I shall ensure you suffer a crushing defeat and lose all semblance of dignity. The Magic Association, the Hunters Alliance, and the Magic School will all unconditionally protect magical students. However, once one reaches the age of 18, an adult mage must truly take responsibility for their actions. Mu Zhiyun finds it unnecessary to stoop to the level of a 16-year-old insolent child. In just 2 years, when the child comes of age, will he not be made to suffer profoundly?" Enraged, Mu Zhiyun chose to leave, accompanied by the principal and several other leaders, as Mu Ningxue had departed. She cast a meaningful glance at Mo Fan, as if wanting to say something, but unsure of the words. Mo Fan realized that Mu Ningxue was advocating for him. Having her intervene was far more advantageous than if Mu Zhiyun took action, for the latter's involvement would undoubtedly wreak havoc on both Mo Fan and his family. Unfortunately, her intentions were perceived by her father, Mu Zhiyun. He understood that Mu Ningxue would show leniency, and thus he opted for a different approach, sending Mu Yutong, the most notorious training fanatic of the Mu family, to confront Mo Fan. Mu Yutong was utterly obedient to Mu Zhiyun, even if tasked with eliminating Mo Fan. He would not hesitate for a moment. Mu Zhiyun had no reason to show mercy to a mere child who dared to insult him. For now, he would allow the child to enjoy his time at school. But upon graduation, retribution would follow for opposing the Mu family. The turmoil eventually subsided. All the classmates stared at Mo Fan, who had suddenly transformed into a scholarly genius, reflecting on his earlier actions, utterly at a loss for words. This Mo Fan was nothing short of mad. To challenge the Mu family, a powerful lineage, was audacious. Any prominent magician from a major family could easily crush the students of Tianlan Magic High School. To put it plainly, Mu Bai, a superlative student from the Natural Magic High School, was merely a peripheral member of his family. Mo Fan's performance today astonished everyone. Yet, this did not grant him the audacity to provoke the colossal Mu family. Alas, what could have been a leap into greatness now felt akin to destruction. Who was unaware that the Mu family of Bo City was the most powerful. Offending them would render any future in Bo City untenable. Within the school, there was a semblance of protection in this sacred space, but once one stepped into society, the consequences would be unbearably grim. Such recklessness. Why must one be so headstrong? Countless opportunities yearned for by many were squandered by Mo Fan's impulsiveness, establishing a formidable enemy. Fangu, you are simply too cool. While we all tremble in fear of the old man Zhiyun, you've not only confronted him, but called him an old bastard more than once. Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed, chuckling. Many of us privately share the sentiment of calling him an old bastard. Zhang Xiaoho, though naturally shy, held immense admiration for Mo Fan as the king of children in this district. Mo Fan had once commanded a loyal following. Zhao Cunnian had been among those who revered him, but after that incident, he had allied himself with Mu Bai, causing many to shy away from Mo Fan. Yet, Zhang Xiaoho remained steadfastly loyal, supporting whatever daring ventures Mo Fan undertook. He was aware of the incident from 3 years prior, and witnessing Mo Fan's fearless retaliation now filled him with respect. He realized he could never embody such audacity. "Do you think Mu Ningxue has been captivated by me?" Mo Fan asked, raising an eyebrow with a sense of self-satisfaction that's hard to say. "After all, that old bastard is her father," Zhang Xiaoho replied. I'm in such a good mood today. I might just ask for an extra fried egg at the cafeteria, Mo Fan said, draping an arm around Zhang Xiaoho's shoulders as they strolled towards the dining hall. Haha, if you had seen Mu Bai and Zhao Cunnian's faces just now, you would be even happier, Zhang Xiaoho remarked, finally releasing a breath of frustration. Zhao Cunnian's sycophantic demeanor had been thoroughly deflated, and he would never have imagined that Mo Fan's abilities surpassed his OWAS for Mu Bai. He was well known for his arrogance, yet he was still bested by the remarkable Mo Fan. Moreover, Mu Bai was desperately trying to curry favor with Mu He, hoping to gain access to the core disciples of the Mu family for training, but the old bastard scarcely acknowledged his attempts. Instead, turning his attention to Mo Fan, who astonishingly discarded what Mu Bai coveted like refuse, delivering a resounding blow to the old man's pride. How utterly delightful. It was baffling how Mu Zhuiyun could still harbor such delusions. He had already faced Mo Fan's venomous temper 3 years prior, yet today he foolishly sought reconciliation, only to be verbally eviscerated by the unpredictable Mo Fan. Point one could only imagine Mu Zhuiyun's blood pressure skyrocketing today. However, Fangirl, if that old bastard were to offer you the little princess along with a dowry, would you really refuse? Zhang Xiaoho timidly inquired. Of course, I would accept. Whoa, Fangirl, what about your principles? Well, that does seem rather reasonable. Mo Fan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Are you suggesting you lack principles? Get out of here. I meant that instead of seeking an apology from the old bastard, he might as well deliver Moon Ningxue with a dowry. Mo Fan declared. Fangirl, you should stop daydreaming. That lunatic Yutong is truly a monster. You might not even see the light of day on your 18th birthday, let alone marry the little princess. Zhang Xiaoho cautioned. Yutong? Humph. Just wait until I make him regret it. In the past, Mo Fan would have considered whether he could contend with the Mu family. Now he had no fear of their younger generation. With flames in his left hand to scorch them and thunder in his right to rend their flesh. The final results of the annual assessment were released, and when Mo Fan's name appeared at the top of the blackboard for achieving the highest score, countless eyes widened in disbelief. Who was this Mo Fan, whose exam results eclipsed those of the esteemed Lei Shitai and the ice lineage's Mu Bai? The sheer astonishment over his scores left many in shock. Furthermore, the news of Mo Fan's public denunciation of Mu Zhuiyun and his decisive confrontation with the Mu family scions spread rapidly throughout the school. In no time, Mo Fan gained notoriety, becoming not only a legendary figure who transformed into an academic prodigy overnight, but also the most reckless student in Bo City's history. Those with a bit of experience understood that Tianlan Magic High School served as a launch pad for aspiring commoners. Among the 1,500 students, there were a few exceptionally talented individuals. However, when compared to other elite magic schools and the well-established families, they were on a completely different level. Any magician emerging from the Hunter Alliance, the Magic Association, or any major family could easily overshadow them. The school indeed represented the best chance for grassroots individuals to leap into prominence. Yet, this did not imply one could challenge the second-generation magicians and their ilk. Mo Fan paid no heed to the school's six-eyed flying fish, besides engaging in meditation and practicing his spells. He maintained a balanced routine of eating and sleeping. Notably, Mo Fan had been assigned to the elite class. This class, comprising around 100 students, gathered in a large lecture hall for lessons and a spacious training ground for practice. Those who made it to the elite class generally had mastered 7-star fragments, albeit some were still not entirely proficient in their spellcasting. When practical classes commenced, it was time for the elite students from various disciplines to showcase their skills. The practical course was still taught by teacher Tang Yu, who was rumored to possess greater mastery than any other instructor in the school, despite her brief tenure of less than 6 months. She was entrusted with teaching the practical classes for the elite students. The head of the elite class was still Xuan Musheng, whose class had produced 2 S-level students. Who else could fulfill such a role? Mo Fan's presence had undoubtedly garnered significant attention from school leaders, who urged Xuan Musheng to take special care in guiding Mo Fan's rebellious nature. Xuan Musheng found himself exasperated, feeling that whether Mo Fan was a slacker or a genius, he was an imposing figure difficult to manage. Unbeknownst to them, a month of the new semester had slipped by, Standing in the expansive lecture hall of the elite class, Mushing cleared his throat with a heavy cough, signaling the students to temper their excitement. Why were the students so animated today? It was the day designated for the distribution of Stardust magic artifacts. AS elite class students. They were not only afforded the finest teaching resources, but also an important privilege. The major magical organizations and renowned magical families had long maintained their lead over common magicians, not only due to their wealth of knowledge, skills, and experience, but, more crucially, because they possessed Stardust magic artifacts. To put it simply, if experience, knowledge, and skills were akin to software, then Stardust magic artifacts represented the robust hardware. In a world dominated by illustrious families, equipped with comprehensive resources and advanced technology, even an ordinary mage could glean insights from the academy. However, one cannot possibly compare their hardware to that of these distinguished lineages. The Stardust magic device, to put it elegantly, serves to nourish the soul and enhance cultivation, allowing practitioners to swiftly alleviate the fatigue incurred from meditation and continue their training. In simpler terms, it functions like a radiator, reducing the cool down for meditation. Alas, Fan is not a wealthy player. Thus, he must rely on the academy to obtain the cultivation resources he requires. The competition within the school is intense, akin to a relentless tide sifting through sand. Fortunately, he has secured the top position this time, and the magical resources acquired from the school should be substantial, enabling him to cultivate with peace of mind that we will allocate the usage time of the Stardust magic device based on your annual assessment rankings. The higher your rank, the longer your usage period. Naturally, our school is quite humane. Each quarter, we will conduct further assessments and re-rank you. The distribution of the Stardust magic device will also be adjusted accordingly. It is worth noting that although you are currently students of the elite class, enjoying advantages not available to ordinary classes, do not presume that the next 2 years will be free from worry. The bottom 10 in the quarterly assessment will be demoted to the ordinary class, while the top 10 from the ordinary class will ascend to the elite class. Thus, the pressure of competition upon you is even greater, Mushing stated. This system bears little difference from the scientific realm. And Fan found it unremarkable. Many harbor a disdain for school and detest the college entrance examination. Yet as the saying goes, without school and without exams, how could you compete with the privileged second generation? The resources offered by the academy may not be inferior to those of the illustrious families. The distinction lies in the academy's rigorous selection process. This echoes the adage, gold will ultimately shine. Fan, as the top student of your class, you ought to be the first to gain access to the Stardust magic device and enjoy the longest usage time. However, due to your disrespectful behavior during the annual assessment, your usage period will be reduced from 1 month to 10 days. This serves as your punishment, Mushing declared with a serious expression. Oh, having my time cut from 1 month to 10 days is a steep price to pay. Had I restrained myself, 1 month would have been sufficient to put considerable distance between me and the others, murmured a student that if he simply lowered his head and agreed to join the Mu family, he might have gained even more. Indeed, why must one uphold such pride? Mushing shot a glare at the students, silencing them. Fan, do you have any objections to this punishment? He inquired. No, Fan replied. He was in dire need of the Stardust magic device. His training time was already longer than others, and possessing the device would yield even greater efficiency. However, in the case of a mere month of possession, its benefits would be somewhat diminished. Green Tea Boy, I have a question for you. Fan approached Mubai's desk, his expression serious. What the hell did you just call me? Mubai snapped, his temper flaring. Never mind, Mubai. I have a question. Fan persisted. Spit it out. Mubai retorted, exasperated, unwilling to spare Fan even a fleeting glance, though curiosity gnawed at him about why Fan would seek him out. As they were hardly on amicable terms, that fellow named Yuong, does he have access to the Stardust magic device 365 days a year? Fan inquired. Mubai let out a cold laugh. It turns out he only receives the Stardust magic device for 3 to 4 months each year. Thanks to you, he now possesses it for over half a year. Fan nodded thoughtfully and continued. I've been provoking that old bastard like this. Does he not grant you on the Stardust magic device all year round? Is he simply stingy, Or does he look down on me? Do you think the Stardust magic device is as plentiful as pebbles by the roadside? With so many offspring in the family, the devices are limited and must be shared. Only Mu Ningxue possesses a spiritual-grade Stardust magic device that she has held onto consistently, Mu Bai scoffed. A spiritual-grade Stardust magic device? Is there a grading for these devices? Mo Fan asked, taken aback. Mu Bai regarded him as if he were a fool. How could someone so ignorant have reached S rank? He proceeded to enlighten Mo Fan, revealing, of course, the Stardust magic device comes in varying grades. The soul-nourishing devices we typically encounter are mostly mundane grade, while spiritual grade devices are exceedingly rare, likely not more than a few in the entire Bo City. What benefits does a spiritual grade device confer? Mo Fan queried further that mundane grade devices can grant mages approximately 20 additional hours of training daily, while spiritual grade devices can enhance that to 40 hours, Mu Bai explained. As Mu Bai spoke of the spiritual grade Stardust magic device, a glimmer of longing appeared in his eyes. For fledgling cultivators like them, possessing a spiritual grade device would be nothing short of perfection, easily propelling them ahead of their peers. Ah, I see, Mo Fan nodded in understanding. The difference between a cooldown reduction of 20 and one of 40 was evident. Don't get too cocky. You only have 10 days with a training device, while I have a full month. Soon, I will leave you far behind. Mu Bai coldly doused Mo Fan's enthusiasm. Mo Fan dismissed his words. Squabbling with Mu Bai and Zhao Kun was beneath his dignity. His true rivals were the privileged descendants of the Mu family, and he must overcome all obstacles to secure the old bastard's daughter and her dowry for himself. Remember, the Stardust magic device is incredibly precious. You must not inflict even the slightest damage upon it. Furthermore, once the time is up, it must be returned punctually. I have warned you, this is not a matter to be trifled with, Schwim Mushing admonished sternly. As night fell and the dormitory lights were extinguished, the campus was enveloped in darkness, but on the rooftop of the teaching building, Mo Fan sat alone atop a large water tank, fiddling with the Stardust magic device he had just acquired. The Stardust magic device was a small azure stone, encased in an exquisite box, reflecting the school's regard for its significance. The device had been polished and featured a white chain, allowing the practitioner to wear it like a pendant around their neck. Does wearing it automatically yield results? Mo Fan mused aloud. With a slight bow of his head, he gradually donned the Stardust magic device around his neck. The chain was a bit long, letting the device rest perfectly against his chest. Clink! Suddenly, an ethereal sound resonated from Mo Fan's chest. He paused, realizing that he was still wearing another small pendant around his neck. This pendant, resembling a loach in dark and hue, had trembled incessantly on the day of his awakening. The Stardust magic device must have struck against his loach pendant, producing that sound. Speaking of which, what is this loach pendant? Mo Fan had attempted to study it several times, but had yet to uncover its true nature. He was convinced that it was this pendant that instigated the changes in the world. The loach pendant was a relic of the old gatekeeper at the school's back mountain, Olding. It was while wearing this pendant that he had inexplicably experienced a world-altering event, or perhaps he had traversed into a parallel universe. Mo Fan had always worn the loach pendant, and he harbored a slight worry that removing it might revert everything to its original state. He had only just mastered the Thunder Seal and Fire Pulse. Forget it. I'll focus on my cultivation. That Yuan fellow is unlikely to be an easy opponent. Moreover, to compel the old bastard to deliver his daughter and dowry to me, I must possess formidable strength. Mo Fan contemplated. Setting aside the loach pendant, Mo Fan delved into the Stardust magic device with his mind. The mind is a manifestation of a mage's powerful mental energy, allowing one to concentrate and lock onto a specific point. This not only enables the detection of unusual fluctuations in magical energy, but also enhances one's auditory, olfactory, visual, and tactile senses beyond the ordinary. Strange, there's no response. Schwim Mushing mentioned that if one's mind penetrated the device and left a mental imprint, the Stardust magic device would transmit nourishing energy to the body, alleviating mental fatigue. Mo Fan tried several times, yet he felt no remarkable reaction from the Stardust magic device, as Schwim Mushing had described. The loach pendant seems to be emanating energy instead. Mo Fan felt a surge of astonishment in his heart as he hastily directed his thoughts toward the mudfish pendant. The intrusion of his consciousness enveloped him like a plunge into a warm spring, the silky warmth gradually dispelling the mental fatigue accumulated from years of diligent practice, inch by inch clarifying and soothing his spiritual realm. There was no agitation, no anxiety. His mind had never been as tranquil, serene, and comfortable as it was at this moment. Mo Fan had been cultivating for a full 10 hours. Under normal circumstances, he would have long since rolled into bed. It was only because of the soul-nourishing magical artifact he possessed that he felt compelled to give it a try today. This instant, the overwhelming drowsiness that had surged within him began to ease, and he faintly sensed that he could continue to cultivate for a little while longer. What on earth is happening? The stardust magical artifact provided by the school appears to be utterly ineffective. In contrast, the mudfish pendant he had always dismissed was exhibiting similar properties to the stardust magical artifact. Could it be that this pendant, which he had long regarded with disdain, is indeed a stardust magical artifact? Mo Fan's spirits began to rise. No, that can't be right. He had previously probed with his consciousness, and the mudfish pendant had seemed like a stagnant pool of water. Why, of all days, does it suddenly transform into a nourishing spring for the mind? Furthermore, the stardust magical artifact, which should have been effective, is now malfunctioning? Could it be that the mudfish pendant has siphoned off the energy from the stardust magical artifact provided by the school? Mo Fan suddenly formed such a shocking hypothesis. Mo Fan quickly concentrated his thoughts once more, and this time he rapidly explored the two magical artifacts. Indeed, he could sense that a trace of energy still lingered deep within the stardust magical artifact provided by the school. Yet this trace was in the process of being transferred to be precise. That wretched mudfish pendant was acting like a straw, siphoning the energy from the stardust magical artifact. Had he not discovered this early on, he likely would have found no evidence at all. Goodness, little mudfish, it seems you possess this remarkable ability after all. Who would have thought that you had concealed such prowess for so long? Finally revealing your true nature, Mo Fan grasped the mudfish pendant in one hand and cursed loudly. Little mudfish, you wretched creature, hurry and return my stardust magical artifact. You've drained all the energy, leaving me unable to cultivate. Yet, wait a moment, the mudfish pendant had just released energy to nourish me. Perhaps my concern should be how to explain this now empty stardust magical artifact to the school. Moreover, this little mudfish pendant, which had been the subject of my constant reproaches, seemingly is indeed a stardust magical artifact. Mo Fan felt his mind reeling from the revelation. This information is utterly explosive. Calm down. I must remain composed. I need to clarify this matter promptly. Mo Fan continued his investigation, discovering that the little mudfish pendant he carried truly possessed the capabilities of a stardust magical artifact. He attempted to command the little mudfish pendant to return energy to the stardust magical artifact, but the pendant showed no response. Mo Fan found himself in a blend of laughter and tears. The grand fortune is that he discovered the little mudfish pendant was, in fact, a powerful stardust magical artifact, while he had been foolishly squandering his potential. The tragedy, however, was that the stardust magical artifact provided by the school was rendered useless, devoid of any energy and reduced to a mere pebble one might find by the riverside. The school had allotted him only 10 days with the stardust magical artifact, which he was to return in pristine condition. He certainly couldn't inform Xuemasheng that he had whimsically swapped the stardust magical artifact for a mudfish-shaped one. He could only imagine the expression on Xuemasheng's face upon seeing the little mudfish pendant. Teacher Tang Yu, with her extensive knowledge, might have insight into this situation. Mo Fan recognized that worrying here was futile. He needed to seek assistance promptly. Teacher Tang Yu was his first choice, which he had initially seen through Mu He and Mu Bai schemes. Mo Fan had established a profound bond of trust with her as a student. Teacher Tang Yu, are you asleep? Mo Fan dialed her number, just changing into my pajamas and about to sleep. What is it? A sultry, melodious voice floated through, prompting Mo Fan to envision Teacher Tang Yu in a semi-transparent nightgown, her figure subtly revealed, causing his heart to race. It seems my stardust magical artifact has encountered a small issue, and I don't know how to resolve it, so I can only call you Fan feigned a pitiful expression of a distressed student. Where are you? Upon hearing about the stardust magical artifact, Teacher Tang Yu's tone adopted a more serious note than on the rooftop of teaching building number 3 near the water dam. All right, give me 3 minutes. Teacher Tang Yu swiftly hung up the call. After the call ended, Fan's mind was plagued with doubts. 3 minutes? How could Teacher Tang Yu possibly make it from the faculty dormitory in that time? Even someone like Zhang Xiaoho, driving at full speed, would likely take 5 minutes. Moreover, Fan didn't believe that Teacher Tang Yu would not change out of her pajama. As he continued to contemplate, a faint ripple suddenly appeared across the dim rooftop. This ripple was incredibly subtle, and without careful observation, one could easily overlook it. It did not resemble an air disturbance or any elemental energy fluctuation. It crept in silence, evoking a sense of eeriness. Fan. At last, a soft voice emerged. It Teacher Tang Yu. Fan was startled and hurriedly turned to peer across the rooftop. Only the moonlight illuminated the tangled web of pipes on the old rooftop, casting shadows that divided the space into realms of light and dark. The first figure to catch Fan's eye was a vague silhouette emerging from the boundary of light and shadow. And soon he recognized Teacher Tang Yu, draped in a long, feminine knitted coat, stepping out from the obscurity of the clouds into the moonlight. The sensation was akin to her emerging from another realm, leaving him utterly astonished. What kind of ability is this? Fan gasped in awe and even heard the faintest sound of footsteps in the corridor. How had Teacher Tang Yu arrived on the rooftop so suddenly? And directly from the shadows? What is wrong with your stardust magical artifact? Teacher Tang Yu leapt gracefully onto the water dam. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating her graceful figure, causing Fan's heart to flutter. I am not sure. I followed Teacher Xuanmoshing's instructions, but I don't know why the energy of the stardust magical artifact suddenly vanished. And then what? Fan hesitated, pondering whether to disclose the situation regarding his little mudfish pendant to Teacher Tang Yu. Yet he felt too unfamiliar with this world. If he didn't reveal the truth, would Teacher Tang Yu even believe him? Then, the energy transferred to this pendant of mine. Fan produced the little mudfish pendant. Regardless of the outcome, he felt he ought to be honest with his female teacher that on one hand, he might be directly exposed by Teacher Tang. On the other, with this incident, he would be utterly unable to explain himself to the school. He had already criticized Mu Jiyun, and the school had turned a blind eye. However, if he had damaged the stardust magical artifact, he would have sufficient grounds to expel him from Tianlan Magic High School. Are you saying that the energy from the stardust magical artifact the school provided is transferred to your pendant? Teacher Tang Yu widened her bright eyes, revealing a hint of disbelief. Yes, Fan nodded. Where did you acquire this pendant? Teacher Tang Yu's expression underwent a noticeable shift. That it's a family heirloom, Fan replied. Teacher Tang Yu fell silent, her keen gaze fixed on Fan and then on his pendant. Have you mentioned this matter to anyone else? She asked gravely. Fan was momentarily taken aback. This sounded like a classic line from a thriller movie about murder and theft. He glanced around, taking in the darkening sky, the ominous clouds, and the eerie atmosphere. It almost felt scripted that a student, overwhelmed by the pressures of magic, might leap from the rooftop. Not at all, Fan replied. Let fate take its course. If his judgment were so poor as to seek assistance from someone he deemed reliable, that was his own folly. Your pendant is also a stardust magical artifact. At last, Teacher Tang Yu spoke again. Indeed, Fan listened intently. However, it differs from the standard stardust magical artifacts we encounter. It is a growth-type stardust magical artifact. Teacher Tang Yu's gaze sharpened as she spoke. That a growth-type stardust magical artifact? Fan had never heard of such a concept. If one spoke of embedding gemstones to enhance attributes, he could somewhat comprehend that, given his extensive experience with online games. This type of stardust magical artifact could be the best of the best, for it not only possesses the same capabilities as other stardust magical artifacts, but also has the potential for growth. That it possesses the ability to absorb the magical essence of other stardust artifacts. facilitating its own enhancement. When it accumulates a sufficient amount of energy from other Stardust artifacts, it may potentially evolve into a spiritual grade artifact. Teacher Tang, you earnestly conveyed this to Mo Fan, word by word. Upon hearing this, a tempest of emotions surged within Mo Fan. A Stardust artifact capable of growth? Even an ordinary Stardust artifact is regarded as a treasure by schools and noble families. The fact that even exceptionally talented students must take turns using them underscores their rarity and value. Moreover, spiritual-grade Stardust artifacts possess twice the efficacy of their mundane counterparts. Mu has stated that there are hardly a few to be found throughout the entire Bo City, with the only known one belonging to Mu Ningshui. That it goes without saying that it is likely the most valuable heirloom of the Mu family. To think that his little mudfish pendant possesses the potential to evolve into such a remarkable treasure. This is simply astounding. Mo Fan speculated that this might be a truly extraordinary item, yet he never anticipated its magnitude of power. This is disastrous. Such a treasure could incite envy and violence. Even in individuals of virtuous character, it is commonly known that fierce confrontations among magicians over treasures are quite ordinary. As a mere novice magician, if Teacher Tang Yu were to harbor ill intentions, tomorrow's headlines might indeed read about a gifted student from the Natural Magic High School who succumbed to pressure and leapt from the rooftop. Teacher Tang Yu, this precious item is beyond my capacity to control as a novice magician. It would be more appropriate for you to keep it for further research, Mo Fan solemnly stated. Although Teacher Tang Yu appeared to be a principled instructor, the complexities of human nature are too unpredictable. Mo Fan was not naive enough to believe that Teacher Tang Yu's beauty guaranteed her integrity. Tang Yu burst into laughter at Mo Fan's words, her laughter as vibrant as blooming flowers. Captivatingly beautiful, Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what had elicited such a reaction from the enchanting Teacher Tang. Why you, Mo Fan, on the day of the annual assessment, you vehemently criticized Mu Jun, who had oppressed your humble family. I believed you to be a man of unyielding principles. I even considered confiscating this extraordinary treasure from you, as it is clearly beyond the grasp of a novice magician like yourself. However, I did not expect you to surrender it so readily, which has completely altered my perception of you, Teacher Tang Yu remarked, her smile radiating like the blossoms of spring. Mo Fan, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. What value does integrity hold when one's life is at stake? He understood the potential consequences of confronting Mu Zhuoyun. In this society, one cannot afford to be naive or foolish, be it a scientific or magical society. The reality remains the same. Maturity has its merits. Then, Teacher Tang Yu, how do you intend to handle this item? Mo Fan inquired. Enough that I know you are reluctant to part with it. Thankfully, you confided in me about this matter. Had it been any other teacher, they might have taken actions detrimental to you in pursuit of their own future glory, Tang Yu replied, her expression turning serious. Mo Fan's eyes brightened. It seemed he had made the right choice in trusting Teacher Tang Yu, who indeed differed from those seemingly upright yet insidious magic instructors. Firstly, this is a growth-capable Stardust artifact, so please do not disclose this to anyone. With your intelligence, I trust you will keep it to yourself. Secondly, it is not that I lack interest in your growth Stardust artifact, but rather that it possesses a unique connection to you, a bond that seems unbreakable. Teacher Tang Yu advised Mo Fan earnestly. What? This thing is a bound equipment. Mo Fan was genuinely taken aback, and oh wonder he felt an inexplicable resistance whenever he attempted to remove the little mudfish pendant. Lastly, for the growth artifact to mature, it requires the essence of spirits and other Stardust artifacts as a price. Currently, it is merely a mundane Stardust artifact. Despite having the potential to grow, whether it can truly evolve remains uncertain. Moreover, the resources required for its growth might surpass those needed for a spiritual-grade Stardust artifact, rendering your ancestral heirloom no different from a useless item. Tang Yu explained. Mo Fan nodded, contemplating before asking. Teacher Tang Yu, what exactly is essence? When a demon perishes, its soul separates from its body. This detached soul is essentially the spirit after death. If a demon's soul lingers in its body for a while after death, emitting a unique soul light, This posthumous soul is refined to be many times more potent than an ordinary soul, referred to as an essence soul. Essence souls are critical materials for forging stardust artifacts. Tang Yu elucidated, demonstrating her expertise as a teacher, nearly inspiring Mo Fan to take notes. Thus, if I wish for it to grow, the best course of action is to collect essence souls. I must quickly enhance my strength and slay more demons to gather essence. Mo Fan declared with enthusiasm. Indeed, Tang Yu nodded, casually adding, but remember to send me your location via WeChat before you meet your demise, that I will retrieve your remains and this growth artifact from the belly of the demon. Mo Fan's lips twitched, at a loss for words. Please hand over the stardust artifact you rendered unusable at school. I will take care of that matter for you. Consider this a personal favor. Teacher Tang Yu stated earnestly. Thank you so much, Teacher Tang Yu. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Mo Fan exclaimed. Indeed, summoning Teacher Tang Yu was the right decision, as she assisted him in resolving his most pressing concern. He would not be expelled from school, and furthermore, the little mudfish pendant had acquired the abilities of a stardust artifact, which meant he could possess it permanently. What a delightful feeling! While others like Mu Bai and Su Xiaoding could only use their stardust artifacts for a month. And even the one who challenged him, Yuang, could only utilize his for half a year. He could wield his year-round without pause. How could that not put him leagues ahead of them? He couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to kiss the little mudfish pendant. I suspect that once you experience the benefits this stardust artifact brings, you will still be determined to collect essence souls. Coincidentally, after this quarter's training concludes, I will take you outside the city for a 2-month expedition. When you encounter real demons then, you will completely abandon that notion, Teacher Tang Yu remarked. Expedition? Mo Fan had not heard of this before. Was it the legendary high school military training? Every magician must undergo this experience. The purpose of cultivating magicians is not to pamper them or to foster competition among them, but rather to prepare them to confront demons in critical moments. The expedition serves as a significant test of your character as students. Teacher Tang Yu elaborated. I will take it seriously. No, Tang Yu interjected. The expedition is not merely a test. I hope that when you and the other students encounter challenges, you can remain somewhat calm and consider how to survive. Tang Yu's words carried a profound weight. After delivering this message, she turned and departed. Mo Fan attempted to pursue her for further clarification. But he soon found that Teacher Tang Yu's curvaceous figure had seamlessly blended into the shadows where the moonlight could not reach, leaving no trace behind. Mo Fan had witnessed it clearly this time. She truly melted into the darkness, vanishing entirely as if she had never existed. In a hurry, Mo Fan leapt down from the dam and craned his neck over the railing of the rooftop. To his astonishment, Teacher Tang Yu, who had just been on the 8th floor rooftop, was now below, walking gracefully toward the faculty dormitory. The dim moonlight elongated her silhouette, rendering her as a solitary and proud spirit of the night. As Teacher Tang Yu slipped into the patchy shadows of the trees, she disappeared from Mo Fan's sight once more, leaving no trace of the enigmatic teacher amidst the melancholic night. What kind of skill is this? Among all the elemental systems Mo Fan understood, only the wind system could utilize wind currents for swift movement, which he considered already impressive. Yet, Teacher Tang Yu seemed to employ a magic that allowed her to traverse through shadows with remarkable speed. It was simply awe-inspiring. When would he ever learn such a skill? Speaking of which, this Teacher Tang Yu appears to be extraordinary. It is said that one must reach the intermediate magician level to awaken a second elemental affinity, indicating that Teacher Tang Yu is at least an intermediate magician. In oh wonder, she overshadowed so many more experienced practical instructors in the school. An intermediate magician is already regarded as a pinnacle in the eyes of many. It appears that Teacher Tang Yu is a formidable ally, and he must cling to her tightly. Have you heard? After this quarter's training concludes, we will commence the magician expedition. What is the magician expedition? It involves venturing into the wilderness. Surely not. Since childhood, I have heard tales of malevolent creatures lurking in the wilderness, the kind that devour humans whole. I shall not venture there. In no way am I going. This trial is crucial for our university entrance exams, akin to an exceedingly important subject. What is there to fear from a mere trial? We are magicians, after all. Should we encounter any fiends, we can simply encase them in ice with an ice spell. However, I have heard that these creatures are formidable. Our instructor in the demonology class has repeatedly warned us against confronting them alone, as Ms. Tang Yu has stated, following the conclusion of this training quarter. We are to face a harsh wilderness trial, and it is likely that we will encounter genuine demons. The demonology course has always been present, and the instructor has been imparting knowledge about these creatures for countless years. Yet, none of us students have ever laid eyes on a real demon. Even watching videos of demons online pales in comparison to the thrill of witnessing one in reality, at long last. We students are set to behold authentic demons. The announcement has sparked fervent discussions throughout the school. The trial will commence with the elite class, having mastered 7 stars following the annual assessment. And with over half a year having passed, every student should now adeptly wield their respective magical skills. Only those who have mastered their magical abilities are permitted to participate in this trial. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against demons. Time flies swiftly, and Mo Fan, with the aid of his little mudfish ring, has significantly enhanced his thunder and fire skills to 5 or 6 times their initial potency. Whether it be the thunder imprint or fire spell, he can release them with remarkable proficiency. Due to the open training of the fire spell at school, Mo Fan can now unleash it in approximately 3 seconds, while the thunder imprint takes nearly 4 seconds. Currently, the students of the elite class require about 5 to 10 seconds to successfully cast their magical abilities. Thus, Mo Fan undeniably leads in this regard. The elite class comprises 100 students, divided into 5 groups of approximately 20 each, accompanied by teachers and 2 instructors. Each group has its own bus, and thus 5 school buses carry a cohort of young magicians beyond the city limits. The route has been largely determined. They will head towards the Snow Peak Mountain Rest Stop. The Snow Peak Mountain Rest Stop serves as a crucial hub connecting the Hunters Alliance with the resources of Bow City, nestled within a valley. Remember, I have mentioned that each resting station surrounding a city marks the boundary of a safe zone. Beyond this lies the territory where demons may roam. Therefore, until you possess the requisite strength to confront these fiends, do not venture beyond the safety of the station. Otherwise, you will be left with nothing but a pile of bones, admonished instructor Zhang Jingguo. Indeed, within the confines of the station, our Hunters Alliance, the Magic Association, and other prominent magical families patrol daily, establishing defenses to ensure that no demon steps foot into our human habitation. However, the powers of us magicians are limited. We can only protect the area within the boundary of the station. Beyond that, we are powerless, as the terrain of forests, valleys, and mountains is intricate and convoluted. Even with formidable magicians, it is not guaranteed that we can eradicate all demons lurking in caves or underground, remarked Luo Yunbua, the captain of the 3rd group of hunters. Luo Yunbua is a strikingly handsome man with dark skin, and the young girls in his group gaze at him with sparkling eyes, akin to how they would idolize a dashing instructor during military training. Luo Yunbua serves as the lead instructor for this expedition. The deputy instructor, a woman named Pan Lijun, possesses a robust physique and is notably darker-skinned, presenting a stark contrast to the youthful female magicians still in school. They boarded the bus and traversed a vast expanse of desolation beyond the city. The sight of towering mountains and forests soon unfolded before them. The forests were lush and deep, with nearby foliage thriving and wild undergrowth rampant, while distant peaks jutted into the sky, shrouded in dense clouds. Behold, that solitary mountain is Snow Peak. It marks the boundary of Bow City. With the Snow Peak Mountain Rest Stop situated within the valley between it and Thunderstorm Mountain, Luo Yunbua began to explain to the students that Bow City is a city of moderate size. Compared to the first-tier cities like Grand Demon City, Grand Imperial City, and Grand Demon Capital, their safety zones cannot simply be called a rest stop or a small settlement, remarked instructor Pan Lijun, whose hair was cropped to the length of her index finger. Speaking of which, since you frequently engage with demons, you must be intermediate-level magicians, right? Wang Sampang inquired. Intermediate? Pan Lijun shot a glance at Wang Sampang and retorted coldly. How could intermediate magicians possibly be leading a bunch of children like you? Offended by her words, Wang Sampang grumbled. So, you are merely novice magicians, not much to boast about. Wang Sampang is a quintessentially outspoken individual. Upon uttering those words, the two instructors exchanged amused glances, clearly finding his remarks rather juvenile. The bus journeyed deep into the mountains for over half a day. Throughout this time, Imo Fan remained at the back of the bus. Engaged in meditation, he felt a connection to the bus, having previously completed the 7 stars of the Thunder imprint while aboard. This time, Imo Fan sensed that his fire skills were on the verge of a breakthrough. The little mudfish pendant, akin to a stardust magical artifact, significantly enhanced his training time that a year had elapsed since the annual assessment, and Imo Fan noticed that not only had his stardust become resplendently expansive, but the stars within the fire stardust also exhibited notable changes. Previously, the brilliance of these stars fluctuated, but now their radiance was remarkably stable. It is said that once the stars display a significant transformation in luminescence, the magical energy they can conduct will substantially increase, thereby enhancing the effects and power of spells. He had devoted an entire year of his second year to this endeavor point. One could only wonder what the power of a higher-level fire spell would entail. The anticipation was palpable. At long last, they arrived at the Snow Peak Mountain Rest Stop. Contrary to its designation as a small settlement, this place was far from a mere rustic village. The rest stop was flanked by steep cliffs, rising 100 meters high, requiring one to tilt their head fully to glimpse the sky. The cliffs formed a natural barrier, and with the valley's entrance secured by 2 massive stone gates. The entire rest stop resembled a fortified town ensconced within the valley. This is Snow Peak Mountain Rest Stop. It is said that aside from flying demons or those possessing formidable climbing abilities, this fortress town is capable of keeping the vast majority of troublesome fiends at bay. Moreover, since the establishment of the Snow Peak Mountain Rest Stop, we have not heard reports of demons harming anyone within the safe zone for several years. Zhang Jingguo remarked, stepping off the bus and gazing at the imposing stone gates with a sense of nostalgia. Teacher, I have heard that this protective stone gate was crafted by the renowned earth magician and architect Zhang Yuan, and that no magic below intermediate level can budge it, inquired the studious Zhou Min eagerly. Indeed, while the stone gate may appear somewhat weathered, its durability rivals that of steel, Zhang Jingguo replied, leading the way while holding a flag for the third group. Much like a tour guide guiding a group of students through an ancient city. Before long, the buses carrying the other 4 groups arrived in succession, and the 100 top students from Tianma Magic High School gathered beneath the imposing stone gates. There were watchtowers flanking the gates, and one soldier mage, not clad in uniform, was leisurely toying with a small flame in his palm. The diminutive flame danced like a playful pet, gracefully swirling around his fingers and occasionally soaring around him in an elegant display. Imo Fan noted this and felt a surge of astonishment. The proficiency with which the soldier wielded fire was markedly superior to his own, leaving him curious about the true power of this uniformed mage-s fire spells. Hey, Brother Zhang Kong, what brings you here to oversee duty today? Luo Yunbo called up to the fire mage with a smile. Just passing the time. I heard a batch of high school girls will be coming in today, so I came to take a look, he replied casually. The man known as Zhang Kong did not conceal his true nature in the slightest, chuckling as he spoke. Beside him, Zhou Min furrowed her delicate brow, for she could sense that the mage named Zhang Kong was scrutinizing her intently. "Oh, handsome," she mused. Indeed, he was incomparable to the young boys at their school. He exuded a distinct masculinity. Furthermore, he appeared remarkably sincere. A few infatuated girls in the class could hardly contain their excitement, chattering animatedly. "Little sister, do not frown upon our esteemed Zhang Kong. He is one of the few formidable beings here," remarked the female Vice Captain Pan Lijun, her words revealing admiration for the stubbled Zhang Kong. "Zhang Kong, I've heard of you. Are you not the fire mage with the highest demon-slaying count at the Xiefeng Mountain Post?" Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, lifting his head and raising his voice. "It's an honor to meet you. It's merely a few demon kills, nothing to boast about," Wang Sampeng retorted. "Indeed, it's nothing remarkable," Zhang Kong replied, his tone casual. "Initially, I was reluctant to allow you students to come here for observation. But the year-long warning period has passed, and there is no cause for concern now. To AS mages, it is essential to undergo this trial. One cannot delay their training indefinitely due to a warning from a year ago." Zhang Jingguo added, "I have no objections. I simply wish for the students not to wander aimlessly. I would rather not witness delicate beauties like you being devoured by one-eyed demon wolves. Zhang Kong laughed heartily. Zhang Jingguo smiled awkwardly. Others were genuine experts. Even if they teased girls, he, as a teacher, was powerless to intervene. That a year-old warning. Mo Fan had indeed heard his aunt Mo Qing mention it, but having spent most of his time within the ivory tower of the school, he knew little of the terrifying events that transpired outside. Clearly, the access to the gates was controlled by the man named Zhang Kong, for after 100 top students disembarked, they all entered the small village at Xiafeng Mountain. The village was simple, consisting of a main road lined with numerous shops and stalls, resembling a market town. However, the wares sold here were not poultry or fish, but rather items necessary for mages' battles and training. Come, exquisite magical footwear. Let me tell you, this is a fine item. Do you know what the fastest demon is? That's right, it's the running demon. This is made from the hide of its hind legs. Enchanted with a wind trajectory rune and powered by pure wind stones. When worn, it will leave the one-eyed demon wolves in the dust. If you're interested, I'll give you a discount, seeing that you and this treasure are fated. You should stop bragging. Your item can't even be considered magical gear. That a random pair of Nikes would be more comfortable than that. Someone scoffed. Nonsense. This was made from a running demon we had to sacrifice 2 lives to defeat. I got the authentic hind leg hide. It's genuine magical footwear. Toozi argued with the one who mocked him. Further ahead, another stall displayed a dazzling array of magical stones. Magical stones are quite simple. They are special stones birthed from elements like fire, wind, thunder, and earth, containing energies akin to the magical energy within a mage's stardust. Although they cannot be directly utilized by mages, they can be embedded in various magical artifacts and gear, providing a continuous energy supply. Mo Fan had learned about this in class and paid close attention. That it was said that often properly refined magical stones could serve as currency. The consumption of magical stones is immense, functioning similarly to energy in the scientific world. Initially, Mo Fan assumed that devices like phones, computers, and appliances ran on electricity, only to discover that the power plants here do not rely on hydropower or wind turbines. They utilize thunder element magical stones. Mo Fan had to accept the fact that the ancestor of light energy was Edison. Moreover, who invented the steam engine and ushered the world into the Industrial Revolution, was indeed a fire mage, as the steam engine's principle is based on fire magic diagrams, powered by fire magical stones. Thus, in this world, there are no oil, water, wind, or electrical energies. Survival relies solely on these magical stones. And where do magical stones come from? Naturally, from nature. The harsh reality is that demons also require magical stones. They're not only a vital food source, but also essential for their power enhancement. Consequently, the greatest obstacle humans face in collecting, searching for, and mining magical stones is not the harshness of nature, but the demons that depend on magical stones for their existence. Demons harbor an inherent hostility toward humans. Just imagine how many magical energy tech devices are in a city. These items are practically the sustenance for demons, and humans themselves are a delicacy. Hence, the conflict between human mages and demons has never ceased. Perhaps this is the most significant difference between the original world and the magical world. In the original world, humans dominate. They can sweep away anything with a missile. However, in the magical world, firearms do not exist. Only mages prevail. It is perhaps the impossibility of firearms that allows demons to occupy more territory. Most humans can only reside within cities, which require the protection of mages. This is why the status of mages is always elevated above that of ordinary people. Not only do they wield immense power, but their mission is also sacred. Fangu, we must perform well during this trial. I've heard that the evaluation score will directly affect our college entrance exams. Accounting for 20 of our total score, Zhang Xiaoho said beside Mo Fan nodded. His homeroom teacher, Xuan Musheng, had mentioned this early on. The trial is essentially a subject of the Gaokao, as the scores are determined by the military, specifically the chief instructor of this trial. The chief instructor's evaluation, whether AC or an A, will directly determine whether a mage can enter a prestigious magical university or a regular one. For instance, Mu Ningxue, currently at the Imperial Capital Academy, requires at least an A score for admission, Mo Fan was unwilling to remain in such a small place as Butching. Advanced magic could only be learned in larger locales and universities. He hoped to achieve an A or above in this trial, as that would bolster his chances of entering a university of the caliber of the Imperial Capital Academy. The instructors are all appointed by the school. Even if he lays around here for a month or two, you'll at least receive a B or C. So there is nothing to worry about. Wang Sampang chimed in with a grin. Yes, it has always been this way. Another student privy to the inside scoop nodded in agreement. Indeed, the school surely hopes the instructors will score high. Gather at the square. Gather, gather, after a loud call from Luo Yunbua. All the students swiftly assembled in the central square of the Xiefeng Mountain Village. There were not a few of them, a total of 100 students, all dressed in the uniforms of Tianlan Magic High School. Once the 100 students stood in neat formation, they quickly attracted the attention of the idle mages at the post, who observed with curious expressions, their faces betraying a strange mockery. Look, the new batch of interns has arrived. Ha! We can't wait to see the rookies embarrass themselves in various ways, remarked a man with a rat-like face. Indeed, the post becomes lively during the intern's arrival. How many do you think will wet their pants this time? A robust man, seemingly the leader of a hunting team, leaned forward and asked that I guess at least 30. The remaining 70 will faint from fear. The students lined up in the square, but they quickly overheard the comments from the seasoned mages gathered around. Most wore expressions of schadenfreude, unabashedly mocking the students. The 100 elite students were divided into 5 groups, each consisting of 20 individuals, with 2 instructors and 1 practical lesson teacher stationed at the front. The chief instructor has arrived. Before long, a squad of uniformed military mages marched in unison before the students, their imposing presence radiating authority. Leading them was none other than the stubbled man who had been playing with flames at the sentry post, Zhang Kong. Maintaining his laid-back demeanor, Zhang Kong, as the chief instructor, surprised everyone with his nonchalant attitude. Greetings, I am Zhang Kong, your chief instructor for this trial. You are indeed a fortunate cohort, for you are the very first group of apprentices I have mentored since assuming my position here, declared the chief instructor Zhang Kong. The students stood rigidly, not daring to utter a word that in the past, their interactions had been with teachers who, while possessing a wealth of knowledge, imparted only that knowledge. However, the military law instructor exuded an aura born from battles with malevolent forces, instilling a sense of trepidation in these inexperienced students, even though the chief instructor Zhang Kong appeared quite amiable. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Fear not, for since you are my inaugural group of apprentices, I shall extend a privilege to ensure your successful navigation through this critical assessment that may determine your university admissions. Zhang Kong proclaimed with a booming voice. Failing to pass the practical assessment or receiving a low evaluation could significantly impact their academic futures, potentially altering the course of their lives due to this singular evaluation. I am aware that you are among the finest young mages in our esteemed Bo City, and I trust you possess the requisite abilities to tackle this assessment. Thus, this grand trial will be exceedingly simple. The chief instructor Zhang Kong's demeanor shifted to one of disarming cheerfulness. However, Luo Yunbua and Pan Lijun could not help but furrow their brows at this moment, for in their experience, such smiles often heralded misfortune. I have just received a bounty, the difficulty of which ranks as the lowest on our reward board. There are 100 magical apprentices in your school, correct? Thus, should any team or individual among you successfully complete this bounty, your entire assessment will be deemed a pass, and you shall all receive an A, Zhang Kong stated. And no sooner had Zhang Kong's words fallen than the entire encampment erupted into a flurry of activity. The first to react were the 100 apprentices present. They had heard from senior students that merely blending into the surroundings and avoiding confrontation with the instructors would suffice for passing, and that exceptional performance could yield a B or even an A. However, they had never heard of needing to fulfill a bounty. Bounties were tasks typically undertaken by seasoned mage teams for substantial rewards. Meanwhile, outside the square, the seasoned hunters who frequented the outpost could no longer maintain their composure. What on earth is happening? Asking these students to complete a bounty. This is madness. Those bounties are tasks that even mature hunter teams might struggle to accomplish. How could these inexperienced students possibly succeed? What if no one can complete the bounty? queried Su Zhaoding, positioned at the front of the crowd. Then all shall be deemed unqualified, Zhang Kong replied with an air of indifference. This statement sent shockwaves through both students and instructors alike. Chief Instructor, you might as well declare us all unqualified. At that moment, Zhou Min, the class leader of the elite group, could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward. Indeed, how is this any different from outright declaring us all failures? The expressions of instructors such as Zhang Jingguo, Xuan Musheng, Tang Yu, and Chen Weiliang also betrayed their disbelief. What is going on? Wasn't it agreed that everything had been arranged beforehand? Why is this chief instructor behaving so unpredictably? A bounty. Is this something students are capable of handling? If there is an issue, you may consult your school director. In any case, obtaining a high score from me is no easy feat. Since Tianlan Magic High School is the finest public high school in Bo City, it should not be sending a group of inept individuals to undergo training that if one simply wishes to idle away their time. They might as well return to school and read some magic books or engage in the futile exercise of manipulating puppets, rather than venturing into this perilous outpost. Zhang Kong's tone grew severe, his previously jovial expression morphing into that of a fearsome figure. To suggest that I am leading a group of inept individuals into training. Such words struck deeply at the hearts of all the students. Chief Instructor, your assessment is exceedingly unreasonable. To my knowledge, any given bounty typically requires a mature team with 3 to 5 years of field experience to accomplish successfully, stated teacher Zhang Jingguo, his confidence waning. You have 100 individuals. If not a single one can complete a bounty, it can only be said that you, the incompetent teachers, have produced 100 disappointments. You call yourselves top students? The chief instructor Zhang Kong did not mince words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingguo's face shifted through shades of green and white. This chief instructor must be out of his mind to assign an impossible task and then berate all the teachers and students of Tianlan Magic High School. Of course, for those groups and individuals who manage to complete the bounty, I shall personally bestow a reward. A defensive magical artifact, Zhang Kong continued, raising his voice at the mention of the defensive magical artifact. The seasoned hunters gathered at the periphery of the square became electrified with excitement. What? A defensive magical artifact as a reward. Chief Instructor Zhang, please grant us this opportunity. We assure you we will complete the task efficiently. Indeed, we are in dire need of a defensive magical artifact. It is a matter of life and death. Let us compete fairly with these students. Chief Instructor Zhang, we too desire magical artifacts. An instant. The teams of hunters encircling the square erupted in fervent shouts. Magical artifacts. A magical artifact is an item intrinsically connected to one's soul, capable of swiftly materializing tangible objects to aid in battle through the force of will. For instance, the magical footwear previously sold by that bald vendor significantly enhances one's speed when activated. Should one encounter a foe that is insurmountable, such footwear could very well be a lifeline. Furthermore, during combat, an increase in speed can greatly enhance a mage's combat effectiveness. Defensive magical artifacts, in particular, can materialize as shields or specialized armor, providing crucial protection against magical and monstrous assaults. Truly life-saving gear. While the value of magical artifacts may not rival that of stardust magical devices, for hunters frequently risking their lives in the field, they are indeed life-saving treasures. What could be worth more than life itself? Good heavens, what a generous offer! As far as I know, even a modest defensive magical artifact can be valued at several tens of thousands of yuan. No wonder the hunters have gone wild. Such valuable items are being offered as rewards for these inexperienced students. The question remains, will the students be able to obtain them? This is true. Fulfilling a bounty is inherently difficult, and even seasoned hunter mages sometimes face life-threatening dangers. Mo Fan was somewhat unfamiliar with magical artifacts, yet he understood their worth when converted into currency. The most basic magical artifacts cost tens of thousands of yuan. Goodness, I have never seen this much money in my life. 10 days later, beneath the lush canopy of trees, winding mountain paths revealed a group of 20 students clad in Tianlan Magic High School uniforms, standing at the edge of precipice, regardless of their grievances and dissatisfaction. They had ultimately embarked on the path of the bounty assessment point. 10 days had swiftly passed. Throughout this time, they had braved thorns and briars, traversed mountains and jungles, enduring great hardship. That wretched chief instructor. May he be cursed for sending us to this godforsaken place. Wang Sampang gasped for breath, plopping down on the ground and fanning himself with his hat. Indeed, what kind of wind is this? How is it that this 30-kilometer trek is taking so long? Haven't we been at this for 10 days? Inquired Zhang Shuhua, with a neck resembling that of a giraffe. 30 kilometers is a straight-line distance. We must climb mountains, cross valleys, and navigate peaks. The actual distance is far greater than 30 kilometers. Zhang Xiaoho explained it. Mo Fan's group consisted of 20 individuals, and this trial was to be accomplished entirely by the students themselves. No teachers were present to guide them, nor were any instructors accompanying them. They were merely given a map to navigate their way. After days of climbing and traversing, they resembled primitive beings, covered in dirt and drenched in sweat. After crossing this river valley, we should be nearing the Baichao Valley mentioned by the chief instructor, stated class leader Zhou Min, holding the map. How on earth are we supposed to cross this river valley? Are we meant to fly over it? It must be at least 10 meters wide. Wang Sampang was the first to voice his concern. Before them lay a river valley at the base of a cliff. The opposite precipice loomed nearby, yet the turbulent waters below surged with a terrifying roar as they crashed against the rocks. What should we do? We cannot simply abandon our quest. Shall we return home? After all, there are other groups. Perhaps they might succeed, suggested Zhang Shuhua, with a long neck. You lack fortitude. Why rely on others? Zhou Min immediately admonished. Then what do you propose we do? None of us can leap across this river valley. Zhang Shuhua lamented. By the way, Zhang Yinglu, aren't you a wind mage? Why don't you try to leap over? At that moment, Su Zhaoding cast a glance at a girl beside him, who had her hair tied in a ponytail. The girl, known as Zhang Yinglu, turned pale and timidly exclaimed, No, a 1T jump? What if I fall? We have ropes, Zhou Min interjected brightly. There are trees on both sides of the cliffs, as long as someone can jump directly to the cliff opposite the river valley and tie the rope to the tree there. We can all climb across. Su Zhaoding continued. Don't you want to get an A? Zhang Yinglu, you'll be tied to the rope when you jump. Even if you don't make it, we can still catch you. It would just be like completing a bungee jump. I don't want to. Zhang Yinglu clearly exhibited her timidity. Come on, you're a wind mage. If you 1T, step up when needed. What good are you as a mage? Another girl from the water element chimed in. Let's not force anyone, Zhou Min suggested. As everyone was at a loss for what to do, Mo Fan glanced at the side where Zhang Xiaoho stood. Zhang Xiaoho wasn't particularly outstanding in the elite class, so everyone had instinctively placed their hopes on Zhang Yinglu, the best-performing wind mage. However, being a girl, she was too afraid to undertake such a perilous task. Monkey, are you willing? Mo Fan asked. What is there to fear? Zhang Xiaoho thumped his chest confidently. All right, he stepped forward and instructed Zhou Min, Su Zhaoding, Zhang Shuhua, and the other class leaders tie the rope around my waist. I'll do it. Doubt flickered across Zhang Shuhua and Su Zhaoding's faces as they scrutinized the rather inconspicuous Zhang Xiaoho. Nevertheless, it was better to have someone volunteer than to remain in anxious indecision. Zhou Min acted swiftly, quickly tying one end of the rope around Zhang Xiaoho's waist. Everyone, step back and give Zhang Xiaoho a running start. The others immediately gave Zhang Xiaoho a thumbs up. Many stood trembling at the cliff's edge, buffeted by the fierce winds. Who would still have the courage to jump? Monkey, don't worry. If you don't make it, I'll pull you back up. Mo Fan assured, securing the other end of the rope to a tree trunk and gripping the rope tightly himself. Zhang Xiaoho responded with a hearty smile. Taking a deep breath, he gradually closed his eyes, perhaps connecting with the starry paths or summoning courage. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoho opened his eyes, his pupils radiating a greenish light. A mysterious gust of wind swirled around him, under Zhang Xiaoho's mental command. The wind transformed into a trajectory leading from the hillside to the very edge of the cliff. This path was invisible, yet the swirling dust made it clear to everyone that it resembled a unique wind tunnel. Wind path, swift movement, Zhang Xiaoho shouted, and the luminous starry trail around him reached its peak brilliance. With a whoosh, a gust of wind rustled his clothes. Zhang Xiaoho's figure became a blurred shadow as he swiftly traversed the wind path he had created. his speed increasing exponentially. The slope posed no resistance to him. He dashed forward, parting the grasses beneath his feet like crashing waves as he surged toward the cliff's edge. Jump, quickly jump. Su Jiaoding. Zhou Min and Zhang Shua all fixed their gazes on Zhang Xiaohou, while the timid wind mage, Zhang Yinglu, widened her eyes in disbelief. As Zhang Xiaohou reached the cliff's edge, he forcefully stepped down, shattering a portion of the rocky ledge, and leapt into the air. Ah! In midair, Zhang Xiaohou faced the howling winds above the river valley, his face contorted by the force. He traced an arc between the cliffs, inching closer to the opposite one at that moment. Mo Fan tightened his grip on the rope, realizing that if Zhang Xiaohou didn't T-jump far enough, he would have to pull him back to avoid a disastrous fall onto the jagged rocks below. The remaining 19 all looked up, their hearts suspended as they watched Zhang Xiaohou leap across the chasm. Finally, he descended. His feet landed heavily on the very edge of the opposing cliff, and his body rolled forward in a succession of tumbles. Bang! Ultimately, he collided headfirst into a large tree on the opposite cliff, leaving everyone on the other side momentarily stunned. He quickly turned, flashing a goofy grin at the 19 peers across the chasm, looking rather comical. Despite the absurdity of the scene, Zhang Xiaohou's stature seemed to grow taller in the eyes of his classmates. Among the 20, about 4 were wind mages, yet only Zhang Xiaohou had dared to jump. At such a moment, what did it matter if others had better grades? Monkey, well done. Mo Fan was the first to cheer. Zhou Min, Zhang Shua, Wang Sampang, and others followed suit, giving Zhang Xiaohou a thumbs up. Let us go. Su Jiaoding was the first to climb the rope. The remaining 19 successfully scaled the rope across the river valley, thereby completing the first major trial of their training, having reached the destination, Baichao Valley. As the 3 groups of 20 had just crossed the river valley, a man wearing a straw hat jumped down from a tree in the forest at the base of the cliff. Holding a scorecard in his hand, after registering their names, the man swiftly departed the forest, heading toward an open grassy area. All 3 groups had successfully passed, with the wind mage named Zhang Xiaohou exhibiting outstanding performance. The straw-hatted man arrived at a tent and relayed the information to the man inside that if the students were present, they would be astonished to find their practical lesson teachers and the instructors comfortably seated on the grass, enjoying snacks and sipping drinks. Oh! The chief instructor, Zhang Kong, raised an eyebrow. In his recollection, there seemed to be no mention of Zhang Xiaohou among the higher-ranking wind mages. However, that was to be expected. Cultivation was merely foundational, and true mages capable of standing on their own relied on intellect and courage. Take note of his name. He deserves a high score. The chief instructor, Zhang Kong, remarked to his deputy, Pan Lijun. Pan Lijun nodded, quickly jotting down Zhang Xiaohou's name. Haha, you military personnel really know how to play. Zhang Jingguo chuckled heartily. Indeed, throwing these students straight into the mountains with no apparent rescue or assistance, then secretly following them to evaluate their performance and award scores based on their accomplishments is a brilliant strategy. Chen Weiliang joined in the laughter. Yes, compared to previous days of mere idleness, this clearly reflects each student's psychological resilience. Teacher Tang Yu concurred. The 100 students who had been derided as useless would not know the expressions on their faces when they discovered that their teachers and instructors had colluded to set them up. The teachers and instructors certainly couldn't abandon the students. They were not yet equipped with the skills needed for survival in the wilderness. However, failing to create a realistic environment would not yield the desired results. Thus, the best approach was to appear somewhat cruel while covertly monitoring them, ready to intervene in the event of any major mishaps. Zhang Kong, you nearly had me fooled that I thought you were truly heartless. Unwilling to let a single student pass this trial, Deputy Instructor Pan Lijun said that you've misunderstood. I want to allow those who contribute nothing during the trial to pass. Zhang Kong replied bluntly. This is a challenge that no one can complete. Indeed, I believe that merely crossing that area of demon vines would be an extraordinary achievement, Chen Weiliang remarked. None of them can complete the actual challenge. Not even we instructors would necessarily succeed, Zhang Kong chuckled. Instructors might not even succeed? What do you mean? Zhang Jingguo asked, puzzled. It's like this. Since we designated the one-eyed demon wolf den as the student's trial destination, We must ensure that it is completely devoid of any remaining one-eyed demon wolves. Therefore, we VE assigned a summoning mage to guard it. That summoning mage serves as the final test for all the students. While there are indeed no demons within the den, there will be a summoned beast, Luo Yunhua added with a smile. Upon hearing this, the teacher-s group lit up with excitement. The director, Chen Weiliang, immediately applauded. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This tactic is truly ingenious. Xue Mushing also nodded vigorously, saying, indeed, we cannot possibly allow these students to confront genuine demons at this stage, as the casualties would be devastating. However, the essence of training lies in cultivating each student's composure in the face of such adversities. Without direct confrontation, the training would fail to achieve its intended purpose. Deploying a summoner to have their summoned beast mimic a demon is an exceedingly appropriate solution. It not only allows students to witness the real thing, but also ensures their safety. I am profoundly grateful to Zhang Kong for devising such a perfect training method that I believe this experience will yield great insights for the students, Xue Mushing remarked with a smile. That is certainly the case. Another voice interjected, but what if the summoned beast is the only one present? What if the students prove to be more formidable than we anticipated and manage to defeat it? Teacher Tang Yu could not help but voice her concern. Teacher Tang Yu, you are overthinking this. We have been teaching at Tianla Magic High School for over 20 years and have never heard of a student successfully casting spells in full during their first encounter with demons. Even if some were capable of doing so, they are merely at level 1. They could not possibly inflict any harm on a summoned beast, Zhang Jingwo assured confidently. Indeed, among all elemental types, fire and lightning possess the greatest power. The only one who might pose any intimidation to the summoned beast is Su Zhaoding from the lightning element, AS for fire. It might singe the beast's skin at best, Chen Weiliang chuckled. The teachers and instructors all shared a laugh, fully aware of the students' capabilities. This training exercise was inherently an unachievable task. Their aim was merely to foster growth among the students throughout the process. As for the challenges they would face, they had a clear understanding. However, Teacher Tang Yu remained solemn. Casting her gaze towards the valley shrouded in mist in the distance, Mo Fan had possessed the Stardust magic artifact for a full year. She wondered if his fire abilities had advanced to a higher level. If that were the case, he might be the only student capable of wounding the summoned beast. A student who could injure the beast should have no trouble obtaining an escalade. Tang Yu mused silently. Then, she shook her head again. In the face of ferocious demons, merely managing to cast skills effectively would be quite remarkable. Tang Yu only hoped that none of the 100 top students would perish at the hands of the summoned beast. For as long as they managed to release any skill during this phase, Zhang Kong would award an A grade for their training. An A had been the highest score students had received from instructors over the years. Having crossed the river valley and navigated through the towering weeds, they finally beheld the Baichao Valley. It seemed there were numerous entrances to the valley, but to enter, they would need to traverse the winding paths before them. Why are there so many vines here? They seem to have grown down from the mountain, and it looks utterly revolting. Some of the more delicate girls began to murmur. The intertwining vines and grasses formed a constricted path. Some hanging from above like a python coiled around the mountainside, while others twisted and sprawled on the ground, resembling a dark and sinister snake. And no wonder some timid girls found it spine-chilling. It's just a bunch of vines. What is there to fear? Follow me, Wang Sampang boldly declared as he stepped forward, eager to showcase his bravery before the female classmates. His rotund figure pushed aside several wrist-thick vines, and he strode confidently ahead. With his size, he was indeed suited to clear such a path. If he could pass, then all the other students would surely follow. Suddenly, a frantic yelp erupted from Wang Sampang. Akin to a dog being struck, all the students instinctively took a few steps back, and upon closer inspection, their scalps tingled with horror. It turned out that the vines were alive. These vines writhed and twisted, swiftly ensnaring Wang Sampang as he intruded upon their territory. His enormous frame was hoisted upside down, and the thorns on the vines pierced his flesh, causing blood to flow profusely, eliciting shrieks of panic from the girls nearby. Stop screaming. What else can you do besides scream? Su Zhaoding snapped irritably. No sooner had he spoken than he stood firm, and a shimmering star appeared before his forehead, its radiant purple hue mesmerizing. The stars emerged one by one, arranged skillfully under Su Zhaoting's command, culminating in a brilliant star trajectory. Lightning mark, Python strike. With a seamless execution of his lightning technique, arcs of searing electricity manifested around him. With a command, these arcs surged forth into the narrow path, striking the very vines that were dragging Wang Sampang away. The crackling sound of the lightning left numerous charred marks on the vines. However, the plant-based monstrosities showed little fear of the electric assault. They merely recoiled slightly before continuing to hoist Wang Sampang upwards. "Help! Someone save me!" Wang Sampang cried, his voice tinged with desperation, but as a vine tightened around his throat. He could muster no further pleas. The students were thrown into chaos. Su Zhaoting's lightning strike proved ineffective. How could they possibly halt these monstrous vines? Ah! Another shriek rang out. It seemed the vines were not satisfied with Wang Sampang, but had now set their sights on the more delicate female students. A girl named Zheng Yunxia found her ankle ensnared. Zheng Yunxia was a water mage, yet in her current state, she likely had forgotten what stardust even was, let alone how to cast a spell. "Don't panic. I'll handle this," class leader Zhou Min shouted resolutely. The fire-based star trajectory rapidly formed around Zhou Min, her already commanding presence now enhanced by a fiery, fierce aura. Fire! Scorch! A burst of flames erupted from Zhou Min's palm. And with a swift motion, the flames surged towards the encroaching vines. The flames danced and twirled, consuming the vines at an astonishing pace, and those tendrils, terrified of the fire, scattered like frightened mice. They quickly released Wang Sampang, who fell to the ground, fortunate enough to land on his round belly, sparing his face from harm. Class leader is amazing. Fire magic truly works wonders. Those vines are utterly terrified. Cheer the students. Their spirits lifted as they witnessed the retreat of the vines. Su Zhaoting, the pride of the lightning element, stood to the side with a grim expression. Plants naturally possess resistance to lightning, which was an immutable fact. M.O. Fan observed quietly, refraining from using any fire spells himself. After all, Zhou Min had already demonstrated her capability to handle the vines. There was no need for him to intervene. Moreover, Zhou Min's fire spell was still at its initial level. While his own fire spell had been activated on the day they commenced their training. Little vines? No need for me to step in. I might as well conserve my mana. Zhou Min's fiery prowess was on full display as she unleashed 4 fire spells along the narrow path, driving away all the vines that threatened the girls. The overwhelming power of her fire abilities was far more dominant than that of any other element. Zhou Min, the girl of fire, she quite piques my interest, mused Zhang Kong, the chief instructor, stroking his stubble. They should be the fastest group progressing now, as there are many outstanding students among them. Zhang Jingguo inquired. One of the fire mages in their group is rather inept and unable to cast spells against the vines. Ultimately, it was a student named Mu by whom managed to freeze and stall the vines, allowing them to reach Baichao Valley swiftly. Soon, they will encounter the Shadow Wolf Beast. The true test is about to begin. Surely the Shadow Wolf Beast won't harm the students, will it? Injury is inevitable. Broken bones are to be expected. However, our summoner and his Shadow Wolf will exercise restraint. Pan Lijun remarked, perhaps we should make a phone call to remind them. If the students are gravely injured, it could hinder their pursuit of university next year. The valley lacks signal. It's of no consequence. Baiyang knows the severity of the situation, Luo Yunbo replied. Baiyang, ISNT, the light mage who was reported as fallen? Tang Yu was taken aback. Zhang Kong chuckled. That S.A. fabrication. He is our summoner stationed at the old lair of the one-eyed demon wolf on Xiefeng Mountain. However, there is indeed a blue bracelet located within the lair. Tang Yu was at a loss for words. The chief instructor was clearly full of schemes. One could only wonder if these students would manage to navigate this ordeal unscathed. The scenery within the valley was quite splendid. To the south lay a palm-shaped lake, while to the north, a prominent mountain pass rose. The old lair of the one-eyed demon wolf was situated at the mountain pass, easily visible from the very center of Baichao Valley. The team leader was none other than Mu Bai, the vice-class leader, who had successfully won the admiration of everyone in this expedition. The girls held him in even greater esteem. His efforts had undeniably facilitated their swift entry into Baichao Valley. The cave is right there. I thought this bounty would be challenging. Yet here we are, having found our destination, Zhao Kuan-san exclaimed heartily. Zhao Kuan-san was impatient. He had only recently clawed his way into the elite class during the last quarter. Forming a dubious alliance with Mu by once more be cautious. The bounty is unlikely to be that simple, Mu Bai cautioned. Coming from a prestigious family, he was well aware that bounties were not easily resolved. Leading a team of 20, Mu Bai had already climbed up the steep slope to the mouth of the lair, the pass. There was a smaller spring pool, its water level appearing to be only half full. The cave entrance was quite large, comparable to an underground passage in a city. Peering into the cave revealed a profound darkness that instilled a palpable fear of the unknown, further exacerbated by the chilling winds that swept from within. Goosebumps erupted across their skin. Shall we wait for more people before entering? He suggested timidly. Did I concur? It looks rather intimidating, Zhao Kuan-san admitted, lacking courage himself. Who could say what lurked within that cave? If monsters were present, their lives could be at stake. The group deliberated. Another team approached from the valley below. Looks like Team 3. How wonderful! He exclaimed joyfully. Teams 1 and 3, due to their connections with Mu Bai and Su Xiaoding, were regarded as the most formidable among the 5 teams. Observing that Team 3 lagged behind, Mu Bai couldn't help but smirk. Although Su Xiaoding and Mo Fan were both S rank in the annual assessment, practice proved that his lineage gave him a significant edge. Soon enough, Team 3 converged with Team 1, while the other 3 teams likely hadn't even managed to overcome the Vine Monster Challenge, and may have been entirely eliminated from the valley. Indeed, not every wind mage dared to leap into the valley's depths. Let us proceed together. Light mages, it's about time you exhibited your utility. Light the way. Zhao Kuan-san, emboldened by the increased numbers, still couldn't resist his snarky remarks. The light mages grumbled in unison, but their initial skills had indeed earned them the nickname moving light bulbs. As they illuminated the rugged cave with their abilities, the deeper recesses remained shrouded in darkness, quickening their heartbeats inexplicably. Winds, lead the way. With your wind track skills, you can retreat at the first sign of trouble. Mu Bai strategized, demonstrating his understanding of effective team dynamics. The wind mages said little more, as Zhao Kuan-san, Zhang Yinglu, Yang Xintian, and others took the lead. Fangge, I'm off ahead to scout. What are you lingering for? Zhang Xiaoho, a wind mage, naturally took on the responsibility of scouting. In a cave filled with such a large group, it was imperative that someone led the way. Otherwise, chaos would ensue at the first sign of danger. Mu Bai's decision was undoubtedly sound, and Mo Fan remained at the cave's mouth, his gaze fixed on the pool of the mountain pass. Recent rains had caused the pool to fill, which seemed normal. However, Mo Fan noticed something peculiar. There was a water line at the pool's edge, indicating that the water should have been at that level. The trace was still visible. The water level had dropped in less than half a day. An evaporation couldn't account for such speed, he mused aloud. Could Team 1 have filled the pool? Zhang Xiaoho speculated. We all filled our water from the lake. There's no reason to refill it at the mountain. Mo Fan clarified. Are you suggesting? Zhang Xiaoho inquired, noticing Mo Fan's sudden seriousness, that the cave might still be inhabited. The chief instructor mentioned that a pack of one-eyed demon wolves once resided here. This pool at the cave entrance is likely where they came to drink. The water level has dropped in the last few hours, and the trace remains, Mo Fan pondered. Zhang Xiaoho wasn't dull. He quickly grasped the implications of Mo Fan's words, his face paling in fear. Fangge, please don't frighten me. Are you saying something is living in this cave and recently came out to drink? He stuttered. The significant drop in water level indicates a creature of considerable size, or perhaps more than one, Mo Fan added. Zhang Xiaoho trembled, his teeth chattering. Let us move. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Mo Fan clapped his hands and joined the advancing group. Zhang Xiaoho hurried to the front of the line, relaying Mo Fan's discovery to Mu Bai, Su Xiaoding, and Zhou Min. However, before Zhang Xiaoho could finish his sentence, a wave of foul-smelling wind surged from the cave, battering the faces of the 40 students that it felt as though a monstrous wave were crashing upon them, tangling their hair and clothes, while a spray of mist splashed across their faces, suddenly, too chilling. Shrill cries echoed from the depths of the cave. In that instant, Everyone understood the nature of the sticky, humid wind that had assailed them. Heavens, that was the spittle of a demon roaring. All 40 students froze, their bodies rigid. The next moment, their faces contorted in terror, filled to the brim with primal fear. Demons. They had been immersed in discussions about demons at school, rehearsing countless times for heroic battles against them. Yet, when confronted with the palpable reality of two greedy, green eyes peering from the cave's depths, their minds went blank. The illumination cast by the light mages still hovered in the air. Illuminating the cave ahead, a paw, covered in green, bristly fur, suddenly emerged from the shadows, its razor-sharp claws sinking into the ground. Then, a head slowly emerged, revealing itself in the illuminated area. Rows of jagged fangs appeared, the terrifying incisors hanging ominously from the upper jaw to the lower. Exposed to the air, to the gaze of the students, droplets of green saliva dripped from those menacing canines, unmistakably indicating the creature's hunger. The fearsome wolf head, more formidable than an ordinary coyote, boasted a muscular neck and a body larger than a camel, its form cloaked in rock-like muscles and needle-like, deep blue fur standing erect. This demon stood before the 40 students, its green eyes looking down upon them as if they were mere morsels, filled with greed and indifference. Run, run, run. A quivering voice broke the silence, in the next instant. The group of magical students transformed into a flock of startled birds, colliding and stumbling as they fled toward the cave's exit in a panic. Run! What are you standing there for? Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed, seizing He-Yu's arm when he saw her frozen in terror. Damn it, wind track. Zhang Xiaoho attempted to channel his magic, but his heart raced uncontrollably, rendering his star formation impossible to complete. In practice, he had confidently executed the star formation flawlessly. He believed he had mastered the magic. Yet, as the terrifying demon approached within 20 meters, he realized that everything he had learned was utterly futile. On ordinary days, the stars, obedient as they were, now collided chaotically like frightened deer amidst the tumult of these magical students, with no one daring to conjure spells at such a moment. Each individual instinctively fled toward the cave's exit. Fangu! Fangu! Run quickly! Zhang Xiaoho urgently pulled the dazed Yu toward the cave's opening in that instant. Mo Fan found himself no different from the fleeing students. The cacophony of screams, cries, and even the sounds of accidents melded together, rendering him incapable of fully concentrating on casting a spell that he too had to escape, while Mo Fan could link up to the 6th star. The moment he reached the 7th, the roar of the beast shattered his focus, leaving him unable to unleash any magic. In desperation, he seized Zhou Min, exclaiming, "Let go of me. I will hold off that one-eyed demon wolf." You all need to calm down. Zhou Min was indeed a reckless girl, undeterred by danger. Are you out of your mind? Yet, Mo Fan was fortunate enough to hoist Zhou Min onto his back. Although Zhou Min appeared fierce, she was merely a delicate girl, and after cultivating the lightning element, Mo Fan possessed enough physical strength to carry her without much difficulty. It was not that Mo Fan wished to deny Zhou Min the opportunity to cast spells. But in such dire circumstances, he could only link 6 stars. A girl with significantly lesser prowess than he could hardly be expected to succeed. At a time like this, there was no room for bravado. Every escape counted. Mo Fan dashed forward with Zhou Min in tow, the wails and shrieks ringing painfully in his ears. Damn it. It was no wonder those veterans at the station mocked them. It turned out that the students who practiced on puppets in school were utterly inept when faced with real demons. None had successfully cast a spell. Their immediate reaction was to flee. Yet escape equated to being picked off one by one. The mountain pass had been scaled with ropes, and they could only reach the mouth of the cave. There was but one rope, and few could descend. Mo Fan's mind was in disarray as he struggled to remain calm and think clearly. But the terror of the demon far exceeded their imaginations. It felt akin to watching a horror film. If one merely gazed at the visuals, it wasn't so unbearable. However, once the sound effects kicked in, the terror escalated to an entirely new level. This situation was not merely about watching a horror movie. It was as if the monsters were crawling out of the screen, mere moments away, and one could even see the blood streaming from their eyes. In such circumstances, No one could maintain composure. Mo Fan ran swiftly, carrying Zhou Min out of the cave's mouth, but she was already trembling and unable to stand from sheer fright. This is too terrifying. Everything is far more horrifying than any nightmare we've ever had. She cried, "Where's the rope?" No, I refuse to die here. What is happening? Mu Bai and Su Zhaoting were among the few who retained a modicum of rationality, yet their disheveled appearances indicated they had cast no spells either. At least 10 students had fainted in the cave, and over 20 who escaped attempted to slide down the rope. But the rope was gone. Now, unless they jumped, escape seemed impossible. What should we do? Are we all going to die here? Zhao Kuan-sin trembled with fear. In truth, aside from the foul stench of the one-eyed demon wolf's breath, a thick odor of panic pervaded the area. Many students were soaked with fear and distress. The one-eyed demon wolf is out. I'd rather die from the fall than be devoured alive, a water element boy lamented. Damn it, with so many passed out inside. Why is it chasing us? Zhao Kuan-san retorted. Zhou Min and Su Zhaoting, though frightened, shot him a glare for his morbid remarks. Running is futile. We need to unite against it. How do we combat it? I can't even remember what element I specialize in. 300 meters from the cave's mouth, a stone platform jutted out from the mountainside. On that platform stood the chief instructor Zhang Kong, along with instructors Luo Yunbua, Pan Lijun, and the summoner Bai Yang, observing the group of students trapped at the cave's exit from above. Bai Yang, the summoner, was doubled over in laughter, his eyes fixated on one student who had soiled himself and collapsed in fear. The chief instructor shook his head in disappointment at the spectacle of students who had failed to cast a single spell. What a disappointment. I expected more from this batch of Tianlan Magic high school students. Yet not one has managed to conjure magic thus far. They are indeed mere talkers, and the school has invested so much in their training, only to see them crumble in the face of real demons. Teachers Zhang Jingguo, Xue Musheng, and Chen Weiliang wore expressions of awkwardness. They were well aware of their students' capabilities. The school typically prioritized cultivation scores to present favorable reports, while practical combat experience was often neglected. Combat in practice required actual fighting. How could the school teach that? Wait, someone is casting magic. Luo Yunbua's keen eyes spotted a flash of white light at the cave's mouth that ITS the ice element. It looks like Mu Bai. Xue Musheng's face lit up with a smile. Chen Weiliang and Zhang Jingguo hurriedly turned to look, and indeed, the first to cast a spell was Mu Bai. White frost swirled around Mu Bai, and ice sprites transformed into a surge of soldiers, swiftly enveloping the limbs of the shadow wolf that had emerged from the cave. Noted, the chief instructor Zhang Kong remarked. This is a scion of the Mu family, raised in a prestigious environment. His psychological resilience and adaptability are far superior to those of his peers. Xue Musheng added, a child of a noble family indeed. While the others remain in a state of panic, Mu Bai has composed himself and unleashed his spell, being able to cast his ice skill, Ice Vine. Under such fear qualifies him for an excellent grade. Now, it remained to be seen whether the other students could regain their composure. At the cave's mouth, Mu Bai stood confidently before the shadow wolf, wielding the power of ice to slow its advance, encasing its limbs in frost. Just as he felt a sense of relief wash over him, he abruptly realized that the shadow wolf's pace had only slightly diminished, failing to hinder its approach. It's ineffective? Mu Bai was momentarily stunned. His ice vine had been capable of freezing 3 or 4 individuals in place, and he had hoped it would buy some time for his classmates to regain their composure. Who knew the strength of the shadow wolf's limbs was so formidable that the white ice vines did not halt its advance. With a crunch, the shadow wolf stepped onto the frost and continued its approach. Its target was Mu Bai. Its front limbs rose high before crashing down upon him. Boom! A violent shockwave sent sand and stones flying, propelling Mu Bai several meters away. With no defensive capabilities, he fell to the ground. Dazed and unable to rise, Mu Bai, Zhao Kuan-san rushed over, only to find Mu Bai's clothes tattered and his skin lacerated by the debris. Yu, finally regaining her senses, was reduced to a sobbing infant, crouched in a corner with no will to act. Her cries seemed to provoke the shadow wolf, which sauntered toward her with a disdainful eye in the eyes of the shadow wolf. There was no notion of mercy. Mu Bai lay bloodied from the impact, and it was uncertain what fate awaited the fragile Hiyu. "Damn it, run," Zhang Xiaoho urged, panic-stricken. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward Hiyu, intent on pulling her from the shadow wolf's terrifying gaze. "You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Not far off. Mo Fan could no longer contain his agitation. To him, Mu Bai's actions had seemed utterly foolish. A single individual could not possibly sway a demon far more powerful than these mages. Fortunately, the shadow wolf did not appear to relish slaughter entirely. Otherwise, the Forlim would have struck Mu Bai directly, undoubtedly resulting in a gruesome fate for him. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Min nearly bit through her own lip before finally unleashing her fire-based skill. A fiery orb soared towards the phantom wolf beast. Perhaps due to her frantic state, the flames merely struck the ground beneath the beast, igniting a large cluster of inexplicable fire that illuminated the deep blue figure of the phantom wolf. The creature paid no heed to the flames, continuing its advance towards Hiyu and Zhang Xiaoho. "Beast, taste my thunder seal," Su Zhaoting bellowed. Surrounded by a myriad of electric arcs, I could see his command. These arcs surged toward the phantom wolf beast. Each purple bolt of lightning caused a spasm in the beast's body, rendering it unable to move, eliciting a low, pained growl. The wolf's green eyes darted towards Su Zhaoting. "Awoo!" The phantom wolf opened its cavernous maw, letting out a fearsome roar. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, stirring the abundant sand and gravel at the mountain pass, which swirled towards Su Zhaoting like a raging earth dragon. "Sanpang!" Su Zhaoting cried out in alarm at the sight. Wang Sanpang also let out a shout. "Earth wave? Shift!" The rotund Wang Sanpang bent down, plunging his hands into the ground. The surface, littered with gravel, transformed into a controllable wave of earth as his hands sank into it, much like ripples spreading across a lake upon the sudden drop of a stone. This wave surged forth rapidly, appearing before Su Zhaoting that he would have been engulfed by the oncoming storm of sand and rock, yet the emergence of this earth wave allowed him to shift a full 5 or 6 meters away, narrowly escaping the barrage that could have left him battered and bloodied. With his eyes shut tight, Su Zhaoting opened them to find himself in a different location, a look of joy spreading across his face as he gave a thumbs up to his good friend Wang Sanpang. Wang Sanpang chuckled, surprised by the impeccable timing of his earth wave. "Fear not, everyone. With so many of us, if each of us unleashes our magic, we shall surely topple this one-eyed demon wolf," Su Zhaoting declared, embodying a leader's demeanor. "Quickly, unite the star tracks. The thunder seal has paralyzed it, making it difficult for the one-eyed demon wolf to move. Now is our chance to counterattack," Wang Sanpang urged. Just as he said, the phantom wolf, gripped by the thunder seal, remained motionless, its muscles twitching uncontrollably. This news was undoubtedly a lifesaver, prompting several composed mages to initiate their star tracks radiance. Purify, Ice Vine, Freeze, Water Domain, Dissolve, Earth Wave, Shift, Fire Orb, Scorch. In an instant, 7 or 8 students from various disciplines completed their spells, unleashing an array of magical effect upon the phantom wolf. As it stood there, paralyzed, the beast was bombarded by an onslaught of skills from all directions. Emitting anguished cries, "Fire mages, hurry! We've temporarily subdued this one-eyed demon wolf. Burn it to ashes!" Su Zhaoting, now fully embodying the role of leader, shouted while continuing to cast another thunder seal. The fire mages, the true source of damage, were now crucial. The blinding light from the radiant spell temporarily dazzled the beast, while multiple ice mages' ice vines coalesced to freeze its lower limbs. It was now imperative for the fire spells to inflict sufficient burns upon the phantom wolf. Zhou Min, her lips bloodied from biting, finally unleashed a precise and complete fire orb, flames erupting along the wolf's spine, causing it to howl in evident agony. "Whoa!" Just when the group believed their concerted efforts would yield results. The phantom wolf let out 2 consecutive roars. 2 torrents of sand and stone surged forth, one sweeping towards Su Zhaoting and Wang Sanpang, while the other targeted the 3 remaining mages. The dual onslaught of sand and rock dealt devastating blows to the students, leaving many battered and bloodied. Those who had just glimpsed a sliver of hope were suddenly thrown into despair. Wang Sanpang, half covered in blood, staggered to his feet, Su Zhao Ting lay on the ground, his condition akin to Mu Bai's. Meanwhile, 5 other students had also collapsed, buried beneath the debris, utterly devoid of strength to rise. The phantom wolf, despite its injuries, remained a formidable foe, its power exceeding their expectations. Even with composure and the united efforts of over a dozen individuals, they were still powerless against it. Had they initially banded together with the full 40, they might have triumphed. Damn it. I'm going to die here. Wang Sanpang cursed angrily. Mo Fan, your fire magic is far superior to mine. You must act now, Zhou Min urged from the side. The only spells capable of inflicting real damage on the phantom wolf were the fire orb and thunder seal. Yet there were too few fire mages among them. It's useless. This is not merely a one-eyed demon wolf, Mo Fan remarked, his gaze fixed upon this peculiar beast. Unlike a typical one-eyed demon wolf, which possesses a single eye, this creature had vivid green eyes. Most were too terrified by the monster to notice its distinct features. "You, help!" she cried, her face as pale as a ghost. Clearly, the phantom wolf harbored a deep disdain for the whimpering. After dispatching the mages capable of casting spells, it set its sights once more on Hiyu. "Run, damn it!" Mo Fan felt a wave of frustration. This woman, so hopelessly foolish, had been afforded a chance to escape by the collective attacks on the phantom wolf, yet she remained frozen in place. "We cannot let this continue. We will all be slaughtered by this monster. We must eliminate it," Mo Fan resolved, turning to Zhang Xiaohou nearby. "Monkey, can you sprint?" he asked urgently. Zhang Xiaohou nodded vigorously. "All right, I will draw its attention. You must carry me into the cave, understood?" Mo Fan instructed him with seriousness. "What are you planning, Fange?" Zhang Xiaohou inquired. "To slay it." Mo Fan gritted his teeth, using pain to steady himself. The fire magic coalesced into an ethereal expanse, swirling around him one by one. The fire stars began to align in accordance with the magical star tracks at his behest. The speed at which Mo Fan connected the stars was astonishing. By the time he formed the 6th star, the obstinate 7th star finally yielded to his commanding will. Star tracks formed, magic manifested. A fiery blaze erupted in the palm of Mo Fan's hand. A vivid red flame spilling between his fingers. Fire orb, bone incineration. With everything set in motion, Mo Fan's hair whipped wildly in the turbulent air, his entire demeanor transformed beneath the intensity of the flames. The inferno surged forth, a fireball hurtling through the air, striking the immense body of the phantom wolf. For a moment, there was silence, followed by a frenzy of crimson tendrils erupting from within the beast. The flames far surpassing those Zhou Min had conjured. The blaze was strikingly vibrant and ferocious, causing the phantom wolf to rear its head and unleash a howl of immeasurable agony. The creature writhed in torment, aimlessly dashing about before rolling on the ground, ultimately plunging into the pool of water. Yet the bone incineration flames did not wane in the presence of water. The terrifying heat threatened to reduce the wolf's insides to ashes. Zhou Min, Zhang Xiaohou, Wang Sanpang, and Zhang Yinglu, among others, were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. The scattered top students lingering at the mountain pass gazed at Mo Fan with disbelief. "Brother Fan, your fire Ji," Zhang Xiaohou remarked, incredulously observing Mo Fan. The power of Mo Fan's fire Ji far surpassed that of Zhou Min, and the flames exhibited a completely different effect. While Zhou Min's fire Ji merely scorched the Yu-ling beast upon contact, inflicting superficial burns that barely penetrated its skin, Mo Fan's fire Ji appeared to ignite from within the creature's body. The collective skills exhibited by their peers paled in comparison to the sheer ferocity of Mo Fan's single fire Ji. At the stone platform, the summoner known as Bai Yang furrowed his brow. Summoners share a psychic bond with their summoned beasts, and Bai Yang could sense the profound agony of his Yu-ling beast. It was evident that the fire unleashed by that student had inflicted genuine harm. Fire Ji, burning bones. At that moment, both Chief Instructor Zhang Kong and Teacher Tang Yu displayed expressions of astonishment. Both Zhang Kong and Tang Yu were practitioners of fire magic. How could they not comprehend the fundamentals of fire skills? The initial tier of Fire Ji is divided into 3 levels. The first level, known as Fire Ji, scorching, is a most rudimentary form, merely igniting the target to cause burns. However, the second tier manifests a drastically different effect. Fire G, burning bones as the name suggests, unleashes flames of a higher temperature that erupt from within the enemy's body, capable of incinerating bones to ashes. External Fire G, scorching can hardly inflict significant damage on a YULing beast, as these students lack precision in targeting vital areas, and the beast's fur possessed considerable resistance. In stark contrast, Fire G, burning bones, with its internal combustion, could potentially incinerate the beast's innards entirely. This penetrating fire skill was exponentially more powerful than mere scorching. What is the name of that student? Zhang Kong regained his composure, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Achieving the second tier of a fire skill marks this student as exceptionally remarkable. His name is M.O. Fan. Teacher Tanya responded with a smile. M.O. Fan had indeed lived up to her expectations, having elevated his Fire G to the Burning Bones level within just a year. In fact, what Tangyu had originally demonstrated to the students was precisely Fire G, Burning Bones, thus explaining the superior intensity of the flames compared to what the students had previously witnessed. This student could indeed earn Zhang Kong's approval. Instructor Luo Yunbo and Deputy Instructor Pan Li Jun nodded in agreement. At this age, such prowess was a rarity throughout the entire Bo City. "This is dire." Suddenly, the summoner by Yang exclaimed in alarm. "What is happening?" Chief Instructor Zhang Kong inquired. After leaping into the spring pool, the YULing beast inexplicably became frenzied, seemingly beyond control. Bai Yang's face paled. "This is unacceptable. Weren't you supposed to tame its wildness?" Zhang Kong cursed vehemently. Bai Yang's revelation transformed the expressions of Tang Yu, Zhang Jiangua, Chun Wei Liang, and others, instilling a sense of dread. A loss of control. The combat prowess of this YULing beast likely surpassed even that of the one-eyed demon wolf. If it spiraled out of control, the students would face unimaginable casualties. "Quick, we must stop it." "No, it will take us some time to reach it." "How could this happen? How could this happen?" It's over, it's over. Lives are at stake." Chen Wei Liang, the director of the teaching office, was left in shock. The YULing beast had previously shown restraint. Otherwise, many students would have perished within the cave. Now that it had lost control, if it unleashed its fury, few students would survive. "I apologize, I don't know the reason either," the summoner by Yang admitted. "What good does that do now?" "We must save them." Zhang Kong bellowed at the mountain pass in an attempt to mitigate the flames' onslaught. The YULing beast plunged into the spring. Yet upon emerging, dripping wet, it seemed to have transformed entirely. Its once verdant eyes now blazed a fierce crimson. The YULing beast, a creature notoriously difficult to tame, was prone to madness when provoked on the battlefield. Such frenzy could yield extraordinary outcomes. However, for the students, it spelled disaster. The scarlet orbs brimmed with a terrifying ferocity, fixated on M.O. Fan. The air thickening with a palpable chill of lethal intent. M.O. Fan froze, paralyzed. The YULing beast was far more formidable and savage than they had anticipated. "Monkey!" M.O. Fan struggled to utter. Nearly devoid of breath, Zhang Xiaoho sensed the overwhelming malevolence as he frantically connected with the starry path. Previously unable to complete the wind system star path, he now had no choice but to succeed. Otherwise, M.O. Fan would be instantly slain by the YULing beast. Awu! The YULing beast charged forth, kicking up a whirlwind of dust in its wake. Its explosive speed was astonishing. It went from stationary to a full sprint in less than a second, a testament to its terrifying power. Brother Fan. In this critical moment, Zhang Xiaoho seized the paralyzed M.O. Fan. A gust of wind became his pathway as he dashed away, narrowly pulling M.O. Fan from the jaws of the beast and continuing deeper into the cave. Aka. The YULing beast fangs snapped at the air, producing a deafening clash. Its missed attack seemed to deeply insult its pride, prompting the fearsome creature to unleash its incredible speed in pursuit. Within the cave, many students remained dazed, struggling to rise only to be met with a rampaging YULing beast. They were hurled aside, blood spraying in all directions. "Run, run, quickly!" M.O. Fan glanced back, sensing the YULing beast closing in. its speed surpassing even Zhang Xiaoho's wind path. Swift steps? I'm trying my best. Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat yet unwilling to relent. The wind howled past his ears as the monstrous wolf chased relentlessly behind, threatening to halt his heartbeat. Just ahead? You run ahead. I'll handle it. Mo Fan finally located his destination, his voice resolute. That's out of the question. I 1T abandoned brother Fan. In times of peril, true friendship emerges. Should they survive, Mo Fan would certainly feel profoundly moved by this loyalty. Yet, the pressing concern remained. Whether they could escape this wretched cave, the depths of the cave revealed a wider chamber, its floor littered with jagged, bizarre rocks, while stalactites hung ominously above. Here, there were no students left, nor any paths for escape. It was a veritable dead end. Zhang Xiaoho had exhausted himself, his wind path buying them precious time, yet the Yueling beast had caught up, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Brother Fan, are we not heroic for leading the Yueling beast here, allowing the others to flee? Zhang Xiaoho spoke softly, almost wistfully. Mo Fan leaned against the cave wall, watching as the Yueling beast located them, and retorted with a laugh. Nonsense. Mo Fan would never do such a thing. Watch out. No sooner had Mo Fan spoken than a cloud of debris erupted from the Yueling beast's maw, sending a barrage of razor-sharp stones hurtling toward the pair. Zhang Xiaoho, being of the wind system, reacted with swiftness. He intended to evade, but realized that Mo Fan could not possibly outrun him. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xiaoho forcefully pushed Mo Fan behind a large rock. He had no time to dodge himself, as the sharp stones pierced his body, leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Beast, you wretched beast! If anything happens to Monkey, I swear I'll turn you into minced meat, Mo Fan roared. Time offered no respite for Mo Fan to assess Zhang Xiaoho's fate. Seizing the moment, the Yueling beast unleashed its breath. Mo Fan shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils were ablaze with a multitude of violet lightning. His gaze was as fierce as a tempest, his hair ignited like fire. Stars twinkled within Mo Fan's pupils, the resplendent purple orbs uniting in an unprecedented display of solidarity in response to their master's wrath. They formed a stunning trajectory of violet starlight, particularly striking amidst the darkness of the cave. At the heart of this celestial spectacle stood Mo Fan, proud and defiant. Thunderseal, Serpent's Mark. As the words escaped his lips, bolts of lightning materialized around him, swirling like a ferocious serpent, embodying the tempest of fury within his heart. With a fierce grip, he clenched his raised palm, electricity surging through his fingers. The summoned Thunderseals and Serpent's Marks transformed into formidable electric warriors, launching attacks that struck, ensnared, and lashed out, one after another. These thunderous symbols crashed into the shadow wolf beast, sending jolts of electricity through its muscles, tearing its flesh apart. Awoo! The power of the Thunderseal surpassed the flames of Fireburn, making it the sole technique capable of inflicting harm upon the shadow wolf beast. Its once pristine coat was now charred and blackened, dark blood oozing from its wounds. Despite its agony, paralyzed by the Thunderseal's effects, the beast's crimson eyes remained fixed on Mo Fan, filled with a murderous intent. Yes, it was a thirst for blood. This frenzied summoned creature had devolved into a savage demon, its gaze solely reflecting a desire for slaughter and contempt for life itself. Fire burn, incinerate. Mo Fan's starlight reconnected, his pupils igniting from purple to a blazing red. The fire-based stars rapidly merged under his gaze, forming a celestial path that channeled magical energy into his being. Fixated on the shadow wolf beast, Mo Fan felt no trace of fear, only an overwhelming surge of anger and resolve. In contrast, the wolf's eyes glinted with disdain for the feeble human, as if to say, what good is another attempt? The fire burn cannot obliterate me entirely. Yet, once the paralysis subsides, I shall rend you asunder. Despite the excruciating pain, the shadow wolf beast could still endure another round of fire burn, whether through Thunderseal or Fireburn. Neither technique was sufficient to slay it. Thus, the inevitable outcome would see this human becoming its next meal. Mo Fan sensed the contempt in the wolf's gaze. Look who is about to die. He roared, as flames coalesced into a searing inferno within his palm. That I plead for my joy. You offer your handsomeness. If reading is not for voting, then what meaning does it hold? Since encountering the full-time mage, casting votes for other books has become a mere formality. Either for the full-time mage or the full-time mage. Die for me, Mo Fan bellowed, hurling the flames skyward. A blinding sphere of fire ascended, illuminating the cavern and casting shadows of the ferocious wolf beast and the fiery youth below. The shadow wolf beast raised its gaze, its blood-red eyes flashing with confusion. Had this human lost his wits? Why throw the fire upwards, immobilized by the thunder seal? Striking the beast with fireburn should have been a trivial task, akin to practicing on a wooden dummy. Yet Mo Fan executed an action so foolish that even the wolf found it absurd. A grin spread across Mo Fan's face, the firelight reflecting his wild delight. Boom! The fire burn plummeted like a falling star, crashing into the base of a stalactite. The flames of incineration were undeterred by the rocky surface. The searing heat rapidly turned the slender root of the stalactite crimson. In less than a second, the flames capable of turning bones to ash severed the stalactite cleanly. The massive stalactite, now severed, transformed into a colossal stone sword, plunging down from the cavern's height. Initially filled with scorn and doubt, the shadow wolf beast's expression shifted to one of panic as it realized the burning stalactite was now directly above it. No way out. Slowly retracting his hand, Mo Fan smirked coldly. Yes, the thunder seal could only temporarily restrain its movements, and fireburn might not annihilate it entirely. But I can outsmart you. The stalactite, immense in size, pierced through the shadow wolf beast's body as if it were a sword of stone. It impaled the creature, driving through its back and emerging from its abdomen, pinning it in place. Blood poured from the beast's belly, cascading down the fractured stalactite, pooling beneath it in a conspicuous puddle. The shadow wolf beast stood there, unable to fall, its once fiery red eyes fading to their original green as life ebbed away. It turned to gaze at the stalactite that had pierced through its form, then glanced at the insignificant human. Beyond disbelief, no other emotion could be seen in its eyes. The proud dignity of the wolf was shattered, and its weakening body rendered any struggle futile. Life slipped away, claimed by such a small mage. A fierce wind howled outside the mountain entrance, lifting the battered students' heads in a state of shock as they witnessed an astonishing spectacle. A man descended from above, a pair of enormous wings, formed from the essence of wind spirits, dominating their view. Wind wings. Finally regaining consciousness, Mubai looked up in disbelief at the man with stubble. It was the commandant. Heavens, what am I witnessing? An angel! The entire mountain entrance erupted in astonishment. They may have speculated that the commandant, Zhang Kong, was a formidable mage, yet never imagined he wielded the power of wind wings, a skill that allowed one to soar like an angel. Zhang Kong surveyed the disheveled students, temporarily out of danger, and glanced towards the cave that had echoed with a deafening sound. Hopefully, the student who unleashed Fireburn remained alive. He dared not linger, the powerful wings behind him beating vigorously as he shot toward the cave like an arrow. Navigating the jagged rocks with grace, Zhang Kong elegantly traversed the lengthy passageway of the cave, arriving at its spacious depths. Fireburn, suspended in the darkness, Zhang Kong conjured a sphere of flame effortlessly. He hurled it into the cavern's midair, where it erupted like a dazzling firework, illuminating the entire space. Zhang Kong's gaze searched for the shadow wolf beast, hoping it retained a shred of reason, that it might spare the life of the student named Mo Fan as long as a breath remained. Zhang Kong could return to the base and have the healing mage revive this exceptional student. Thus, he held nothing back in unleashing his stardust magical energy, eager to locate the student. The flames brightened the cavern. Yet in the next instant, Zhang Kong stood frozen, his brown eyes wide with shock. How could this be possible? On the stone platform, the summoner Bai Yong sat in a panic, praying fervently for Zhang Kong's timely arrival. A life was at stake. If a student perished during this expedition, he would bear significant responsibility. The nation valued these magical students above all, and even the local tyrant Mu Zhuiyun would not dare harm them. Tang Yu bit her lip, recalling how she had jokingly told Mo Fan that she would use WeChat to locate his corpse. Never expecting that day to arrive so swiftly, in truth, she found Mo Fan intriguing. She sensed he harbored secrets beyond just his growth with stardust magical artifacts, and believed he possessed immense potential, curious to see how far he could ascend. What a pity, what a pity. Baiyang, what on earth happened? How could your summoned beast go berserk without reason? Even if fire burn caused it pain, there was no justification for losing control to such an extent. Luo Yunbo reproached angrily. As a summoner, the most fundamental duty was to maintain control over one's summoned creature. I am uncertain, generally speaking, that even in the event of a fatality, as long as I have not issued a command to kill, it would never harm a student. I truly do not comprehend why it has come to this. Baiyang trembled as he spoke. This entire situation is utterly illogical. Baiyang had never anticipated that a student could unleash the fiery wrath of the flames, inflicting real harm upon their summoned beast, let alone that the summoned beast would lose control as a result. There must be some other underlying reason for this. You should now pray that your uncontrollable beast has not claimed too many lives. Pan Li Jun stated coldly. I too. Baiyang was about to explain when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as if his very soul had been cleaved in two. The agony causing Baiyang's face to turn pallid and sweat to pour down his back. What is happening? Luo Yunbo said, his tone laced with impatience. My shadow wolf, my shadow wolf. Suddenly, Baiyang seemed to lose his very essence. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the cave. What is going on? Tang Yu furrowed her brow, perplexed by the antics of this summoner. My shadow wolf. It has perished. Baiyang uttered this statement in a daze, his tone reflecting disbelief even he could not fathom. Tang Yu, Zhang Jingguo, and Chen Weiliang stood in stunned silence. The chief instructor, Zhang Kong, had only just entered the cave. No matter how swift he was, it was impossible for him to have killed the shadow wolf. So, how could the shadow wolf have died? After a summoner's beast perishes, the summoner also suffers a degree of mental and spiritual trauma. It seemed the shadow wolf had indeed met its demise. From Baiyang's earlier demeanor, it is evident that he exhibits the symptoms of summoned beast death. This is unmistakable, Tang Yu remarked. Wasn't the shadow wolf pursuing Mo Fan into the cave? How could it have suddenly died? Could it be that the cave's darkness caused the shadow wolf to collide with a rock and perish? Chen Weiliang speculated. Baiyang turned his face, eyes filled with a venomous resentment. You must be the one who crashed to death. May your entire family meet the same fate. My shadow wolf is not a foolish rabbit to die upon a stake. It possesses night vision and is agile. How could it possibly die from crashing into a rock? Even if all 40 students could cast spells, it would not be easy to slay my shadow wolf. Let us proceed and investigate. Tang Yu suggested. Yes, let us hurry. Reinforcements will soon arrive to escort these students back. Inside the cave, Chief Instructor Zhang Kong remained rooted in disbelief, unable to process the scene before him. The student named Mo Fan was not dead. He was currently carrying a wounded companion on his back. The frenzied shadow wolf, which he was supposed to have dealt with himself, was now pinned to the ground by a stalactite that had pierced through its body. Its life signs had vanished. The shadow wolf was dead. This shadow wolf's combat prowess rivaled that of a true demon, and Zhang Kong had not intended for it to be defeated by these students. Its purpose had merely been to pose as a demon, providing the students with a genuine trial. Defeating this shadow wolf? That was an impossible task. Even a genuine hunter team would be obliterated by a demon, let alone this group of students who quaked at the sight of one. Thus, when he followed into the cave, Zhang Kong had only hoped to minimize student casualties while he dispatched the shadow wolf. Yet, he witnessed a scene that even he could scarcely believe. The shadow wolf was dead, nailed to the ground by a stalactite. There could not possibly be such a coincidence in the world. It was improbable that a stalactite had simply fallen and struck the frenzied shadow wolf. Moreover, given the shadow wolf's reflexes, it could have easily evaded the falling stalactite. What have you done? Chief Instructor Zhang Kong, still reeling from shock, finally fixed his gaze upon the student named Mo Fan. This student appeared unremarkable, with a neat crop of short hair, a reasonably handsome face, and a body that exuded fatigue. His hands, however, were firmly locked around the frail, bloodied form of another boy. As he meticulously prepared to carry him out of the cave, Fan raised his head, his eyes equally filled with astonishment. Wings! This chief instructor possesses wings. Fan recognized them as wind wings, yet he had never imagined that witnessing them in reality could be so profoundly moving. The figure suspended in the air, combined with the angelic wind wings behind him. How utterly impressive. How did you accomplish this? Chief Instructor Zhang Kong still bore an air of incredulity. As he posed his question, he suddenly perceived the futility of his inquiry. The evidence at the scene unequivocally indicated that it was this student, named Fan, who had utilized flames to sever the stalactite, which had then fallen and pierced the shadow wolf. Yet, Zhang Kong was beset by countless doubts and astonishments. First, what level of composure must this student have possessed to think of luring the shadow wolf into the cave and using a stalactite as a weapon? Secondly, how had he managed to keep the shadow wolf perfectly still, allowing the falling stalactite to impale it? In any case, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. A second-year trainee had single-handedly slain a shadow wolf that was even stronger than a demon. Chief Instructor, I happened to discover this blue bracelet in the cave. I wonder if this counts as fulfilling the bounty. Where is my magical artifact? Fan approached Chief Instructor Zhang Kong, a smile gracing his features. Zhang Kong shook his head vigorously, suddenly realizing something. Oh my goodness! This instructor had no intention of providing any magical artifact. The difficulty of this bounty was exceedingly high, as the cave was guarded by the shadow wolf. The blue bracelet was merely a symbolic offering, with no expectation that the students could retrieve it. Zhang Kong had anticipated that half of the students would be eliminated in the preceding trials, and the remaining half would undoubtedly be annihilated by the shadow wolf. He never imagined that a remarkable student would actually slay the shadow wolf. What sort of prodigy is this? A creature that even teachers and instructors might struggle against has truly been killed by this student. As for the magical artifact, such items are exceedingly valuable. How could Zhang Kong possibly part with one? Yet now, this student had unmistakably completed the bounty. Fan observed the chief instructor's increasingly peculiar expression, already extending his hand for the magical artifact. Let's prioritize saving people first. Finally, Chief Instructor Zhang Kong said awkwardly, "Oh, yes, I recall you mentioning it was a defensive magical artifact worth hundreds of thousands." Fan nodded in agreement. The chief instructor, stylishly flying with his wind wings, faltered mid-flight, nearly colliding with an oncoming stalactite. Student, shall we save people first? Just as Fan was about to exit, he suddenly noticed a shadow shifting nearby. The shadow spiraled down the black stone wall and materialized before Fan, revealing a curvaceous woman slowly rising from the shadow. The astonishing sight momentarily left Fan entranced. What in the world is this skill? It is utterly stunning. As Tang Yu recognized the woman's face, she revealed a radiant smile of joy. Are you unharmed? I am fine. Tang Yu's gaze shifted, quickly landing on the shadow wolf, now pinned there as if it were a specimen, momentarily leaving her at a loss for words. What is this? Tang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. You have taught an exceptionally prodigious student. The shadow wolf was slain by him. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong remarked. Tang Yu's mouth fell open in disbelief, staring intently at Fan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, cleared his throat and said, "Let us save people first, outside the cave." Mu Bai, Su Zhaoding, Zhao Kun, Zhang Shuhua, Yu, and others began to regain consciousness. The remaining students gradually came to their senses, gathering like refugees near the spring pool, their bodies still trembling. Before long, Chief Instructor Zhang Kong and Tang Yu had led Fan out of the cave. When everyone saw that Fan was still alive, expressions of sheer disbelief spread across their faces. They had witnessed Fan and Zhang Xiaoho being pursued into the cave. Under such circumstances, even 100 lives would have been torn to shreds by that shadow wolf. Fan, you are alive? He finally regained consciousness, and, upon seeing that Zhang Xiaoho and Fan were still alive, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The class leader, Zhou Min, also felt her eyes welling up upon witnessing their safety, had it not been for Mo Fan and Zhang Xiao Ho luring the phantom wolf into the cave. Countless lives would have been lost. In any case, it was they who saved everyone. The other girls, bearing various injuries, began to sob uncontrollably, having spent their time in the safety of school learning magic rather than facing such harrowing experiences. The boys either sat in stunned silence or expressed their gratitude for the two heroes, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho. They had once believed that possessing magic would allow them to command the elements. And in school, they had all been rather arrogant. Yet when confronted with genuine monsters, they found themselves unable to cast even a single spell, if it weren't for Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho diverting the phantom wolf. The consequences would have been dire. By the way, how did you two escape from its claws? And what about that one-eyed demon wolf? Wang Sanpeng and Su Zhaoting inquired. Needless to say, the one-eyed demon wolf was certainly slain by the instructor Zhang Kong. He arrived just in time. Had it been a moment later, they might have been devoured, Zhao Kuan-san remarked. The chief instructor cast a bemused glance at Zhao Kuan-san, who was making light of the situation. The disparity among students was indeed striking. Since everyone is out of danger, I can now share some information, the chief instructor Zhang Kong announced. All the students were gathered at the mountain's entrance, where teachers were tending to their wounds and some students were washing off the blood. Throughout your completion of this bounty task, we have actually been observing you and will be grading outstanding students such as Zhang Xiaoho, Zhou Min, Mu Bai, and Li Yuming. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong continued. His words sent a wave of excitement through the student. It turned out they had been under the watchful eyes of their instructors during this ordeal, and many began to regret not having performed better. Then why didn't you intervene when that monster appeared? Did you intend to wait until we were all dead before stepping in? Mu Bai exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. Truth be told, he had nearly been killed by the creature. If the phantom wolf had truly wished to kill you, you would have already perished, especially you. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong retorted with a cold snort. Mu Bai furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier scene. Indeed, had the phantom wolf struck him directly with its forelimbs, his life would have been forfeit. Wait, Chief Instructor, what did you say that monster was? The phantom wolf. Zhou Min suddenly realized something and quickly asked. Indeed, it was not the one-eyed demon wolf, but the phantom wolf. It is a summoned beast. Zhang Kong elaborated. Allow me to explain. This bounty task was arranged by us instructors, and this summoned beast was, in fact, the summoned beast of instructor by Yang, that we needed you to truly confront a monster. Yet we did not wish for you to be killed by it, Class Master Xuan Mushin clarified. Upon hearing this, all the students burst into tears. It had all been a drill, but did it have to be so realistic? They genuinely believed they were doomed this time. Furthermore, the combat prowess of the Phantom Wolf was terrifying. Despite their numbers, their magic had proven ineffective against it. That I was wondering how Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho survived. Turns out it was just a summoned beast, Zhao Kuan-san scoffed. You are mistaken in that regard. In fact, what transpired was beyond our expectations. The Phantom Wolf suddenly went berserk and became uncontrollable, no longer obeying the commands of the summoner Bai Yang. Just when we thought it was going to unleash havoc upon you, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho lured it into the cave. Therefore, your lives were saved by those two. Zhang Jing was stated that, oh my goodness, how incredibly fortunate we are. Zhang Yinglu exclaimed. Fortunate? It was Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho who saved us, brothers from now on. If you have any requests, we will not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. We are eternally grateful for your bravery. From this day forward, you shall be our leaders, Wang Sanpeng and Su Zhaoting. Despite their earlier arrogance, could not help but express their gratitude to Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho. Meanwhile, Mu Bai and Zhao Kuan-san stood there, their expressions shifting from green to pale. They could hardly comprehend that the very people they despised had saved their lives. Teachers, please keep a close watch on this cave. If that rampaging summoned beast comes charging out again, Zhou Min offered a reminder. Rest assured, the summoned beast is dead, Teacher Tang Yu assured them. Indeed, it was slain by Mo Fan. Zhang Kong nodded. Oh, that's a relief. That's a relief. A rampaging summoned beast. Wait, Chief Instructor, what did you just say? Wang Sanpeng suddenly failed to comprehend. Staring wide-eyed in confusion. I have something to announce. On June 10th, from 7:30 to 8:30, we have taken over the Sanjiang talk show, so if you have any questions about relationships, difficulties in rankings, or anything unrelated to the novels, feel free to ask me. He continued, in any case, the talk show will be an unmissable event. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong added with a wry smile. That rampaging summoned beast was killed by Mo Fan. The expressions of instructors Xue Mu Sheng, Zhang Jianhua, Luo Yunbo, Pan Li Jun by Yang, and others turned into an O shape. The most shocked among them was the summoner by Yang, who looked at this second-year student, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "You killed my phantom wolf?" Bai Yang asked in disbelief. "Yes," Mo Fan nodded. In an instant, Bai Yang's expression morphed into one of extreme awkwardness. It was certain that the summoner's heart was crumbling at this moment. The illustrious phantom wolf had been slain by a student on their very first practical experience. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would have preferred to believe that his phantom wolf had met its end by colliding with a rock like a foolish rabbit. It was a devastating blow to the pride of the wolf. Bai Yang was utterly despondent. It was likely that he could not calm himself even if he were to write an entire stack of papers right now. It was an unparalleled blow. He had never faced such a crushing defeat in his life. Their team had spent 2 months expending countless resources and manpower to finally tame this phantom wolf, only to have it killed by a second-year student. How could they, as instructors, bear such humiliation? The students, too, stood there in stunned silence. They were well aware of just how formidable the phantom wolf was. It was a one-sided massacre against them. And now, Mo Fan, who was just like them, had single-handedly vanquished the phantom wolf. They were utterly astonished. Furthermore, I bring you good news, because Mo Fan accomplished the impossible bounty. All students of this elite class will receive an A grade for their practical training. Chief Instructor Zhang Kong announced to all the students. Is that for real? That's fantastic. If I get an A, I can certainly get into a great magic university. Mo Fan, you are like my second parents. All I can offer in return is soap. Mo Fan, do you have a girlfriend? A girl whose life had been saved shyly asked. Her face flushed. Mo Fan, do you need a boyfriend? In an instant, Mo Fan became the hero in everyone's eyes. After all, he had not only saved their lives, but also secured the most crucial A grade for all. Zhao Kuan-san, who had initially intended to make another sarcastic remark, found himself surrounded by fierce glares from those around him, and the words were forcibly swallowed. Mu Bai's expression remained extremely grim. He was the first to cast a spell, yet it proved utterly useless, as he was knocked unconscious by the phantom wolf. In the end, it was Mo Fan who stole all the limelight. Hey, did you hear? That bounty was completed by a student. Apparently, Bai Yang's phantom wolf was directly killed by that student. Don't talk nonsense. We know how powerful the phantom wolf is. If a student could accomplish that, I might as well eat the bounty's liquid crystal screen. A robust hunter team leader scoffed. Then go ahead and eat it. Pan Li Jun shot a glance at the burly man and remarked coldly. Go see for yourself. The bounty has been completed. As the veterans at the outpost raised their heads, they indeed discovered that the bounty status was marked as completed, with a note indicating the second-year student from Tianlan Magic High School. Mo Fan. Holy moly, this young man has quite the audacity. At that moment, the veterans at the outpost were left utterly speechless. The expression on the face of the individual who claimed he wanted to consume a liquid crystal screen grew exceedingly grim. Goodness gracious! Could it be true that a student has actually completed a challenge that even they might not have been able to accomplish? Before long, this news had spread throughout the relay station. Aside from the military mages of Bocheng, most of those in the station were hunters navigating the mountains. These hunters relied on accepting bounties and hunting demons for their livelihood. Yet, with the emergence of this news, the seasoned veterans of the station felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, as they were among the loudest in mocking the students previously. What about the magical gear? The defensive magical gear? Asked the anxious vendor, Air Tuko. The leader, Zhang Kong, was now scratching his head in frustration. He had not prepared any magical gear, as everyone knew it was impossible for a student to succeed. Zhang Kong, a man of his word, would now have to personally purchase a piece of defensive magical gear to gift to that student, remarked Pan Li Jun. That student has struck gold. Zhang Kong thought, his heart bleeding with envy. We, who risk our lives, may never even acquire a single piece of defensive magical gear. By the way, Could that lad be a scion of an illustrious family, dressed in luxurious attire? How else could he withstand the demons? Nonsense, he is just an ordinary student. I heard his father is merely a driver delivering supplies to our station, replied another. Then he must be quite the anomaly. Inside the stone house, the chief instructor, Zhang Kong, cradled a box in his hands, his face contorted with pain. Damn it, this heartless merchant charged me 550,000 for a scythe shield. What the hell? Zhang Kong cursed vehemently. Beside him, Luo Yunbo, Pan Lijun, and Bai Yang remained silent, while a few military mages stifled their laughter. Typically, it was Zhang Kong who left them in tatters, yet now he found himself stumbling. The scythe shield was indeed costly, and Zhang Kong had no idea how much of his salary he would lose. This reward was one he had personally promised, and the government would certainly not reimburse him. Bring that boy here, humph, Zhang Kong said, disgruntled. Brother, I've been right here. Mo Fan raised his hand, addressing the somewhat dazed chief instructor. Upon seeing Mo Fan, Zhang Kong felt a surge of irritation, unable to fathom how he had managed to slay the shadow wolf beast. Take it, take it. Zhang Kong begrudgingly handed the scythe shield to Mo Fan. Chief instructor, may I let go? Mo Fan inquired. Zhang Kong's lips twitched, but he ultimately released it. Upon receiving the precious item, Mo Fan was filled with elation. This direct confrontation with the demons made him realize that mere offensive capability was insufficient. Any mage who only understood attack would be instantly obliterated by the demons. If he possessed a piece of defensive magical gear before mastering defensive spells, it would indeed be a lifesaver. Kid, if you can't find a suitable job after graduation, come report to me, Zhang Kong said nonchalantly. Despite a myriad of reluctance, he couldn't help but admire the young man's audacity and ingenuity. Many mages perished in their confrontations with demons due to rigid thinking, failing to comprehend how to effectively utilize their limited magical skills. Indeed, within the ranks of novice mages, every mage possessed only a single skill, yet the application of that skill could vary greatly. This lad had grasped many truths that seasoned mages had yet to comprehend. Well, I'd prefer to attend a prestigious magical university. I've heard that higher-tier magic can only be learned there, Mo Fan stated. The chief instructor was taken aback. You little rascal, it is a privilege for you to join my ranks, yet you dare to refuse. Take your belongings and get out of my sight. I don't want to see you again, Zhang Kong retorted, displeased by the way. Was there only one shadow wolf beast left in that cave? Mo Fan recalled something before leaving and asked, just one. If there were others, you would have all become fodder by now. What? Do you have any doubts? Zhang Kong replied. Nothing serious, just a casual inquiry. Mo Fan nodded and glanced at the instructor Bai Yang, saying your shadow wolf beast can really drink. Bai Yang looked puzzled but paid it no mind. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up, Zhang Kong said impatiently. Mo Fan was unceremoniously expelled from the military camp. Muttering to himself, is a high-tier mage really so irritable just for giving away a magical item? The scythe shield now rested in the palm of Mo Fan's hand. The shield barely covered his palm, leaving him bewildered as he knew little about magical gear. Could such a small item truly withstand a demon's assault? Did they really think all demons were compelled to strike only at Captain America's shield? After some examination, Mo Fan finally understood how to use the scythe shield. When a mage channels their thoughts into the shield, it would automatically connect with the mage's soul, leaving a magical imprint within the mage's spiritual realm. Once the imprint was formed, the palm-sized shield would immediately integrate into the mage's body. When a mage activated the imprint, the magical gear would materialize before them, transforming from a small shield into a towering wall nearly the height of a person, rendering the shadow wolf beast's sandstorm attack ineffective. No wonder this item was so valuable. Had he possessed the scythe shield during his encounter with the shadow wolf beast, he could have safely cast his spells. Mo Fan gazed at the large, diamond-shaped shield adorned with a scythe pattern, a smile creeping onto his face. With his magical gear, he felt more equipped to contend with Mu Ziwang. That said, while he possessed both lightning and fire skills, the lightning mark and fire affinity were useful, but lacked sufficient combat prowess against demons. Reflecting on his victory over the shadow wolf beast, he recognized it was fraught with luck, had it not been for the light in the cave revealing the stalactites. The wind track from Zhang Xiaoho, and the previous student's coordinated assault, he would have surely been torn to shreds by the shadow wolf beast, making it improbable to complete the bounty so smoothly. I need to learn skills similar to wind track and earth wave that allow for rapid movement and position changes. Otherwise, with my slow speed, I might be struck down by a demon before I can even connect the star tracks. After this battle, Mo Fan came to realize the critical importance of defensive and mobility skills. Among the novice ranks, the only defensive element is the water element. Water manipulation is the sole defensive skill within the elemental tier. At school, many regarded the water element as lackluster, yet in combat against demons, water mages were akin to saviors. Now that he possessed a scythe shield, it could be considered a rudimentary defensive skill. Thus, during his next awakening, he might consider a mobility-oriented element, such as wind, or a skill akin to that of teacher Tang Yu, who moved gracefully within the shadows, the initial skill of the wind element. Wind track is indeed effective. If you cannot evade a demon's pursuit, you'll have no chance to cast magic. The wind element is a superb choice, but Mo Fan believed that the shadow element would likely suit him better. Upon learning that the skill exhibited by teacher Tang Yu was part of the shadow element's capabilities, he felt invigorated. At this stage, all the magic he had encountered was elemental, in fact, beyond elemental magic. There are three other major categories: white magic, black magic, and dimensional magic. Healing magic is one branch of white magic. The shadow element is a branch of black magic, while Bai Yang summoning magic is a division of dimensional magic. The 9-year compulsory magical education and high school curriculum only cover elemental magic. The other three categories, black magic, white magic, and dimensional magic, are only taught at the university level. Now, with the fire element granting him high damage skills and the lightning element offering both control and power, the emergence of the scythe shield provided him with a degree of defensive capability. What he lacked was mobility. To truly contend with a demon one-on-one, he must possess all these abilities. The shadow element was evidently a highly suitable choice for him. He needed to hasten his progression to intermediate mage status, allowing for another awakening, and he hoped it would be the shadow element. Mo Fan spoke with great anticipation that as a novice mage, everyone typically awakens only one elemental affinity. However, Mo Fan was born with dual affinities, which granted him a significant advantage. Upon reaching the intermediate mage level, not only could mages learn intermediate magical skills, but they would also gain a second awakening opportunity, allowing them to harness a new stardust affinity. That it was only after this second awakening that mages would experience a substantial enhancement in their combat prowess. Take the commander Zhang Kong, for instance. When Mo Fan first encountered him, he was toying with flames, indicating his identity as a fire mage. Yet, within the cave, he manifested the awe-inspiring wings of the wind. Clearly, he had mastered not only fire but also wind. Furthermore, one could deduce that Commander Zhang Kong likely possessed a third elemental affinity. The wind wings were a skill mastered only by high-level mages, while intermediate mages had already acquired dual affinities. And upon reaching the high mage level, they would have the opportunity for a third awakening, allowing them to command 3 elemental affinities. In simpler terms, novice mages wield only a single elemental magic. Intermediate mages undergo a second awakening, mastering dual elemental magic. High mages achieve a third awakening, commanding 3 elemental magics. Mo Fan, with his innate dual affinities, began his journey a step ahead of others. Without the combination of lightning and fire skills, Mo Fan would have been unable to defeat the spectral wolf. Commander Zhang Kong could never fathom why the spectral wolf could not evade the falling stalactites. It was simply because he could not conceive that Mo Fan, in addition to being a fire mage, also possessed the lightning affinity, and it was the paralyzing effect of the lightning seal that rendered the spectral wolf immobile. With my little mudfish pendant, combined with my training time being double that of others, my progression would certainly outpace my peers. However, merely possessing the lightning seal and fire infusion skills was insufficient for me to stand alone. I must strive to reach the intermediate mage level swiftly, so that I could not only acquire the intermediate skills of fire and lightning, but also gain an additional elemental skill. The more skills, the better. Yes, I must persevere. What was the slogan of all the boys in Class 8? Yes. Earn money, train hard, and marry Tang Yu. My training speed is still not fast enough, even though Mo Fan possessed twice the training time of others. along with a 20 cooldown reduction buff from the Stardust magical artifact. Dividing that time between two partners barely gave him an edge over someone like Mu Bai, who was exceptionally foolish. If I wish to avoid revealing my lightning abilities too easily, then this slight advantage is nowhere near sufficient to contend with the financially affluent Mu family. The pressing question is, how can I maximize my strength enhancement? Searching foolishly on Baidu yields only one answer. Purchase Stardust magical artifacts. That answer was met with scorn. Isn't it obvious? Stardust magical artifacts are indeed the best means to enhance training. But can an ordinary person afford them? Yet, to Mo Fan, it seemed that apart from the Stardust magical artifact, there were no better alternatives. What if I could elevate my little mudfish pendant to the spirit level? Just like the one Mu Ningxue carries, a mundane Stardust magical artifact provides merely a 20 training bonus. But if upgraded to the spirit level, it would grant 40, even if I simultaneously manage the lightning and fire affinities. I would still progress significantly faster than most. Mu Ningxue's starting point was far superior to mine. Since she was directly accepted into the imperial capital, it indicated her strength surpassed, even met, the university's requirements. If I continue to train so sluggishly, lacking sufficient strength, I will inevitably be crushed by the Mu family. Mo Fan did not regret establishing such an adversary, as the pressure of an enemy compelled him to devise every possible strategy to bolster his power. At present, it appeared that the only swift means of self-improvement was through the Stardust magical artifact. Teacher Tang, you had mentioned that my little mudfish pendant could be enhanced by absorbing the deathly souls of demons. Meaning I must hunt demons that if luck is on my side, I might just obtain a refined soul, allowing my little mudfish to ascend to the spirit level. That 40 training bonus would propel Mo Fan, who already trained at double the speed of others, to unprecedented heights. It seems this is the only path forward. Having made my decision, I shall boldly pursue it. Heaven has bestowed such a remarkable advantage upon me. To languish would render me nothing but a failure. The trials were drawing to a close, and with about a month left in the summer, Mo Fan decisively stepped into the Hunter Alliance Hall. The Hunter Alliance is an organization that unites idle hunter teams, where thousands of hunting mages gather daily to seek suitable bounties. Mo Fan had observed that the market price for a refined soul had soared to 5 million renminbi. Seeking to hunt demons was now the sole avenue for Mo Fan to amass wealth. Whether he could gather the requisite 5 million was uncertain. However, both remnants and refined souls could only be acquired through demon hunts. Making this path his only option, facing demons alone, Mo Fan shook his head in denial. He simply lacked the capability to confront demons solo. Thus, his current objective was to find a suitable hunter team. Almost all mages frequenting the Hunter Alliance belonged to small teams, with very few capable of hunting demons independently. The hall bustled with activity, resembling a grand bazaar or a job fair. A massive LCD screen hung on the wall of the hall, displaying the latest bounties, complete with their corresponding prices. The lowest bounty began at 100,000, while the highest could reach into the millions. Mo Fan gazed at the million-level bounties, nearly drooling. Completing 5 of such bounties would allow him to purchase a refined soul for upgrading his little mudfish. Unfortunately, those were not tasks for the average person. The Iron Hammer team is seeking an ice mage with over 3 years of combat experience, strong teamwork skills, and, most importantly, proficient mastery of ice skills. The bounty is accepted, with an average reward of 20,000 RMB, expected to be completed within 2 months. Wind Mages. The team is urgently in need of an experienced wind mage to divert the attention of the one-eyed demon wolf. Other affinities need not apply. Fire Mages. Where are you? Join our Blazing Wind team. We guarantee efficient completion of bounties and prompt payment. Mo Fan scanned the scene, noticing that many of the mages seeking to join teams were indeed armed with resumes. These resumes clearly detailed their employment history, the number of bounties completed, and even specified the levels of those bounties. Mo Fan found himself overwhelmed, unsure of how to make a choice. It seemed that freshly graduated mages were often looked down upon and deemed undesirable. After all, their experience in dealing with demons was alarmingly scarce. A single misstep could lead to death. Who would dare to recruit a freshly graduated mage? And Mo Fan, he hadn't even graduated yet. He was merely a second-year high school mage, a burden who would only hinder his teammates. This was evident from his trials, making it exceedingly difficult to find a suitable team. Damn it, becoming a mage also requires qualifications. Mo Fan cursed inwardly. Just as he finished cursing, a hurried figure rushed past him, causing him to mutter more curses that I'm sorry. The urban demon hunting team is recruiting new members. I need to hurry and give it a try. Sorry for bumping into you. A bespectacled, timid youth quickly apologized to Mo Fan. Urban demon hunting team? Mo Fan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Yes. You don't know? It's a team specifically dedicated to eliminating urban hazards. Hunting down demons that may be lurking within the city. The urban demon hunting team has always been the top choice for all hunting mages. After all, who wants to venture into the wilderness to face the unknown perils of life and death? The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. Furthermore, the rewards from the urban demon hunting team have always been quite generous. I say, Tong Yu Bean, don't waste your time. With your magic high school diploma, lacking both experience and strength. The urban demon hunting team would never consider you, unless you're a lightning mage, mocked an older hunter nearby. Just give it a try. The bespectacled youth, Tong Yu Bean, replied awkwardly. Are they recruiting lightning mages? Mo Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. The urban demon hunting team implied operations within the city, making it a perfectly suitable opportunity for Mo Fan, who was still studying to in the wilderness. Who knew how many days it would take to complete a single bounty? Lightning mages were always in high demand for every team, and even those with no experience were often welcomed, as they could be nurtured. After all, lightning mages were exceedingly rare, and their skills were formidable. If only I had awakened as a lightning mage, I wouldn't have to endure the disdain of those old-timers, the old hunter remarked. On the 10th, which is Wednesday, at 7 p.m., I will be at Sanjiang for an interview, where I will discuss ideals, life, deer antlers, bird's nest, and the like with everyone that fellow companions from the Chaotic Alliance. There's also Rudy? Mo Fan felt a surge of joy within it. It turned out that lightning mages were quite favored within the Hunter Alliance. It was no wonder. There might not be even one lightning mage among 1,000. And with the destructive power of lightning skills rivaling that of fire, coupled with effects that could paralyze and induce spasms in monsters, the presence of a lightning mage could significantly reduce the difficulty of hunting demons for the entire team. Excellent. He had successfully found a way to both earn money and enhance his combat abilities. However, to avoid revealing his innate dual affinity, he decided to disguise himself. On one hand, he needed to avoid recognition, and on the other, he wanted to appear more mature. He still looked too much like a high school student. Having made up his mind, Mo Fan quickly found a black crayon. Disguising himself was not difficult. All he had to do was darken his face and don a long gray hoodie cloak. Once he put on the hood, his angular, darkened visage transformed his entire aura. Upon locating the city's demon hunting team, he gazed at the long queue and couldn't help but sigh. Damn, it's as if this were a civil service exam registration. All we can do is wait in line, first for an interview, then a second round. And it seems the interviewer is a rather sweet-looking beauty. What kind of people are these? Do these fools think our city's demon hunting team is a leisurely profession just sitting around waiting for government benefits? A brawny man with a bandaged head spoke from behind a recruitment desk. Captain, don't worry. With so many recruits, there will surely be some good ones, said a stylishly dressed man with a round face, wearing a trendy beret. Actually, this one isn't bad. He has mastered the second-level wind track, flash step, which can effectively track and lure demons, said a seemingly delicate girl standing behind the brawny man. We have enough wind power with me. Do we need anyone else? Remarked a wind mage with long hair, appearing quite ethereal. These are merely considerations. I still have not seen anyone satisfactory, the bandaged brawny man responded. How about a Chung then? He is quite clever. In truth, the truly powerful mages usually have their fixed teams and seldom wander here. In my opinion, it should be a Chung. His fire magic can still deliver sufficient power against demons. The ethereal wind mage commented. The captain shook his head in resignation. It seems we have no choice but to go with this. Just as he finished speaking, the sweet-looking recruitment girl hurried over, accidentally colliding with the captain's chest. I'm so sorry. The recruitment girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly said, "There's a lightning mage applying to join our city's demon hunting team." "Is it true?" The brawny captain perked up, his eyes sparkling as he looked towards the queue. The other team members also had gleaming eyes. That a lightning mage. Their city's demon hunting team was indeed more coveted than other smaller teams. However, this did not guarantee that a lightning mage would be willing to enlist. Historically, lightning mages had always been the most esteemed guests of all hunter teams, and even some elite squads were more than willing to take on a novice lightning mage. It is known that novices can be trained, but finding a lightning mage, of whom there are fewer than 1 in 1,000, is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. "Is that him?" The brawny captain could no longer sit still and directly walked out from backstage. "Yes, Captain. Do you want to conduct the interview personally?" The recruitment girl stammered. "Interview? What interview?" The brawny captain turned around. Puzzled, the recruitment girl and other team members were equally baffled. Why would the captain go out if he wasn't going to conduct the interview? At that moment, the captain had already approached the recruitment desk. He glanced at Mo Fan, whose cheeks appeared somewhat darkened, and asked, "Are you a lightning mage?" Mo Fan looked at the muscular man and slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, an arc of electricity surged through his fingers, transforming into a crackling little sprite that landed on the table, scorching a small hole in it. The captain's face blossomed with joy, and he nodded enthusiastically. "You all can skip the line. We have found our recruit." The brawny captain confidently shouted towards the long queue. This. The line of people expressed their discontent. "What the hell? Why should we? We haven't even interviewed yet." "Yes, I'm quite strong. I can finish a spell in less than 4 seconds." "Is this a joke? Getting a job as a mage by cutting in line? The world is truly unfair. I don't want to be stuck in the wilderness." A chorus of complaints erupted, revealing their high hopes for this position. "If any of you happen to be a lightning mage, I will make an exception for you," the brawny captain declared without a hint of consideration. Shouting once more, everyone was dumbfounded. "What the hell, a lightning mage? Are you kidding? A lightning mage is coming to steal our jobs. We're doomed." "Forget it. If it's a lightning mage, who even cares about an interview? Let us go check elsewhere." Upon hearing lightning mage, the crowd drooped their heads like defeated roosters. There was no competition. As the premier elemental force, lightning possessed unparalleled advantages, and these people had lost all interest in competing. Mo Fan turned around and noticed that the long queue had dissipated in an instant, leaving him in quiet astonishment. He had known that lightning was particularly valued at school, but he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming dominance in this magical society. Upon reflection, it made sense. During the encounter with the ghost wolf, it was indeed the lightning seal from the lightning mage that played a decisive role. Not only could it injure the monster, but it could also paralyze its muscles. Come, young brother, welcome to join our city's demon hunting team. Let me introduce you to our members at O. Let me introduce myself first. I am Su Da Huang, the captain of the city's demon hunting team. A fire mage, the brawny captain introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Xiao Ku, a water mage." The seemingly delicate girl smiled sweetly. "Eli Windja, wind mage." The handsome youth flicked his flowing long hair, exuding an air of confidence. "Just call me Fei Shi. I'm a soil mage," the round-faced man with the beret said with a warm smile. Mo Fan looked at these mages, who were evidently several years older than him, and after a brief pause, introduced himself. "I'm Fanimo. I see from your blank resume that you're essentially a novice who has yet to encounter a demon. Yes, I must remind you. Don't you think that being a lightning mage makes you exceptional? Be wary of your own life." A somewhat attractive woman warned. Mo Fan glanced at her and felt a sense of familiarity. "Oh, this is our vice captain, Kai Tang, an ice mage," Captain Su Da Huang said with a smile. "Kai Tang? Damn it. So, what's this woman?" Mo Fan finally recognized her. Kai Tang was indeed related to the Mu family, often donning a haughty demeanor as if she were a princess, making her difficult to deal with. Damn it. Why do I keep running into people from the Mu family everywhere? It seems I must strive to get into a good magical university soon and leave this city behind. "All right, Fanimo, we will provide you with the necessary credentials for city hunters shortly," Captain Su Dawang stated. "There are credentials?" Mo Fan asked, somewhat surprised out of course. Fei Shi explained with a smile. "This credential comes with numerous privileges. You are now essentially a law enforcement officer in this city. You mean I've become a glorious city manager? Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. Huh, we are indeed city managers. Li Wen just suddenly burst into laughter. And after the laughter subsided, he continued, the difference is, our city management team doesn't deal with rogue vendors and petty nuisances, but rather with those who break the rules and come out to cause mischief at night. City managers of Bo City, Mo Fan couldn't help but smile. This position suited him well, resembling a blend of Spider-Man, Flash, and Iron Man, all set to save this watery city, while also cultivating an air of mystery, and perhaps even wooing some ladies. Mo Fan quickly integrated into the atmosphere, as the seasoned elder brother Fat Stone was already introducing the team's circumstances and their primary responsibilities to him. What the hell? Why didn't you report to us sooner? What kind of international joke is this? Those police officers are utterly useless. Just as they were sharing laughter, Captain Su Dahuang was bellowing into the phone. The jovial expressions of Li Wenjie, Xiaoke, Fat Stone, and others who had been joking with the new recruit, Mo Fan, suddenly turned serious. Their gazes fixed on Captain Su Dahuang at that moment. Fat Stone furrowed his brow and quietly remarked to the still somewhat bewildered Mo Fan. I originally planned to invite you for a drink, but it seems that we have work to do right after you joined us. It should be about the cafeteria tremors at Mingwen Girls' School. The cafeteria tremors? Mo Fan's eyes widened. He had heard of car tremors, water tremors, and even field tremors, but this was the first time he had encountered cafeteria tremors. You city folks really know how to have fun. Brother, it's not what you think. Every night, the cafeteria at that school experiences inexplicable tremors. First, we thought there were construction crews working nearby at night, but after sending someone to monitor, they reported that there were no construction teams operating at that hour. Thus, rumors began circulating that the cafeteria at Mingwen Girls' School had become possessed. Fat Stone explained in a hushed tone. You're talking about Mingwen Girls' School. Mo Fan suddenly realized something and pressed on. Yes, it's an all-girls school. Even the teachers are... Ahem. Fat Stone pretended to be serious. However, Mo Fan couldn't indulge in such thoughts. As Xianxia attended that very school, he recalled that during a phone call with her over 2 months ago, she had mentioned how terrifying their cafeteria was. All right, while the students are still on break, we'll resolve this matter immediately, Captain Su Dahuang declared. Upon hanging up the phone, Su Dahuang's expression was devoid of any smile. Li Wenjie, Xiaoku, Guo Kaitang, and Fat Stone all fixed their eyes on their captain. There has been another incident. A second girl has gone missing, Su Dahuang said gravely. The group furrowed their brows in unison. Months prior, a girl had disappeared from Mingwen Girls' School, and due to the school's inability to confirm whether she had gone missing on campus, the police had been handling the case. Yet, even after several months, there had been no leads. This had made the morning news, but it was easily forgotten. In a city of over 1 million, missing persons cases were hardly unusual for the police. Su Dahuang and his team had visited Mingwen Girls' School once. But the school had no intention of making a fuss or involving the city hunter team, so the matter was left unresolved. Who would have thought that 6 months later, another girl would go missing? This time, truly within the school grounds? The school finally realized the gravity of the situation and hastily sought out the city demon hunters. Captain, if it's a case of a missing person, shouldn't we let the police handle it? Xiaoku inquired that a light mage discovered some footprints that do not belong to any human. Su Dahuang replied seriously. The others fell silent, while Li Wenjie appeared invigorated, clearly pleased that they had work to do. It took them a week to inform us about this incident. What a bunch of fools! If they had notified us sooner, we might have had a chance to rescue the missing girl. Now that so much time has passed, she is as good as dead. Some schools are like that. They always want to cover up bad news, and only realize the seriousness of the situation when it's too late. Guo Kaitang scoffed. Fan, listening to the discussion, felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, a week missing. It seems Xianxia hasn't contacted me in exactly a week, due to not having the money for a mobile phone. Mo Fan usually called Xianxia from an old payphone, at least once a week. Having just returned from his training, he was so focused on improving his own abilities that he had forgotten to check in on her. His aunt Mo Qing lived near Mingwen Girls' School. Even during summer vacation, Xianxia spent most of her time in the school library, especially since she had difficulty moving around. The more Mo Fan thought about it, the more anxious he became that he hurriedly borrowed Fat Stone's phone. The number you dialed has been disconnected. Fan S heart skipped a beat. I'll catch up with you later. Without a moment's hesitation, Fan dashed out of the Hunter Alliance Hall. Hey, wait, at least take my phone so we can contact you, Fat Stone shouted after him. While calling out, Fat Stone tossed his phone to Fan, who was running out. Bro, throwing your phone like that is too risky. What if he doesn't catch it? No worries. Mine S and Nokia. It won't break that. I'm talking about what if it hits someone? What is wrong with him? Why does he look so grim all of a sudden? Who knows? Regardless, let us get to work. Fan was in a frenzy, wishing he had a teleportation ability to reach Mingwen Girls' School swiftly. After a sluggish taxi ride, he finally arrived at his Aunt Ching's house. He rushed around a corner. He nearly collided with a girl in a wheelchair. Fan Gidge. Yixinsha beamed. Surprised yet delighted. Xinsha, I'm so glad you're okay. You scare me to death. Seeing her smile, Fan's heart instantly calmed. What's wrong? I tried calling your phone, but it said it was disconnected. I didn't have the money to pay the bill, Yixinsha replied, lowering her head, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. All right, it's understandable that you wanted to save a bit of money. Regardless, Fan felt relieved knowing she was safe. Was your training smooth? Yixinsha handed Fan a handkerchief. In these times, it was rare to see a girl carrying a handkerchief. It wasn't a matter of being artsy, but rather a way to save. Fan wiped his sweat and caught a whiff of the fragrance on the handkerchief. It was still that alluring scent. The one he had secretly hoarded had lost its aroma, inadvertently revealing his perverse tendencies. I heard there's been a girl missing from your school, Fan remarked. Yes, Yixinsha nodded solemnly. It's so frightening. My aunt hasn't let me go to school during this time. Tell me what happened. It was a girl from my neighboring class named Lin Yunner. I was in the library the day she went missing. She even said goodbye to me as she headed back to the dorm. But that was the last time I ever saw her. The surveillance cameras at all the school's exits didn't capture her leaving. Why Xinsha whispered, seeing her pale face as she recalled the incident. Fan gently patted her shoulder. So, you're the last person to see her? Fan inquired. Yes, the police have questioned me several times, but I only know so much. Why Xinsha lowered her head. What is the matter? Fan pressed. After leaving the library, I caught a whiff of a strange smell. It was a foul odor coming from somewhere in the cafeteria, but the library is quite far from the cafeteria. At that moment, I felt an odd chill, as if something was watching me. I was so frightened that I hurriedly left. Why Xinsha recounted. Fan frowned. She had been perilously close to danger. Fan Gidge. If I hadn't left so early, Yixinsha's mood appeared despondent. Yes, it's fortunate you left early. Otherwise, you might have become the missing girl. Fan silently thanked his luck, but Yixinsha shook her head, speaking almost inaudibly. I think that terrifying thing's initial target was me. My hasty departure caused it to turn its attention towards the lone Lin Yunner, that I should have gone to find Lin Yunner and left the school with her. Upon hearing Yixinsha's self-reproach, Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. What was this girl thinking? If she hadn't left early, perhaps both of them would have gone missing. If there were indeed something sinister lurking in the school, how could they, as two girls, possibly defend themselves? You can't blame yourself. Even if you had gone to warn Lin Yunner, she would have thought you were being overly dramatic. You've always been more perceptive than others, but given your mobility issues, just being able to protect yourself is already remarkable. Fan gently reassured her. Fan Gidge. Do you think Lin Yunner might already? Most likely not. She will be fine, I assure you. You see, I am now a member of the City Demon Hunters, and we will resolve this matter. How could I possibly allow my beloved Xinsha to remain in such a perilous campus? Fan exclaimed as he pounded his chest. This was the sentiment that echoed within Fan's heart. It is important to recognize that such incidents occurring at Mingwen Women's High School would prompt even the urban demon hunting teams to come here. After all, Yixinsha had already lost something immensely significant during her growth. That Fan was determined that she should not endure any further harm, especially given that she had to navigate her youth in a wheelchair. She was so pure and kind-hearted. Whenever he got into fights with children from other districts and returned home covered in bruises, fearing his father's wrath, he would seek refuge at Yixinsha's house. She would tenderly clean and bandage his wounds, even blushing as she crafted lies to shield him from trouble. From that moment on, Mo Fan silently vowed to take good care of her and ensure she faced no harm whatsoever. For these days, you shall remain at home while we eliminate the threats, Mo Fan said, gently patting Yishincha's little head. She obediently nodded. Knowing Mo Fan was a thunder mage brought her considerable comfort, and she could sense her brother was growing stronger by the day. He had transformed from an ordinary boy into a magician, and now he was a member of the urban demon hunting team. It seemed that every time she saw him, there was a noticeable change. One could only surmise that during the time she had not seen him, he had been working diligently. Brother Mo Fan, have you been training under the scorching sun? No. Why do you ask? You look so dark I could hardly recognize you. After departing from his aunt's house, Mo Fan made his way towards Mingwen Women's High School. What a shocking reality it was that in a city, within a campus, such terrifying occurrences could transpire, allowing the nation's flowers to flourish in such an environment. The teachers might endure, but the uncles could not. To the beautiful girls of Mingwen High, do not panic, do not fear. Your gallant prince has arrived to rescue you from dire straits. With a swift kick, he dramatically pushed open the school gates. Fully prepared to bask in the adoration of the thousands of girls in their short skirts. However, to his surprise, the entire campus lay desolate, with only a few startled stray cats peeking out from the flower beds, casting disdainful glances at Mo Fan as if to say, "Who is this fool scaring us?" Oh, right, he had forgotten that it was still summer vacation, and the girls had not yet returned to school. "HM, you arrived earlier than I did," a woman's voice called out from behind him. Fan turned to find the haughty Guakaitang. This woman, with her ample bosom and slender legs, was undeniably captivating. Yet she exuded an unmistakable shrewish aura. "Have you made any discoveries?" Guakaitang inquired. "I questioned the last person who saw the missing girl. She mentioned smelling something foul emanating from the cafeteria. It seems we can either confirm the presence of a perverse predator or a demon lurking there," Mo Fan replied, adjusting his glasses that reflected his keen intellect. As Conan would say, "There is only one truth." "Is that so? Then tonight, you guard the cafeteria while the rest of us check the classrooms, Mingwen Park, the dormitories, and the playground," Guakaitang stated with a hint of superiority. "Why can't I watch over the dormitory? I've heard there are still many boarders remaining, and their safety is my responsibility," Mo Fan insisted. "Feisher is sufficient for that," Mo Fan felt a pang of frustration. Feisher was the type who would undoubtedly sneak into the girls' dormitory to steal their underwear, putting them in even greater danger. That night, Mo Fan indeed found himself assigned to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Mingwen Women's High School was vast, resembling a grand hall, given that this was a prestigious institution. It was only natural for the dining area to be so spacious and luxurious, unlike the cramped cafeteria at Tianlong Magic High, where even a cleaning lady could easily expel any lurking threats with a broom. The dimly lit cafeteria was illuminated only by distant lights, with neatly arranged tables and chairs standing in eerie silence. Mo Fan sat in a corner, lost in thoughts of summer days when girls in short skirts would dine here, fragrant and full of life. Suddenly, an unexpected sound echoed from somewhere unknown that a lone iron spoon, forgotten and left behind, rattled as the tables and chairs shook, slowly inching towards the corner. The spoon fell, striking Mo Fan on the head, and he deftly caught it before it could reveal his position. Damn it, that ice cream I had earlier almost exposed my whereabouts. This cafeteria certainly had its mysteries. What could be causing such disturbances? It felt as though a construction crew was at work below. Could it be that someone was repairing a hidden dungeon? Such things have become alarmingly trendy among perverts nationwide. Mo Fan cautiously peeked around, scanning the area. Suddenly, an odd low growl emanated from the direction of the kitchen. Accompanying this sound was the unmistakable stench of spoiled food. Leeks, rancid meat, pickled vegetables. Damn, could there really be a demon here? Mo Fan's heart raced. Before joining the urban demon hunting team, he had believed cities to be tranquil, harmonious places where tales of demons were mere fabrications to frighten restless children. He never anticipated that real demons lurked in the city, confirming that his Aunt Mo Ching was not merely spinning tales. It made sense. A city of such magnitude held countless secrets. Even in the event of a demon causing casualties, the police would sweep in and handle it discreetly. The chaos caused by public panic would far exceed the repercussions of any incident. M.O. Fan retrieved his communicator, discreetly activating it in his pocket. This simple device would send a signal and location to his teammates, alerting them of a situation. Goo. As he pressed the button, the entity in the cafeteria kitchen seemed to sense the signal's disturbance. The sinister blue eye emerged from behind a glass partition, locking onto M.O. Fan with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. Its pupils were as large as basketballs, covered with grotesque growths that made one shudder. Through the reflected light, M.O. Fan could discern a silhouette, a neck as thick as a tree trunk, merging seamlessly with its head. The only discernible features were the enormous eye and a mouth crammed with spoiled food. What the hell? Do these demons come equipped with wireless receivers? The moment I send a signal, it locks onto me. M.O. Fan cursed internally. With a sudden jolt, the creature's pupils appeared to condense, and M.O. Fan could see a crimson light gathering within the eye in an instant. A beam of sanguine energy shot forth from the creature's eye. The beam shattered the glass window between the students and the cafeteria staff, then pierced through the row of dining tables, barreling directly towards M.O. Fan's location. He nearly lost control of his bladder. This creature attacked without warning, its cold gaze reminiscent of a cafeteria lady's scorn when one hoped for extra meat. Fortunately, this was not M.O. Fan's first encounter with demons. Relying on his reflexes, he swiftly executed a roll towards the cafeteria entrance. The very spot he had occupied moments before was consumed by a charred hole. Had he not dodged, that hole would have formed in his chest. The stardust potency had, to some degree, enhanced the physique of magicians, providing them with a level of agility that allowed them to evade even the most obvious attacks. M.O. Fan had wisely chosen a position near the door, and his roll successfully propelled him out of the cafeteria. However, matters were far from simple. The neck-eyed creature emitted a piercing scream and charged out from the kitchen, its massive eye once again gathering a sinister crimson energy. M.O. Fan glanced back, his heart racing with trepidation. The creature's attack frequency was alarmingly swift, and he realized he might not be able to evade this one. M.O. Fan began to channel his will to summon the magical artifact imprinted within his soul, preparing to conjure the bone-scythe shield for defense. Water manipulation. Activate. As M.O. Fan was on the verge of completion, a melodious voice emanated from the nearby basketball court. Almost immediately, he observed a stream of water materializing in the air before him, flowing like a silken ribbon, quickly entwining itself into a curved water shield. The scarlet beam of penetrating light struck this watery shield, as if rendered completely ineffective, dispersing into countless droplets that fell gracefully at M.O. Fan's feet. Without hesitation, M.O. Fan dismissed the summon of the bone sickle shield and turned his head, just in time to see a girl named Xiaoke flashing a sweet smile at him, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Xiaoke, my dear, your timing is impeccable. Fan M.O., step back. We'll handle this beast. Both Captain Su Daohuang and the burly Shi Fei arrived simultaneously. The two appeared as if they were gliding along an accelerated moving walkway, their steps seemingly effortless as they advanced to their positions. Reminiscent of a venerable monk from a culinary epic, M.O. Fan understood that this was the Earth-type beginner skill, Earthwave. Earthwave is also a displacement skill, capable of facilitating rapid positional changes through manipulation of the ground. Wang Sampang was familiar with this technique, though his execution was far less adept than Shi Fei's. Before them stood a giant-eyed rat, a creature adept at burrowing, often found in the soil and preferring to dwell in the hidden recesses of urban sewers. Its neck could elongate, and its eyes emitted a penetrating crimson beam. Much like common vermin, it reproduced rapidly and possessed formidable survival instincts, lurking in the soil of city underbelly and landfills. Typically feasting on human leftovers, it would only resort to consuming humans when driven by extreme hunger, making it a cowardly yet ubiquitous menace. Before long, Vice Captain Guo Kaidang divulged information about the creature to giant-eyed rat. I believe we discussed it in the demonology class. It is a master of underground survival and burrowing, akin to the blue-collar workers among demons. It said that such beings would flee in terror upon encountering a mage. Why does this one dare to attack us? This one is evidently agitated. likely driven by insatiable hunger, and we are fortunate to have discovered it, Sure Fei chuckled. Unlike the students who were petrified at their first encounter with a demon, Captain Su Dahuang, Xiao Ku, the wind, Mage Li Wenjie, Gua Kaitang, and the burly Sure Fei exuded a different demeanor in the face of the giant-eyed rat. They formed a loose formation, maintaining a distance that allowed for mutual support, poised to attack while ensuring a prompt retreat if danger arose. Only Mo Fan, the newly inducted member, found himself in an awkward position, seemingly conveying to his teammates to step aside for a one-on-one duel with the beast, while secretly inching backward toward their protective ranks. Cursing Sure Fei for not providing him with an earth wave, the giant-eyed rat was indeed volatile. Instead of fleeing upon seeing the group, it locked its gaze onto the nearest target, the wind Mage Li Wenjie. The crimson beam aimed to pierce through everything in sight, its shrill cry echoing ominously through the darkened campus. Attempting to attack me, Li Wenjie remained composed and unruffled, without any visible effort to concentrate. A turquoise wind trail materialized around him, causing his white shirt to billow dramatically. Whoosh! As the scarlet beam hurtled towards him, Li Wenjie vanished from his position, leaving behind a tumultuous gust of air, reappearing 5 meters away with effortless grace. You fool! You dare to emerge and threaten others with such meager skills? Li Wenjie smirked, pausing momentarily by a ping-pong table to taunt the giant-eyed rat. The creature, realizing its attack had missed this agile human, became even more enraged, lunging forward with its sharp appendages. With its peculiar neck and head, the giant-eyed rat displayed agility surpassing that of the spectral wolf Mo Fan had previously encountered. It closed the distance of 40 meters in a mere 2 seconds, its claws aimed at Li Wenjie's face. Mo Fan's heart raced with concern for Li Wenjie's safety, scanning the surroundings. He noticed that neither Xiao Ku from the water element nor Sure Fei from the earth element showed any inclination to intervene on Li Wenjie's behalf. Wind trail, flash step. Li Wenjie's eyes held no trace of panic, only a chilling calmness as he focused intently on the approaching giant-eyed rat, uttering the name of his skill with a cool detachment. Whoosh! Once again, Li Wenjie vanished, the creature's claw striking the stone ping-pong table, sending fragments flying. Realizing its attack had failed, the beast pursued Li Wenjie with renewed fervor. Whoosh! With a swift step, Li Wenjie left another cloud of dust in his wake. Reappearing 20 meters away, whoosh! He paused briefly beneath a kapok tree, and in an instant, he vanished from Mo Fan's sight once more. Almost immediately, a scarlet beam struck the very spot where he had stood, penetrating the tree and causing the kapok flowers to rain down like discarded sanitary napkins. Wind trail, flash step. Mo Fan could scarcely contain his astonishment. Within the confines of the academy, all wind element students learned the wind trail, haste, a skill that allowed for rapid movement along a defined wind path. While effective, it lacked the versatility exhibited by Li Wenjie's flash step. Had Zhang Xiaohou mastered such a skill, he surely could have outmaneuvered the spectral wolf, avoiding the predicament that had cornered him. Though both skills were categorized as beginner level, wind trail, the effectiveness of Li Wenjie's was markedly superior. The giant-eyed rat's agility surpassed that of the spectral wolf, failing to even graze Li Wenjie's clothing in its desperate attempts to strike. Indeed, the limitations of the Academy's teachings became starkly apparent. Only in such environments, through continuous encounters with true demons, could one genuinely enhance their abilities. Choosing to hunt demons was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Only by aligning with these composed demon hunters could one hope to grow, unlike those students who were paralyzed by fear at the mere sight of a demon. Mo Fan held no particular disdain for his classmates. However, after his encounter with the spectral wolf, he had come to a profound realization. The pursuit of grades, the chase for accolades, and the analysis of combat techniques proved utterly futile when confronted with real demons. Only through battle, by facing genuine threats, could one truly understand the essence of power. Let us taste the flames. Captain Su Dahuang exuded confidence, flames having mysteriously ignited in his palm, radiating intense heat as the fiery glow highlighted the corners of his rugged visage with a hint of disdain. Fire burst, Su Dahuang bellowed, unleashing a fierce flame that sliced through the somber night, a brilliant spectacle aimed directly at the giant-eyed rat. Sensing the heat behind it, the cunning creature instinctively attempted to dodge to the side. Mo Fan was taken aback by the rat's perceptiveness. Captain Su Dawang's speed of release was impressive, yet it had been detected. The fire burst was clearly destined to miss. Demons were not stationary targets like the wooden dummies in the academy. Dodge. Is it effective? Su Dawang scoffed. The fiery orb landing where the giant-eyed rat had just been standing, visibly missing its mark. Explode. At last, Su Dawang unleashed the skill's final command. Instantly, the previously lonely flame erupted in a brilliant display. A vivid fireball bursting forth at the point of impact. Boom! A dazzling explosion unfolded, the powerful flames radiating outward from the point of detonation, engulfing the area in a breathtaking display of crimson brilliance. The explosion struck the giant-eyed rat, which had believed it had evaded danger. The air trembled as the searing flames illuminated the night. With his hands shielding the flames, Mo Fan vaguely discerned the enormous eye of the Yao mouse engulfed in a blazing crimson hue. Its corpulent body hurled several meters away, colliding forcefully against the cafeteria wall. The once menacing giant mouse struggled desperately in the corner, completely stripped of its demonic ferocity, now reduced to a half-destroyed sewer rat. Witnessing this spectacle, Mo Fan's mouth formed a pronounced O shape. This was astonishing. The fiery explosion was utterly magnificent. This overwhelming detonation left no escape for the agile giant mouse. The ferocity of this explosion far surpassed any burning or incineration. Was this truly the third level of fire burst? Mo Fan could hardly believe that the captain of the demon hunting team had perfected the fire burst skill to such an extent that the explosive impact nearly obliterated the troublesome demon. If only he had learned fire burst during his encounter with the phantom wolf, a single strike could have rendered it nearly lifeless, eliminating the need to flee or rely on stalactites for cover. It was simply exhilarating, truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, Mo Fan's heart surged with the fervor of the still-churning flames, igniting an overwhelming passion for cultivation. He believed that once he mastered fire burst, that fellow Yuan would stand no chance against him. And the old rascal Mujiyun would surely end up with a bruised face. By all means, he vowed to elevate fire burst to the third level before graduating high school, dazzling the Mu family with his prowess. The demon hunting team exhibited great caution and experience, fully aware that the giant mouse would undoubtedly attempt to flee following such a devastating blow. Thus, Fei Shi and Guo Kai Tang employed their skills to seal off the mouse's escape route toward the cafeteria. Gore! The giant mouse emitted a fierce roar, unexpectedly lunging at Guo Kai Tang with ferocity. Guo Kai Tang was momentarily taken aback. Her Icevine skill had frozen the escape path of the giant mouse, and she had not anticipated that it still possessed the strength to fight back. Xiao Ku, Shui Yu. Quickly, Captain Suda Huang's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Ku, flustered, swiftly connected the water-based star track with her thoughts. However, her slightly nervous demeanor resulted in a slower response, and she could not release the Water Guardian skill in time. Guo Kai Tang, accustomed to facing such dangers, grit her teeth and leaped aside. Although she could not entirely evade the giant mouse's onslaught, avoiding a fatal blow was preferable to losing her life, even if it meant sacrificing an arm. Thunder Seal, Serpent Mark. As the crowd gasped in alarm, a barrage of purple lightning seals erupted nearby. These arcs of electricity lashed against the giant mouse, each strike visibly tearing its flesh apart. The serpentine marks entwined around the giant mouse relentlessly drilled into its muscles, rendering it incapable of escape. Mid-sprint, the giant mouse collapsed, crashing to the ground and rolling toward Guo Kai Tang's long legs. Upon witnessing the twitching giant mouse, Guo Kai Tang momentarily froze before nimbly jumping back several meters, her face betraying disbelief as she gazed at the dark-skinned newcomer, Mo Fan. Well done, Fan Mo. Goodness, is this giant mouse a mutant? How can it be more ferocious than a one-eyed wolf? Even in its battered state, it still attempted to attack. Fei Shi remarked, his face pale with lingering fear, that I've told you countless times, never let your guard down. Never let your guard down. Guo Kai Tang was nearly in danger. Fortunately, we have a lightning mage today to paralyze the demon's muscles. How else could we have prevented that beast from making a desperate move? Captain Suda Huang bellowed furiously. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault, Xiao Ku stammered. What good is an apology? If a life is lost, your words will not reach the grave. Suda Huang retorted sharply. That's the only water mage in our team with defensive capabilities. You must remain vigilant at all times. Always keep your star track at the ready. Suda Huang yelled at Xiao Ke. Mo Fan was taken aback. He had expected Captain Suda Huang to offer only casual criticism, but was surprised to see him directly berate the adorable girl. Nonetheless, Captain Suda Huang was not entirely unjustified. Different elemental mages serve vastly different roles in combat, forming a cohesive demon hunting team. A critical error in any segment could endanger not just one life, but potentially lead to the annihilation of the entire team, as demons can kill in the blink of an eye. Xiaoka bit her lip, refraining from uttering another word, clearly aware of the gravity of her mistake. Guokai Tang bore no ill will toward Xiaoku. Instead, she continued to observe Mo Fan. Just moments ago, she believed her life was in peril, only to be rescued by this novice's timely intervention. Haha, just a joke. The Chaotic Alliance still supports me greatly. Regardless, I'm grateful for the overwhelming support from my critics. After the official launch, remember to subscribe to the genuine version. It's disgraceful to read pirated copies while complaining. Some may ask if subscribing means you can criticize. It's simple. I 1TC your complaints if I only notice the subscription numbers rising. Fan Mo, your reaction time was impressive, and your release speed astonished us. We thought you were the type of freshly graduated mage who would freeze in fear upon encountering a demon, Li Wenjie said as he approached Mo Fan, patting him heavily on the shoulder. Indeed, we expected it would take you a considerable time to become useful. Yet here you are, displaying remarkable fortitude and even saving Guokai Tang. Guokai Tang. You owe him your gratitude. Fei Shi chuckled. Mo Fan had no prior experience or qualifications for this position. In fact, the demon hunting team's recruitment standards typically required candidates to have slain a significant number of demons. If he were of another element, such an elite team would never consider him, not even if he were a fire mage. After all, the urban demon hunting teams engage directly with demons, where many hunters succumb to death at the hands of these creatures. If the demon hunting team fails to subdue a demon, it could jeopardize defenseless civilians in the city. Urban demon hunting teams bear a weightier responsibility, necessitating that their members be the Crme de la Crme of mage hunters. Given the rarity and potency of lightning mages, the team was willing to invest half a year in training a novice who knew nothing, and in everyone's eyes, Mo Fan was undoubtedly that novice, who might struggle to unleash his skills when faced with a demon. Who could have anticipated that just moments prior, he had executed the Thunder Seal skill with such swiftness? His reaction speed and adept control of the star track left the demon hunting team in awe. Particularly Guokai Tang, who had initially scolded Mo Fan, found her feelings becoming increasingly complicated when this very novice had saved her in a critical moment. All right, Li Wenjie, Fei Shi, you two check the cafeteria. If there are no demons left, we can leave the rest of the police. Let's hope that girl is still alive. Suda Huang instructed. Okay. The undertaking of search and rescue requires a substantial number of personnel. The demon hunting team is primarily responsible for eliminating potential hazards. Subsequently, it would suffice for Fei Shi and Li Wenjie to collaborate with the police in the search for the missing Lin Yuner. However, a week has already elapsed, and the likelihood of the girl's survival is exceedingly slim. Just as Mo Fan was about to depart, the small mudfish pendant emitted a sudden tremor. Is there a residual soul? Mo Fan felt a surge of joy and hurried to the side of the giant-eyed rat's corpse. A faint, ethereal blue light resembling that of a firefly emerged from the giant-eyed rat. Small as a candle flame, as if beckoned, it slowly drifted towards the pendant around Mo Fan's neck. The others were preoccupied with their tasks and failed to notice this occurrence, allowing Mo Fan to successfully absorb the residual soul of the giant-eyed rat into his small mudfish pendant. The small mudfish pendant possesses the innate ability to automatically collect residual souls. It had similarly absorbed the residual soul of the ghost wolf beast during their last encounter. Regrettably, to genuinely nurture the small mudfish pendant, it seems that a purer essence than mere residual souls is required. Whether or not accumulating these residual souls will yield any significant results remains to be thoroughly investigated upon his return. Moreover, both the Magic Association and the Hunters Alliance offer residual souls for sale, typically priced around 10,000 each, should he succeed in collecting enough residual souls to facilitate the growth of the small mudfish. It would be prudent to utilize the earnings from demon hunting to procure them. The immediate goal is to elevate the small mudfish pendant to the spiritual level, achieving that would undoubtedly allow him to elevate his fire technique to the explosive level within a year. Suddenly, MO fans sensed a change among the lightning-type stardust. They appear to be exuberantly animated. This exuberance mirrored the transformation experienced by the fire-type stardust previously, which had upgraded his fire technique from burning to incinerate. This indicates that the lightning imprint is poised to ascend a level. Previously, while engaged in meditation, the lightning-type stardust exhibited no signs of movement. Yet today, their rapid response suggests they have undergone a metamorphosis, perhaps fueled by the recent battle or the absorption of that residual soul. Having already reached the incinerate level with his fire technique, it is intriguing to ponder the effects of his second level of the particularly formidable lightning imprint. To MO fan surprise, this marks his first completed mission, resulting in an unexpected bounty. The school invested a total of 200,000 to enlist the city's demon hunting team to resolve this matter, with MO fan receiving half of that amount as his share. Given that he is newly inducted into the team, this is quite remarkable. Typically, newcomers receive only a nominal stipend, with commissions being merely symbolic. However, considering MO fan's unique lightning affinity and his outstanding performance today, the team has effectively granted him a permanent position. The sum of 100,000 equates to a substantial 20,000 RMB, a figure that rivals his father's earnings from driving over the span of nearly 6 months. MO fan plans to save this money prudently for future needs. In truth, this represents his first significant financial gain. While the venture was fraught with danger, the rewards exceeded his expectations, far surpassing the speed at which teams hunting demons typically earn their keep. It is no wonder that so many vied to join the city's demon hunting team. In the azure waters of the Mu estate is a private swimming pool. Gentle ripples danced across the surface. Wearing a swim cap, Muhi swam to the edge and reclined on a sunbed beneath an umbrella, glancing at the dark-skinned female swimming instructor beside him, inadvertently catching sight of her half-exposed, rounded bosom. Just as Muhi was about to speak, he noticed the water in the pool gradually becoming coated in a layer of icy frost, quickly solidifying the surface. "Don't tell me I can't swim now." Muhi groaned, bemused by the sudden winter-like transformation of the pool. "Uncle my father requests your presence," said a tall, sullen-faced Yuang. "Your ice-type stardust has grown increasingly potent. How is your training progressing?" Muhi inquired amiably. "The progress is somewhat slow," replied the young man. "Named Yuang, you consider this slow?" Muhi chuckled. "While others are merely at the first level of ice vines, you have already mastered the condensation of ice vines. At your current rate, within 2 years, you will undoubtedly reach the third level of ice vines, the ice vines coverage, which allows for extensive icy expansion. Not even a small fire-type student could contend with you, single-handedly freezing a vast area." 2 years. That still feels excessively long, Yuang murmured. "You are consistently dissatisfied with your progress. In truth, you far surpass your peers. Admittedly, there remains a gap between you and Mu Ningxue, but she is an exceptional case. You must be aware that your father, Zhuiyun, harbors considerable expectations regarding that boy. Once you inevitably resolve that matter a year from now, he is likely to bestow upon you a significant reward." Muhi remarked with a grin, "I hardly regard that clown as a worthy opponent." Yuang retorted that Wei Yuang diligently trains for his own sake, despite his adoptive father, Zhuiyun, arranging a magical duel for him in a year. Yuang genuinely does not concern himself with it. "Go ahead. I will join you shortly," Muhi replied. Wei Yuang nodded and proceeded toward the main residence. He traversed an artificial garden. Yuang entered a quaint courtyard, a peculiar sight amidst the predominantly European-style manner. "Father, I find it difficult to comprehend why you have scheduled such a dull duel for me," Yuang said as he took a seat beside Zhuiyun. "If your coming-of-age ceremony merely invites some upper-class individuals, family members, and peers, it would seem rather monotonous." Opportunities to gather renowned figures from Bo City in one location are scarce, if your ceremony includes a duel. Many will undoubtedly reassess their opinions of you. Some matters are best left for you to handle personally. By showcasing your exceptional abilities, you will establish your own authority, facilitating your future grasp of power in this city. Zhuo Yun stated thoughtfully as he sipped his tea. Then you should arrange for me a more suitable opponent, Yuang suggested. Initially, I too thought it somewhat trivial to assign such a minor character to your coming-of-age ceremony, and I contemplated more fitting arrangements. However, it appears this might evolve into an intriguing covert rivalry involving me, Deng Kai, and Principal Zhu, Zhu Yun replied. What do you mean? Yuang asked, puzzled. Your opponent, Mo Fan, has already mastered the second level of fire technique, and his training speed surpasses our expectations. Achieving such results in just a year is not characteristic of a mere minor character. He is now regarded as the most outstanding student at Tianlan Magic High School, garnering attention from Deng Kai, Zhang Kong, and Principal Zhu. Presently, even if I wish to employ some underhanded tactics against this boy, these individuals would not permit it. I am genuinely astonished. This driver's son's prowess is hardly inferior to that of the elite offspring from prominent families. If only he were not so oblivious to his situation. As for my dealings with Deng Kai, you need not concern yourself with that for now, Zhu Yun remarked with a smirk. Given this, it could prove to be quite engaging, Yuang mused, feeling considerably reassured. A lackluster opponent at his coming-of-age ceremony would hardly serve to establish his reputation. Rather, it would allow such lowly individuals to bask in his glory, failing to reflect his superior strength over his contemporaries. For the Mu family, a prominent lineage, the coming-of-age ceremony is of paramount importance. It is a grand affair. The strength of the youth signifies the strength of the family. It is inappropriate for the elders, who already hold power in Bo City, to flaunt their authority. Should the younger generation dominate their peers with overwhelming superiority, it would showcase the Mu family's absolute prowess. Mu Ningxue resides in the imperial capital, in an even loftier realm. This city of Bo also requires outstanding young sorcerers to bear the banner, does it not? Yuang is an excellent candidate for succession, and Zhu Yun is intent on nurturing him, ensuring he establishes a foothold in Bo City. The smoothness of the future path will undoubtedly depend on how this beginning unfolds. Other offspring of noble families may handle their coming-of-age ceremonies internally. However, Yuang's ceremony must be grand, splendid, and astonishing. Mo Fan, this young man, is indeed an unexpected contender. Nevertheless, he is merely a stepping stone in Yuang's ascent. Certainly, the cunning Mu Zhiyun would never disclose to Yuang the true purpose behind the substantial resources invested in nurturing and recommending him. No matter how illustrious or powerful Yuang may become in the future, he would merely serve as a stepping stone for another individual. Mu Zhiyun's very own daughter, Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue is the epitome of Mu Zhiyun's ideal successor. Alas, the confines of Bo City are rather too limited. Thus, it becomes imperative to cultivate a genuine confidant who can adeptly manage the existing assets of Bo City. Rest assured, on the day the adulthood ceremony concludes, I shall grant you access to the earthly holy spring, where you will have an entire week to immerse yourself in training. This week will be sufficient for you to make remarkable advancements in your cultivation, rendering your peers in Bo City utterly insignificant. Mu Zhiyun spoke with a benevolent gaze. Father, is the earthly holy spring truly as miraculous as you say? Yuang inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed it is. You must be aware of the stardust magic artifact. The earthly holy spring is akin to an amplified version of it by countless degrees that IT not only alleviates the fatigue of cultivation, but also accelerates the speed of training, transforming it into a sacred ground for practitioners. Whether you engage in meditation or control within the spring, it is unparalleled. However, the earthly holy spring cannot be accessed at will. Once you enter, complete focus on your training is essential. For this may very well be your optimal opportunity to break through to the intermediate mage tier, Mu Zhiyun articulated. Intermediate tier? Am I really that far from it? Yuang exclaimed, astonished that if you had not entered the earthly holy spring, then yes, you would be quite distant. However, with this opportunity, that may no longer hold true. Mage remarked, stroking his impressive mustache. Father, how did the earthly holy spring come to be, and why does it possess such extraordinary efficacy? The earthly holy spring has a significant origin, one that does not require your knowledge. What you must remember is that the earthly holy spring presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for exceptional cultivation. Mu Zhiyun concluded, without elaborating further, that Wei Yuang nodded gravely, contemplating the importance of the earthly holy spring in breaking through to the coveted intermediate mage tier. As the summer vacation continued, Mo Fan persisted in his training. The urban demon hunting team was not overwhelmingly busy. Much of the time was spent adjusting personal rhythms. After completing 2 demon hunting bounties alongside the team, Mo Fan had undoubtedly shed his novice status, displaying a composed ability to unleash skills in the face of monsters. The dual pursuits of combat and cultivation led Mo Fan to realize that the growth rate of Stardust was accelerating. As Stardust matured, it triggered a transformation in the star element, and on the very first day of the new school year, Mo Fan successfully facilitated a complete metamorphosis of the Thunder Element star. The newly vibrant and radiant star could conduct an even stronger thunderous magical energy, altering the skills he could wield. Next time he embarked on a mission with the demon hunting team, they would surely be taken aback. Seated in the classroom, Mo Fan felt an unusual buoyancy of spirit. His Thunder Seal and Fire Affinity had both reached level 2, an acceleration far surpassing that of his classmates. Should he manage to elevate his skills to level 3 before graduation, it would be nothing short of perfection. It was said that reaching level 3 with the star elements brought one closer to the intermediate mage tier. Yet, Mo Fan remained uncertain as to when he might attain that level. Nevertheless, he was resolute in employing every means necessary to strengthen himself. Life at school continued as usual. After undergoing trials, the students exhibited noticeable changes in demeanor, and with the looming magical college entrance examination, even the typically carefree students were diligently frequenting the training grounds. Mo Fan had ceased his visits to the training field. Striking wooden dummies seemed futile, that he had transitioned from such meaningless practice to real combat, facing demons directly, which proved far more effective for his growth than training on the school playground. Have you noticed since the trials that our ever-proud class monitor, Zhou Min, has been particularly nice to you? Zhang Xiaoho whispered to Mo Fan. Really? Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Absolutely. Sometimes she even sneaks a glance over here. Surely it must be because of your good looks? Should I take that as a compliment? Mo Fan chuckled. But if it were purely due to my looks, she wouldn't have been so fierce with me at the beginning of the term. She treats everyone harshly, but with you, she is completely different. Like a sweet little neighbor, Zhang Xiaoho replied. Mo Fan's days consisted of attending classes in the morning, cultivating in the afternoon, and donning his uniform at night to maintain the peace of the city. He had little time to ponder the sentiments of young maidens. Furthermore, he possessed the heroic spirit to rescue countless girls from suffering. It was only natural that he occasionally captured a few hearts along the way. Look, she's coming over to you, Zhang Xiaoho exclaimed. Hastily retreating, Mo Fan lifted his gaze and indeed saw Zhou Min approaching. Her demeanor was shy and hesitant, evoking a sense of tenderness. Zhou Min was quite lovely, with her sleek shoulder-length black hair framing a delicate face adorned with the pride characteristic of many young girls. Typically fierce towards boys, she maintained a distance, yet her warm heart could hardly be concealed. Mo Fan, do you have time this evening? Zhou Min inquired softly as she drew near. This evening? I still need to solidify my level 2 Thunder Seal skills, he pondered. Zhou Min, as the class monitor, should be wholly focused on her studies. How could she permit her heart to wander so swiftly? We were all seniors aiming for the crucial college entrance examinations this year, a pivotal moment that could significantly impact our futures. Diverting one's attention to early romantic pursuits would benefit no one. Thus, Mo Fan nodded and replied, I'm free. Zhou Min's face lit up with a smile. Wait for me after school. I have something very important to discuss with you. Sure, Mo Fan nodded, contemplating whether to ask Zhang Xiaoho to prepare a small umbrella just in case. After school, a throng of students surged toward the exit. Zhou Min indeed kept her word, waiting at the back gate for Mo Fan. As he approached, he was about to speak when she suddenly leaned in, her voice laced with mystery. Mo Fan, I'm unsure whether I should share this with you, but I can't think of anyone more suitable. Mo Fan was taken aback, unsure of her meaning. Here's the thing. My grandmother lives on Banyan Tree Street, an area set to be redeveloped into a new community. During my stay with her over the summer, I frequently heard strange noises from the nearby construction site, as if a crew was working. However, I inquired and learned that they do not work at night. My grandmother insists there is something peculiar about that dilapidated area. I suggested she move, but she refuses to leave, so I'm hoping you'll accompany me to investigate. I can't leave her there alone at night. It feels quite frightening, Zhou Min earnestly explained. Upon hearing Zhou Min's account, Mo Fan couldn't help but pause. Construction noise? Just recently, there had been reports of tremors from the cafeteria, and now another disturbance from a construction site. Both cities seemed to be in chaos. Could it possibly be the giant-eyed rat? Mo Fan pondered. The giant-eyed rat? That's a demon. Isn't it? Surely such a creature wouldn't be found in Bo City. Zhou Min gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. Given her previous encounter with demons, Zhou Min still felt residual fear. It wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. Reports from the Hunter Alliance indicated that the giant-eyed rat had entered its mating season and had been seen frequently darting from dark corners. Mo Fan had grown accustomed to such news. Had he still been at school, he might have shared Zhou Min's naive belief that the city was completely safe from demons. However, his experiences with the urban demon hunting team had broadened his horizon. Well, Zhou Min, you've indeed come to the right person. My other identity is that of a city inspector in Bo City. Since I specifically deal with city demons, I'm quite the expert, he declared. Alas, I won't be able to collect a commission this time, but winning a young lady's affection isn't a bad trade-off. Let us go take a look. Arriving at Banyan Tree Street, it was as Zhou Min had described. The area had been irreparably altered by demolition, resembling the aftermath of a severe earthquake. Dust hung heavily in the air, with temporary construction walls and deep pits scattered about, interspersed with half-demolished houses that marred the cityscape, alongside unfinished buildings in various states of neglect. It was said that Banyan Tree Street was intended to be developed into a new commercial district, but the investors had faced severe financial shortages. Thus, within this desolate city of Bocheng, there remains a fragment of ruins that even the government is at a loss to manage. Most of the inhabitants have long vacated this neighborhood, leaving behind a few vagrants who precariously find refuge in dilapidated buildings, while the remainder consists of elderly residents, such as Zhou Min's grandmother, who stubbornly refused to leave. To be frank, Mo Fan, aside from showcasing his heroic demeanor, is utterly perplexed by the reappearance of this phenomenon known as tremor. The cafeteria at Mingwen Girls' School has experienced such tremors once before. Why? Not long after, has another inexplicable vibration manifested elsewhere in Bocheng. Could it truly be the giant eye simians again? It is said that after the extermination of that giant eye simian, faint tremors persisted in other areas of Mingwen Girls' School. The police were unable to uncover the cause. Yet the school confirmed the campus's safety and proceeded with the semester as scheduled. And my grandmother resides here, and the area where the tremors occurred is right there. Zhou Min pointed to an old residence and gestured toward a construction site that had been reduced to a heap of ruins. Due to financial issues, the construction crew had withdrawn from the site some time ago, rendering the entire desolate neighborhood utterly deserted. Tonight, the distant city, aglow with lights, fails to illuminate this forsaken place. As dark clouds obscure the night sky, the pitiful starlight cannot pierce through the eerie atmosphere that pervades the ruins of the construction site. Mo Fan, a bold figure in the city management, adeptly leaped over the temporary construction walls. However, upon landing gracefully, he found Zhou Min entering through a small door nearby, creating an unbearably awkward atmosphere. Ahem, at what time do the tremors usually begin? Mo Fan inquired. At night, sporadically, Zhou Min replied. Despite her usual demeanor as a strong-willed young woman, in this desolate construction site, she instinctively drew closer to Mo Fan. After taking a few steps forward, Mo Fan retrieved a small object resembling a sachet from his pocket. When the sachet was opened, a crystalline powder emerged, which Mo Fan blew into the air, allowing it to slowly and gently settle over the construction area. This demon-tracking powder. Zhou Min, a true scholar, immediately recognized the item. Indeed, Mo Fan nodded. The demon tracking powder is an essential tool for city management on dark, windy nights, used for capturing demons and monsters. Why would you carry such a thing? Do you truly believe there are demons here? Zhou Min asked in astonishment. Typically, who among students would carry such a thing? Furthermore, this is Boqing, not some remote wilderness. My dear girl, you must trust the professionals. Take a look for yourself. Mo Fan pointed to the shimmering powder that had already settled. The powder had landed merely 10 meters away from them, forming an outline on the dusty ground, resembling a footprint. Zhou Min gazed in disbelief. Heavens, are there truly demons in Boqing? The aura of demons is notoriously elusive even for sorcerers, especially those that have vacated the area. The special quality of the demon tracking powder lies in its heightened sensitivity to demonic presence. It can immediately adhere to a footprint left by a demon even 10 days prior. What should we do? Zhou Min's face turned pale with fright. Having always adhered to her teacher's teachings at school, she firmly believed that the city was the safest place, yet the reality of a demon's presence was undeniable. The powder would not deceive. I'll go examine the footprint, Mo Fan declared boldly. Striding forward, we should quickly notify the demon hunting team. Zhou Min shivered involuntarily. Mo Fan, momentarily speechless, retorted, I am, without a doubt, a member of the Boqing demon hunting team. What good would it do to notify anyone? Besides, the demon hunting team isn't just idling about. Without sufficient evidence, they wouldn't mobilize the entire unit. The outline of the footprint left by the demon tracking powder is merely circumstantial, not conclusive proof. After all, it is entirely possible that a summoner was walking their pet on this site. This footprint does not resemble that of a giant Isimian. Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Mo Fan, we should leave, Zhou Min said, her voice trembling with fear. Mo Fan, however, was determined to uncover the truth and continue deeper into the construction site, with Zhou Min cautiously following that it seems to be hiding in that abandoned building. Mo Fan pointed toward a structure that was merely a skeletal frame. This building appeared to be intended for a shopping center, with an expansive floor area cluttered with disorganized bags of cement, tools, and debris. The footprints indicated by the demon tracking powder vanished upon reaching this unfinished shopping center. If something truly resided within, it would undoubtedly be taking advantage of this hiding place. The site had been abandoned for at least 2 months, making it an ideal refuge. Mo Fan. Zhou Min's voice suddenly turned rigid, using an unusual manner to alert him. Mo Fan immediately followed her gaze, and, peering through the brick wall before them, was startled to see a dark figure writhing in what was once the ground floor. It was a creature with robust lower limbs, standing tall enough that its head nearly brushed the second-floor ceiling. Its overall shape bore resemblance to a spectral wolf, yet it differed in that it stood in a semi-upright position like a werewolf. The most striking difference, however, was its singular eye. The giant wolf-like head possessed only one eye, casting an unsettling aura in the dim light. Is it a cyclopean demon wolf? Zhou Min nearly gasped aloud. The cyclopean demon wolf is a ferocious creature frequently mentioned by teachers in demonology classes. Unlike the giant Isimians, which lurk in the shadows, cyclopean demon wolves predominantly inhabit desolate mountains and wilderness, harboring an innate hostility towards humans and often viewing them as prey. They revel in slaughter, greed, and savagery, ever watchful of those who dare to stray from human habitation. The emergence of a cyclopean demon wolf in such proximity to the urban area raises alarming questions about oversight. Mo Fan, equally astonished, shared Zhou Min's previous belief that the city was unquestionably safe. Little did he know that this was the second demon he had encountered in Boqing. The presence of a giant Isimian in the city was not altogether surprising, as such creatures frequently inhabit human sewers and graveyards. However, the appearance of a vicious cyclopean demon wolf in this locale is utterly confounding. What could it be doing here? Zhou Min's face had gone ashen with fear. Having a late-night snack, Mo Fan replied. Zhou Min peered closer, nearly fainting. The cyclopean demon wolf was gnawing on something. In the dimness, she discerned a severed arm. Good heavens, it was a human arm. How could Mo Fan so casually declare that the creature was merely having a late-night snack? It was consuming a person. It was truly feeding on humans. There are some vagrants residing here, and they are never included in police population statistics. This cunning cyclopean demon wolf had concealed itself in the abandoned construction site, preying upon the unnoticed homeless. Had it not been for their discovery, who knows how many lives might have been lost to its voracious appetite. Mo Fan snorted coldly. Zhou Min was left speechless, initially approaching the situation with the intent of uncovering its origins, only to find herself face to face with a man-eating demon. Even with Boqing's population nearing 1 million, with daily fatalities, it hardly justified the notion that living beings should be devoured by lurking demons in such places. It was utterly terrifying. Everything about it was horrifying. By the way, Zhou Min, do you not think this cyclopean demon wolf differs somewhat from our teacher's descriptions? Mo Fan observed the malevolent creature from a distance. Zhou Min was far too frantic to contemplate such matters. Her only thoughts were on how to quietly escape the construction site and promptly inform the Hunter Alliance of this dreadful news. Its size appears to exceed what our teachers described by a couple of sizes. This is no ordinary cyclopean demon wolf, Mo Fan continued. Zhou Min was on the verge of losing her mind. Can we please focus on finding a way to escape? How can Mo Fan be so audacious? Mo Fan soon realized that Zhou Min was merely a proud young student, utterly unprepared for such a horrific scene. You must leave at once, call the city's demon hunting team's hotline, and have the police evacuate the nearby residents and vagrants. Mo Fan instructed Zhou Min, what about you? She asked that I'll remain here and keep watch. Mo Fan remarked. Zhou Min gazed at him as if he were a peculiar creature. As fellow senior high school students, she could not comprehend how he remained utterly unperturbed in the face of such a scene. Any normal person would have been terrified to the point of wetting their pants. Upon further reflection, Zhou Min suddenly realized that Mo Fan, this extraordinary anomaly, had previously slain a howling beast, suggesting that demons posed little fear to him. What a freak, this freak, that I've already notified them. Zhou Min whispered at Mo Fan, perplexed, casually inquired, how did you notify them? Damn it. In that instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Ugh. Not far beneath the floor, the one-eyed demon wolf, engrossed in its meal, slowly turned its head, its lantern-like eye fixated directly on the spot where Zhou Min and Mo Fan stood. Instantly, the air became tense, even while concealed behind the brick wall. Both Mo Fan and Zhou Min could feel the chilling, murderous intent emanating from the ferocious one-eyed demon wolf. A gust of night wind swept through, carrying with it a strong scent of blood, which struck Mo Fan and Zhou Min's faces. Zhou Min was rendered dumbfounded. She had never expected the one-eyed demon wolf to suddenly discover their presence. Its gaze locking onto hers, it felt as though she had plunged into an abyss of terror. Her body frozen in place. Goodness, didn't your mother teach you that demons can sense mobile signals? Mo Fan seized Zhou Min and sprinted towards the construction site with astonishing speed in this world. The most unpredictable creatures were those that possessed the ability to sense magical technology signals. Therefore, silencing your phone to send a distress message to the city's demon hunting team was akin to broadcasting your GPS location to the demons. An instant betrayal. The one-eyed demon wolf realized that its position had been compromised. It crouched low, transforming into a coyote that had spotted its prey, charging directly towards Mo Fan and Zhou Min with terrifying speed. Fortunately, they were at a considerable distance from the beast. Otherwise, the moment they were discovered, they would have become the demon's midnight snack. Mo Fan ran with remarkable swiftness, weaving through debris. This technique was something he had learned during previous encounters with demon hunting teams. A magician who stood still like a fool while casting spells would easily meet their demise when a demon hurled something at them. Fireball? Scorching bones, grasping Zhou Min's wrist with one hand. He conjured a ball of searing flames with the other. As he leaped over a mound of cement bags, he hurled the flames toward the pursuing one-eyed demon wolf. The flames of fireball? Scorching bones surged forth rapidly, igniting a pile of discarded timber nearby, the intense heat forcing the demon wolf to hesitate in crossing through. Mo Fan's flames were not aimed directly at the one-eyed demon wolf. Its agility rivaled that of a giant-eyed rat, and its powerful limbs allowed it to nimbly leap across the rubble. Mo Fan's skills had yet to reach the precision required to strike the demon in full flight. The purpose of the scorching bones flames was simple: to create a wall of fire to obstruct the wolf's pursuit. Ugh. However, the one-eyed demon wolf's agility far surpassed Mo Fan's expectations. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it launched itself over the blazing wall of flames. Boom! The one-eyed demon wolf landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its eye once again locked onto the fleeing Mo Fan and Zhou Min. And with a mighty leap, it transformed into a cannonball barreling toward them, scattering building materials and debris along its path. Mo Fan cast a quick glance back, cursing under his breath. This one-eyed demon wolf was incredibly monstrous. Not only was it fast, but its sheer strength could easily crush him. It was undoubtedly stronger than any demon he had previously encountered. Thankfully, he and Zhou Min had maintained a safe distance from it until now. They were nearing the edge of the construction site, where safety should be more assured. Boom! Boom! The temporary outer wall of the construction site crumbled like foam under the weight of the one-eyed demon wolf's robust form. And as Mo Fan and Zhou Min turned to flee into the old district, they were shocked to find the demon wolf still in pursuit. What the hell? I'm already in the tower. What more do you want? Mo Fan had previously thought the one-eyed demon wolf possessed some cunning, knowing to hide in the deserted construction site to prey on the homeless. Thus, he deduced that it would not dare venture into the streets. Once discovered, it would become the target of a city-wide hunt. Little did he know, the demon wolf was utterly foolish, charging recklessly out of the construction site. Brother Wolf, committing murder under the sun won't end well for you. Although it was nighttime and the old district was nearly deserted, someone would eventually witness it and report it. It would be better for everyone to part ways peacefully. After this corner, we must not look back. Damn it, you still pursue? You'll regret it if I don't hold back, Mo Fan exclaimed, his heart racing. Mo Fan, what do we do? We can't escape, Zhou Min said, her face pale, hiding behind him. This was a quiet old street, and very few people lived near the desolate construction site. Now that the one-eyed demon wolf had burst forth, it surged down the muddy street, its shadow sweeping through the shade of the ancient banyan trees. Get your grandmother to safety. I'll hold it off, Mo Fan urged Zhou Min. And no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the four-legged charging demon wolf. That moment, Mo Fan realized the significance of possessing a teleportation skill. How will you hold it off? Zhou Min's voice trembled. Stop asking foolish questions, Mo Fan snapped. Though Zhou Min was also a fire magician, her fireball, scorching spell would have little effect on such a large one-eyed demon wolf. The signal device had already indicated that a fellow demon hunter was nearby, likely able to provide assistance. Zhou Min finally ceased her hesitation and dashed toward the old district houses. However, Mo Fan underestimated the kindness of that foolish girl. She not only notified her grandmother, but also sought to rescue the elderly residents still living in the old district. Upon discovering that many elderly people still resided there, Mo Fan frowned. Had he not uncovered the situation today, those elderly individuals might have become the one-eyed demon wolf's next meal. That it's coming. At last, the one-eyed demon wolf charged toward Mo Fan, now a mere 20 meters away. In less than a second, it could cover that distance. It must be said that demons were far more terrifying than the school had described. The sight of this one-eyed demon wolf racing toward him was as daunting as a vehicle hurtling through the air. Under normal circumstances, a person would be frozen in shock. I told you to stop chasing, and you still pursue. Do you think I'll drop some epic gear? Mo Fan shouted at the charging, one-eyed demon wolf. Though he cursed, Mo Fan did not relent. Focusing his mind on the scythe-shaped mark in his spiritual realm, a spectral light erupted from him. Before his eyes, the ethereal glow rapidly formed a three-dimensional diamond-shaped shield. Taller than AM and its peak intensity, a dark, angular bone shield materialized before him, a magical artifact, the scythe bone shield. The shield, shimmering with ghostly light, abruptly floated before Mo Fan. The massive one-eyed demon wolf had no inkling of his shield's existence. And it was too late for it to break before crashing into Mo Fan. Bang! Due to its hunched posture, the demon wolf's head collided forcefully with the bone shield, causing a violent resonance. The impact sent the one-eyed demon wolf flying 10 meters away, and Mo Fan was also propelled backward. After withstanding the ferocious charge of the one-eyed demon wolf, the scythe bone shield shattered into fragments of light. vanishing into the A-I-R-M-O fan, akin to someone on rollerblades, skidded down the concrete street. A sharp pain gripped his chest. M.O. Fan immediately felt a wave of nausea. Although the scythe-bone shield had mitigated the demon's most potent force, he still felt as if he'd been brutally struck in the chest. What a powerful creature! M.O. Fan was secretly astonished. The quality of the bone sickle shield was quite commendable, easily capable of withstanding the full force of a demon's strike and scathe. Yet when the one-eyed demon wolf collided with him, he felt its tremendous impact. This indicated that should such power directly strike his body, it would undoubtedly shatter every bone. The one-eyed demon wolf crashed onto the street. Its head bleeding from the impact. Shaking its head, it managed to rise, one paw propping itself up as it staggered like a dazed human. How could it possibly stand? M.O. Fan was taken aback to see that the one-eyed demon wolf had not lost its ability to move, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Were the demons he had encountered previously merely weak, or was this one-eyed demon wolf exceptionally strong? If it were the earlier spectral wolf or the giant-eyed rat that had crashed into him, their bones would surely have splintered. Run, hurry, and run. Taking advantage of the wolf's current disorientation, he hurriedly fled. Merely running wasn't enough. It would soon catch up. Now was the perfect moment to cast a lightning seal, incapacitating it for a while. In such circumstances, M.O. Fan dared not conceal his powers any longer. If Zhou Min saw his lightning abilities, so be it wouldn't be too difficult to ensure she kept it to herself. Taking a deep breath to alleviate the pain in his chest, M.O. Fan prepared to control his lightning star tracks. Ice vines? Condense. Just as he began to manipulate 2 lightning star points, a woman's delicate voice rang out from a distance. A chilling aura instantly filled the old street, and the air abruptly turned frosty. The falling frost formed a directive, swiftly gathering beneath the one-eyed demon wolf, encasing the ground around it in solid ice. This frost would spread, creeping up the demon wolf's powerful legs, and within mere seconds, its lower limbs were frozen solid. Had the one-eyed demon wolf been in a high-speed state, the ice vines might not have been able to freeze it immediately. However, in its current dazed condition, by the time it regained its senses, its legs would be completely encased in ice, making movement extremely arduous. M.O. Fan felt a surge of joy as he turned to see Lin Bing, clad in black and purple jeans that accentuated her long legs, standing at the street corner. The white ice star tracks surrounding her body radiated a soft glow, enhancing the beauty of this ice mage. Kai Tang. M.O. Fan's heart leapt with joy as he recalled how he had saved her life with a lightning seal. Her timely intervention now safeguarded his last resort of lightning. You little rascal, what are you doing here? Gua Kai Tang looked at M.O. Fan in surprise. How could she not recognize him? She would never forget how he had led a group of kids to peep at her while she bathed. A memory that filled her with loathing. It was this troublemaker who had provoked a one-eyed demon wolf. She hesitated before acting earlier, knowing that both the lecher and the demon should have been eradicated. I was just here with a female classmate, and your arrival is quite fortuitous. M.O. Fan quickly retreated to regroup with Zhou Min and her grandmother. Get out of here. Our demon hunting team is nearby. Gua Kai Tang snapped irritably. Excellent. The demon hunting team is here. Zhou Min exclaimed, feeling a renewed sense of hope. M.O. Fan wasted no time, seizing the opportunity while the one-eyed demon wolf was frozen. He hastily made his exit. Just as he exited the street, he overheard Gua Kai Tang, using her Bluetooth headset, informing her teammates. Have you notified Fan M.O.? This is an evolving one-eyed demon wolf. Likely the one that has been stealing from the Earth's sacred spring along with those giant-eyed rats. The giant-eyed rats we can handle, but this one-eyed demon wolf, having reaped significant benefits, possesses far greater combat prowess than usual. Without lightning, it will be challenging to subdue it. So it's this audacious creature. My father has had a bounty on it for some time. Today we finally have the chance to catch it, said a tall, gloomy man standing beside Gua Kai Tang. Perfect. Today, I Yuang shall assist your demon hunting team in slaying this beast. Let us not be rash. Let us first restrain it from a distance with ice vines. It seems to be disoriented from its earlier collision. Otherwise, we may not be able to freeze it. We should wait until all our teammates arrive, especially the lightning mage. Lightning is the best option against a brute like the one-eyed demon wolf. Guokai Tang advised earnestly that, "Oh, we shall heed your counsel." Yuang nodded, simultaneously activating his ice star tracks from a distance to continuously freeze the one-eyed demon wolf, appearing somewhat at ease that he glanced back at Mo Fan, who was fleeing with a female classmate, and asked, "Who is that little rascal you called out? Do you know him?" "That SMO Fan, the reckless one who insulted Jiyun's uncle." Guokai Tang gritted her teeth. "So that SMO Fan," Yuang smirked disdainfully, "that I thought he was formidable. Turns out he is as cowardly as a frightened old dog when faced with demons. Quite the farce. It seems the rumors of him slaying the spectral wolf in his trials were mere luck. And he likely didn't even do it himself. Those at the way station are known for their tall tales. Does such a lowly character really need to appear in my coming-of-age ceremony? Sai, let us set aside thoughts of this irrelevant figure and focus on how to deal with the evolving one-eyed demon wolf. Mo Fan, what are you going back for?" Zhou Min called, running towards the more populated area with her grandmother. "I left my phone," Mo Fan shouted back, not bothering to explain further as he rushed back. While running, he pulled out his stylish hoodie from his slim backpack, hastily applying crayon to his face to disguise himself, just in case he needed a mask. Damn it, American heroes transform in an instant to save the city. My disguise feels so outdated. In truth, Mo Fan merely switched from fire to lightning magic. Thankfully, throughout his schooling, he never forgot his identity as a sacred city manager, so he always carried his gear with him. Having played the role of a brave student, it was now time to become a guardian of the city. He wasn't sure if he looked cool or ridiculous. By the way, the man standing next to Guokai Tang was Yuang, the adopted son of Mu Zhuiyun, and he exuded an air of mischief that was unmistakable. The one-eyed demon wolf that had been stealing from the Earth's sacred spring. What kind of entity was the Earth's sacred spring to turn a normal one-eyed demon wolf into something so terrifying? Mo Fan had changed significantly since his first trial. If a spectral wolf stood before him now, he felt he could handle it, but the one-eyed demon wolf was clearly far stronger, with the recent tremors and the rampant giant-eyed rats. Could they all be connected to the Earth's sacred spring? Whatever the case, he needed to hurry back to maintain peace on Earth. That it was said that mutated beasts often yielded valuable treasures. Upon returning to the area with the old banyan trees, Mo Fan found that the other members of the demon hunting team had already arrived. They were on standby 24/7, responding to situations far quicker than the police. "Fan Mo, you arrived quite swiftly." Fei Sure grinned upon seeing Mo Fan. "Don't get distracted. This evolving one-eyed demon wolf could take our lives in an instant," Captain Suda Huang stated gravely. "Fortunately, we have an additional ally today. With 2 ice mages, we can significantly restrict the one-eyed demon wolf's movements," Li Wenjie added. Guokai Tang and Yuang, both outstanding disciples from ice families, had combined their ice vines to freeze the area within a 10-meter radius around the one-eyed demon wolf. Although it was not completely immobilized, its movements had become considerably sluggish. The ice vines possessed a permeating effect. The longer the one-eyed demon wolf remained within their range, the stiffer its muscles and bones would become, ideal for combating a demon that relied solely on brute strength. However, there were minor issues. The inherent conflict between ice and fire posed a risk. The hunting team's primary offensive capability lay with Captain Suda Huang. However, a fire blast could easily shatter the ice vines created by Guokai Tang and Yuang. Thus, aside from restraining the one-eyed demon wolf for now, there are no better options available. I've called for reinforcements. Mage Association S. Yang, so he is on his way here, and we must maintain control until he arrives. Do not entertain thoughts of killing the one-eyed demon wolf, Suda Huang advised, demonstrating his experience. A fire blast could indeed severely wound the one-eyed demon wolf, but it was too risky that if the creature retained any combat capability, recapturing it would prove challenging, especially if it fled to a residential area. Yang Zhuohe, the mid-tier water mage, Xiao Ke's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face radiating awe. Indeed, with him here, we can decisively vanquish this one-eyed demon wolf. Otherwise, should it escape, the casualties among the populace would be incalculable, Su Dahuang remarked. That is true, yet our icebind may not hold for long. This one-eyed demon wolf possesses formidable strength. If only our icebind could reach level 3. In that case, it would have no chance of breaking free. Guakaidang added. Fear not, we are still here, Fei Shi and Li Wenjie declared. Should I intervene? Imo Fan inquired, observing the meticulously crafted plan of the group. Stay on standby. Your level 1 Thunder Seal may not injure it, but the paralysis effect could prove crucial should the one-eyed demon wolf show even the slightest sign of breaking free from the frost. Wait. Something is amiss. Why has its aura intensified? Su Dahuang's expression shifted, a chill enveloped the old banyan tree district. Yet, inexplicably, centered around the one-eyed demon wolf, whose lower limbs were encased in ice, a ferocious, beastly aura coalesced into a tempest. Sweeping through the district, rustle, the leaves of the old banyan tree danced wildly, as fallen leaves and broken branches scattered about. Yuang, quickly, unleash another layer of icebind. Guakaidang urgently instructed Yuang. No, the aura is too potent. I can scarcely breathe, Yuang replied, but Mo Fan too felt the surging primal rage akin to crashing waves, as the one-eyed demon wolf howled to the heavens. This savage aura rolled in relentless waves, causing the structures in the old district to tremble. It's advancing. We have pushed it to the brink, and it is forcing itself to evolve. Having consumed the energy of the Earth's sacred spring, it possesses the potential for advancement. We must prevent it, that if it successfully evolves, even Yang Zhuahe may not be able to subdue it. Su Dahuang's face turned ashen, in his tenure with the city's demon hunting squad. It was his first encounter with a demon in the midst of evolution. Demons in the evolution phase are not inherently fearsome. The true terror lies in those that have successfully evolved. Such entities are beyond the capabilities of novice mages like them. Should it begin a massacre, the citizens of this district would face annihilation. We cannot allow this to continue. While it has yet to complete its evolution, we must retreat post-haste, Li Wenjie said, his complexion pale. An evolved demon would possess a speed that Li Wenjie could hardly contend with. All present would surely perish within mere seconds at the hands of the newly evolved one-eyed demon wolf. What nonsense! Turn around and see what lies behind you, Su Dahuang bellowed in fury. This area lay desolate due to construction, and the old banyan tree street was in a state of half-demolition. Beyond this street lay a vibrant commercial district illuminated by neon lights. There sat a family watching television in their living room, girls preparing small gifts for the Qixi festival, elderly couples leisurely strolling. Along with residential buildings, shops, entertainment venues, and public squares. How could these people possess even the slightest ability to protect themselves? It was certain that should they turn and flee now, the one-eyed demon wolf, driven by an urgent need for sustenance, would see them as mere prey. Indeed, there were sorcerers far more powerful than their demon hunting squad in the city. However, mid-tier mages cannot remain vigilant at all times. Even if they arrived at the scene at lightning speed to eliminate the one-eyed demon wolf, they could not prevent the carnage it would wreak during that interval. How many lives would be lost? Su Dahuang may not even be able to fathom. Although that little rascal was exceedingly irksome, today he accomplished something remarkable. The imminent evolution of the one-eyed demon wolf had been timely detected, thus averting a greater catastrophe. Yet, there was no need for such morose sentiments. It had not yet completed its evolution, and they could still thwart it. Guakaidang offered a faint smile. Su Dahuang had resolved not to flee. To be candid, the resolve of this demon hunting squad leader elicited a measure of admiration from Mo Fan. Fei Shi, prepare the earth wave. If it breaks free from the icebind, it must not be allowed to run. Su Dahuang instructed. Fei Shi nodded. With a sudden clap of his hands upon the concrete, ripples resembling those of a lake appeared on the ground, compelling the frozen one-eyed demon wolf to move away from the group. However, the effects of the icebind were waning. A seething heat began to evaporate the surrounding frost into water, even causing the water to boil. That it's truly evolving. Its body and bloodline are ablaze. Fei Shi remarked with unease. Li Wenjie gritted his teeth, uncertain of what to do. The reality was, should this one-eyed demon wolf successfully evolve, none among them would survive, and they would be powerless to prevent this beast from invading the bustling commercial district. Remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. Moreover, the signs of the one-eyed demon wolf's evolution were becoming increasingly evident. Why linger here to perish? It's breaking free, Li Wenjie exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. We're doomed. There's no time to escape now. Sudahuang, Xiaoku, Fei Shi, and Guokaidang showed no intent to leave. Mo Fan, at this moment, was also fixated on the one-eyed demon wolf, clearly seeing its muscles becoming somewhat transparent. The veins within distinctly visible, flowing with searing heat. The bones of the one-eyed demon wolf crackled ominously as the bone structure of the shoulder emerged directly from the muscle, transforming into a sharp shoulder blade. Its giant spine also grew, piercing through the back muscle, the blood-streaked bone evolving into a spine covered with spikes, illuminated by the chilling moonlight, rendering it all the more fearsome. Fire burst. Explode. Su Dahuang finally lost his composure, conjuring a massive orb of flame and hurling it at the beast in a fit of rage. Boom! The inferno erupted before the one-eyed demon wolf, the fierce flames engulfing it instantly, the firelight painting the entire street crimson. A wave of heat flooded the old street, igniting the banyan tree, which began to spread toward the old buildings. The occupants of the aged structures had long since fled, leaving chaos in the wake of the explosion. Such overwhelming power surely inflicted some damage upon the one-eyed demon wolf. Yet, as the flames finally subsided, a figure, still shrouded in fire, burst forth from the explosion's epicenter, scattering everything in its path. "Captain, watch out!" Fei Shi shouted. Su Dahuang's face was etched with horror. After enduring the fire-burst, explosion, the one-eyed demon wolf emerged unscathed. Earthwave. Fei Shi desperately unleashed his skill. He aimed to manipulate the ground, attempting to pull the speeding one-eyed demon wolf back. But the beast's speed was simply too great. The backward tug of the earth wave proved entirely ineffective. Ugh! The one-eyed demon wolf, still ablaze, leaped forward, its chest swelling with power, claws extended, slicing through the night with a cold glint aimed at Captain Su Dahuang. "Water guard, protect!" In the face of peril, Xiaoku completed her starry incantation, swiftly weaving several water ribbons into a suit of water armor that enveloped Captain Su Dahuang. The vicious claws swept through, tearing through the water protection with brutal force that a mist of blood sprayed forth, revealing a long gash across Captain Su Dahuang's body, the horrific sight akin to a gruesome disembowelment. Xiaoku stood stunned. She had indeed employed the water guard skill to shield Captain Su Dahuang. Why had the one-eyed demon wolf still managed to rip open his chest? "Captain!" Guokaidang was equally frozen in shock. A creature that could disregard the fire burst, explosion, a being capable of tearing through the water guard, protect. Was this truly the kind of demon they typically faced? "Xiaoku, run!" At that moment, Fei Shi shouted to Xiaoku. Upon awakening from her stupor, she felt as though she were submerged in ice water, sensing the endless brutality and malice within the one-eyed demon wolf's gaze. Its next target was herself. Thunder Seal. Frenzy, as the entire crowd found themselves engulfed in a state of sheer terror. A myriad of purple lightning marks appeared above Mo Fan's head. With one hand raised high, he clenched his palm fiercely. In an instant, all the lightning marks transformed into elongated whips of electric energy, which lashed mercilessly against the fearsome one-eyed demon wolf, tearing its flesh and rending its skin. With each strike of the electric whip, subsequent arcs of electricity surged into the brutal creature's body, penetrating its muscles and bones. Unlike the initial lightning marks, these whip-like electric impressions, once multiple struck upon the beast and left their signatures, would transmit arcs of electricity among themselves, continuously electrocuting the target. Ugh! The one-eyed demon wolf howled in agony. Despite its powerful, muscular frame and robust physique that could withstand explosive forces, the relentless whipping from the lightning marks merely inflicted superficial injuries. However, its muscles were utterly defenseless against the paralyzing shocks and the incessant arcs coursing through its boiling body. Lightning. This creature, which relied solely on its brute strength, was most terrified of lightning magic. At that moment, Guokaidang gasped in astonishment. "This is a level 2 lightning mark." Fei Shi also looked on in surprise. Just when their hunting team felt utterly helpless, it was unexpected that this new member, who had only recently joined, would step forward. Most astonishingly, this young man had somehow cultivated the lightning mark to its second level. The one-eyed demon wolf was undergoing a transformation akin to a rebirth in its muscles. blood, and bones, granting it a terrifying combat prowess nearly equivalent to that of a successful evolution at such a moment. Nothing could be more effective than lightning magic, which was specifically designed to counter explosive muscle-bound creatures. Even though it was merely a level 2 lightning mark, the overwhelming might of elemental supremacy was vividly displayed, and coupled with the strong, restraining nature of lightning, the one-eyed demon wolf began to sway, its body growing weak. Meanwhile, Fan exhaled deeply from a distance. Thankfully, the level 2 lightning mark proved effective. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Continue. Fan keep going. Your lightning mark is preventing its muscles and bones from further growth. As long as we can suppress its evolution, we will be saved, Kaidang urged anxiously. Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The starry trajectory connected once more, and the purple lightning mark reappeared above his head. Though the level 2 lightning mark was still somewhat unfamiliar to him, there was no room for error when lives were at stake. The electric whips lashed out once again at the twisted form of the one-eyed demon wolf. This time not only suppressing it further, but also showing signs of retraction in its swollen, expanding physique. Well done, Fan. You've contained it. Drive it back to its original form. The others were beside themselves with excitement. For Fan's lightning mark was the lifeline for all their members. However, the paralyzing effects of a lightning mark could not last indefinitely. Once the one-eyed demon wolf adapted to the shocks, it could still swell further. Kaidang cautioned the group. Fan was acutely aware that the control exerted by the lightning mark was not limitless. Regardless, they had bought themselves some time, and Fan felt he had done his utmost. At least allowing Li Wenjie to drag Su Dahuang to safety. As for the fate of their captain, it remained uncertain. Ugh! With a howl, the one-eyed demon wolf finally adapted to the paralysis of the lightning mark, releasing a feral aura filled with energy once more. Not good. It's about to evolve. The faces of the group shifted once again, signaling that their lives hung in the balance once more. Witnessing this, Fan realized he was truly powerless. The only option left was to retreat. His lightning mark had at least bought some time for the innocent civilians, saving a few lives. Abominable beast, perish, a voice, resonant and solemn, echoed through the old street. Without seeing the speaker, Fan felt a colossal elemental power gathering in the air, a mist of water droplets falling gently upon his face. Whoosh! Fan looked up in astonishment, discovering that a massive wave had unexpectedly appeared in the air. The tumultuous surge of water. Fan could hardly believe his eyes, yet this mighty deluge indeed crashed over the dilapidated rooftops before violently slamming into the one-eyed demon wolf. The torrent was a divine exorcism. Accompanied by the sacred incantation of magic, the surging waters toppled the one-eyed demon wolf, transforming the entire street into a flood in an instant. Almost all the banyan trees were uprooted, and the walls of the old houses crumbled. The once ferocious one-eyed demon wolf had no chance to struggle under the overwhelming force of the wave, being swept from the center of the street to its end. Mid-tier water magic. Shao Ke's face flushed with excitement at this sight. The torrent was indeed a mid-tier skill of the water element. Watching the waves capable of flooding an entire street rush by, Shao Ke felt as if she might faint from exhilaration. Mid-tier magic. The coveted mid-tier. How long would it take for a novice mage like her to reach such heights? The awe-inspiring torrent surged before them. Yet it did not sweep towards anyone else. All they could see was the ferocious wave, like a dragon, toppling the one-eyed demon wolf and nearly demolishing the entire street. Fan, too, was captivated by the scene, his heart racing with exhilaration. Mid-tier magic. This was truly mid-tier magic. It was astonishingly powerful. Apologies for my tardiness. Is Su Dahuang all right? A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue shirt stood proudly atop an old building. Beneath his feet, a star map slowly faded away. Quite a spectacle. Clearly, this was Yang Zhuhua, the nearest mid-tier mage to their location. Thankfully, Su Dahuang and Kaidang had alerted him in time. Yang Zhuhua cast a wary glance at the bustling commercial street, just a few buildings away, where oblivious shoppers remained unaware of the looming danger. If the one-eyed demon wolf were to successfully evolve and breach those few buildings, that commercial area would undoubtedly descend into a living hell. Having served in the Bo City Magic Association for many years, Yang Zhihua had witnessed a myriad of mages. Recently, he had been profoundly impressed by Su Dahuang's hunting team, who bravely continued to obstruct the one-eyed demon wolf. Even knowing it was on the verge of evolution, the chest is torn open, but the organs are intact. He's still alive. Thank heavens. Li Wenjie pressed down on the bloody chest of Captain Su Dahuang. To be honest, Li Wenjie struggled to comprehend the captain's mindset. Did the life of Mage not hold more value than that of the common folk? I've already sent a healing mage here to help stop Su Dahuang's bleeding. I will ensure this beast meets its end, Yang Zhihua declared. With that, Yang Zhihua suddenly flickered and vanished, leaving behind a trail of azure starry light before swiftly approaching the one-eyed demon wolf, which had been driven far away by the torrent. Mo Fan instinctively followed this mid-tier mage, finally discovering the one-eyed demon wolf, now buried beneath a pile of debris at the end of the street. Mid-tier magic was indeed mid-tier magic. Its power far surpassed that of any initial tier magic. The once formidable one-eyed demon wolf, now battered and weakened by the wave's assault, resembled a half-dead old dog. It was no wonder. Such a ferocious wave crashing down would surely break a few bones, followed by rolling, soaking, and relentless impact. No matter how mighty a creature, it could be reduced to a puddle of mush. Yang Zhihua clearly had no intention of letting this perilous one-eyed demon wolf escape so easily. He utilized wind magic to descend before the creature. Wind spiral. The incantation resonated once more, as Yang Zhihua transformed from a water mage into a master of the tempest. The air grew oppressively heavy, as if something had been violently siphoned away, causing a wild turbulence to erupt around them. Not far away, Mo Fan arrived just in time to witness the blue-clad middle-aged mage dramatically lift his hand. The brilliant star map above his head shimmering with breathtaking beauty. It was not the gentle breeze characteristic of the wind track, nor was it merely a channel of wind that hastened one's speed. At this moment, Mo Fan could distinctly sense the frenzied airflow swirling ahead, spinning at a rapid pace. Soon, a murky tornado dramatically manifested before him. The wind spiral violently yanked the immobile one-eyed demon wolf into the air, tracing a series of swirling arcs as it hurled the creature over 20 meters high. Just as the wind spiral seized Mo Fan's astonishment, it dissipated at an astonishing speed. The one-eyed demon wolf, akin to a small animal, plummeted heavily from the heights once it lost the power of the wind spiral. Bang! The cement ground caved in, splintering with countless spiderweb cracks. The one-eyed demon wolf was shattered upon impact, blood splattering everywhere. Throughout this ordeal, the creature emitted not a single roar or growl of defiance, ultimately becoming a pitiful corpse beneath the force of 2 mid-tier spells. Is it dead? Mo Fan uttered in disbelief. Indeed, it is, Yang Zhihua confirmed with a slight smile as he observed Mo Fan's approach. May I take a closer look? Mo Fan inquired. Certainly, though, if I'm not mistaken, the earlier Thundermark was your doing. Correct? It was, Mo Fan replied. Well done, young man. Our Magic Association, in conjunction with the Hunters Alliance and the government, will commend you for this achievement, Yang Zhihua said, patting Mo Fan on the shoulder. As Mo Fan drew near the disfigured one-eyed demon wolf, he slowly retrieved the small mud loach pendant from his collar. The pendant exhibited a strong reaction in the presence of the recently deceased demon wolf, as if it were resonating with an inaudible melody. Calling out for something, that a wisp of wolf spirit gradually floated out from the demon wolf's mouth. Mo Fan could perceive this spirit. It appeared like a frightened firefly, rising from the grass, uncertain of its destination. With a flash of light, the loach pendant seemed to guide the wolf's spirit, which promptly drifted into it. The pendant absorbed the spirit, emitting a quivering sound akin to a contented child murmuring after a satisfying meal. This time, it did not seem like a mere residual spirit. After the loach pendant absorbed the wolf spirit, Mo Fan suddenly realized something. Previously, the residual spirits the pendant had taken in were faint, almost invisible glimmers, muddied and difficult to absorb, suggesting a reluctant endeavor. Yet this time, the pendant eagerly longed for the wolf's spirit, consuming it with delight. Could it be that this time it was a refined spirit? Gua Haidang had mentioned earlier that the one-eyed demon wolf had secretly feasted on the vast energy of the Holy Spring in Bo City, hiding within human cities to advance its power. This implied that the creature had been nourished by something extraordinary, thus gaining strength to a level capable of evolution. The likelihood of such a demon presenting a refined spirit upon death was exceedingly high. Since only necromancers possess the ability to collect refined spirits, including Yang Zhuohua, a mid-tier mage, he would also have been unable to perceive the pure glimmer of the refined spirit without specialized collection vessels. Furthermore, the refined spirit of a deceased creature would dissipate in under 3 minutes. Yang Zhuohua evidently had never collected a spirit, hence his disinterest in the corpse. Little did this mid-tier mage know that the seemingly innocuous Mo Fan possessed a vessel capable of collecting spirits. As he turned to instruct others on scene management, a refined spirit worth 5 million RMB was quietly taken by Mo Fan. The corpse of an almost evolved one-eyed demon wolf held great value, yet it paled in comparison to the rarity of the refined spirit. Shortly thereafter, military mages arrived in the Old Banyan Tree neighborhood. Point One healer promptly treated Captain Su Dahuang's grievous wounds. Fortunate that Su was a mage whose physique had been altered by stardust. Otherwise, a mere ordinary person would have perished instantly. Witnessing the deep gash from Su's chest to his abdomen, Mo Fan keenly recognized the importance of defensive skills and was relieved to possess a defensive magic artifact, the Bone Shield. Otherwise, he too might have met a dire fate. Mr. Yang, I believe it is prudent to sound the alarm. The frequency of demon appearances in the city has become rather alarming, Gua Kaidang proposed to the mid-tier Mage Yang Zhuo. Our magic association has been in discussions with the Hunters Alliance, and the government is similarly contemplating this matter. However, we only recently raised the alarm, and a second call so soon could incite panic. Yang Zhuohua responded. The emergence of a demon, such as the one-eyed wolf, in urban areas feels ominous. Rest assured, we are actively investigating and reinforcing security across the city. As for the peculiar occurrences we cannot manage, your demon hunting team will need to take on more responsibility. Yang Zhuohua assured that we shall do our utmost, but with our captain severely injured, our operations will be hindered. Gua Kaidang replied that I will assign a fire mage to temporarily fill in. Awaiting your captain's recovery. By the way, when did your demon hunting team acquire a new member, particularly a lightning mage? Yang Zhuohua remarked with a smile, glancing at Mo Fan, that we held recruitment. Mo Fan responded. Recruitment? Yang Zhuohua appeared taken aback, bemused by the notion of a lightning mage needing to attend a mage recruitment fair. Laughter erupted among the group, their gazes drawn to Mo Fan. His performance had indeed astonished everyone, just when they thought they would be overwhelmed by the advancing one-eyed demon wolf. His level 2 Thundermark had played a decisive role. The demon hunting team felt fortunate to have enlisted such a willing lightning mage to assist in the city. It was well known that lightning mages who mastered level 2 Thundermarks were often supported by prominent families. Even within the Hunters Alliance and the Magic Association, they could easily choose suitable positions. That Yuang stood by, observing as all eyes turned toward the young lightning mage, his lips twitching with discontent. Despite the prestige of his ice family and his own exceptional talents among the younger generation, the brilliance of the lightning mage still cast a shadow over him. Kaitang, to prevent Fan Mo from jumping ship, why not offer yourself as a token of gratitude? After all, he saved your life. And you still owe him a debt of gratitude. Feisher teased mischievously. Get lost, Gua Kaitang retorted, her proud face flushed yet fierce. Meanwhile, Yu Ang's expression darkened further. The turmoil surrounding the one-eyed demon wolf finally subsided. After changing clothes and returning to the school dormitory, Mo Fan was about to scale the wall back when he noticed a petite figure swaying at the entrance. Zhou Mo Fan exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Why was this girl still awake, squatting here? Mo Fan, thank goodness. I thought something had happened to you. Zhou Min's eyes welled up with tears upon seeing Mo Fan safe and sound as a blossoming young woman. She was deeply moved by Mo Fan's earlier selfless act during their trials, yet her youthful pride had made it difficult for her to express her gratitude. This time, due to her grandmother's predicament, Mo Fan had once again saved both her and her grandmother. leaving her at a loss for how to repay such kindness. Seeing Zhou Min tearful, Mo Fan felt awkward. In any case, thank you for saving my grandmother. My parents have been very busy, and my grandmother raised me, Zhou Min continued. After comforting her for a while, Mo Fan finally managed to persuade Zhou Min to return to the girls' dormitory. Late at night, a boy escorted a girl back to her dormitory while she still sniffled. Such scenes always spark the imagination of those idle students. Once back in the dormitory, the roommates began to chatter about whether Mo Fan had enjoyed himself. Finding the conversation rather dull, that I was out saving the world. All right. After everyone had settled down to sleep, Mo Fan slipped away to the rooftop dam of the teaching building. This was his personal sanctuary for cultivation, a place where he was unlikely to be disturbed. The loach pendant, having consumed a refined spirit, displayed no reaction whatsoever, as if it were in a deep slumber. Mo Fan sat upon the dam, engaging in a soliloquy, and oh sooner had he uttered his thoughts than the little loach, akin to an awakened infant, began to tremble gently, radiating a luminescence that blossomed within a mere finger's breadth. The light appeared remarkably viscous, enveloping the dark loach in a cocoon reminiscent of silken threads. Metamorphosis? This term involuntarily surfaced in Mo Fan's mind upon witnessing the loach's transformation. Indeed, under the embrace of this glowing aura, the loach underwent a significant change. Its weathered exterior shed its rusted appearance, revealing a sheen akin to jade. What a treasure the old man Ing had bequeathed to me. Mo Fan was entranced. He could distinctly sense the loach's metamorphosis, as it fully transformed. A soothing energy pulsated from its chest, akin to the gentle warmth of a hot spring that relaxed the body and spirit, fostering a profound sense of comfort. After the loach's transformation, Mo Fan felt an enveloping softness akin to delicate silk, which did not hinder his movements, but instead caressed his body, providing a refreshing reprieve reminiscent of an infant nestled in a warm cradle. Exuding tranquility and serenity, Mo Fan's heart swelled with joy. Though he had never encountered a spiritual-level Stardust artifact before, he could unmistakably feel its rejuvenating effects, which must surely belong to a spiritual-grade artifact. Beyond merely alleviating his fatigue, he sensed that his Stardust was also being nourished, akin to the experience of meditative cultivation. The ability to enhance one's cultivation without meditating, Mo Fan felt invigorated. His meditation sessions already exceeded those of his peers. With the support of the Stardust artifact, he could effortlessly practice for 12 hours a day. Nevertheless, time remains finite. If a higher-grade Stardust artifact merely extended his practice duration, its significance would be diminished. After all, Mo Fan could not devote all 24 hours to meditation. Through practical combat experience, he understood that a magician's strength could not solely rely on meditation. Instead, the desire to grow stronger through battle, when faced with life-threatening situations or formidable foes, could spur the gradual enhancement of Stardust. Therefore, while maintaining lengthy daily practice, Mo Fan must also participate in the demon hunting teams. If higher-grade Stardust artifacts merely extended the duration of magical cultivation, they would not be particularly efficient for someone like Mo Fan, who already practiced for hours on END. To his surprise, the spiritual-grade Stardust artifact not only allowed him to meditate continuously, but also nourished his Stardust to a certain degree. Even when not meditating, his Stardust would gradually increase. During meditation, it would grow at an even more efficient rate. With the extension of his meditation time and the enhancement of his efficiency, it felt as if he were rocketing forward in his development. Excellent. This way, not only could I elevate my fire magic skills to the 3rd tier before graduation, but I could also advance my lightning skills to the same level. With a bit more effort, I might even touch the threshold of becoming a mid-tier magician. Achieving the 3rd tier in my Stardust would signify that the ascension to the nebula was near. Mo Fan had already perused numerous materials regarding mid-tier magicians. Initially, the system formed within a magician's spiritual realm is known as Stardust. When this Stardust transforms into a nebula, a more resplendent and dazzling realm of stars, it signifies that the magician has attained mid-tier status. Nebulas are far more expansive than Stardust. If Stardust is akin to the minute specks of dust shimmering in the vast cosmos, that a nebula is a gathering of countless stars. Within a nebula lies a wealth of magical energy, and a multitude of stars wander within it. When a magician can assemble the numerous stars within the nebula into a specific star pattern, it heralds the descent of a powerful mid-tier spell that can shatter the heavens. Stars within stardust form star trails, representing beginner spells. Stars within a nebula form star maps, representing mid-tier spells. Mo Fan would never forget the mid-tier magician named Yang Zuohua, who, while casting mid-tier magic, stood upon a mesmerizing star map. Its brilliance and mystery far surpassing the fleeting light of star trails, embodying a power that drew the envy of all those still lingering in the realm of beginner magic. The mid-tier water spell. Tsunami, capable of flooding an entire street, and the mid-tier wind spell, Wind Spiral, which could lift a car-sized one-eyed wolf to great heights, were not only impressive but also immensely powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of beginner skills. If mid-tier wind and water spells were so formidable, once I master mid-tier lightning and fire skills, what need do I have to fear the Move family? Diligent training, relentless training, my illustrious life as Mo Fan is just beginning. The winter wind in the north is unyielding, stripping trees of their leafy garments as it passes. In the south, however, the trees remain undeterred by the winter winds, standing tall and evergreen, shedding a few leaves merely to honor the seasons. Their verdant crowns a constant presence throughout the year. Mo Fan resided in Bo City, a locale where the seasons were not particularly distinct. Any marked change occurred within a single day, heralding the impending arrival of typhoons. Another typhoon season had arrived, and Mo Fan and his companions huddled within their dormitory, a damp, chilly space carrying a faint scent of mildew, enveloped in silence, as most students dedicated themselves to preparing for the upcoming magical entrance exams. It was well known that merely graduating from high school as a magician often led to a struggle for higher positions in society, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate advanced magic. To truly rise above and earn respect as a magician, one must gain admission to a magical university, significantly increasing the chances of becoming a mid-tier magician. The attainment of mid-tier status represented a transformative milestone for all magicians, and every student fervently pursued this goal. Brother Mo Fan, I have awakened as a healer. If you ever get injured, I can use magic to heal you. A text message floated in, accompanied by a cute smiley face. Mo Fan paused in astonishment. What the heck? Healing magic? Why did you awaken as a healer while the rest of us awakened elemental affinities? Why did you achieve white magic at the beginner level? Mo Fan hurriedly texted back. The vast majority of people awaken elemental affinities first. However, there are always exceptions. I heard that awakening through a special medium can lead to a higher probability of awakening specific magical affinities. Replied Yishinxia. Awakening through guidance? If I wish to awaken the dark affinity when I reach mid-tier, can I accomplish this through the guidance you mentioned? Mo Fan's heart leapt with joy, as if he had discovered a new realm. Yes, provided you can collect the necessary guiding materials. Xinxia, I adore you. You've solved a major dilemma for me. Mo Fan's spirit soared. He had always believed that awakening was random, that whatever affinity one encountered was what they would have. He never anticipated that there was a concept of guided awakening in this world. Thus, when he reached mid-tier and had a second awakening opportunity, attempting guided awakening could allow him to acquire the dark affinity. The window of magic opened wider for Mo Fan during this period. With each opening, he glimpsed the breathtaking vistas he so yearned for, fueling his motivation and passion for cultivation. Progress in lightning and fire stardust was remarkably smooth, advancing even faster than he had anticipated. Especially after meditating and then engaging in battles with the demon-hunting teams, he had far outpaced many of his classmates. However, there was no need for him to flaunt his achievements. Come exam day, his friends would undoubtedly be astonished, jaws dropping to the concrete floor. Time swiftly slipped by as Mo Fan devoted his precious youth to training and demon hunting, finding joy in the pursuit. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed 15 demon hunts with his team, marking him as a relatively experienced magician in the eyes of the Seasoned Hunters Alliance. Meanwhile, the magical entrance exam, a waterfall that could elevate all students, loomed closer. Your days of comfort are drawing to a close, Mo Fan. Zhao Kuan, with a tone of schadenfreude, remarked to Mo Fan. The impending graduation signifies not only the end of an era, but also heralds the arrival of the much-anticipated magical duel. Witnessed by numerous esteemed school leaders, that it must be said that Mu Zhuiyun is a cunning and shrewd individual. He has scheduled this duel just before the magical college entrance examination. This implies that should Mo Fan encounter any minor mishap during the duel, it could potentially jeopardize his performance in the upcoming examination. Fan Gu, Zhang Xiaohou interjected, I recently overheard the neighbors mentioning that Mu Zhuiyun is orchestrating Yu Ong's 18th birthday celebration in Bo City. We place great importance on coming-of-age ceremonies, and a prominent family like the Mu clan will undoubtedly make this occasion grander than any other. I am aware that they will be inviting a plethora of guests from the upper echelons of society. Many notable figures in Bo City are likely to be in attendance, as esteemed families delight in such displays, Mo Fan replied. However, this situation is decidedly unfavorable for you. That old scoundrel is clearly attempting to use you as a stepping stone for that fellow Yuan. Currently, you're the top student at Tianlong Magic High School. Should you lose the duel under the gaze of so many, it would only serve to elevate their family as prestige. It would be a disgrace for our school, with its more than 1,500 students, to be outshone by their own cultivated heir. Principal Zhu would certainly find himself in a precarious position. Principal Zhu is the headmaster of Tianlong Magic High School and has long been an adversary of Mu Zhuiyun in Bo City. His reputation is immensely high, for he has garnered the support of the masses, and many grassroots magicians owe their success to his backing. He has also uncovered numerous talented magicians devoid of any prestigious background through the school. Conversely, Mu Zhuiyun epitomizes the magical aristocracy, dedicated to nurturing the scions of affluent families. Each year, a competition ensues between grassroots magicians and those from noble families. The happiest moments for Mu Zhuiyun are when the young magicians from his clan decisively best the students from Principal Zhu's public institution, all while jovially patting Zhu's shoulder and proclaiming, "Your educational standards certainly leave much to be desired." Deng Kai, Principal Zhu stands firmly on the side of the students. Thus, even if Mo Fan chooses not to engage in a duel with Mu's younger generation, they would likely seek to quell the matter that a student who achieves 3S grades in an annual assessment is an invaluable asset to their school. How could they allow Mu Zhuiyun, the local tyrant, to suppress such talent? Upon hearing of Mo Fan's remarkable feat of annihilating a frenzied summoned beast during a crucial trial, both Principal Zhu and Deng Kai regarded him as a treasure. Unbeknownst to Mo Fan, both Principal Zhu and Deng Kai have been closely monitoring his progress, as the two venerable sorcerers, committed to nurturing grassroots magicians, had consistently assigned someone to look after him. However, schools inevitably lack the capacity for excessive favoritism. They yearn to provide Mo Fan with the Starlight magic tool at every opportunity, yet they could not extend such preferential treatment as noble families do. As Yuang's coming-of-age celebration approached, akin to a grand festival in Bo City, Principal Zhu and Deng Kai could no longer restrain themselves from summoning Mo Fan to the principal's office. Mo Fan had previously encountered Deng Kai, the esteemed elder of the Bo City Hunters Alliance, whose prowess surpassed that of the mid-tier magician Yang Zhua. This marked Mo Fan's first meeting with Principal Zhu, a figure of immense respect among students and parents, who bore an air of semi-reclusiveness, yet emerged to preside over significant matters. Mo Fan, there are some serious matters we need to discuss, Deng Kai began earnestly. Mo Fan stood attentively, listening intently. In truth, every so often, our students at Tianlong Magic High School engage in a friendly competition with the heirs of noble families. Traditionally, we select the most outstanding and combat-capable student from our ranks to face the scions of Bo City's elite. Initially, we had high hopes for Su Zhaoting, given his rare lightning affinity, which would offer him a greater chance of victory. However, your exceptional performance during the annual assessment, coupled with your audacious provocation of the noble families, has prompted us to steer the situation toward this duel, which was already in the works. Deng Kai explained with utmost seriousness, I understand. I appreciate both of you for coming to my aid. Mo Fan acknowledged gratefully. To be candid, We have already extended our support for 2 years, and we are well aware of how much you have matured during this time. Thus, you must ultimately face the consequences of your earlier impetuousness." Deng Kai remarked with a hint of resignation. Having received word of Yuang's remarkable progress over the past 2 years, combined with the family's provision of practical training, Deng Kai knew that even Mo Fan's cleverness may not suffice to match Yuang. It was widely acknowledged that Mo Fan's previous victory over the summoned beast had been somewhat fortuitous. Alas, Mo Fan, we all recognize that fate can be quite unfair. Some are born with inherent privileges while others possess nothing. However, this does not grant one the liberty to curse the heavens or recklessly vent one's frustrations. You may have expressed your discontent with those in privileged positions, which many share. Yet this also places you perilously close to the edge of a chasm. When your strength is insufficient to contend with a noble family, it is not necessarily a weakness to bide your time and endure, Principal Zhu imparted with heartfelt gravity, having served as headmaster for many years. Principal Zhu had witnessed countless proud students, some of whom achieved greatness, becoming revered magicians, while others faded into obscurity, their names forever lost. Talent is indeed paramount, as is diligent practice, yet the ability to assess one's circumstances and avoid futile endeavors is of equal importance. The protection offered by the school lasts but a few years. Once you enter society, it is the powerful who dictate the terms. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed principals, that I acknowledge that I was indeed headstrong. Mo Fan nodded appreciatively. Our purpose in summoning you today is not solely for the sake of admonishment. We sincerely hope for your victory in this crucial duel, for the victor shall be granted the singular opportunity to cultivate within the sacred spring of the earth. Principal Zhu continued. The sacred spring of the earth? Mo Fan's eyes lit up. This was not his first encounter with the concept of the sacred spring. It seemed that the one-eyed magic wolf had nearly ascended to a higher level after consuming its energy, clearly indicating that the sacred spring was a treasure of immense value in Bo City, sought after even by demons who would risk venturing into dangerous human territories for a taste of its power. Our Bo City indeed possesses certain unique resources specifically designated for students on the cusp of entering magical university. Regrettably, the sacred spring is an exceedingly limited resource, and each graduating class can only bestow this honor upon one student. This selection is not solely from our school. Students from magical families and noble lineages also vie for this opportunity. Principal Zhu elaborated, and to this point, Deng Kai could not help but chuckle wryly. Principal Zhu, it has been many years since we last secured this exclusive qualification. It feels as though the noble families have monopolized it. Not surprising, as noble families can concentrate their resources on a single outstanding heir. And the training they receive far surpasses what our school can offer in a collective manner. Principal Zhu responded with an air of tranquility, as if he had long reconciled himself to the matter. Mo Fan, do not regard this competition too heavily. It is beneficial for you to comprehend the strength of noble heirs early on. This awareness will foster greater composure and diligence in your future endeavors. As for Mu's potential retaliation, you need not fret too much. Once you gain acceptance into a magical university, their reach will not extend so far, even if you remain in Bo City. We are still willing to continue nurturing your talents, Deng Kai assured him. Upon hearing the words of his two mentors, Mo Fan felt a swell of gratitude. It became clear why Principal Zhu and Deng Kai held such esteemed positions in the hearts of students and parents alike. They consistently stood in solidarity with ordinary students, willing to protect them from the pressures exerted by noble families, a truly commendable stance, especially considering the many public school leaders who sought to ingratiate themselves with the powerful. Very well, the competition is the day after tomorrow. Maintain a proper mindset and perform well. While defeating the meticulously crafted Yuang may seem nearly impossible, this duel presents an opportunity. It is not every day that so many prominent figures from Bo City gather to witness a contest among the youth. Indeed, even as you ascend to a magical university, the advancement of a magician cannot occur without resources. If you can garner the attention of a powerful faction willing to support you before entering the university, it will significantly ease your journey thereafter. After all, the competition among magicians intensifies considerably at the university level. Should you lack any backing, You will struggle to contend with those hailing from greater forces. Principal Zhu addressed Mo Fan. The two mentors refrained from uttering empty platitudes. Instead, they candidly conveyed the challenges that Mo Fan would face in the future, hoping he would comprehend that the path to becoming a magician is not as simple as it may seem. Mo Fan once again expressed his gratitude to the two mentors. Time flew by swiftly, and the Mu family was busily engaged within their estate. Mo Fan exited the school, gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, and couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, 3 years have already passed." Before long, he would be stepping out of these school gates. 3 years ago, he had left middle school, and now, 3 years later, he was on the verge of departing from high school. Today, the entrance of the school was still crowded with an array of vehicles, most of which were there to pick up their beloved magician children to take them home. The school had granted students an extended 10-day self-study period in preparation for the upcoming magical college entrance examination. And before this examination, Mo Fan naturally had his own test to face that, in truth, he had been anticipating this day for quite some time. He would never forget 3 years ago when Mu He, with an air of arrogance, had taken away their home. The humility of his father, Mo Jiaxing, had only deepened Mo Fan's anguish. He could not forget 2 years ago when Mu Zhuiyun, with his air of superiority, had driven their family away like dogs, only to toss them a bone and beckon them back, leaving Mo Fan to wonder if he was destined to languish at the lowest rungs of society, subjugated by these self-important individuals. No one is born to be a servant, unless they willingly choose to lick the boots of their masters. The Mo Fan of yesterday was indeed inconsequential, a mere clown, a jester. Yet the Mo Fan of tomorrow would ascend to the Mu family estate, determined to thwart the disciples they had painstakingly crafted, demonstrating to these fools the power of a single spark to ignite a prairie fire. Mo Fan, a familiar middle-aged man called out to him. "Dad, what brings you here?" Mo Fan replied, astonished as he withdrew his gaze from the heavens, that "I heard the school granted you a self-study break today. So I came to pick you up," Mo Jiaxing said, revealing a broad, earnest smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. That it was as if he had been transported back 3 years to the moment he emerged from a disappointing examination hall, where the same throng of cars awaited him, and his father, Mo Jiaxing, stood amidst the crowd, drenched in sweat. The only difference was that Mo Jiaxing had become much darker and thinner. One could easily surmise that he had not ceased his tireless efforts for the family over the past 3 years. Unlike before, Mo Fan had transformed from a failed student into a magician who wielded the powers of thunder and fire. At the very least, he felt he had justified his father's unwavering decision to enroll him in a magical academy. "Dad, you don't have to work so hard. Didn't I just send you some money?" Mo Fan remarked, feeling a pang of discomfort at his father's sun-kissed complexion. "Keep your money for yourself. A magician has many expenses. That I heard from the old magicians at the station that there's something called stardust magic equipment that can expedite your training. I'll see if I can gather enough funds to buy one for you. So you want to be left with nothing when you go to college. How can you compete with the children from the big cities otherwise?" Mo Jiaxing said with a grin. For a moment, Mo Fan was at a loss for words. Magic has supplanted science. Yet Mo Jiaxing remained as straightforward and genuine as any ordinary father. "It's all right. The school provides these things for me. So there is no need to worry. You should take that money and go look at houses with your younger aunt. Even if you don't buy, renting a place would be good." Mo Fan replied. Over the past year, he had hunted numerous monsters, earning a hefty commission of around 120,000 to 130,000. While that money wouldn't suffice to purchase magical equipment or artifacts, it could certainly afford his father a well-deserved respite from financial strain. In truth, Mo Fan was unsure how to explain to Mo Jiaxing that the stardust magic equipment was exceedingly expensive, something that could not be acquired merely through diligent work over a few years. It might take a lifetime of effort to afford, and no need to go into college. Who will live in the house? It's better for Xia to stay with your aunt. That we as men aren't suited to take care of her. That I send money to your aunt every month, and you have about 100,000 on that card of yours. Plus, with the 80,000 I've earned from driving over the years, that totals around 200. 000, which should be enough to buy some magical equipment. I've heard that this is very important for magicians. Mo Jiaxing continued. I already have magical equipment. Mo Fan interjected. Oh, right. I completely forgot you received a piece of magical equipment from Jean Kong. You really make your father proud. I've heard that story recounted countless times by the old hunters at the station. Mo Jiaxing beamed with pride, unaware that it had been a year since that event. Tomorrow, I will be attending a magical duel at the Mu estate against someone named Yuang. Mo Fan stated earnestly to Mo Jiaxing that I know that I've asked some of the old folks of the Mu family to persuade Yuang to go easy on you. You're merely there to add a bit of flair to his coming-of-age ceremony. It's a rare opportunity for you to showcase yourself before so many prominent figures in Bo City. By the way, how did you come up with such a brilliant idea? Just remember not to offend Old Man Mu again. He is still upset about that incident with Ning Shui. You rascal nearly ran off with the family's precious jewel at such a young age. Mo Jiaxing chuckled. Regarding that previous incident, Mo Jiaxing held no grudges against Mo F and AT that time. Mo Fan had been just a child, and it was normal for him to act foolishly. Moreover, the issue didn't solely rest with his son. The Mu family's influence was simply overwhelming. Alas, if only Mu Ningxue were an ordinary girl from a common family, I would have another daughter-in-law. This rascal may lack many talents, but his ability to charm girls at such a young age is unparalleled. Mo Jiaxing mused. This magical duel appeared to be a tremendous opportunity in Mo Jiaxing's eyes. Many well-off youths would be eager to attend such a grand coming-of-age ceremony. Even if Mo Fan were merely a backdrop for Yuang, it would still be a significant honor. Mo Fan, who had always been reserved, had indeed been granted a wonderful opportunity. However, Mo Jiaxing hoped that his son Wu Ti let pride cloud his judgment, imagining he could compete head-to-head with others. After all, what kind of background did the other families have? Being a mere supporting character was already commendable. If Yuang truly became a notable figure in Bo City, at least he would have the title of having fought against him to his name. Dad, I can win, Mo Fan asserted sincerely. Don't be too confident. I'm already quite satisfied with your current achievements. Mo Jiaxing replied, patting Mo Fan's shoulder with a grin. Fan couldn't help but feel perplexed by his father's attitude. Why did everyone seem to think he was merely going to be cannon fodder? The invitations from the Mu family had been sent out long ago, and the entire Mu estate was bustling with activity, filled with esteemed guests. This kept the workers who lived around the estate busy. Even removing a stray weed from the flower bed would prompt a flurry of activity. Hem Yujun had invested considerable effort into this coming-of-age ceremony, ensuring that the entire Bo City would be aware of it. Mo Fan had previously wondered why Mu Zhiyun had arranged for him to duel with Yuang. It turned out that the old fox had meticulously planned this to add a grand highlight to their extravagant feast. Merely dining and drinking would have lacked excitement. Watching the young ones in combat was much more thrilling. Not only would it allow them to deal with Mo Fan, whom they considered a lowly rat, but it would also elevate the Mu family's status, making it a win-win situation. To be honest, Mo Fan had not anticipated that Mu Zhiyun would orchestrate such a grand affair. It seemed that, as Principal Zhu and Deng Kai had said, this was a contest between the scions of noble families and the students of the academy. Mo Fan now truly held the title of the top student at Tianlan Magic High School. Even if he hadn't stirred up trouble with Old Man Mu, it was highly likely that he would still have to confront the scions of noble families in this duel. Perhaps it was for the best. He could settle both old and new grievances at once. The old rascal. The more extravagant this event became, the more embarrassed I will make you. Mo Fan stood before their old house, gazing up at the brilliantly lit and festively adorned Mu estate, a cold smile curling on his lips. The estate. Mu Zhiyun inexplicably sneezed. Sitting in the tea room, he stroked his mustache, beaming with pride as he looked at Mu Ningxue, who had returned home for summer vacation. Originally, this coming-of-age ceremony was intended for her, but her father had not anticipated that she would exceed their expectations so greatly. The small Bo City was no longer a realm she needed to compete in. This ceremony was now for Yuang, who was utterly devoted to their family and could become her right-hand man in the future, assisting her in competing with other noble families. Mu Zhiyun began. For the sake of this daughter, he had truly gone to great lengths. Why are you still fixated on him? even if you need to ensure Yu Ang's rightful claim to the holy spring. You could choose someone else. At long last, Mu Ningxue could no longer contain herself and spoke up. When she mentioned she was, of course, referring to Mo Fan. That scoundrel dared to insult me in front of so many people. How could I let him off so easily? Does he not pride himself on his superiority? Does he not believe himself to be formidable? I have provided him with an exquisite opportunity. What is there to object to? I have already arranged everything. You merely need to sit beside and observe this moment. Mu Zhiyun's expression shifted dramatically. Why is she still defending that brat at this point? Mu Zhiyun could not comprehend why. Among the numerous outstanding scions of prestigious families, she would bother to engage in conversation with someone as insignificant as a poor boy who possesses nothing but a sharp tongue that is called knowing when to stop. Mu Ningxue was acutely aware that her father would never compromise on this matter. Thus she articulated her own bottom line. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. I merely wish to make this arrogant little brat understand that the shred of dignity he clung to was utterly trivial when I trampled upon it. Tomorrow, he will realize that being thoroughly defeated under the scrutinizing gaze of the public equates to a total loss of face. Mu Zhiyun could not help but laugh. Little one, you dare to challenge me. Mu Zhiyun, when I was making waves in Bo City, you were still in your mother's womb. I, Mu Zhiyun, can devise endless ways to ensure that you can never hold your head high in Bo City again. The moonlight cast its enchanting glow over the tranquil Bo City, suffusing it with the gentleness and elegance characteristic of southern cities, with water meandering around the city, flowing gently. Mountains loomed beyond the city, stretching endlessly. Tomorrow marks a day of immense significance in my life. The children of impoverished families do not have any formal coming-of-age ceremonies. However, in the eyes of others, I already have a rather commendable coming-of-age experience. Playing a supporting role in the coming-of-age ceremonies of the wealthy. In the eyes of others, I'm undoubtedly the one squatting on the ground, adjusting Yu Ang's polished shoes, making him stand out even more among his peers. But is that truly the case? Raising a beer beside me, Mo Fan tilted his head back, pouring the refreshing liquid down his throat. Before him stood a skyline of towering buildings, with the nearly 100-meter-tall World Trade Center erecting majestically in the heart of the brilliantly illuminated metropolis. Akin to a solitary sword defiantly thrust into the center of the city, Mo Fan sat on the terrace, where the wind howled fiercely. He had always relished sitting here, able to gaze upon the bustling scenery of Bo City. He could see the World Trade Center, the Mu family manor, the Bo River coursing through the city, and the Tianlan Magic High School nestled in the southern mountain. As he pondered these thoughts, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor behind him, rhythmic and gentle that a cool breeze swept over him. And without needing to turn around, Mo Fan knew who was approaching. I inquired with Xia. And she informed me you were here. The girl's melodious voice reached him, and had it not been for its coldness, it would have sounded as enchanting as silver bells on a snowy day. Why are you looking for me so late? This time, I cannot carry you away. Mo Fan casually grabbed a piece of newspaper used for wrapping peanuts and laid it beside him, gesturing for her to sit next to him. Mu Ningxue stood there, her eyes reflecting a flicker of nostalgia at Mo Fan's familiar gesture. When they were younger, he would take her to peculiar places, and he could sit anywhere, while she, fearful of dirtying her pretty dress, would hesitate to do so. He would always find something clean to lay down beside him, even if his own clothes were sometimes filthy. Tomorrow, you must not go. Yuan will be merciless towards you. He is thoroughly obedient to my father. Any hint of disrespect towards my father, even a mere insult, will ignite his wrath, leading to a vendetta. Mu Ningxue did not approach but stood there addressing Mo Fan. Your father has truly raised a fine dog. I suspect he can bite anyone he pleases in Bo City. Mo Fan harbored no fondness for Yuan. He is peculiar, and I do not like him either. Mu Ningxue stated. Very well. I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson tomorrow. Mo Fan replied with a smile. Do you not understand? I am instructing you not to go tomorrow. Mu Ningxue frowned. Young lady, have you reached the rank of intermediate mage? Do not go tomorrow. If you evade this calamity, you can promptly head to the Magic University. During your 4 years at university, I will gradually seize control of the family's power. By then, when you return to Bow City, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. You want to support me? But I still intend to go. Mo Fan turned his head, feigning astonishment. Yu Mu Ningshu acceded, her chest rising and falling with indignation. She was sincerely trying to help him, yet he continued to make such jokes. Does he not realize that offending my father leaves him with no standing in Bow City? Mu Ningshu found herself utterly incapable of communicating with Mo Fan and had no choice but to turn and leave. Fangu, I heard the little princess came to find you, Zhang Xiaoho texted. Indeed. How is it she still holds me in considerable esteem, urging me to deal with that scoundrel Yuang? Speak plainly. Fine, she advised me to run, lest I be beaten, haha. Fangu, I also suggest you flee. Yuang is a pervert, and something about him is just off. This day, after all, had arrived. Early in the morning, Mo Fan, staying at his Aunt Mo Qing's house, could already hear the sounds of celebration emanating from the nearby manor. Luxury cars wound their way up the curving mountain road into the Mu family manor, and someone like Mo Fan, who arrived on a motorcycle, wondered if he had brought shame to the title of Yu Ang's rival. As he stepped before the grand iron gates, he spotted several familiar figures. Li Wenjia. Fei Shi, you finally made it? Come in quickly. We have some of the finest chefs in Bow City at our manor. Guaranteed to satisfy your tastes. Guo Kaidang stood at the entrance, welcoming her team. Thanks to you, we small-town officials finally have the chance to glimpse the lavish lives of the wealthy, Fei Shi said, patting his growling stomach. What a pity that Phantom couldn't he make it. Otherwise, it would have been great for him to witness your extravagant lifestyle, and he would surely pursue you relentlessly afterward, Li Wenjie remarked. Guo Kaidang cast a fierce glare at Li Wenjie. In truth, Guo Kaidang felt a tinge of regret. She had hoped to invite Fan Mo to her home at O. Is it Fan Mo? Guo Kaidang's gaze shifted, suddenly spotting a somewhat familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, she was filled with disgust and irritation. It was not Fan Mo, but rather that little rascal Mo Fan that I truly do not understand what audacity this brat possesses to challenge you on. He is bound to be beaten to a pulp. Humph, you've come? Guo Kaidang looked at Mo Fan with a sidelong glance, her pride evident. Yes, I had nowhere to have breakfast, Mo Fan replied with a cheeky grin. Guo Saitong's anger flared. Did this little rascal think Mu Family Manor was a free buffet? If you apologize to me now, I will ensure that Yuan goes a little easier on you. Guo Kaidang said coldly. Are you still hung up on that incident with the open crotch pants? Is it really that significant? I could just take responsibility for you. It's no big deal, Mo Fan retorted. You can go to hell. After teasing Guo Kaidang, Mo Fan laughed heartily and walked toward the Mu Family Manor. After all, he was an important figure today and deserved his own place. Forget it. With so much delicious food, I'll sample everything. Who is this arrogant lad? Which family's disciple dares to jest with our Kaitang sister? What family? He is just the son of a driver, openly insulting our Mu patriarch. He is the one dueling Yuang in magic today. Guo Kaidang spoke with disdain. Have the young people become this brazen? Not entirely. Look at our team, Fan Mo. A lightning mage, strong enough, yet young without arrogance. Kaitang, I sincerely advise you to secure Fan Mo before he runs off with another woman. Fei Shi remarked once more, don't speak nonsense. Humph. I invited him to my home this time. And he didn't even come. Who would care about him? Guo Saitong's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly defended herself. Upon entering the Mu family manor, Mo Fan, unfortunately, overheard Fei Shi, Li Wenjie, and Kaitang discussing him. And he silently pondered how their expressions would change if they realized that Fan Mo and Mo Fan were one and the same person. Oh well, I might as well focus on tomorrow's duel. Entering the grand banquet hall of the Mu family manor, he was indeed greeted by a plethora of delectable dishes. Just as he was about to dig in, he spotted a handsome man with stubble surrounded by several elegant women. Well, look who has the audacity to attend the banquet. The scruffy man glared at Mo Fan with a piercing gaze. Commander, are you here to scrounge food and drink too? Mo Fan did not expect that Commander Zhang Kong would also be present. Ahem, how dare you speak like that? Zhang Kong extricated himself from a group of middle-aged women, pulling Mo Fan aside and raising an eyebrow. So, how about joining my army after graduation? If you manage to get into a prestigious magic university, My military department can certainly support you in covering the hefty expenses that I know you're a troublemaker. But with our government backing you, you can step on any spoiled brat you please. And we'll clean up after you. This was not the first time Zhang Kong had tried to recruit Mo Fan, and whether it was merely to retrieve the expensive-sized shield from him was open to speculation. No way, staying at the border all day is dreadfully dull. I'd rather explore the big city, Mo Fan firmly rejected. What is so great about the big city? Concrete and steel, exhaust fumes, and the stench of corruption. Nothing compares to our beautiful Ijan, with its clear waters and fragrant flowers. If the food doesn't satisfy, we can always hunt a few monsters to try. How liberating, Zhang Kong said with a beaming smile. Regardless, I refuse to join the military, Mo Fan stated with conviction. All right, you have some spirit. If you nod today, I'll definitely help you out in the future if you encounter any major troubles. Since you're so stubborn, I'll one-T intervene when that fellow Yuong nearly beats you to a pulp. Zhang Kong was visibly frustrated. With his reputation, it was easy for any young magician to beg to join his ranks. Yet here was Mo Fan, dismissing him outright. As Mo Fan turned to leave, Zhang Kong placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Commander, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to coerce me into your team? Mo Fan asked, bewildered. Zhang Kong had now shed his lewd, charming demeanor, his brows furrowed with seriousness as he lowered his voice. It's fine if you don't join my team, but I need you to do me a small favor. What favor? Mo Fan inquired, puzzled. Pay close attention during your duel with Yuong. What should I be paying attention to? Just keep an eye out that I don't understand. Just as Mo Fan was about to press further, several middle-aged men and women of apparent stature approached. They were evidently old acquaintances of Zhang Kong, who quickly greeted them with a cheerful demeanor. Mo Fan found himself in a haze of confusion, unsure of Zhang Kong's true intentions. Not long after, prominent figures such as Principal Zhu, Deng Kai, and Yang Zuohua made their appearance, having been personally welcomed by Mu Juin along with Yuong. Principal Zhu represented the magic school, a towering figure in the realm of magic education. Deng Kai led the Hunters Alliance, holding an exceptional position. Yang Zuohua was the representative of the Magic Association, wielding power closely akin to the former two. Zhang Kong, as the commander, was the strongest magician among them, the true guardian deity of Bo City. Mu Jun needed no introduction. He was the head of the influential Mu family. Mo Fan was surprised to realize he recognized most of these important figures in Bo City, which suggested he had begun to establish himself as someone of note. However, he knew he still had a considerable distance to cover before he could truly measure up to these seasoned individuals. If he managed to stand out as a student, it would easily attract the attention of these power players. Yet once he entered society, he would likely be forgotten amidst the tides of time. His instructors Luo Yunhua, Pan Li Jun, and Bai Yang were also in attendance. According to the veterans at the station, Mo Fan learned that these three instructors were slightly stronger than the captain of the monster hunting team, Su Da Huang, and were very close to the intermediate magician level. In fact, achieving the intermediate magician status in Bo City was already quite an accomplishment. Any faction would be eager to offer a high position to recruit such talent. In simpler terms, if Mo Fan could reach the intermediate magician level, Mu Juin would think twice before causing him any trouble, as the number of intermediate magicians in Bo City was quite limited. Mu Juin had truly made a grand gesture by inviting so many people. It seemed like every influential figure in Bo City had received an invitation and had come to pay their respects to Olda. At the banquet, whispers began to circulate. Isn't it true that Mu Ningxue from the Mu family is bound for greatness? Who doesn't know that old Zhuo will soon dominate this city? Today, he wishes to introduce Bo City's young master. Those who don't attend will certainly find themselves blacklisted, a man who appeared to be from the Magic Association remarked, lowering his voice. Is it really that exaggerated? Another questioned. Absolutely. Take a look at us. How many years did it take for us to reach the intermediate magician level? Now consider Mu Ningxue. How old is she? From this, you can infer just how much power the Mu family will wield in Bo City in the future. Therefore, aside from someone like Commander Zhang Kong, who is above such worldly matters, everyone else must take old Zhuo seriously. I can't even fathom what that foolish lad Mo Fan is thinking. While we all bow and scrape before old Zhuo, he seems uninterested in making a name for himself in Bo City. Well, it's hard to say. I've heard that Mu Ningxue and Mu Juin don't have the best relationship. She insists he shouldn't be harmed, and Mu Zhuiyun is unlikely to go too far. Another added, indeed, and I've also heard that Mo Fan is the top student from Tianlong Magic High School, highly favored by Commander Zhang Kong during his training. Principal Zhu and Deng Kai would surely protect such a student. Even if they don't want to offend Mu Zhuiyun, Commander Zhang Kong doesn't have such reservations. Who is he afraid of? Mess with his men, and he storm right into their homes. Feisher noticed the group discussing this matter and quickly joined in, blending seamlessly with them. Not long after, when Feisher returned, Xiao Ke curiously asked him, Feisher, why is everyone talking about Yuang and that fellow named Mo Fan? Oh, I just learned this myself, that Mo Fan represents the magic school to a certain extent. He will duel Yuang as a representative of the magic school, and the winner will gain access to the precious earth-sacred spring for training. Feisher explained, that's how it is. I've heard that no students from the magic school have entered the earth-sacred spring for many years, Xiao Ke replied. That's normal. Schools produce students in bulk, and it's considered a great harvest if 1 or 2 prodigies emerge. The aristocratic scions may be fewer in number, but they're all elite. That it's no surprise that someone like Mo Fan could become a stepping stone for others today. It feels rather tragic. The most outstanding student emerging from a pool of 1,500 doesn't even compare to a good family background. Xiao Ke remarked, her tone laced with sympathy. Being born into the right family is indeed a skill. As Mo Fan wandered around, he gleaned various pieces of information from numerous conversations. He couldn't help but wonder if the duel between the 2 young men really needed to be so grandiose. Ultimately, it was a struggle for power in Bo City. This battle could indeed serve him well. Performing exceptionally could lead to fame. Zhou Min, Zhang Xiaoho, Yu, Zhang Yinglu, Su Zhaoting, Wang Sanpeng. What brings you all here? Mo Fan suddenly noticed a group of familiar young faces, his classmates. The school allocated some spots and moved by Goddessin. How could we miss the duel between the top student of our school and the scion of an aristocratic family? Su Zhaoting said, a hint of envy in his voice, that Su Zhaoting, a thunder-type magician, had originally expected to claim this spot for himself, only to have it snatched away by the unexpected emergence of Mo Fan. However, after the recent training experience, Su Zhaoting's resentment towards Mo Fan had diminished significantly. After all, their lives have been saved by him, and they genuinely hoped for Mo Fan to perform admirably in this duel, bringing honor to their magic school. Brother Fan, I noticed that Uncle Mo Jiaxing is also on the invitation list. That Akati must be Mu Hi's doing, Zhang Xiaoho remarked. That is a good thing. Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan, you must do your best. Zhou Min said with an innocent smile. Mo Fan nodded in response. 2 years ago, he never could have imagined that a duel he initiated would evolve into such a hot topic of discussion throughout the city. Well, it was a good thing. Experiencing this feeling of being the center of attention, even if just once, was far better than spending a lifetime in the shadows, unnoticed. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me immense joy to welcome you all here to celebrate my son's coming of age. Time indeed flies, and there will come a day when even we, who have wielded magic, will find ourselves unable to conjure a single spell. The future of this city, Bocheng, will undoubtedly be in the hands of the younger generation. Those who are more vibrant and accomplished than ourselves. You may think that hosting a grand feast for my son's rite of passage is somewhat trivial, yet I firmly believe that the new generation will surpass the old. My contributions to Bocheng are limited, merely maintaining the status quo of a city that has nurtured countless magicians and exceptional talents. However, in the coming decades, it is entirely plausible that Bocheng will thrive even more under the stewardship of these youthful minds, ushering in an era of prosperity for our city of mages. Therefore, do you not think it fitting to hold a splendid banquet to witness the future of Bocheng together? With a radiant smile, Mu Zhuiyun raised his glass of red wine, gesturing to the guests present that a toast to the future of Bocheng. Let us raise our glasses. Yang Zhuahai was the first to stand, eager to pay homage to Mu Zhuiyun. In the company of those who are qualified to discuss our city, there is no one more deserving than the esteemed Mu Zhuiyun. I shall drink to that. The guests rose in unison, lifting their glasses in celebration. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Mo Fan amusingly noticed that teacher Tang Yu, also in attendance, seemed somewhat displeased with Mu Zhuiyun's words, rolling her eyes as she drank. It was unclear what grievances she held against him. Following the grand speeches, the much-anticipated event of the day, the magical duel, was about to commence. Many attendees were not there to hear Mujiyun's grandiloquent phrases. They were eager to discover who would claim this year's coveted Earth Saint Spring. Countless magicians in Bwuching remained trapped in the novice realm, forever casting the same well-worn spells, while only a handful managed to ascend to the ranks of intermediate magicians. Stardust, so enigmatic, often revealed individuals with extraordinary talent who ultimately faltered at the threshold, remaining novice magicians for life. Thus, the Earth Saint Spring, a rare treasure that could elevate a magician's capabilities to the intermediate level, became a coveted prize. Alas, it was exclusively available to the promising youth, with only one selected each year, and most contenders were from esteemed families. Before becoming a student, Mo Fan was unaware of such treasures in Bwuching, nor did he realize that his reckless actions had led him to seize an opportunity that countless others fervently desired. It seemed to echo the saying, "Without striving, one cannot fathom the depths of their potential." The duel was finally upon them, and Mo Fan had obediently followed Mu Zhuiyun's instructions, awaiting his turn in the arena. The arena was oval-shaped, significantly larger than the training grounds at school, nearly the size of playground. Tiered seating lined both sides, sufficient to accommodate all the guests of today's banquet. Mo Fan stood in the center of the arena. Having been there for some time, Wei Ong had yet to appear. Clearly Mu Zhuiyun was orchestrating a grand entrance for him. This delay was rather disconcerting for Mo Fan, making him feel like a bull placed in an arena for public display. As the audience assessed his strength and prowess, awaiting the entrance of the dashing matador amidst flashes of light and applause, "My son. Yes, that's my son." Mo Jiaxing, an eternal optimist, joyfully conversed with the Mu family's old employees beside him. "Indeed, old Mo, you've struck gold," remarked a worker from the landscaping department. "Just don't let him get beaten to a pulp." "I heard Yuong trains ruthlessly with his siblings," said a janitor responsible for maintaining the estate. "Youngsters sparring. What can be so ruthless?" Mo Jiaxing chuckled, eye in his eyes. This was merely an ordinary duel, and he believed that someone of Mu Zhuiyun's stature would not stoop to petty rivalry with a child. In truth, many were aware that Mu Zhuiyun sought to teach the insouciant Mo Fan a harsh lesson. Bets. I wager Mo Fan will be taken out in one blow." "Come on, he is the top student from Tianlong Magic High School." "That's impossible." "Well, I'm betting anyway. I've heard of Yuang's prowess." The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yuang finally made his appearance, clad in a specially tailored outfit that shimmered under the lights. Reminiscent of leather, yet exuding the elegance of fine silk. Adorned with distinctive accessories, he resembled a prince stepping into his court. The contrast between his elaborate attire and Mo Fan's casual look, who almost came in sandals, was stark. Once draped in such high-end garments, Yuang's presence instantly elevated his charisma several notches, and with his tall stature and somewhat effeminate aura, it was no wonder he captivated the attention of many young women. His white attire, embellished with motifs blending his family's heritage with ice magic, announced his arrival with a confident smile that bespoke his status as the main event of the day. By heavens, Mu Zhuiyun has certainly spared no expense. Can you count the enchanted items and magical artifacts he's bestowed upon Yuang? Deng Kai exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. Principal Zhu shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. Most students from their institution could not compete with those from noble families. The disparity in skills was one factor, but the equipment was undeniably inferior on this momentous occasion. Mu Zhuiyun had likely gifted Yuang numerous magical artifacts. And what of Mo Fan? Aside from a side shield he had acquired from Zhang Kong, it seemed he possessed nothing else. How could he possibly compete? Observing this scene, Principal Zhu and several faculty members felt a chill in their hearts. "Deng Kai, since you are the witness to this duel, I entrust you to serve as the judge." Mu Zhuiyun smiled slightly, eager to witness a spectacle of domination. Deng Kai was at a loss for words, silently praying for Mo Fan. "Both of you are exceptional young magicians. This duel serves only to encourage your diligent cultivation. Let's keep it light," Deng Kai declared, positioning himself between the two young magicians. His voice resonating throughout the arena, he stepped back slightly but did not completely exit the field. From his position, he could intervene should any unforeseen incident arise. All right, shake hands and await my signal to commence. Deng Kai instructed that Mo Fan and Yu Ong approached each other, extending their hands. Su Ang's palm exuded a chill. Mo Fan felt an icy aura attempting to invade his very bones, quick to react. Mo Fan's arm turned crimson, flames enveloping his muscles, blood vessels, and bones, and he nonchalantly raised his middle finger at Yuan with the other hand. You truly are a clueless little rodent. But fear not. I shall freeze the water in your brain. Perhaps that will bring you some clarity. With a sinister laugh, Yuan released Mo Fan's hand and returned to his position. Fool, Mo Fan retorted, returning to his designated spot. He instinctively closed his eyes. As he stood there, he scanned the crowd with his gaze. The moment he stepped into the estate, he had lost count of how many eyes regarded him with mockery and pity. How many offered hollow praise while wearing disdainful smirks, as if it were folly to challenge fate. In this world, there are always those who consider themselves wise, observing every bold action with a self-satisfied, schadenfreude-laden expression, trapped within their own mundane confines, believing that no one could escape the limitations of their narrow existence. They desire for everyone to remain like them, using their self-righteous experiences and short-sightedness to ridicule those who dare to take a chance. Some individuals simply revel in the misfortune of others, endlessly prattling on, eager to flaunt their limited intellect and superiority. Today, let them all be silenced. Let the duel begin. With a commanding voice, Deng Kai officially announced the commencement of this long-awaited magical duel that Mo Fan had been anticipating. In the blink of an eye, Mo Fan's pupils gleamed with crimson flames, and within those flames, 7 fiery orbs swiftly connected to form a stellar trajectory. The stars shone brightly, and magic was unleashed. A conflagration erupted in the palm of Mo Fan's hand. The scorching fire spirits danced eagerly, yearning to ignite everything combustible in the vicinity. Fire burn! The speed at which Mo Fan linked the stellar trajectories was astonishing, so rapid that the audience still felt the echo of Deng Kai's declaration ringing in their ears. Such mastery elicited a sense of astonishment among the onlookers. Clearly, he possessed remarkable skill. However, the first-level fire burn was utterly inadequate. It was puzzling. Hadn't this fellow already mastered fire bone burn? Why resort to a mere first-level fire burn when the power of bone burn far surpassed that of burn? If he could seize the opportunity to unleash magic, why not employ something more formidable? Instructor Luo Yunhua voiced his inner query. Those familiar with Mo Fan knew he was the first in the school to master second-level beginner magic. Firebone Burn had showcased its prowess during training. What, then, was the intent behind his use of a fire burn in such a significant duel? On the other hand, Yuan remained unperturbed, watching Mo Fan complete the stellar trajectory, as if to say, "What of your completed magic?" Ice Vine. Yuan, no longer waiting, controlled all the stars with his own intent. Equally adept, a chilling aura enveloped Yuan, clad in his elegant white robes. Ice Vine solidify, as he continued to chant his spell. The temperature in the duel arena plummeted, transforming the sweltering summer into a frigid winter. Snow and frost drifted about, countless icy filaments and frost particles danced in the air. The white frost descended upon Mo Fan's vicinity. At the rate of the Ice Vine's freezing, if Mo Fan remained within the icy domain for just 3 seconds, his lower half would undoubtedly be encased in ice. Ice Vine is a skill with significant advantages in combat. At the beginner level, aside from wind and earth magic, most lacked rapid movement skills. The range of Ice Vine was vast. Once it descended, once the frost blanketed the ground, a magician had to escape the area within 3 seconds, or risk being frozen solid. Those who lacked sufficient speed would find it impossible to escape this icy domain. That Yu Ang's Ice Vine enveloped a substantial area where Mo Fan stood. Even if Mo Fan sprinted with all his might, 3 seconds would not suffice to evade the reach of the Ice Vine. Thus, after 3 seconds, Mo Fan would become a human target. Subsequently, Yuan would layer another Ice Vine, and within the next 3 seconds, Mo Fan would transform into a comical ice sculpture, provoking laughter from the entire audience. It was evident that ice magic was particularly effective against slower-moving magicians and monsters. How foolish was this kid to remain stationary? If it were me, I would have bolted to avoid being frozen. Yet Fan did not run. Any magician with a modicum of common sense would have begun to move upon encountering Icevine, making it harder to be ensnared. You think you can freeze me? Fan smirked. He did not cast the flames toward Yuang. He was well aware that this insignificant first-level fire skill would not suffice against him. The fire burn had its own clever application. With a gentle flick of his palm, the flame slipped downward. As the fire burn fell, it instantly formed a vibrant crimson carpet beneath Fan's feet. The flames roared around him. Given his affinity for fire, the flames encircling him posed little threat. Moreover, the layers of frost beneath him began to melt upon contact with the flames, with his head held high. Standing amidst the flames, Fan bore a provocative smile as he gazed at Yuang. The sprawling ice vine evaporated into steam under the searing effect, and Fan had no need to move or fear being frozen solid. By releasing fire burn around himself, he effectively nullified the freezing effect of the ice vine. This fellow was rather clever. In the audience, Teacher Tangyu wore a faint smile, while the magical students at the school had learned spells. Their application often remained rudimentary. It seemed that all fire students instinctively hurled fire burn as a direct attack against their foes. In reality, the burning effect of fire burn possessed numerous applications. For instance, by creating a sustained flame in a specific area, one could form a fiery barrier that obstructed movement, while Fan's approach of letting the fire burn cascade beneath him, leveraging his own resistance to flames, essentially granted him a layer of fiery protection. This protection could shatter the freezing effects of an Ice Mage's Ice Vine. A first-level fire burn countered a second-level Ice Vine. Indeed. Quite intriguing. Principal Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. In this phase of skill scarcity, the art of skillful application was a profound discipline. Clearly, in this first exchange, Fan held a slight advantage. Why turn? Fan proclaimed, standing guard amid his flames, as the stellar trajectory once again aligned in his pupils. The speed of linking the stellar trajectories was remarkably swift and effortless. Another fire burn appeared in Fan's palm. But this time the intensity of the flames bore a hint of volatility. The fire burn now exuded a wild energy. Fire bone burn. The fierce flames a brilliant crimson fireball with a trailing flame tail. Soared past the onlookers' gazes, unerringly aimed at you, and it was a second-level fire burn, and should it graze him, he would undoubtedly be turned to ash. Numerous discerning eyes were present. Witnessing Fan effortlessly conjure a second-level fire burn stirred ripples of excitement among the crowd. With Yuang's ice vine shattered, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Guakaidang voiced her concern. Fear not, Muhi replied dismissively, and wore his characteristic smile, as if everything was under his control. The firebone burn descended, yet the audience soon observed Yuang suddenly accelerate, deftly sidestepping the fireball just moments before it struck, moving 4 to 5 meters away with astonishing speed that left many in awe. Those quick on the uptake were bewildered by the abrupt shift in Yuang's position. Fan furrowed his brow as he watched the firebone burn land harmlessly on the ground. He had seen clearly that Yuang's boots emitted a yellowish glow, and after that, he seemed to gain the ability of a ground shift skill, shifting his form laterally by 4 to 5 meters. Damn it, a magical artifact. A pair of boots enchanted with a ground shift skill. The sudden emergence of such a ground skill irked Fan. Fortunately, these enchanted artifacts required recharging with magical stones after each use. Otherwise, this duel would be futile. No matter how swift his fireball, it couldn't outpace Yuang's elusive ground shift. If you think this insignificant fire burn can render me helpless, you are sorely mistaken. This farce has persisted for 2 years, and it is time for it to end. I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not escape humiliation before so many witnesses. Yuang's voice dripped with malice. Raising both hands, the arena transformed as if swept by a blizzard, chaotic ice and snow cascading from above, chilling to the bone, freezing everything in their path. The storm descended, temperatures plummeting to a point where even flames could no longer sustain their blaze. This cold was as if it condensed the very air. Ice vine coverage. Yuong stood majestically amidst the dense ice and snow, resembling an ethereal spirit of winter. The entire dueling arena was cloaked in a vast expanse of white, where the frigid winds and relentless snowfall felt like a merciless calamity descending upon the land, sparing no living creature a chance to escape. The spectators seated on either side of the arena seemed to plunge into the icy abyss, instinctively wrapping their arms around themselves as their teeth began to chatter. That my goodness, the last time I saw Yuong, he had merely mastered the ice vine technique. Yet after a year, he has ascended to the third level of its mastery. The ice vine's coverage is akin to a devastating winter storm, extinguishing even flames, and that fellow named Mo Fan would be frozen solid within mere seconds, no matter where he hides in the arena. Fei Shi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He vividly recalled that when battling the one-eyed demon wolf, Yuang's prowess was nearly on par with Guo Kaitang's, who still had not attained the third level of Ice Vine. What rapid progress Yuang must have made. It's over, it's over. Have you not seen that Mo Fan's protective flames have all been extinguished? Once this snow descends, we shall witness a lifeless ice sculpture in his place. Li Wenjie lamented. Principal Zhu, Deng Kai, Yang Zihe, and others were equally moved, while the guests in attendance collectively gasped in disbelief. Just 18. This was Yuang's coming-of-age ceremony, a time when many aging sorcerers boast of their own second-level ice vine abilities. Yet here stands a youth, barely an adult, who has mastered what many ice mages could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. It defies comprehension. This should suffice for today. Mo Fan, too, possesses a magical artifact. Luo Yunbo remarked. Zhang Kong shook his head, stating, the side shield will have no effect against a technique like Ice Vine. While the side shield is indeed a commendable defensive artifact, it is powerless against the ice element. Even the sturdiest of defenses will succumb beneath Ice Vine's grasp. Mo Fan's artifacts are rendered nearly useless in this duel. Let Yuang conclude this. Should Mo Fan be frozen entirely, his breathing would cease, posing a serious threat to his life. Principal Zhu stated, seemingly having anticipated this outcome as he spoke to Deng Kai. Worry not, worry not. Fire element students seldom perish beneath ice and snow. Mu Zhuiyun said, gleefully stroking his beard. Observe the guests around us, all of them wide-eyed with astonishment. Did any of you truly believe that Yuang would master the third-level Ice Vine upon turning 18? Generally, students at Tianlong Magic High School who manage to master their second-level skills before graduation are considered exceptional. Such students, if their experience points are high, often gain admission to prestigious magical universities. As for the third-level skills, one can only wonder how many years it would take to master. Yet his adopted son Yuang has achieved this at the tender age of 18, utterly eclipsing the 1,500 students at Tianlong Magic High School and surpassing the offspring of other factions. That little brat Mo Fan, truly unaware of his own limitations. If he suffers an injury today, I, Mu Zhuiyun, shall not let you off lightly. Go ahead, curse. Weren't you quite vocal back in the day? It seems the Mu family is indeed blessed with talent. How admirable. Brother Zhuiyun, your maneuver was quite unexpected. The third-level Ice Vine, well concealed indeed. Thankfully, I didn't allow my son to spar with Yuang. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament similar to that poor student. An elderly woman chuckled. Alas, with the emergence of the third-level Ice Vine, the younger generation of Bo City is effectively subdued. Indeed, heroes are often the youth. The might of the third-level Ice Vine is undeniably formidable, leaving little room for disparity in this battle, as the guests began to offer their congratulations and flatter Mu Zhuiyun. He relished the attention, orchestrating this grand coming-of-age celebration to showcase the strength of the Mu family's younger generation to the people of Bo City. Deng Kai, this should be enough. Principal Zhu eventually interjected, his concern for Mo Fan evident. Deng Kai, why has the battle not been halted? Mo Fan possesses no defensive magical artifacts. If this continues, the cessation of blood flow could have dire consequences for him. Within the dueling arena, Deng Kai too wished to intervene in this lopsided contest. However, the sudden burst of searing flames amidst the vast ice and snow dispelled any thoughts of interference. Old Jew. This Mo Fan may be far from ordinary, Deng Kai remarked. his gaze fixed intently on Mo Fan. Principal Zhu, filled with uncertainty, was about to speak when a brilliant flame amidst the swirling snow captured his attention. In such a scenario, would he still attempt to complete a fire spell? Yet, the power of the fire spell would undoubtedly diminish under this heavy frost. Even if its potency remained intact, Principal Zhu could not believe that Yuang possessed no defensive magical artifacts. This implies that even if Mo Fan completed a fire spell in his frozen state, it would be negated by Yuang's yet-to-be-used defensive artifact. A futile struggle. No, something is amiss, this fire spell. Principal Zhu's eyes widened in realization. Utilizing his formidable perception, he managed to detect the wild and intense essence of fire even amidst the thick frost. This is not a second-level fire spell, but rather a fire spell of explosion. The small fireball, initially no larger than a flickering candle, erupted with a tremendous roar. Without warning, the flames burst forth as a series of fiery waves rolled outward from the point of impact. The scorching tongues of flame dancing violently, the blinding red, the swirling heat, the atmosphere resonated with the sound of the explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the spectators. Everyone was left speechless, their eyes entranced by the searing eruption of flame. My heavens! This is no mere fire spell of burning bones. It is the third-level fire spell of explosion. The spectators had yet to recover from the shock of Yuang's overwhelming prowess. When Mo Fan's explosive display sent their astonishment into further turmoil, the captain of the city's demon-hunting team, Su Dehuang, was nearly left aghast. The fire spell of explosion is his signature technique, and through this third-level spell, he had earned a distinguished reputation among sorcerers. Yet he had spent nearly 3 decades mastering it, while a mere student yet to graduate high school had already grasped it. Such a notion is utterly unfathomable. Principal Zhu and Deng Kai had sensed Mo Fan's fire spell earlier, but they remained unable to steady their emotions. After years of teaching, they could scarcely recall the last time a student had mastered a third-level fire spell before graduation. Just moments ago, they had been lamenting the disparity between noble science and the students of magical high schools. Who could have anticipated that Mo Fan would deliver such a staggering surprise? Is this boy some kind of prodigy? In a school with such limited resources, he has achieved this level of mastery. Yang Zhuhi, a mid-tier sorcerer from the Magic Association, stared in disbelief, glancing at the surrounding crowd. Still entranced, he inquired, "Has someone taken this boy away? If not, I want him." Zhou Mingjun from the Zhou family was less than pleased, quickly interjecting, "The Magic Association lacks adequate fire element resources. Let them be ours. This boy belongs to our military. Don't you dare snatch him away." Luo Yunbo could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to speak. Wai Yuang, a scion from a noble family, possesses nearly all the best resources in Bo City. For him to reach the third-level ice spell is already remarkable. Yet for a student from Tianlong Magic High School to attain the same level is bound to send ripples throughout the entire city. Teacher Tang Yu, have you been secretly nurturing Mo Fan? How could he possibly be so extraordinary? Xhot Ing could not help but ask. This time, the lightning prodigy Xhot Ing was utterly convinced. Just half a year ago, he had only mastered the second level of lightning skills and believed he had caught up with MFN. Yet little did he know that MFN's training was akin to riding a rocket. Having already acquired the third level of fire skills, if it weren't for teacher T. Ing Yu providing special guidance, Xhot Ing would never have believed it. No, it was all due to his own efforts and cultivation. T. Ing Yu shook her head. She was the only one aware that MFN possessed a stardust magical artifact, and she could roughly guess that MFN's cultivation level was higher than anyone had imagined. However, she never expected him to have mastered the third level of fire skills. MBI, MFN's archrival, had turned ashen with rage. It seemed that he could hardly even approach MFN. The third level of fire skills would undoubtedly strike him down in an instant. Zhu Yin and MH sat there, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Zhu Yin's chest heaved violently, his face a mask of fury mixed with astonishment. I truly underestimated him. Zhu Yin finally admitted. H could not help but glance at MGX Ing, who was seated somewhat off to the side. Could it be that this foolish driver was about to turn his fortunes around, depleting his entire wealth to send MFN to the Magic Academy, only to produce a magical genius? The third level of fire skills. Just look at how many resources Wang had consumed to reach the third level of ice skills. Most of the guests in the audience stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. On the dueling stage, the wildly swirling snow and ice finally began to dissipate, allowing people to gradually see the student MFN standing proudly, in the corner where MFN's opponent had been. The summoned ice dust shield had completely shattered into countless ice particles scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Wang, once protected by the ice dust, had been sent flying several meters away, his princely white attire now a tattered wreck. Lying helplessly on the ground, utterly stripped of the grandeur befitting the protagonist of the day, as the snow finally settled, MFN, having warmed up, took a step forward towards the fallen Wang. Damn, do you really think you're the only one who mastered the third level of skills in this world? Let me show you, he thought, amused. Suddenly, the extremely disheveled Wang rose from the snow. MFN was somewhat surprised that this fellow still had his wits about him. Logically speaking, although the ice shield had mitigated much of the explosive force of the fire skills, the shockwave from the explosion should have been enough to render Wang unconscious. Could it be that the third level of fire skills failed to take him down? Is this guy's body made of iron? At that moment, Mju snorted coldly, cursing inwardly. Thank goodness I prepared an additional magical armor for Wang. Otherwise, I would have been outwitted by this deeply concealed brat that IT was so close. MFN was on the verge of winning this duel. The explosive power of the third level fire skills was nearly unstoppable at this level, but no one had anticipated Mju would be so cunning. With magical footwear, a shield artifact, and an exceedingly expensive piece of armor, was such extravagance truly necessary? A man named Ichu could not contain his exclamation. Principalvich and DNK, I were equally stunned. Armor artifacts are also defensive artifacts, yet their value surpasses that of shield artifacts. While shield artifacts offer limited protection and cannot guard against certain skills, armor artifacts provide near-comprehensive defense against all but mental skills. Directly worn on the body to protect it from every angle, I forgot to mention, as a gift for my son's 18th birthday, I specially bestowed upon him this ice silkworm armor to guard against potential ambushes. Mju said slowly, stroking his beard as he addressed the guests. This even a duel. With such an array of magical artifacts, why not just have everyone fight without them? How shameless. Finally, the impatient could not hold back any longer. NPing and others shared similar sentiments of indignation. Without magical artifacts, that fellow Wang would have already been thoroughly defeated by MFN. The third level fire skills were indeed a lesson in humility. Background is also a form of strength. Mju remained unfazed, calmly explaining he could not be bothered to engage in such trivial discourse with these students. Our family possesses resources. What of it? You impoverished students dare to contend with us. Alas, this student named MFN is indeed impressive, yet he ultimately fell short due to magical artifacts. Wang Zhu lamented. Many present felt a sense of regret for MFN. His demonstration of the third level fire skills was enough to elevate him above all his peers in BCH and render many scions of prestigious families utterly embarrassed. Yet, as the saying goes, a duel is a duel. To lose is to lose. Mju stated. Background is indeed a form of strength, a truth many only grasp after entering society. You have truly chosen a good father, MFN thought, gazing at the tattered fabric of Wang's attire, through which the ice silkworm armor was visible, a spark of anger igniting within him. Once again, the magical footwear, the shield artifact, and the armor artifact left him with no escape. Wang continued to laugh, his mirth utterly loathsome. Honestly, you've done quite well. I thought you were just a clown seeking attention. But it seems you were deliberately concealing your abilities, hoping to shine in this moment. What a pity, so close yet so far. Wang laughed heartily, showing no concern for MFN potentially unleashing another fire explosion. Standing at the edge of the arena, DNKI, filled with despair, did not know what to do. Eventually, he could not help but remind him FN. Give it up. The ice silkworm armor specifically counters fire skills. Your fire explosion? It probably won't even harm Ying. The DNKI's words were not without merit. With the next ice skill, you will become an ice sculpture. In thawing, you will be quite troublesome. You might as well walk up to my adoptive father and bow, as a gesture of my generosity to provide you with a somewhat decent opponent. Ying stood there, clad in ice silkworm armor, looking down on MFN like a superior. The arrogance in Ying's gaze was palpable, and Yin's sly grin was infuriating in its own right. Background is indeed a form of strength.